It is definitely not easy for people who can make Zutongzhou fear. After a long time. Such a proud man who is willing to work here in the summer teacher. That summer teacher. Among the crowd. I don't know who said such a sentence. Suddenly there was a sound of agreement. And when I looked at Xia Liang, only admiration was left in my eyes. It's like a god. Unfathomable. However, on Xia Liang's face, there was always no waves. Just staring at Zutongzhou in a daze. Swipe by card or transfer? A slight smile appeared on Xia Liang's face. What? Only then did Zutongzhou react and wipe the cold sweat from his head. I swipe my card. Zutongzhou was crying and took out a bank card. Mr. Xu, then I'm not welcome. Xia Liang smiled slightly and turned to old Lu. Old Lu went up to get the card. But he found that Zutongzhou's hand was tightly clenched. Old Lu frowned. At this time, Zutongzhou woke up like a dream and let go of his hand with a look of dismay. After swiping his card, "Thank you, Mr. Xu. We will definitely renovate it as soon as possible." Xia Liang smiled slightly and winked at the security guards. The security guards let go of Xu Feng. At this time, Xu Feng had already lost his previous domineering. Standing behind Zutongzhou, the atmosphere did not dare to come out. He's like a grandson. Go back. I'm packing you up. Zutongzhou gave Xu Feng a fierce look. Then Zutongzhou squeezed a smile on his face. I'll go back first, and I'll be the host the other day. Let's have a potluck together. Old Lu glanced at Zutongzhou obliquely. Sorry, I'm sick of eating with an old liar like you. Xia Liang smiled. Zutongzhou, I have a word here. Zutongzhou hurriedly listened. Xia Liang said lightly. In the past, those things can be remedied as much as possible. Which is more effective than inviting us to eat? You know? Where did Zutongzhou dare not agree? And nodded again and again. When he left the mall. Mr. Xu. Welcome to hit the shop next time. Xia Liang's voice came, and Zutongzhou almost didn't fall to the ground. It's $2 and $5. And it's gone. Zutongzhou made a ruthless decision in his heart. This mall will never come again. At the same time, Meng Kashi, the developer of the Dragon and Tiger Scenic Area, fell into deep thought as he watched the reports sent by his men. The flow of tourists has decreased a lot recently. I used to know that his scenic spot had the Sangyang Taoist temple. But recently, few people care about it. Meng Kashi frowned. Which link went wrong? Meng Kashi lingered in the office silently, always unable to figure out what went wrong. Mr. Meng, I know what the problem is. The voice of the security captain outside the door sounded. Meng Kexi's eyes lit up. Come in. The security captain walked in. Mr. Meng, I asked just now, because a celestial master named Xia Liang went to look for him. Not Shuanglong Taoist temple. Can a fortune teller be so capable? Meng Kashi obviously didn't believe it. The security captain nodded repeatedly. This little heavenly master in Xia Liang is indeed amazing. Every minute he is in the mall. People are always coming and going. Hiss. Meng Kashi took a breath. He has seen a fortune teller. But he has never seen a fortune teller that charges such a high price. Do you know where he moved? Security captain. Yes. My cousin still counted there. Meng Kashi thought for a moment. Prepare the car. I want to see how good this fortune teller is. Xia Liang in the mall did not hurriedly calculate the hexagrams. On the side, old Lu was leading people, arranging rows of shelves. Master, do we still sell things in our store? Does it belong to the townhouse? Or is it Fu Zhuan? What's in this jade box? This jade box just doesn't look like a common product. The contents in it must be amazing. The customers asked curiously. Su Qianyun and Xu Weiniang put the delicate jade boxes one by one on the shelf. And the whole shop suddenly looked a lot more fulfilled. Seeing the doubts on the faces of the customers, Xia Liang told the two daughters, "Remember, these jade boxes can't be opened. Otherwise something will happen. Except for the peace talisman. Half of the contents are ice heart talisman. The cooling capacity of a Bingxin talisman is equivalent to a mobile air conditioner. If dozens of them are turned on at the same time, I am afraid the temperature in the entire store will suddenly drop to freezing point." The two women also knew the seriousness and nodded hastily. At this moment, the glossy Meng Kashi came to Wanlai Square. So many people. Meng Kashi was a little surprised as he watched the people coming and going around. After all, the location of Wanlai Plaza is not too good. It was beyond Meng Kexi's expectation to have so many customers. When he walked near Xia Liang's shop, he was instantly messed up. How many people are there? There was a long queue of customers outside the door. How can a fortune teller gather such a high popularity? It's a miracle, Meng Kashi whispered softly, barely suppressing the consternation in his heart, and walked in slowly. Xia Liang was telling the customer fortune-telling at this time, and he did not look up when he saw Meng Kashi. "If you want to tell fortune-telling, please line up outside. If there are other things, we will not receive it for the time being." Meng Kexi's face suddenly sank after hearing this. After all, he was kicked out as soon as he walked in, so it didn't make anyone happy. But Xia Liang said a simple sentence. Meng Kashi was still taken aback. "Does he guess what I am here for?" Meng Kashi never believed in these things. He came to Xia Liang not for fortune-telling. "I came to Xia Liang just to discuss business." Now that Meng Kashi sees the flow of people in front of Xia Liang's shop, he has paid enough attention to Xia Liang. It seems that the security captain is right. If he is allowed to set up a stall in the tourist area, it can really drive the flow of people. And the longer he stays, the better the efficiency will be. Meng Kexi's thoughts turned sharply. And after a while, the small unhappiness in her heart was suppressed. Meng Kashi smiled all over his face. "Master Xia, I'm fortune-telling." After speaking, he took the initiative to line up outside the door. However, after only 1 hour, Meng Kashi felt his legs were sore. After all, he is pampered and accustomed. And he is obese. "Where did you stand for so long?" And looking at the previous posture, it seems that the number of people has not decreased much. God, this is not the end of the queue until the evening. Is business really so good? Meng Kashi worked hard. At this time, there were many newcomers behind him. Once he left the team to rest, he might have to start from the front line. 4 or 5 hours passed. Meng Kexi's legs were already filled with lead. But at this time, Meng Kashi had only one customer left. Soon the customer paid the money and left contentedly. Meng Kashi took a sigh of relief. Just about to speak, Xia Liang waved his hand and said lazily, "It's closed. Come back tomorrow." Meng Kexi's face was a little ugly. "Mr. Xia, you are not kidding me. The clay figurine still has 3 points of anger. Let alone his Meng Kashi?" Xia Liang smiled slightly. "Mr. Meng, you didn't come to me for the fortune-telling at all. Just let each other." Hiss. Meng Kashi took a breath of air. And he was surprised by this young man in his early 20s. Guessing Xia? At this time, Meng Kashi completely put away the contempt in his heart. "Mr. Xia, do you want to go to the Xuanlong Taoist temple in my scenic spot?" Old Lu, who was about to leave, heard Meng Kexi's words. "Stand aside for an instant." Ears pricked up. This fat man in front of me seems to be here to dig someone. Thinking of this, old Lu was secretly wary. Xia Liang smiled slightly. Not much interest. Meng Keshi stood up and proactively extended a hand to Lao Lu. Are you the person in charge of this mall? Old Lu was taken aback for a moment, but he still said because of the inside. Yes. My name is Lu Zhendong. Meng Keshi. Meng Keshi nodded lightly and announced his name. Old Lu's expression changed. The developer of Longhushan? At the same time, Old Lu's heart was even more vigilant. Meng Keshi was far more capable than him, and the two were not worth the same level. Thinking of this, Lao Lu couldn't help but feel a little worried. This fat man seems to be here specifically for Master Xia. Meng Keshi turned his head with a chuckle and looked at Xia Liang. Mr. Xia, do you want to go to Longhu Mountain? I am willing to build a Taoist temple for you alone, several times larger than your shop. When old Lu heard it, he panicked. Such a big temptation. Even he himself must be moved. Thinking of this, old Lu said anxiously, Master Xia, my old Lu are willing to. Before he finished speaking, Xia Liang waved his hand slightly. Look at Meng Keshi. Boss Meng, as I said before, I only tell fortune telling, and I won't accept other businesses for the time being. Meng Kexi's face was slightly stiff. Then he forced a smile. Then I count it. Naturally, he could see that today. The talk is impossible. It would be better to leave a good impression on Xia Liang, so that he can get her together in the future. Saying this, Meng Keshi smiled slightly and transferred the money to Xia Liang. After looking at him, Xia Liang looked back. Meng Keshi, how about it, Mr. Xia? Xia Liang shook his head slightly. There is a small disaster, but the problem shouldn't be big. Small disaster? Meng Keshi sneered when he heard it. In his eyes, as long as there is money, nothing is unfair. However, although Meng Keshi didn't agree with her in her heart, she still didn't dare to neglect the slightest. After all, in his eyes, Xia Liang is a living cash cow. Cannot be guilty. Try not to be guilty. Meng Keshi pretended to be curious. I don't know if there will be a small disaster? Xia Liang shook his head and answered the question. Boss Meng, if you believe me, you will close the Cliff Swing Entertainment project in the scenic area when you go back. Or something will happen within 2 days. Cliff Swing? Meng Keshi frowned. This project was brought back by him from abroad. As soon as it went online, it was well received by countless tourists. And Longhu Mountain, because it is the first scenic spot in the country with a cliff swing, become a sacred place for all kinds of internet celebrities. Prior to this, the consumer group of Farmers Mountain, most of them are middle-aged and old people who believe in gods and Buddhas. Occasionally, there are some good men and women begging for marriage, future or something, but in the final analysis, the young consumer group is still lower. But since these projects have attracted many young people who like to stimulate, once again promote the consumption of scenic spots, Cliff Swing for this project, it is already one of the most popular projects in Longhushan. This, well, I get it. Meng Keshi nodded, then stood up. Mr. Xia, then I won't bother for now, and wait for a visit at the door another day. Xia Liang waved his hand, and Meng Keshi turned and left. Old Lu smiled. Teacher Xia, you have saved Meng Keshi indirectly. The facilities in the scenic area now cannot tolerate the slightest sloppy. Once things are posted online, it means that the flow of people in this scenic area will plummet. Xia Liang shook his head slightly. No, things will still happen. Old Lu looked puzzled. Xia Liang chuckled. Meng Keshi is reluctant to give up to me. Will he abandon the hottest cliff swing project in his scenic spot? After listening to Xia Liang's words, old Lu suddenly realized, this Meng Keshi is going to be unlucky. Xia Liang smiled slightly. If nothing happens, he will beg me this time around. Just as the two were talking, two customers came outside. A middle-aged man, with a vacant complexion, a sickly face, with two big dark circles under his eyes. At this time, he was paralyzed in a wheelchair, looking dying. Behind him is a woman in her 20s, pushing a wheelchair. Master Xia Tian, can you see what happened to my father? The woman's voice was soft and waxy, with a deep sadness on her face. Xia Liang frowned slightly. This is the worst customer he has ever seen since opening. Xia Liang looked carefully at the two of them. It took a long time before he looked back. Fortunately, you brought your dad here early. If it's later, I'm afraid something really will happen. At this time Li was lying in a wheelchair. There was pain between the eyebrows, and cold sweat flowed. Xia Liang asked Li Lizzie directly. If I'm not mistaken, your father should be an antique dealer, right? Li Li's beautiful eyes lit up and nodded quickly. Yes, that's right. What have you figured out? Heavenly Master? Xia Liang pointed to the payment code. Li didn't dare to neglect, and hurried to pay. Xia Liang frowned. Tell me about his situation in detail. Li Lizzie shook her head. Her eyebrows frowned slightly. It didn't matter at first, but in the last 2 days, my dad has nightmares and sweats constantly. In just 2 days, his complexion has become like this. Xia Liang frowned. 2 days? Li nodded seriously. Xia Liang frowned. What a weird thing. Could it be that feng shui had a problem? Although he could see the past of the two of them, he still had to visit the scene to see things like feng shui. And he couldn't tell from his memory. At this moment, Xia Liang suddenly remembered. What Li Lizzie just said was 2 days ago. Your father. What did you do 2 days ago? Li Lizzie shook her head. No, it's just that we collected some old goods in the dating antique market. Antique market? Old stuff? Xia Liang frowned. Where are these old stuff now? Li Lizzie was taken aback for a moment. I don't know. These things were taken and put by my father himself. Xia Liang nodded and took out a peace symbol. Try it on him. Li now looks out of breath, sluggish, and doesn't even have the strength to speak. If he gets better by wearing a peace talisman, it proves that something has been suppressed. Li Lizzie looked at the little jade talisman with some suspicion in her heart. Xia Liang seemed to see Li Lizzie's thoughts and said with a smile, "Don't worry. If it doesn't work, I won't charge you." Li Lizzie only then took the safety talisman and gave it to his father. Li Lizzie suddenly felt it the moment he put it on. The entire ping and talisman seemed to become extremely hot after touching Li. Click! In less than a moment, the entire jade talisman exploded in an instant. Ah! The burst that burst in frightened Li Lizzie. Looking at Xia Liang, Xing's eyes were full of horror. How is this going? Xia Liang waved his hand. It's okay. The ping and talisman has withstood the evil qi it shouldn't have. And then it shattered. But at this time Xia Liang's heart was already serious. It's a weird thing to be able to make Li like this in 2 days. Speaking of this, Xia Liang pointed to Li. Look, is your father's complexion much better? Li Lijeng lowered his head and saw that Li's complexion turned a little ruddy. Li Lizen's complexion was overjoyed, and Xia Liang's hand was pulled down urgently. Master, you must save my father. Ahem. At this moment, Xu Weiniang gave a light cough. Xia Liang glared fiercely. Only then did Li Lizzie react. Her face flushed slightly, and she pulled her hands back. I'm sorry. I was too excited just now. Xia Liang waved his hand slightly. At least let your father speak, so I can know what it is like. Speaking of this, Xia Liang picked up 3 peace symbols and put them all on Li's neck. Suddenly, the whole peace symbol hum sounded. It took less than 20 minutes. The two peace symbols exploded, and there was a slight crack in the last one. At this time, Li Er's complexion returned a little ruddy. I feel a lot more comfortable. Li Lizzie looked happy. Is my father okay? Although Li Er could speak, he was still a little weak. Much better. So much better than before. Xia Liang shook his head. No, it's just a temporary relief now. You have to find the root cause. Thinking of this, Xia Liang asked Li Er, have you been receiving any old goods recently? Li Er was slightly taken aback. Old stuff? I have received a lot recently. Do not. Xia Liang shook his head. To be able to suppress you like this, at least there must be thousands of years. Think about it. Li Er frowned and thought for a while. Then his eyes lit up. Could it be that golden bowl? Golden bowl? What golden bowl? Xia Liang frowned. Li Er thought for a while and said, it's like this. Some time ago, an antique dealer suddenly found me and came out with a golden bowl that was 1,000 years ago. I bought it without thinking too much. At this time, Xia Liang remembered that there was indeed this thing in Li Er's memory. It's just that Li Er collected too many antiques. So Xia Liang didn't see any problem for a while. Xia Liang nodded. If I guessed correctly, that golden bowl should have been used by you as a townhouse. Right? Li Er nodded quickly. Yes. There was a master who said that using gold to make a townhouse is prosperous for both people and wealth. Xia Liang sneered. What about now? Now. Sadness flashed through the corner of Li Er's eyes. Since the golden bowl was buried, the antique shop has often lost money. It has either received fakes or caused various things. Moreover, my health is not good, and it has only started since then. Xia Liang nodded. I have almost understood the specific situation. Take me to your house and take a look, and you will know what's going on. Xia Liang got up and packed up. Old Lu on the side saw that he had to follow Xia Liang in his posture. Xia Liang chuckled and shook his head. Lao Lu, you are also a major shareholder of the entire mall anyway. You come to me as a bodyguard for your worth, but I don't pay a salary. Old Lu smiled. Hey, what teacher Xia said, seeing that old Lu gave up the idea of going with him. Xia Liang just stood up and walked out of the shop. Li Lizzie hurriedly pushed his father out. There is already a commercial vehicle waiting in the underground parking lot. When the driver saw Li Er coming out, he quickly helped push Li Er into the car. After half an hour, Longhua Villa area. Driver, go to Building 9 in Zone B first. I need to prepare something. Upon hearing this, the driver turned to ask Li Lizzie for advice. After seeing Li Lizzie nodding, the driver turned around and drove towards Building 9 in Zone B. Li Lizzie's eyes widened. Does Master Xia live here too? Xia Liang nodded faintly. A house given by a friend can take people's money and money to eliminate disasters. Li immediately trusted Xia Liang again. After all, is there any fortune teller who can afford to live in a villa in Longhua district? Soon the car stopped outside Xia Liang's home. Xia Liang quickly climbed upstairs, took a pair of iron chopsticks, and then followed Li Er to Li Er's house. At first glance, he suddenly noticed that there was a layer of green outside Li Er's house. This phenomenon can only explain one point. Feng shui here is very bad. But it hasn't gotten terribly bad. Teacher Xia, go in and help us take a look. Li Lijeng was talking, and pushed Li Er into it. As soon as he entered the door, Li Er on the side suddenly heard a muffled hum, and his face suddenly paled. So serious? Xia Liang frowned, then took out a peace symbol and hung it around Li Er's neck. However, click, in less than 10 minutes, the peace symbol was broken. Xia Liang said quickly. Hurry up and put your dad outside. Li Lizzie was already scared and Warong turned pale and pushed Li outside. Which was better? It shouldn't be. Even with a murderous weapon, it can't be so powerful. Xia Liang frowned. Feng shui can be said to be good throughout the house. But there was only a very big question mark flashing in the middle of the courtyard. Just because of this problem, the feng shui of Li Jia went from being good to being extremely bad. Xia Liang had no doubt that if it hadn't been restrained by other factors, I'm afraid Li would not be as simple as a vain expression at this time. Xia Liang walked to the question mark. When the mind moved, the question mark was opened. After a while, Xia Liang suddenly showed an expression of awakening. And Li Lizzie asked cautiously, Master Xia, do you see anything coming? Xia Liang nodded. I see it. It's the townhouse problem. Li was helpless. Did the previous master make a mistake? Not all. Xia Liang walked to the burial place of the golden bowl. His theory is okay. It's just that he got the position wrong. Xia Liang thought for a while. The 5 elements of this house should have a weaker water level. Right? Li nodded. Yes. That's what the gentleman said before. Xia Liang continued. Because gold is warm and smooth. Gold relies on water to grow. And gold forging can also turn into water. So gold produces water. But you put the golden bowl on the gold level. How can gold grow without touching water? Where's the water? It should be at the water level. Xia Liang walked for a while and said when he reached the water level. Li Lizzie nodded quickly. Master, I will find someone to help. While speaking, Li Lizzie took out his mobile phone and prepared to make a call. Don't worry. You can't move your position now. Xia Liang frowned and shook his head. If it's just the 5 elements, the problem won't be so serious. So this is just a small problem. And the bigger problem is yet to come. Huh? Still have questions? Li Lizzie's eyes widened. Xia Liang nodded. Good. Then Xia Liang glanced at Li Your date of birth is July 15th, which is a taboo in itself. What holiday is July 15th? Even an ordinary person knows it. People born at this time have very hard lives. And at the same time there are 2 extremes. Either you are alone for a lifetime, or your wealth is prosperous. The extreme gap is huge. Logically speaking, you are lucky. But because of this golden bowl, you will fall into such a field. Xia Liang had already known the origin of the golden bowl from the question mark just now. Sure enough, Li struggled to prop up his neck. I only know this golden bowl. The year is in the Tang dynasty. I don't know the origin of this golden bowl. Although Li knows how to appraise treasures. But it can only be determined by the material and the year. There is very limited knowledge about the origin and purpose of things. Xia Liang explained. Since ancient times, we have had a custom called seeing death as life. Have you ever heard of it? Li and Li nodded together. Xia Liang pointed to the ground. The origin of this bowl shouldn't be very clean. Right? This. Li's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Do their business. If you collect antiques, you should also consider if the path is not clean. That would have been lost long ago. After a while, Li let out a long sigh. This bowl is indeed not very clean. It was collected from the gang of dirt rats. The soil mouse, to put it more elegantly, is called Captain Mojin. Sure enough, Xia Liang nodded. This bowl is the bowl where the family put food and water for the deceased during the burial. You said you still brought it to the townhouse. Did you look for death? Li suddenly understood. Isn't this tantamount to grab someone's job? Li said anxiously. Then summer teacher, what should we do now? Throw this bowl away? No. It's too late. Xia Liang sighed softly. Now this feng shui bureau has been settled. Even if Li and the others move out, I am afraid they will still suffer bad luck again and again. What's more serious? The family may be destroyed. Actually, if it is an ordinary person, it will be fine if you dig it out and spend a few days in the temple. But you, Li are different from ordinary people. Li listened. You reading www.yuakanshu.com sound weak. But because of my birthday? Xia Liang nodded, then took out a pair of iron chopsticks from his pocket and threw it aside at random. I didn't know the origin of this golden bowl before one came. But now it seems that ordinary chopsticks can't hold it down. What should I do now? Li asked. Xia Liang pointed. Things pay attention to matching things. The owner of this tomb was able to bury with a golden bowl. Obviously, he was also a nobleman. You must find a way to contact the soil mice. If I am not mistaken, when they steal it, they should have chopsticks together. Yes, you can ask if you can find out the whereabouts of the matching chopsticks. Or you can find a new pair. At least the golden chopsticks from the Tang dynasty. Otherwise this bureau can only do this. Xia Liang said truthfully. As soon as he said this, Li's face suddenly dimmed. After all, the world is so big. How easy is it to find a few people? Even if it can be found, it will probably take a long time. Given his body, Li must not be able to carry it. Don't cry and cry. Xia Liang looked at the two people's gray expressions and chuckled lightly. Although this game cannot be broken for the time being, if you leave this place 5 miles away, Li the Ping talisman will still be able to withstand it for a while. It looks like it consumes one for almost 3 days. Xia Liang thought for a while and said. Hearing this, Li's eyes lit up. It is still very worthwhile in his eyes to use a dime to extend his life for 3 days. As for where to find it, that's Li's business. Xia Liang will naturally not care about it. Xia Liang looked at the time. It was almost dusk, and he simply stopped going to the store. Xia Liang went home directly, and called Su Qianyun, asking her to give Li 20 safe charms. Early the next morning, Xia Liang was awakened by the sound of a phone call. Boss Xia Liang, go to work soon. On the other side of the phone was Xu Wanying's voice. Work? Xia Liang rubbed his eyes. It's only 8 o'clock now. What kind of work do you have? At this time, the sky outside was faintly bright. Xu Wanying, you didn't come directly yesterday afternoon. And there are still many customer issues that have not been dealt with. Yes, I will come right away. Xia Liang hung up the phone, and after a simple wash, he went to the store. Even in the morning, the Xia Liang shop was already overcrowded. Even the security guards of the mall followed and got up and opened the door half asleep. Xia Liang is not too nonsense. Just start. Then Xia Liang called Su Qianyun over. Tell the last customers that I will have something to do this afternoon, so they don't have to wait. Su Qianyun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and left. Xu Wanying was curious. Xia Liang, what's the matter in the afternoon? Xia Liang chuckled. A fat guy will come to me crying this afternoon. Believe it or not. Fatty? Still crying to see you? Xu Wanying frowned. Obviously she didn't understand who Xia Liang was talking about. Xu Wanying tilted her head. Which fat guy? Why would he come to you crying? Xia Liang smiled without answering, but continued to fortune. Xu Wanying was so anxious this time. With her gossip character, she can't stand talking halfway. No matter what Xu Wanying asked, Xia Liang was not answering. Finally, Xu Wanying got anxious. Xia Liang, this lady really doesn't believe me today. When the accurate fortune teller also made mistakes. How about we make a bet? Xia Liang didn't look up either. What are you betting on? Xu Weiniang. If you lose, you will be punished to kiss me. No. Kiss Xiao Yun. As soon as Su Qianyun came back, when she heard Xu Weiniang playing treasures, she gave her a blank glance. He moved his lips without speaking, busy with his own affairs. But his ears stood up quietly, eavesdropping on what Xia Liang would answer. Xia Liang asked with a smile. Then what if I win? Xu Weiniang was triumphant. If you win, this lady is at your disposal. Leave me at my disposal? Xia Liang raised her eyebrows and looked at Xu Weiniang with a wicked smile. Meaning I can do anything to you? Xia Liang's smile suddenly scared Xu Weiniang back. But after a while, Xu Weiniang bit her silver teeth and straightened her chest. Just dispose of it. You can kneel down and call it a tyrant. Okay, it's settled. Xia Liang chuckled, and then continued to tell the customer's fortune. Time passed unconsciously. Soon it was more than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. But there is still no so-called fat man. Come to Xia Liang. Xu Weiniang smiled. Xia Liang, you are going to lose. I don't think so. Xia Liang chuckled. Xu Weiniang hasn't spoken yet. A howl like a pig faintly came from a distance. You old immortal. You have to listen to Da Shener. It's late now. My wife. Be gentle. Oh hey. Keep it light? Just take the words of the celestial master aside. What use is there to ask you pig ears? My wife. I didn't know yesterday. If you want to know. Shut up. Go in a while and beg others. Accompanied by the screams, a fat woman, grabbing the ears of a fatter middle-aged man, walked in. It may be extremely painful. The man's wailing sound was full of crying. There seemed to be tears flickering in the corners of his eyes. Everyone took a closer look. Amazingly, Meng Keshi, Da Shener, you have to help him think of a way. Meng Kexi's wife hurriedly begged after seeing Xia Liang. Xia Liang looked at Meng Kexi's miserable appearance, suddenly a little bit dumbfounded. Wang Chunping, don't worry. This has already happened, and it's useless to chop him into slices and drink. Wang Chunping, Meng Kexi's wife, immediately brightened when Wang Chunping heard Xia Liang call out her name. Da Shener is Da Shener. You know what my name is at a glance. Da Shener, you can give Lao Meng a trick, or this scenic spot will be yellow. Meng Keshi is usually outside. At this moment, he was as good as a fat cat, and the atmosphere didn't dare to gasp. Xia Liang smiled slightly. This Meng Keshi was considered a face in Qingyun City. But Meng Keshi is afraid of his wife. But in the whole circle, he is very famous. But his wife is still a tigress. Xia Liang smiled. Meng Keshi, get up and talk. However, Meng Keshi did not move. Instead, he raised his head and gave Wang Chunping a cowardly look. Xia Liang said again, this is not your home. Don't kneel. At this time, Meng Keshi stood up and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Xia Liang teased. Why, now you know to come to me? Meng Keshi said, hurriedly. Where did he dare to make any trouble at this time? Master Xia, shouldn't I regret not listening to you? Something really happened to the scenic spot. And at this moment, ding dong, Xu Wanying's mobile phone rang. Xu Weiniang took out her phone and looked at it. Big news. Big news. Xu Weiniang looked at the phone and read. Shocked. There was a problem with the cliff swing in a scenic spot. And it directly hit the unopened protective door. The scenic spot has been closed for rectification? Then Xu Weiniang continued to look down. Longhushan scenic area? Why are you familiar? At this point, Xu Weiniang exclaimed and looked at Meng Keshi. Meng Keshi nodded without tears. This morning, the cliff swing broke down and almost something went wrong. The tourist didn't want to keep it private, so he posted the video directly to the internet. Meng Keshi looked at Xia Liang pitifully. Master Xia, You help me figure out a solution. Okay? Xia Liang shook his head. You should know that I am Xia Liang. You didn't listen to me at the time and planted the bitter fruit. I am afraid that the cost of the next solution will not be a small amount. Xia Liang finished speaking and looked at Meng Keshi lightly. Meng Keshi heard it and said quickly, as long as teacher Xia can help me solve the problem, I am willing to build a big statue of teacher Xia in the scenic area to support you. Xia Liang laughed angrily. I didn't die and set up a statue for me. Then Xia Liang thought for a while. Meng Keshi, it's affirmative that business is closed for rectification now. I can't help you solve this. Said this. Xia Liang's eyes were shining. But believe it or not, even if it reopens this time, there will be problems soon? I believe. How dare I not believe in the master? Meng Keshi hurriedly praised him. Where would he dare to say a word? Xia Liang did not lie. According to Meng Kexi's original life trajectory, after 10 days, the scenic spot will be reorganized and reopened. But within a few days, something went wrong again, and it was much more serious than this time. Of course, these are things in the future. Xia Liang didn't need to talk to Meng Keshi in detail now. He believes that as long as the root of the problem is found, all these problems will be solved. It's just cool in summer so far. I haven't seen what the problem is, so I have to go to Shuanglong Mountain to take a look. Okay, don't worry about Meng Keshi. I'll just go with you. Xia Liang stood up and stretched her waist. Meng Keshi looked grateful. Then Trouble Master. Master, don't worry. You will have to thank you again in the future. The two quickly packed up things briefly and went to Longhu Mountain. After an hour, Longhushan scenic area, where the cliff swing happened. Xia Liang glanced at it, and the entire Longhu Mountain was strictly considered a treasure land, not a land of outstanding people, but it was also a treasure land of flourishing wind and water. How could something go wrong with this treasure place? Xia Liang wondered inwardly. If it was just a simple accident, it can also be understood as employee negligence. But Xia Liang has calculated that the future accident of Meng Keshi after the rectification is completed will also be very strange. Xia Liang shook his head. Meng Keshi, there is nothing wrong with the scenic spot. The fat on Meng Kexi's face trembled. Ah, no problem? How could it? Don't worry first. Xia Liang waved his hand. There are many influencing factors. Not just the feng shui of the scenic spot. Even the feng shui of your boss's homestead will indirectly affect this place. Meng Keshi hurriedly said. Should Xia Liang Tianxi go to my house and have a look? Xia Liang nodded. Meng Kexi's home is at the foot of Longhu Mountain. But strictly speaking, Meng Kexi's residence is not a villa. It is a manor with an area of several miles. Xia Liang smiled. With your boss Meng's financial resources, such a large manor is not a problem. After all, Meng Keshi is the leader of a scenic spot, and it is also a famous scenic spot in China. The wealth in his hands is far from comparable to Lu Zhendong, Gao Hesheng and others. Meng Keshi took Xia Liang into the gate of the manor. Lao Zhang, look for a tour bus. I want to take Xia Liang Tianxi to stroll around. Meng Keshi said to the guard who was standing guard. The guard nodded, and soon came over in a sightseeing car. Xia Liang nodded. All right, are your houses too big? If you look at it step by step, then I don't need to do anything today. Soon the tour bus started slowly. In the entire manor, the air lover's heart and soul. In the middle of the manor, there is a clear lake. The water is rugged, and the swimming fish and algae in the water can be seen. There are several red-crowned cranes swimming by. This time, Xia Liang was even more surprised. After all, Red-crowned cranes are spiritual birds that are extremely sensitive to feng shui. They can live in this manner. And the feng shui here is obviously very good. Along the way, Xia Liang looked at it and he didn't expect it. The entire manor was filled with a faint golden breath. Living in such a place to raise people every day. It's no wonder that Meng Keshi is so prosperous. After walking for a long time, Xia Liang didn't even notice a single problem. Xia Liang smiled. Meng Keshi, who once designed the feng shui pattern of this manor for you? Should he be an expert? Meng Keshi nodded. Yes. He is the former master of the Dragon and Tiger Taoist Temple. Chen Genju. Chen Genju and I are also good friends. Xia Liang was puzzled. Then why don't you go see him? After all, the layman looks at the excitement and the insider looks at the doorway. Xia Liang could tell at a glance that this so-called Chen Genju still had a lot of true abilities. After all, since he entered the manor until now, he has also slightly seen a few small flaws. It's just that these small flaws are harmless even if you don't need to adjust them. This Chen Genju is much more powerful than the warlock who showed Li Er the feng shui. If it were the feng shui he gave to Li Er's villa, he would definitely not be able to do the stupid thing of putting the golden bowl on the gold position. Xia Liang thought secretly in her heart, then turned her head and asked again. Speaking logically, you should go to this Daochang Chen first instead of me? Meng Keshi sighed slightly. Later, wasn't it the joint development of the scenic area? We had some conflicts. Then, Chen Genju went out and wandered around the world. Now, in the Dragon Tiger view, all his disciples and grandchildren are unworthy. I don't have any real skills. But they are tricky. Kung Fu matches one by one. It seemed that Meng Keshi regretted the conflict with Chen Genju before. While the two were chatting, the tour bus passed a stream of spring water. And many more, Xia Liang said suddenly, and the entire tour bus stopped. Seeing Xia Liang raised her eyebrows. Meng Keshi was shocked. Master Xia, is there something wrong? Xia Liang waved his hand. Just walked to the front of the spring. There happened to be a small problem with this spring. It was that this area was the worst place in feng shui in the entire manor. It could even be seen in Xia Liang. And there was a faint green air floating in the spring. It's just that this green aura, as if being locked by some invisible force, still couldn't break free from the range of the spring. It did not affect the surrounding feng shui too much. Xia Liang is certain that if this green atmosphere breaks away from the shackles, it will soon pollute the feng shui of the entire manor. Xia Liang's thoughts moved. Huh? What a weird thing. How could this spring water be so unclean? He whispered softly in his mouth. Meng Keshi hurried to the side. Tianxi, what is the problem? Xia Liang asked back. Where does this spring lead from? Source? Meng Keshi shook his head. I don't know where the source leads. The manor was built by an out-of-town engineering team. It may no longer be Qingyun City anymore. What Meng Keshi said was not unreasonable. After all, this manor had been built for several years. And the engineering teams from other towns would not have stayed in one place for a long time. And they might have gone elsewhere. Thinking of this, Meng Keshi felt a little nervous. Is there something wrong with this spring? Xia Liang nodded. Yes. It's easy. Meng Keshi laughed. Obviously because Xia Liang found the problem and was happy. Then Meng Keshi said to the tour bus driver. Go find an excavator. Take a look at this place. Xia Liang had a black line on her face. In this case, your manor. Don't even think about living in it in the future. What? Meng Kexi's smile froze on his face. Xia Liang stood up, pointed at the spring eye, and pointed at the artificial lake not far away. The so-called water is not deep. There is dragon zelling. This spring is equivalent to the eye of the dragon veins of the entire manor. Now that there is a problem with the source of the dragon veins, you can cut it off indiscriminately. This Shuangzi will not become one. It's so fierce. Meng Keshi heard this, and immediately waved his hand angrily, crying sadly. Then summer teacher, what should we do now? Xia Liang touched his chin. You can only find a way to find out where the source is. Or find the person who has been working on it. Out of necessity, Xia Liang decided to ask. After all, this spring eye definitely had a problem in his opinion. Xia Liang asked back. What's the name of the engineering team boss? Meng Keshi frowned and thought for a long time, and finally said with a pat on his thigh. The owner of the engineering team seems to be called Xia Mingji. We usually call him Lao Xia, but in recent years, there has been no news of him. After Xia Liang got the relevant information, she immediately checked the memory in Meng Kexi's mind. After all, Meng Keshi is also a person who has lived for decades. The memory in his mind is too noisy, and he must have targeted choices. Soon Xia Liang found out this man named Lao Xia from Meng Kexi's memory. Xia Liang thought for a while and called Gao Hesheng. Given Gao Hesheng's status in the real estate industry, and they were all workers in the past, it shouldn't be difficult to find a contractor. Even if the engineering team is no longer in Qingyun City now, perhaps we can know the whereabouts of this person. After a while, Xia Liang's phone rang. Old Gao, how is it? On the other side of the phone, Gao Hesheng's intermittent voice came. Xia Liang frowned slightly, then said, Lao Gao, you come to Meng Kexi's manor at the foot of Longhu Mountain. I can't tell on the phone. After speaking, he hung up the phone. It took about an hour before Gao Hesheng's car drove into the manor. Master Xia, why did you suddenly think of looking for Xia Mingji? Gao Hesheng hurried over and said hello to Xia Liang. Then he shook hands with Meng Keshi. Although the two did not know each other, Gao Hesheng had also heard of Meng Keshi. Xia Liang didn't answer him. Old Gao, how is it? Is there his whereabouts? Gao Hesheng shook his head. This kid seems to have disappeared suddenly a few years ago. I asked several contractors, but I don't know where he went. Xia Liang frowned suddenly. This is a little strange. It is reasonable to say that even if he leaves, he will keep in touch with his former colleagues. How can he say no and disappear? Xia Liang couldn't figure it out. After all, if that Xia Mingji was doing engineering, even if you leave Qingyun City, if you have any good work in the future, you will come back. How can it be gone forever? And the whole person is as lost as the sea? Although I can count Meng Keshi and Gao Hesheng in front of him have nothing to do with this old Xia. And Xia Liang can't see anything unusual for a while. Can you only dig this spring? Xia Liang thought to himself. At this moment, Gao Hesheng's phone rang. It was a call from Qian Donglai. After a while, joy appeared on Gao Hesheng's face. Teacher Xia, that Xia Mingji found. It turns out that he hasn't left Qingyun City in the past few years, but lives incognito in the suburbs of Qingyun City. Xia Liang frowned. What? Didn't leave Qingyun City? Gao Hesheng nodded. Yes. A former foreman under Xia Mingji happened to work on the site of the old money. Just now he said, this Xia Mingji, he suddenly disbanded the engineering team a few years ago. And then he managed some real estate in Qingyun and lived by himself. Living in rent collection. I live in a villa area in the southern suburbs of Qingyun City. What Gao Hesheng said made Meng Keshi even more puzzled. It's really weird. With Lao Xia's assets, he should not be able to live in a villa. Could it be that he has had any other good projects in the past few years? Xia Liang waved his hand. Regardless of what he is doing recently, It is still necessary to meet this person. Only by finding the source can the problem be discovered. Meng Keshi nodded and said to the people around him, "Go to the southern suburbs. Call Xia Mingji and say it's me, Meng Keshi, please." Although Meng Keshi is afraid of his wife, but in the outside world, it is not so weak. Otherwise, it won't have the status it is today. There is still a bit of face in Qingyun City, and after speaking, he looks at Xia Liang. "Master Xia, how about taking advantage of this time? You can help me see the feng shui of my residence?" Xia Liang nodded and walked towards the house. After a long time, Xia Liang still shook his head. "The house is okay. The most evil place in your entire manor is the spring." Time passed by every minute. Finally at sunset, a middle-aged bald man came to the manor. Meng Keshi looked at Xia Mingji for a long while, then said after a long time, "I haven't seen you for so many years. I have become bald." "No way. I'm getting older." Xia Mingji's expression flashed with anxiety, and then returned to normal. Xia Liang frowned slightly. "This Xia Mingji, there is a problem." In just a moment, Xia Liang knew what happened to Xia Mingji's past. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Meng Keshi introduced, "Lao Xia. This is Master Xia." Xia. Xia Mingji was puzzled and glanced at Xia Liang. Then he nodded at Xia Liang. Xia Liang looked at Xia Mingji with a smile. "Xia Mingji, who did this manor and the location of the spring at that time?" When Xia Mingji heard these words, his face changed slightly. After a while, Xia Mingji returned to normal, pretending to be puzzled. "Spring Eye? What Spring Eye?" "Meng Keshi, take us there." Xia Liang smiled and shook his head. It seems that after so long, he has forgotten that spring. 10 minutes later, a few people arrived at the spring. Xia Liang suddenly asked Meng Keshi, "When the manor was built, the Taoist Chen hadn't had any conflict with you, did he?" Meng Keshi nodded. "However, the construction period of this manor is very long, and when the construction is in the middle, there will be some friction between us." Xia Liang nodded when he heard the words and glanced at Xia Mingji faintly. When he said the words Chen Daochang, he saw Xia Mingji's body tremble slightly. Xia Liang chuckled. "Xia Mingji, can't you still remember?" This time, Xia Mingji did not speak. His eyes were erratic, as if he was doing some kind of psychological struggle. Snapped. At this moment, Xia Liang patted the wooden table in front of him. Suddenly, Xia Mingji was frightened. "Don't tell me? How much benefit did Chen Xuandu give you? Let you secretly change the waterway?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Meng Keshi knew that the name of Daochang Chen in the Longhu Taoist temple was Chen Xuandu. At this time Meng Keshi also understood. Meng Keshi looked at Xia Mingji with a bad expression. Could it be that Chen Xuandu did all this? Xia Mingji suddenly became anxious. This doesn't matter to me. I dare not offend Daochang Chen." Xia Liang waved his hand. "It's okay. You just say it straight." Xia Mingji glanced at Xia Liang dodgingly, his voice humming like a mosquito. At that time, when the construction was halfway through, Daochang Chen found me. Xia Liang frowned. "To make a long story short, just say, where does the location of the spring lead to?" Xia Mingji hesitated and gritted his teeth one last time. "It leads to the ancestral grave of the Meng family." "What?" Meng Kexi's face changed suddenly. Then he patted his thigh and said, "No wonder Chen Xuandu asked our old Meng family to move their graves before that. It turned out to be waiting for me here." "Teacher Xia, what should we do now?" Meng Keshi asked Xia Liang for help. Pitifully, "I really didn't expect that Xia Liang just watched the spring water once." And then he would have a clear summer in the future. Xia Liang looked at the sky. Today is too late. Wait until tomorrow to make plans. After all, moving the cemetery is a major event in your old Meng family. I will say it when all the people in your old Meng family arrive. Meng Keshi glared at Xia Mingji. Xia Mingji, do you know the consequences of doing this? Xia Mingji trembled suddenly and unconsciously. Xia Liang waved his hand. You still need to tie the bell to untie the bell. Maybe you will need Xia Mingji's help then. Hearing these words, the anger on Meng Kexi's face subsided slightly. Early the next morning, Meng Kexi was dressed in formal clothes and greeted the coolness of summer below. Today, I went to see the ancestral grave. Obviously, Meng Kexi also attached great importance to it. He took a bath and changed his clothes specially. Xia Liang sat in the car when Meng Kexi greeted him. Meng Kexi, other people in your old Meng family. Can you agree? Meng Kexi shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other brothers are okay. It's my eldest brother. To say that the feng shui of the Meng family was really prosperous before it was destroyed by Chen Xuandu. In Meng Kexi's generation, they were more promising than one. And Meng Kexi's elder brother, Meng Kezong, was also a figure calling for rain. Xia Liang nodded. Your elder brother Meng Kezong is more influential than you in all aspects. So it's okay not to listen to you. Meng Kexi nodded, but then said again, but don't worry, Master Sha Tian. He has never seen your true ability. After he has seen it, he will definitely be convinced. Meng Kexi believed in this. Yesterday he had some doubts about Xia Liang's words. After this short day, he had already admired Xia Liang's abilities. At this time around the tomb of Meng's family ancestors, many people have already stood there waiting. Is what the second brother said is reliable? Really want to move the ancestral grave? Yes. He was the one who moved the grave last time. This time it was him who said that there was a problem. It is said that he also found a celestial master and come here together today. I guess Big Brother will disagree with this matter. I agree? Is it possible? After he comes, see me as the eldest brother is not alive and kill him. The younger generations of the Meng family were talking about it, obviously waiting for Meng Kexi's arrival. Hey, look, the second brother is here. Everyone looked from a distance and saw a car slowly approaching the back mountain. Sitting inside were Xia Liang and Meng Kexi. However, as soon as the vehicle opened the door, a fat man who was fatter than Meng Kexi strode over. The footsteps are solid. The huge bald head is bright and bright, faintly with a posture of no anger and self-prestige. Meng Kexi hurriedly smiled when he saw the visitor. Big. Snapped. A slap in the face slapped Meng Kexi directly. You still have the face to call me big brother? Last time you said that you moved the grave. This time it's still you. It's been a few days since my mother? Don't you want her old man to sleep soundly? When Meng Kezong saw Meng Kexi, he was so angry that he smashed his head and covered his face. Meng Kexi forced a smile. Big brother, listen to me. Master Sha. Sha Shi? Meng Kezong frowned. He looked at Xia Liang, who was smiling not far away. Moving the grave is your bad idea? Meng Kezong frowned, and then stared at Meng Kexi with hatred. Fortunately, I flew here overnight last night, or you kid would really dare to tear down the ancestral grave. Have you long forgotten the rules of the Lao Meng family? When Meng Kexi heard this, he also wanted to cry without tears. As the saying goes, hearing is fictitious, seeing is believing. No matter how superbly he was saying what Xia Liang said, no one would believe half a sentence at this time. In their eyes, Xia Liang is a liar. Xia Liang naturally knew what these people thought. With a cold smile, You Lao Meng's family has your rules. And I Xia Liang also has my rules. Since you don't believe me, then I will increase the price in a while. Xia Liang's reaction surprised Meng Kezong. Those fortune-telling warlocks. Which is not flattery. Pick up good things to make you happy. And finally get some rewards. But the young man in front of him did the opposite. But naturally, Meng Kezong would not believe in Xia Liang's ability because of this little accident. Just eyes burning, staring at Xia Liang. Price increase? You have to have that strength too. Xia Liang did not shy away from Meng Kezong's gaze, and looked at Meng Kezong's fat face with a faint smile. Meng Kezong, how about we make a bet? Meng Kezong frowned slightly. What's the meaning? Xia Liang chuckled. Meng Kashi is also my client after all. Since he invited me here, I will be responsible to him. You hit my client in front of me just now. What makes me Xia Liang face? Meng Kezong sneered. The eldest brother is like a father. Shouldn't I be an elder brother to discipline my ineffective brother? I can't control your housework. Xia Liang did not evade. But since I came here with him, his business has been my Xia Liang's business. Hearing Xia Liang's words, Meng Kezong laughed angrily. Meng Kezong smiled. Okay, then Meng Kezong, will bet with you today? How can you bet on your debut? Xia Liang thought for a while. You just slapped him. If you lose, I want you to return 10. As soon as this remark came out, the surrounding Meng family suddenly stopped doing it. Boy, what a big tone. How can my Meng family allow you, a liar who doesn't have all the hairs, to point fingers? Today you can't imagine leaving here so easily. Xia Liang's words have already provoked the anger of the public. After all, Meng Kezong is the most important one in the Meng family, and still the eldest son. To hit him in the face is undoubtedly to hit the entire Meng family in the face. Even Meng Kashi persuaded him. Master Xia, forget it. Faced with the threat of the Meng family's children, Xia Liang just smiled. Why, Meng Kezong, a dignified merchant sea crocodile, don't even dare to bet on this? Interesting. Meng Kezong nodded. Come on, make a bet. What? Xia Liang said lightly. Bet you, within 10 minutes. Beg me to show your house feng shui. Meng Kezong laughed. Are you going to show me feng shui? I'm going to see if you have that ability. Xia Liang glanced at him. And suddenly Meng Kezong's information and pictures came to Xia Liang's mind. You Meng Kezong, born in 1972. A business giant in Jinling City. Am I right? Meng Kezong sneered. Those things. Just ask for them, right? Xia Liang ignored Meng Kezong's cynicism and continued. Recently, your company has been losing money. Just before coming last night, you were still in a meeting about this incident. After hearing that Meng Kashi was about to move the grave, you didn't even read the report. So you flew back overnight. Qingyun City, am I right? Instead, Meng Kezong was a little surprised. But after a while, Meng Kezong's face regained a smile. This is what the second child told you before he came, right? Having said that, Meng Kezong looked at Meng Kashi. You can be fooled into this by a ***** stick. You Meng Kashi really gave us the face of old Meng's parents. Meng Kashi was so scared that he shrank his neck and dared not speak. At this time he understood, even if he indicated that he had not told Xia Liang. I am afraid it is useless. Xia Liang smiled and shook his head. According to what you said, Meng Kashi told me everything about your past? Meng Kezong nodded. It can be understood that, after all, high IQ scam groups will figure out your information beforehand. What's weird about this? Having said that, Meng Kezong looked at his watch. In 5 minutes. The time is coming. Xia Liang smiled and shook his head. Then let's talk about the future. Xia Liang stretched out 3 fingers. The first thing. Within 1 minute, something strange will appear on your big bald head. The second thing. 2 minutes later, your nose will bleed. And the third thing. 3 minutes later, you will walk around the ghost gate. As soon as Xia Liang said this, everyone sneered and looked at Xia Liang. Obviously, in their eyes, Xia Liang's words are just a confession. If there is such an accurate fortune teller, how could it be still unknown now? Meng Kezong sneered suddenly. Okay, I'll wait for you here and see if I will. Snap. Before he finished speaking, he felt a warmth in his head. Meng Kezong reached out his hand subconsciously. Why is it sticky? But after a while, Meng Kezong's face went dark. On his head, it is a tuft of bird droppings. Damn, really bad luck. Meng Kezong cursed lightly, and ran towards the spring with the nausea. At this moment, some people seemed to have reacted, and when they looked at Xia Liang, their expressions had changed. Good guy. Did this guy really get it right? However, at this moment, ouch! Meng Kezong's scream came over. Everyone was attracted by Meng Kezong's scream, and at the same time they turned their heads and looked. I saw that Meng Kezong didn't know what was going on, and he had fallen. The fat body is like a big meatball. It is rolling down the mountain at a very fast speed. Big brother fell down. Go and help. Hurry up and help. There are thorns under the mountain. Be careful and go. The surrounding Meng's children suddenly panicked. At this time, how could they take care of the gambling game just now? And hurriedly ran down the mountain to help. However, it was already too late. Meng Kezong had already rolled down to the bottom of the mountain. And even his nose was broken by the raised pebbles on the side of the road. Big brother, be careful. Meng Kashi watched his heart beating, and hurriedly shouted. The voice rolled down the mountain. At this time, the terrain became slightly flat, and Meng Kezong forcibly stretched out his arms, which prevented his body from continuing to roll. At this moment, Meng Kezong's pupils suddenly shrank. A sharp thorn that was 2 inches long happened to be against his neck. If it weren't for the reminder he heard Meng Kashi just now. Stretch your arms in time. I am afraid that this thorn has already pierced his throat at this time. Are you okay, uncle? Hurry up and help your eldest brother up. And Xiao will drive and take your uncle to the hospital. I'll help you get up first when my eldest brother comes. The children of the Meng family helped Meng Kezong up and patted the dust off his body. Meng Kezong looked at himself through the lake. Hao Xuan did not cry. At this time, his face had long been broken, and a long hole was knocked out by a sharp stone on his nose. The whole body was already covered with dust. The tuft of bird droppings on his head is still sticky and mixed with dust. It looks so funny. Uncle, I'll drive you first and wait. Before he finished speaking, Meng Kezong waved his hand. It doesn't get in the way. It just scratches the skin. After saying this, Meng Kezong was shocked and frightened. Obviously because of the thorn that almost killed him just now. I was almost killed just now. It's really dangerous. As Meng Kezong patted his chest, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head back suddenly. Suddenly saw the faint smile on Xia Liang's face. At the same time, the other men of the Meng family seemed to react together, looking at Xia Liang with a deep consternation. The air seemed to have suddenly stopped, and the silence was a little frightening. 3 things are not bad at all. Among the crowd, I don't know who said suddenly. Everyone nodded slightly in agreement. Meng Kezong's face was uncertain. After a while, snapped. A slap in the face is exceptionally crisp. A few drops of blood were also taken by the way. Brother, you, don't do this. Meng Kashi was so frightened that he was trembling with fat, and hurriedly persuaded Meng Ke to be faithful. Meng Kezong looked shocked. You leave me alone. After speaking, he pushed Meng Keshi away roughly. Repeatedly deleted 10 slaps. Very loud and crispy. After fanning, Meng Kezong glanced at Meng Keshi lightly. Do you think Big Brother fanned it for you? After speaking, Meng Kezong walked to Xia Liang. Bowed deeply. Teacher Xia. Meng Kezong has been in vain for decades in the business sea. But today I did not show my eyes to people. Thank you for giving me this bet. Let me wake myself up with these 10 slaps. After speaking, the body bends lower. The respectful color on his face became stronger. Russ can teach. Xia Liang nodded. Now this feng shui matter. How do you feel as the eldest brother of the Lao Meng family? Meng Kezong respectfully. Everything depends on the heavenly master. Xia Liang looked around, looked at the children of the Meng family, and said leisurely after a while, everyone, I don't need to say more. You guys from the old Meng family. During the recent period, either his career is not going well, or his marriage is not going well. It can be said that everything goes wrong. Am I right? After listening, the crowd nodded after a moment of contemplation. They had always thought Xia Liang was a liar. I didn't think about it, but I want to say it in Xia Liang. They think carefully. That's really the case. I'm confessing here that the feng shui of your family's ancestral tomb has a problem. Now I'm going to see the feng shui of the cemetery. I'm telling you the ugly thing before, and maybe I will even alarm the ancestors. Speaking of this, Xia Liang's eyes swept across everyone. If you have an opinion, you can take a step forward. The men of the Meng family looked around and shook their heads together. Where would anyone dare to disagree at this time? Since there is no objection, then we will go to the grave. Meng Keshi supported Meng Kezong and cautiously climbed to the back mountain. After burning the incense and lighting the candle, the gate of the Meng family's cemetery opened, and Xia Liang walked in with the 2 brothers of the Meng family. Xia Liang's expression changed as soon as he stepped into the Meng's cemetery. This place is no longer usable. Prepare to move the tomb again for burial. Xia Liang just glanced at it and made a conclusion. The eye of heaven is fused with gold and fixed acupoints. He has been observing this cemetery since just now. The blue sky above the cemetery has faded a bit, obviously turning to green. When I heard that the grave was going to be moved, all the children of the Meng family panicked. After all, the old Meng family has always been prosperous, and there are hundreds of Meng family ancestors who have been sleeping here. If the grave is moved again, it will definitely not be completed in 1 or 2 days. Meng Ke was loyal and uneasy. Master Xia, is there no way to remedy it? Xia Liang is sure. But now this place has been destroyed like this. Even if it is remedied, it is definitely not as good as the previous feng shui. After your Meng family has at most 2 generations, you will have to dissipate your wealth and return to ordinary people. When Xia Liang said this, he saw a suspicion flashing across the face of Meng Kezong next to him. Xia Liang chuckled and asked, Why, don't believe it? This, Meng Kezong said embarrassedly. Why don't you believe it? I dare to doubt your supernatural powers in the summer. In fact, in Meng Kezong's heart, there is still a little doubt. After all, 2 generations have passed. At least 40 years have passed. Although Xia Liang has great magical powers, things can be calculated after 40 years. That is simply not human. Xia Liang naturally knew what he was thinking. However, he didn't plan to open it. Instead, he went around the graves in a circle. Then he said to Meng Keshi, If I'm not mistaken, then Dao Chongchen should be the brick paving bureau that clothed you? Meng Kexi's eyes lit up. Yes. Chen Daochang said at the time that gold bricks pave the way and wealth is prosperous. Meng Kezong was puzzled. Brick? Where did the brick come from? Xia Liang pointed to the ground and turned his head, which was 2 sizes larger than the ordinary red brick. The whole brick looks light cyan. At first glance, the surface of the brick has been polished to give a faint luster. This gold brick is not made of gold as you imagined it. The gold brick is also known as the Beijing brick. Now this gold brick can only be laid where the ancient emperor was located. Because the brick is well rectified and complete, the grain is fine and the texture is fine. It is dense, pure in color, and has the sound of golden stone when knocked. So it is called brick. Xia Liang continued to explain. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, the craftsmanship of this gold brick was officially lost, and now almost every gold brick has at least 1 dime. A dime? Meng Kezong took a breath. Then he looked at Meng Keshi with complicated eyes. Unexpectedly, Meng Keshi secretly paid so much for the ancestors of the Meng family. However, at this moment, Xia Liang waved his hand and said, "Of course, the gold bricks of your Meng family are not the kind I just mentioned. Even if you have a price, you can't buy the gold bricks. Although the production method is different from the original gold bricks, it is not affected. Now even the production method of this new gold brick has been lost. But there are still many surviving. So the price is higher than that. An old gold brick is much cheaper." Hearing this, Meng Kezong abated his consternation a little. But he was even stranger. "Master Xia, if you follow what you said, then there is nothing wrong with feng shui." Meng Keshi also took over. "Yeah, now what? Haha, no problem?" Xia Liang had expected the two of them to have such an expression a long time ago. "Meng Kezong, what was your fortune half a year ago?" Meng Kezong thought for a moment. "To be honest, it has been very good. There are a few big deals that even I think are inexplicable." Xia Liang asked again, "What about this year?" Meng Kezong's expression darkened. "It's not going to work this year. I often lose money inexplicably. And I often talk about negotiating with customers. I have fired several employees for this. But I still haven't resolved it." Meng Keshi on the side also sighed. The business of the scenic spot is also the same. "I don't know why this year. The flow of people has been reduced by at least 20%. Later, I bought some thrilling rides. And the flow of customers has increased. But it didn't take long for something to happen. And the business was closed for rectification. And the profit was far less than the loss." Although the two brothers have different business scopes, their experiences are surprisingly consistent. And both have only recently begun to lose money. Xia Liang thought for a while and said, "Money paving the way. The most important thing is to retain wealth. This is the prerequisite for the prosperous government. However, the location of your manor's spring has happened to be connected to the tomb of the Hushan ancestor. Water is wealth. How can you retain wealth by doing this?" Xia Mingji was detained a long time ago. After listening to Xia Liang's words, he was shocked. Xia Mingji was immediately anxious. "I didn't know that there would be such a serious consequence at the time. I knew this a long time ago. Even if I lent me 100 courage, I didn't dare to do it." Meng Kezong was furious. "You dare to say it?" When he said something, he had to raise his hand to draw Xia Mingji. He can't be blamed. Xia Liang raised his hand to stop Meng Kezong. Then Xia Liang smiled. "Actually, Xia Mingji only played a supporting role. The one that really made your old Meng family unlucky was the mid-game set by Chen Xuandu." The Meng brothers were taken aback. "In the game?" Xia Liang nodded. "Yes. This mid-game is Chen Xuandu's brilliance." The two brothers of the Meng family hurriedly pricked their ears, waiting for Xia Liang's next words. Xia Liang pointed to the tomb beast in the Meng family cemetery. Excavate here and you will know what's going on. Meng Kezong nodded and personally carried the shovel. Meng Kezong's expression changed just by dropping a few shovel. Below the tomb beast in this town, the land is surprisingly wet. Xia Liang chuckled. Do you understand now? Meng Kezong shook his head and expressed puzzlement. But he also couldn't figure out how could he get water with a few shovel. The gold bricks pave the road. The water floods the gold bricks. And it is stained with the wealth of your Meng family. These hard-earned fortunes have been taken away by the living water. The water behind the cave washes the grave. And the children and grandchildren have broken their roots. And they are still rich in gold. The BRICS Bureau. Jin Shengshui. The problem is 10 times more serious in an instant. The two brothers of the Meng family suddenly felt a sudden heartache after listening. There was fear in his eyes. But fortunately, your Meng family is also considered to be the Wang clan. During this time, the living water took away only the good fortune of your ancestors. Now that the good fortune of your ancestors has been stolen, it is your turn to live, people. That's why you have been unlucky since recently. If it were not for the protection of the ancestors, I am afraid it would have been your turn long ago. The two brothers looked at each other with amazement in their eyes. Meng Kezong swallowed fiercely. Master Xia, what should I do then? Xia Liang shook his head. The feng shui here has been completely washed away by the living water. And the grave needs to be moved again. At this time, the two brothers also realized the seriousness of the matter. They all expressed their willingness to move their graves. Xia Liang looked at the environment of the entire villa, and then pointed to the east side. Just move there. Although the feng shui there is not as good as this position, it is still 100 times stronger than the current one. I will adjust it for you at that time. Even if it is not as good as the brick paving bureau, it will not be much worse. The two brothers nodded quickly to thank Meng Kashi. Master Xia, the feng shui here. Summer is cool. After you move your grave, there will naturally be no major problems here. Saying that, Xia Liang frowned. But I feel that in the past few days when you moved the graves, if the running water rushing to the graves is not broken, I am afraid that something big will happen to your Meng family. Meng Kezong was suddenly shocked. What should we do then? Teacher Xia, you have to help our Lao Meng family. Xia Liang secretly figured it out, and he had already discovered a small bump that was slightly raised 1 mile downhill from the Meng family's ancestral tomb. Xia Liang pointed to the raised soil bag. You two brothers dig up that little dirt bag and burn the contents. There will be no problems for the time being. Having said that, Xia Liang warned again. You keep other people away. There are more people who know this kind of thing, and it's easy to cause unnecessary trouble. Meng Kezong nodded. His fat trembled and ran out. Everyone, go to the restaurant to prepare a family dinner. It's a rare meeting. Big brother and second brother. What about you? My second child and I have something to say to teacher Sha Tian. Everyone in the Meng family heard what Meng Kezong said. Although they were curious, they could only leave. After the children of the Meng family descended one after another, Meng Kashi and Meng Kezong took up their shovel and started their hands digging for a long time, until both of them were panting. Crack! The shovel seemed to hit something hard. Xia Liang waved his hand. It's almost done. Dig it out. The two hurriedly started digging for nearly half an hour, and a thin skin coffin appeared impressively. Meng Kashi was surprised. Ah? Why is there a coffin here? Xia Liang tilted her head in motion. You can see if you open the coffin. This, a bit evil. Meng Kezong wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling lingering in his heart. After all, Xia Liang told them so much today. At this time, the hearts of the two of them were also a little frustrated. Don't worry. There is nothing you imagined in it. Xia Liang smiled and waved. Besides, I'm still here. What are you afraid of? Although Xia Liang's voice was not loud, it immediately made the two of them feel confident. The two stuck their shovel in the gap of the coffin, and they worked hard at the same time. The entire thin-skinned coffin itself has been corroded and fragile by the moist soil. With a click, the wooden nail nailed to the coffin board broke apart. The heads of the two people looked at the coffin cautiously. A Taoist robe? Meng Kezong boldly took out the contents of the coffin. There is only one Taoist robe, and it looks like it has been worn through. Already damaged. Xia Liang smiled without answering. If you dig in the robe, there will still be something. When Meng Kezong heard this, he shook his Taoist robe quickly. Be yelling. A golden object the size of a palm fell to the ground. Xia Liang smiled and picked it up. This cloak, and the three-legged golden toad, are Chen Xuandu's masters. The two brothers of the Meng family stared at the three-legged Jin Chan intently. The entire three-legged golden toad is only the size of a palm, and is pure gold, with 7 blood-red gems inlaid on its back, forming a Big Dipper. In his mouth, there is still a golden copper coin. Even if it was left in dead wood for a long time, it still looks golden and lifelike now. Xia Liang pointed to Jin Chan. This is the thing that sucked away the fortune of your ancestors of the old Meng family through underground water. The eyes of the Meng family brothers were full of horror. It's this little thing that made us like this? Good. Xia Liang nodded. Moreover, this cloak should be clothed by Chen Xuandu, and that robe happened to be worn by him. Meng Kashi looked at Dao robe with anger in his eyes. Chen Daocheng, business is not righteous. Why are you cruel to my old Meng's family? After saying this, Meng Kashi took the robe and bowed to Xia Liang. Master Xia, please do so for my old Meng family. Meng Kezong also nodded quickly. Teacher Xia, as the saying goes, if people do not offend me, I will not offend people. If anyone offends me, I will be a criminal. I implore Xia Tianxi to take action. I, Meng Kezong, are willing to pay any price. Xia Liang looked at the two brothers of the Meng family who were bending down in front of him. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. No, I can't help you with this job. I only take fortune-telling and watch feng shui business. But I won't take any other business. Xia Liang refused directly. Meng Kezong did not give up. Master Xia. Before he could finish speaking, Xia Liang shook his head directly. Meng Kezong could only give up seeing Xia Liang's attitude so tough. Then these three-legged golden toads were also burned? Xia Liang shook his head. It's better not. These three-legged golden toads have soaked up the aura of your old Meng family. If they burn, they will be completely wiped out. Meng Kashi didn't have a headache. Then what to do? Xia Liang thought for a while. Let it go first when the tomb is moved. I'm trying to figure out a way to make it spit out everything it eats. Seeing this, the Meng family brothers could only nod their heads. After all, this can be regarded as a remedy. In a sense, it is also a good thing. The Meng family stayed in Xialang for dinner, but Xialang declined. Finally, Meng Kashi sent a car to personally send Xia Liang back to the store. After dismissing all the guests, Xia Liang sat at the table and made feng shui stones. After Xia Liang's hand, a stone of unknown material appeared. The whole stone looked as pitch black as obsidian, but it was as shiny as jade. Although it is a stone, it has a metallic texture. Feng shui stones made of this material should be able to solve their problems. Xia Liang whispered softly. Then he took the carving knife and carved it finely. Ah, Xia Liang, when did you become a master sculptor again? After seeing the customers all gone, Xu Weiniang became more casual, pulling Su Qianyun directly to sit next to Xia Liang. However, Xia Liang didn't even raise his head, just sculpted intently. Xu Weiniang was about to wave. Su Qianyun reminded in a low voice next to her. Shish! Don't disturb him. You will distract him. When Xu Weiniang heard it, she hurriedly stopped. The two women dragged their cheeks and watched attentively. At this time, Xia Liang was like a skilled carver without stopping. Although it was the first time he made feng shui stones, the knowledge in his mind made him seem to have carved it countless times. The whole process was done in one go, without any sloppiness. After a long time, finally finished. Xia Liang shook off the stone chips from his hands and stood up. Wow! So beautiful! Xu Weiniang looked at the feng shui stone in Xia Liang's hand and exclaimed. Xia Liang, are you sure you are a fortune teller, not a master sculptor? In Xia Liang's hands is a carved stone sculpture. The whole body is curved and looks lifelike. Even every scale and the gaps in the gills are more delicate than carved. Xu Weiniang took the carp and held it in her palm. My father really likes stone sculptures, but I have never seen such beautiful stone sculptures in his collection. Carp with water, golden water. This is better than a pair of ordinary golden chopsticks. Xia Liang nodded in satisfaction. Then Xia Liang said to the second girl, go and give this to Meng Kashi, and tell him that at noon tomorrow, pour water into the golden bowl, put this carp feng shui stone, and bury it in place, and their family's problem can be solved. The two women nodded quickly. Xu Weiniang blinked big eyes. Then how much should I charge for this feng shui stone? Xia Liang thought for a while. 5 yuan. The feng shui stones in the store will also sell at this price in the future. Xu Weiniang exclaimed. What? 5 yuan? Xia Liang was puzzled. What? Is it expensive? How can it be expensive? It's too cheap. Xu Weiniang shook her head. This stone sculpture is worth the price in terms of artistic value alone. Not to mention that it has the effect of a townhouse. Xia Liang chuckled at Xu Weiniang's words and shook her head. I am a fortune teller. So this carp feng shui stone has only feng shui value in my eyes. Xu Weiniang was anxious. But it's nothing. Xia Liang waved. Regardless of how it works, in my eyes it is just a very ordinary feng shui stone. Do you understand? Xu Weiniang nodded seemingly. At the same time, Shuanglong Taoist Temple in Longhu Mountain. Now the scenic spot is being closed for rectification. So the Taoist priests in this Taoist temple are also happy. However, few people know, behind the statue of Sanqing Hall, there is a very secret door. At this moment, in the secret door, there are 2 Taoist priests. One old and one young. Master, I heard some news just now when I was down the mountain. What news? The game of the Meng family was broken. What did you say? An old man who had turned his back on his back. His rickety figure trembled fiercely after hearing this sentence. And he turned around. Although this old Taoist figure is rickety, but he has a childlike appearance. It looks very energetic. But now, in the eyes of the old Tao, it is full of disbelief. The young Taoist priest stood aside respectfully with his head down. When the disciple came back from the mountain just now, when I heard the news, I didn't believe it at first. Later, I made a special trip to Meng's house to have a look. It was indeed broken, and the whole feng shui pattern has changed. There is a good saying. The first-class immortal master looks at the star Do. The second-class master looks at Shuiko. And the third-class gentleman walks all over the mountain. This young Taoist can see the feng shui pattern of the Meng family at a glance. Obviously he is not a weak hand. After the young Taoist finished speaking, he stopped speaking, quietly waiting for the master to speak. I didn't expect that someone could break my Chen Xuandu's game. The old Taoist's eyes flashed with excitement. Do you know who broke it? The little Taoist replied. It is said to be a young man. Chen Xuandu frowned. Young people? At this time, the horror in his heart was even greater. Although he didn't put much effort in arranging the game of the Meng family, it was definitely not something ordinary people could see. Chen Xuandu originally thought that the one who broke the game was an old man who was just as old as him. But now it was broken by a young man? Chen Xuandu's face was uncertain. What's this person's name? The little Taoist shook his head, thinking for a long time before speaking softly. I don't know. I was just listening at the time, and didn't dare to ask more. It is said that he is really good at it. Everyone calls him Teacher Summer. Chen Xuandu listened and sneered. Teacher Sha Tian? Even poor Dao dare not call himself a celestial teacher. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The little Taoist bowed. Master, now the Meng family's situation is broken. What should we do? You don't need to worry about this beforehand. Chen Xuandu rolled his eyes and stroked his white beard. Fourth, you go try him. The little Taoist was taken aback for a moment. Master, don't you do it yourself? After all, this kid has broken the rules. Chen Xuandu shook his head. Apprentice, I don't go down the mountain as a teacher. The time has not yet arrived. The little Taoist nodded. Since this person really has some abilities, it shouldn't be difficult to inquire about it. Master, I will do it, of course. In addition to the live broadcast room, there are also many live audiences. This will be around Xia Liang, and many onlookers have already begun to appear. They craned their necks and watched Xia Liang's performance. In this, people are constantly taking pictures and videos. No matter where they are, it is too difficult to see such a master skateboarder. Ah! Xia Liang in the live broadcast screen looked ahead. In front of him was a long staircase leading to the river. At this moment, a woman with the appearance of a young woman came up. She would see Xia Liang rushing in quickly, scaring her to lean against the guardrail next to her. The pair of staring Xinhua eyes looked at Xia Liang, who was flying over on a skateboard. At this time, Xia Liang seemed to be walking against the wind, stepping on a skateboard and directly starting to leap over the long stairs. What made people stunned was that Xia Liang could still turn her body to the young woman on the side of the guardrail at such a time, and to her an apologetic gesture was made. And when everyone saw that Xia Liang was still stepping on the skateboard, everyone felt like they had seen a monster. Other extreme sports enthusiasts, even if someone dared to make such an action, none of them are cautious. But when compared with Xia Liang, they can not only control easily, but also calmly turn around and show a charming smile to the pretty young woman. I have to say that Xia Liang is a good teacher. At this time, I don't forget to teach the people in the live broadcast room. Fuck up the girl. Of course, they have to learn it. And they also have this heaven defending technique. After falling on the ground again, the skateboard under Xia Liang's feet is still leading him to slide forward. At this time, behind him, many spectators even followed his footsteps directly, wanting to continue watching Xia Liang's skateboarding performance. Xia Liang at this time will certainly not disappoint the audience. At this time, the number of online viewers in Xia Liang's live broadcast has already become 500,000. This growth rate really feels like taking off. The most important thing is Xia Liang does not have a homepage recommendation. These are all attracted by the local tyrants in the live broadcast room to brush gifts. At this moment, I don't know how many people uploaded Xia Liang's video to the internet. But Xia didn't care. After performing for half an hour, Xia Liang stopped. Don't. The anchor continues. Yes. Even if I am a man. I think the anchor is too handsome. Enough. Really. The anchor is Superman? Exercise for so long. Everyone is tired. Yes. Let the anchor take a break. In the screen, Xia Liang picked up the skateboard on the ground. And Xia Liang let out a breath. Well, everyone. Today's talent performance is here. I will broadcast it first. And then I have to go home and change clothes to pick up people. At 1 p.m., everyone will lock my live broadcast room. Let us witness how to sanction the sale of tea. Female. After clapping her hands, Xia Liang returned home in a good mood and changed her clothes before heading to the airport. 1 point. In the lobby of Qingyun Airport, Xia Liang opened the live broadcast and waited for Susu's arrival at the airport. The audience in the live broadcast room was eagerly looking forward to it. Why haven't you come yet? I can't wait to see what Susu is like. Hey. Success or failure in one fell swoop. Is it Your Royal Highness Joe? I just want to say, the anchor is awesome. Really flicker over here. After reading the V letter, Susu said that she had just got off the plane and wanted to come out. Xia Liang grinned. It's coming out soon, so stay tuned. Compared with Xia Liang's expectations, Susu kept on. Exhale. Naturally, Susu did this not because of tension, but because he was doing heart building for himself. See him later. No matter what he looks like. Don't dislike it. You have to rush over excitedly. Cheers, Susu. You can. He is a rich second generation. As long as he survives. You have to come on. You can do it, Susu. At this time, Xia Liang didn't know it all. Susu had already imagined him as a 200 jin. Fat and greasy boy. Except for the airport pickup port. Susu was looking around. Looking for someone similar to what he thought. But didn't find it and frowned. It's not being fooled. Muttering in her mouth, she took out her phone and opened the chat box with Xia Liang. Brother Xia, didn't you say to pick me up when I arrived? How about you? On the other side, Xia Liang looked at the dialogue box and looked around. Anchor. Front. Just in your direction at 2 o'clock. Go. Goodbye. The anchor really didn't say anything about the technique of sultrying sisters. I didn't spend a penny. So I was really fooled. Learn. Lifelong learning. This thing cannot be learned. This is the money ability. Therefore, the audience in the live broadcast room looked for the barrage of the audience. Xia Liang really saw Susu. She had to say that in order to see Xia Liang this time. Susu could be said to have done everything he could. A white loose top and a platinum necklace. Reading www.ukenshu.com is a light blue long skirt. These were all bought by Susu. And she spent a full 2 cents on her body. Since she had no way to make up her mind, she could only pay for it in order to maintain her personality. Just when Susu thought he was being tricked, he felt that he was slapped on the shoulder. Susu turned his head subconsciously and suddenly his eyes lit up. So handsome. And many more. Wrong. Today is not here to make a handsome guy. What should I do if he sees it later? Maybe this man was the one he called to test himself. The real he was observing in the dark. Thinking of this, Susu put away his expression. Can I help you? Susu. It's me. I'm your Xia brother. Susu's eyes widened after hearing this. She is Le Shu? Isn't it right? How can this be? This must be a joke. Susu just felt like a dream. The handsome sunshine in front of him. How could he not match the dead fat house in her mind? Xia Liang naturally saw that Susu was unbelievable, and immediately pretended to be anxious and called up the dialogue with her. And Susu completely believed it. Then I was dazzled by the huge surprise. What a surprise! What is called a surprise? This is called a surprise. I originally thought that I saw a 200 jin dead fat man. And even she had already thought that if someone next to him dared to say a little thing about him, she would go back for him. And the result? It was obvious. To Susu's surprise, a handsome man with a size of 1.8 meters. This Susu, who was only planning to swindle money, had already fought and deceived his attention. While thinking about Susu pretending to be very surprised, he hugged Xia Liang. Brother Xia, you really came to pick me up. Great. Brother Xia, you are so handsome. In this case, Xia Liang could only scratch his head awkwardly. Chen Xuandu waved his hand gently. Go forth. Since this person has real abilities, then you must also remember not to underestimate the enemy. Put away the set that Zhang Shang sent, and use real abilities to fight against him. After all, you are going to represent our dragon and tiger Taoist temple. As a teacher, I don't want to lose sight of my face. The little Taoist nodded and saluted, then turned to leave. Chen Xuandu frowned and pinched his beard in thought. Master Xia Tian? Whose disciple is it? At this time, Xia Liang, without knowing that he was already invisible, offended Chen Xuandu. In the villa, he was sculpting feng shui stones attentively. On the side table, there are already several finished products. Jin Chan, Pai Shu, Zan Tortoise, Qilin, everything. Each has a different shape. Lifelike. Busy until late at night, Xia Liang finished all these feng shui stones. I'm afraid I have to make 5 more. Xia Liang looked at the semi-finished product in front of him, smiled bitterly and shook his head. He knew the customers too well. Among them, there are many rich families. As long as they are produced by Xia Liang, they have no brains to buy them. Even the Bingxin talisman that can only be used for refrigeration has been selling well. Not to mention the peace talisman. But also fortunately Xia Liang is strong, and the speed of talisman making has been greatly increased, and 1 hour can make a day's peace talisman and ice heart talisman. Otherwise he will have to live and die after this day. Customer's hospitality is hard to come by. There is no way. Xia Liang sighed lightly, shook his head and continued carving. Early the next morning, when Xia Liang got cold, Meng Kezong was already waiting downstairs at Xia Liang's house. After seeing Xia Liang, Meng Kezong hurried forward. Teacher Xia, the workers have already been found. As long as you say something, we will start work. As soon as he arrived at the cemetery of Lao Meng's family, Xia Liang had already seen 2 excavators breaking the ground in the new cemetery he designated, which was probably leveled. Xia Liang asked Meng Keshi, "These workers are all dragons, right?" Meng Keshi nodded. "Yes, I found them according to your instructions." Looking around, there are dozens of people. Being able to gather so many dragon workers overnight, Lao Meng's family still has some abilities. As for how to move the cemetery, Xia Liang had already told the 2 brothers of the Meng family. It wasn't until noon that the first row of tombs was settled. Xia Liang looked at the time. Meng Keshi, remember what I said. You must place the 3-eyed golden toad in the fish tank at the upper wind of the graveyard, and bury the golden toad in the direction of the ancestral grave. And then raise 9 in the fish tank. Feng shui fish. If 1 night passes, if the feng shui fish is okay, take it home and keep it healthy. If the feng shui fish is dead the next day, you will come to me. Understand? The 2 brothers of the Meng family nodded again and again. The fat on their faces trembled. Xia Liang just returned to the store. Even if he hasn't been busy with the store in the past 2 days, many customers have been waiting for Xia Liang to return. After seeing Xia Liang, everyone said hello. Master Xia Tian, are you back? Why did you go these past 2 days? I stand in line every day and my feet are sore. The summer division will open soon. We can't wait. Xia Liang greeted the enthusiastic customers with a smile. There is also some helplessness in my heart. After all, he is great, and he is alone. Xiao Liulian is now in another store. Once she goes out of this store, no one can do the fortune-telling job. The two women can only sell talisman seals and geomantic stones. Let them tell their fortunes? They don't have that ability either. Such things as fortune-telling cannot be casually recruited. One is that not many people have real skills now. Another is that even if Xia Liang recruits people, once something goes wrong, it will be Xia Liang's own reputation. At this time, Xia Liang suddenly saw it. A weird young man stood in front of the shop. The young man was in torn clothes and covered with dust. He also wore a pair of yellow rubber shoes on his feet. A simple and honest appearance. Xia Liang raised an eyebrow. There are still people wearing yellow rubber shoes? It's really rare. You know, yellow rubber shoes were standard in the 1980s. But they were almost extinct in the mid-1990s. The young man did not line up, obviously waiting for Xia Liang to arrive. Are you fortune-telling or feng shui? The young man was taken aback for a moment. Then his face was happy. Brother, you are the owner of this store, right? Xia Liang nodded faintly. The young man took a deep breath and said, Excuse me, do you have any more people here? I want someone? Who do I want? Xia Liang frowned slightly. Fortune teller. Xia Liang listened to her in secret thoughts. Although he has this idea in his mind. But I don't want to find some people randomly and smash my own sign. The young man continued. I came from a remote country. And my grandfather is a fortune teller. This made Xia Liang slightly surprised. Counting with her fingers. And then a smile gradually appeared on her face. The young man in front of him indeed came from a remote mountainous area. And he had read many Taoist classics. As the saying goes, I am familiar with 300 Tang poems. And I can chant even if I can't write poems. This Xiao Kui is really capable. It's just that because he has been in the country, he doesn't know his own strength. Xia Liang thought for a while and said, Zhang Xiaokui, right? You can try first, and if it works, I will officially hire you. Zhang Xiaokui nodded hurriedly, and as Xia Liang entered the store, Zhang Xiaokui soon sat in the place where Xia Liang usually sits and began to receive customers. But before Zhang Xiaokui could count, those customers were a little unhappy. Master Xia. Who is he? Yeah, it looks so face to face. Is that fortune telling? Master Xia Tian. Are you come? We can add a little bit. Some customers even think that Xia Liang is doing big business now. And he no longer appreciates the little money they fortune. Zhang Xiaokui is simple and honest by nature. He has never seen this kind of world before. After hearing the words of the customers, his face suddenly became a little red. Xia Liang smiled and waved. Don't worry, Xia Liang can still trust him in fortune-telling. Zhang Xiaokui immediately cast grateful eyes upon hearing this. In the end, the customers began to fortune-telling with suspicion. Xia Liang observed secretly from the side and found that although Zhang Xiaokui sometimes had some detailed errors, he was not as accurate as Xia Liang could be said. After all, Xia Liang is a bit perverted, seeing the past and future of customers directly. But in general, the problem is not big. Zhang Xiaokui received more than a dozen customers in a row, and Xia Liang nodded secretly from the side. This kid grew up in the country. He is loyal and honest. And he is naturally warm-hearted. And he is not small in ability. It is okay for him to keep looking at the store when I am away. Soon Xia Liang made a decision. It was noon at this time. and it was time to eat. Xia Liang patted Zhang Xiaokui on the shoulder. Well, your trial period is over. Zhang Xiaokui was taken aback for a moment, thinking that he had not passed the test. Suddenly stood up nervously. Brother, you are giving me a chance. I can definitely do it. Xia Liang said with a smile. I mean you can stay. Zhang Xiaokui's eyes widened, speaking incoherently. I can really stay? After all, he just came to a big city, and originally wanted to find a cool job. If there is a satisfactory job, who is willing to face the scorching sun and work hard? Xia Liang chuckled. Yes, you can stay. Hearing Xia Liang's affirmation again, Zhang Xiaokui showed a satisfied smile. While the two were talking, a man who looked like a housekeeper suddenly came in outside. Which is Xia Tianxi? Xia Liang heard the words and said, This gentleman needs a fortune-telling? Just ask my clerk for fortune-telling. Xia Liang pointed to Zhang Xiaokui who was sitting aside. The butler-like man shook his head. No, I'm here to invite Mr. Xia to watch feng shui. Look at feng shui? Upon hearing this, Xia Liang slowly swept across the housekeeper. But after a while, Xia Liang frowned. Ms. Noble seems to have invited a lot of masters. Right? Why would you come to see me, Xia? The butler was slightly taken aback. How did you know? Xia Liang chuckled. I am a fortune teller. Do I need a reason? Right. The butler also laughed, but then shook his head and sighed. Teacher you. After seeing my feng shui, many people can't find the reason. So the lady said, if anyone can help her solve the feng shui problem, she is willing to pay $1 or $1. Xia Liang heard this and shook his head. $1. For the current Xia Liang. It was falling to the ground and didn't want to pick it up. Xia Liang made the move. I have my own rules. If your lady only invites me, I can naturally accept the price of $1. But if you also invite other people at the same time, the price will be much higher. So you should tell it as soon as possible. Your lady, let her make her own decision. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the butler's face. And after a while, the butler gritted his teeth and said, Okay, in that case, please wait for the teacher Xia. The butler left the shop and took out his mobile phone. He whispered a few words. After a while, the butler hung up and walked in. Master Xia, Our Lady said, as long as you help solve the problem, the price can be negotiated. Xia Liang nodded, then turned around and said to Zhang Xiaokui, Xiaokui, I'll beg you in the shop. I'll go there first. Zhang Xiaokui nodded hurriedly, and then began to work earnestly. Xia Liang went to the underground parking lot under the leadership of the housekeeper. At this time there is already an Alpha commercial vehicle waiting in the underground garage. After about half an hour, the two reached their destination. It's just not a residence. It is a commercial street. The vehicle slowly stopped outside the door of an antique shop. Miss and the gentleman are on the second floor. Please invite the teacher in the summer. The butler opened the door and said to Xia Liang. Xia Liang nodded and strode up to the second floor. As soon as he went upstairs, Xia Liang was slightly surprised. Huh? Why are you here? Except for a dozen feng shui gentlemen who were sitting in the tea house at this time. There are also two young girls. One of them is Li Lizzie. The other one should be the Lord. Li Lizzie hurriedly got up after seeing Xia Liang. Master Xia, I introduced you to Miss Lin. Having said this, Li said gratefully, Father has been thinking of teacher Xia Tian, but now he hasn't recovered, so he can't visit you personally. Li was tortured by the evil feng shui and almost lost his life. It is estimated that it will take some time to recover before he can fully recover. Xia Liang waved. It's okay. Just take people's money to help people eliminate disasters. Li smiled lightly and said to the woman next to her, "Don't worry. It's okay for Teacher Xia to take action." Then Lizzie looked at Xia Liang again. "You're right, Teacher Xia Tian." Xia Liang said low-key, "I don't dare to pack tickets now. After all, I haven't seen feng shui. But the problem shouldn't be big." Huh, what a big tone. At this moment, an old voice came. It was a lean old man who was over 60 years old. A tang suit with a goatee on his chin. The cheeks are meatless, and the triangular eyes are shining, which is a ruthless character at first glance. Although the old man is old, his eyes are only staring at Xia Liang. Don't talk too much about young people. Many masters are helpless. Do you dare to praise Heiko as a young man? Xia Liang was taken aback for a moment. His principle has always been that people respect him 1 foot, and he respects him 1 foot. I'd rather bully the white-headed man than bully the young and poor. Xia Liang was not half polite at this time. Although I am young, I am much better than some people who rely on the old and sell the old. You. A touch of anger suddenly appeared on the old man's face. At this moment, a fat monk sitting next to the old man came out to make a round. "Master Wang Lin, don't be impulsive. I have also heard about the Li family's villa. This little brother Xia Liang is really capable." Having said that, the fat monk cast a friendly look at Xia Liang. "It's still your big monk who is right." Xia Liang nodded and smiled. Then Xia Liang looked at the woman next to Lizzie. "Presumably this is Lin Xiaolan." "Miss Lin?" The woman nodded in greeting. But his face was a little pale. Just like Lin Daiyu, she was born sick. The appearance is very handsome, and there is a kind of ladylike atmosphere all over the body. However, there is a trace of sadness on his face, which makes people feel pity. Lin Xiaolan opened her lips lightly. "Masters, since everyone has arrived, I'll just say it straight. Although my reward is $1, as long as there is a fairy master who can help my Lin family solve the problem. Paying more will naturally not be the case." Question. "But masters, my Lin family's ancestral tomb was not randomly entered. There was a Dao Chief Cha before, and he was helpless." Except for Xia Liang's face as usual. Everyone else suddenly shook slightly after hearing the name of Daocheng Za. Za Daocheng? Isn't it the master of the Junction Taoist temple? Right? He has a lot of skills. Many wealthy people line up to look for him to see feng shui. It is said that Dao Chong Cha is still an enthusiastic person. In addition to feng shui and numerology, he also knows the art of Chinese medicine. Yes, he has free time. While working hard, he would give medicine to some poor people near Junction Taoist Temple to check the pulse. It is said that Chief Za is as famous as Chen Xuandu of Dragon and Tiger Taoist Temple. Even he can't do anything about it? Then, many people have begun to retire. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Za Daocheng is still very famous in the industry. These people eat this bowl of rice, and naturally they have heard of his name. These people suddenly lost their confidence in the problems that even Chief Cha Dao couldn't solve. A slight disappointment flashed through the corner of Lin Xiaolan's eyes. Still a little unwilling to give up. Everyone. When Za Daocheng left, he set up a feng shui bureau in this antique shop. He said that if someone can break it, then there is hope for our family affairs. And as long as any master can see through this feng shui in the game, there will also be an extra 30 cents. The person who had already wanted to leave sat back after hearing this sentence. Even if it can't break the game, it is good for them to take Sanmao and leave. After all, not all fortune tellers in this world are the same as Xia Liang. Except for Xia Liang, the lean old man, and the fat monk still sitting still. The other feng shui masters have stood up and kept walking around. It's a pity that in the end, they all turned into a sigh. Miss Lin, I can't see it in the lower eye. It's the same for me, too. What is the method of Chief Cha Dao? Which I can predict. I can't see it, but I always feel something is wrong. It's really weird. I also feel that way. I just can't find the problem. The fortune teller shook his head and stepped aside. But they did not leave, but quietly waiting for others. After all, if anyone could really see this feng shui pattern, what they have heard is very beneficial. Xia Liang chuckled as he looked at these feng shui gentlemen who were full of question marks. With these people's abilities, it is absolutely impossible to tell. But this Master Cha Dao is not an ordinary person. It is just a random test. And it has an excellent feng shui situation. But, even with such a strong feng shui pattern, can't stop the decline of the Lin family. Obviously there are bigger problems behind. Xia Liang's thoughts turned sharply. But he glanced at the fat monk with a faint smile on his face. And at this moment, the fat monk also turned his head. Both of them saw a glimmer of understanding in each other's eyes. The fat monk smiled friendly at Xia Liang. Xia Liang's little benefactor can also see it? Xia Liang nodded faintly. The great monks are each other. If you can't see it, how can you know that I can see it? Xia Liang's little benefactor really deserves to be the one who can break the Li family golden bowl game. The fat monk smiled freely. The poor monk's title is good. Xia Liang's principle has always been that people respect him 1 foot. And he respects him 1 foot. Seeing this fat monk so easygoing, Xia Liang smiled and nodded slightly. The fat monk said with a smile again, "This is what Dao Chief Cha has arranged. It's really generous. I'm ashamed of myself. It's really generous." Xia Liang nodded. Indeed a little capable. The feng shui pattern of this entire antique shop was still the best one he had ever seen in fortune telling. The old man cast a faint glance at Xia Liang. "Young man, don't just talk about it. How long has Master Ruishan practiced? Which is comparable to that of your junior?" The fat monk is preparing to make a round. Xia Liang shook his head slightly. He didn't understand why, since he came, the old man has been talking with guns and sticks. As if he had offended him. Xia Liang looked at the old man faintly. After reading Tongwei's memory, Xia Liang smiled. It turns out that he is the gentleman who arranged feng shui for Li Er's house. No wonder he is hostile to me. But he is too narrow-minded. Xia Liang thought to himself. At that time, the feng shui of Li Er's family had a problem with the arrangement of Tongwei. It was only later resolved by Xia Liang. Xia Liang also told Li Er at that time that this feng shui is indeed no problem in theory. But the townhouse equipment was used in the wrong place and placed in the wrong place. Thinking of this, Xia Liang looked at the old man and chuckled. "Then me as a junior. I have to see what Master Tongwei you have." Master Tongwei snorted coldly. "Today, I'm Tongwei, and I will teach the juniors beyond the standard." Master Tongwei stood up slowly, stalking his neck, pinching his beard with his hands, in a posture of aloofness. After making a circle in the room, Tongwei pointed to the ground. "Look, everyone." The surrounding fortune-tellers were taken aback for a moment, and then looked at the place Tongwei pointed out. However, it was empty. The fortune-teller who was watching was puzzled. "Master Tongwei, there is nothing on the ground?" However, the eyes of Xia Liang and Ruishan were bright. Xia Liang smiled lightly. "It seems that this old man is quite capable." Master Tongwei also nodded. "You haven't practiced enough. Naturally you don't know." After speaking, Master Tongwei's thin body straightened out, and he glanced at Xia Liang slightly, as if he was talking to Xia Liang. Master Tongwei is really amazing. Zhang is still hot. Yes. Master Tongwei is far from what we can compare. Master Tongwei, don't let us down your appetite. Let us know. The fortune tellers who have quit are curious. If they can listen to a sentence, it will really benefit a lot. Tongwei caressed the white beard and smiled lightly. It seems that these flattering words are very useful. Then Tongwei raised his finger to the sky. Look at the roof of this antique shop. The thing hanging from the beam. Everyone immediately stared at the direction of Tongwei's fingers. A copper coin? Good. Tongwei nodded, then pointed to the floor. If I'm not mistaken, there are 5 waters here. And above the top of the 5 waters, it happens to be the copper coin. Tongwei pinched his beard and looked at Lin Xiaolan. Wu Shui Ju Kai Bureau. Am I right? Lin Xiaolan's eyes lit up. She forcibly supported her seat and stood up, nodded gently and said, Master Tongwei was right. It was indeed the Wu Shui Jusai Bureau. That's what Dao Za said at the time. However, after saying this, Lin Xiaolan panted slightly. Li Lizzie hurriedly helped. Xiao Lan, you are not in good health. Don't say so many things at once. Lin Xiaolan nodded slightly and sat down with Li Lizzie's support. Master Tongwei hurriedly gave gifts. Miss Lin's prize. After speaking, he took a provocative look at Xia Liang. Xia Liang chuckled. Master, keep talking. Go on? Tongwei's face suddenly stiffened, and his heart said, are there any other players? But after a while, Tongwei sneered and shook his head. Junior is the junior, and it can only be fabricated out of thin air. Xia Liang didn't get annoyed when he heard these words. He stood up with a faint smile. Since the master can't understand the mystery in this game if he is not good at learning skills, then I will reluctantly teach you. Ah, you. Tongwei's hand pinching his beard suddenly paused, and his eyebrows trembled. Humph. Master Tongwei snorted coldly. Junior, I'm going to be slanderous here. This 5 Waters Gathering Finance Bureau is already an excellent feng shui. If you continue to arrange it, it will be counterproductive. If you want to come to Za Daocheng, you won't continue to superfluous. Having said this, Master Tongwei's lean face was cold. You junior, you are just playing mystery. The other fortune tellers around also nodded. Master Tongwei is right. You are a stinky hairy child. How do you know feng shui? Master Tongwei has practiced for many years. Is this young man like you can compare? Master Tongwei has eaten more rice than you have eaten. So learn it. Several fortune tellers were pleased with Tongwei, with flattering smiles on their faces. Tongwei listened, and then nodded quite helpfully. But at this moment, Monk Ruishan waved his hand suddenly. Xia Liang's little benefactor is right. In this round, there are naturally still rounds. As soon as Monk Ruishan spoke, everyone suddenly felt speechless as if an egg was choked in their throat. In their eyes, the words of Monk Ruishan are undoubtedly heavier than Xia Liang. Lin Xiaolan heard the words of Monk Ruishan. Her heart suddenly shook slightly. It seems that this little brother Xia Liang and the great monk are really capable. Lin Xiaolan thought of this. Her pale face was filled with blood. Master Tongwei was also a little hard to get off at this time. Instinctively in his heart, he thought that Xia Liang was a pretense. But seeing Xia Liang's confident smile, and hearing the words of Monk Ruishan, he suddenly lost his confidence. Xia Liang smiled slightly. You are still a great monk, and you have a wide range of knowledge. Much better than some people who rely on the old and sell the old. Before Monk Ruishan spoke, Master Tongwei flicked his sleeves. I want to see. What more can you tell me? After speaking with an old face, he sat in a chair. Monk Ruishan smiled at Xia Liang. Xia Liang, little donor, please. Xia Liang didn't refuse, and said with a chuckle, "Everyone. The 5 waters gather wealth. The copper coins can be placed on top of the 5 waters. Why should they be hung on the beams of the house? Have you ever thought about it?" As soon as these words came out, the other fortune tellers suddenly fell into contemplation. Yes. Why is it placed on the beam? Could it be that Xia Liang really saw something? Xia Liang smiled slightly at the look of other people's expectation. The secret of this feng shui bureau is under this floor. Everyone knows that the 5 waters refer to well water, rainwater, spring water, river water, and mountain water control. These 5 water sources are here underground at this time. Mystery. You will find out when you open the floor and take a look. After speaking, Xia Liang sat down beside the monk with a smile. The great monk nodded lightly at Xia Liang, apparently the same as Xia Liang thought. Master Tongwei refused. "I need to see and understand." Master Tongwei bowed to Lin Xiaolan. "Miss Lin, can I let the old man take a closer look?" Lin Xiaolan Dai frowned her eyebrows and nodded slightly. Covering her heart, Li said with concern, "Xiao Lan, or you should go back inside for a break. I just watch here." Lin Xiaolan waved her hand slightly. After all, it is a vital matter for the entire Lin family. She didn't dare to be careless, so she could only wait quietly with her spirit. Dao Tongwei walked to the floor and moved a large piece of wooden floor effortlessly. When Tongwei turned her head to look at the mezzanine under the floor, her face became a little gloomy. Others also stretched their heads to look. In the mezzanine, 5 sets of water filtration systems are operating, completely separating 5 different water sources. Among the 5 water sources, there is a koi, swaying vigorously. How can there be koi in it? Yes, I have never seen carp raised underground. Are there really other rounds? Several fortune tellers whispered to each other, and when they looked at Xia Liang, their eyes were already closed with contempt. Xia Liang smiled slightly and pointed to the coin on the beam of the room. "Do you really think that this is just a pure accumulation of wealth?" Monk Ruishan also laughed. Under the beams of the house, 5 koi carps, while gathering wealth, leap over the dragon gate. This game is really wonderful. Having said that, Monk Ruishan looked at Xia Liang. Xia Liang's little benefactor can have such eyesight at a young age, and his achievements in the future are definitely far above what I am good at. But at this moment, Xia Liang smiled and waved. "These are nothing. Zha Daocheng's greatest skill is still behind. There's still a clever hand?" This really surprised the poor monk. Monk Ruishan was dumbfounded. He thought that Xia Liang should be the same as himself. But he saw 2 games. Is there really another hand? Ruishan looked at Lin Xiaolan in astonishment. "Miss Lin, is it true that, as Xia Liang said, Chief Cha still has a hand?" Lin Xiaolan, who was originally sick, has also rarely recovered a bit of energy at this time. Meimu looked at Xia Liang and nodded slightly. Yes, Mr. Cha Dao did have a hand, and frankly said that only those who can see through this last feng shui have the hope of breaking the game. Monk Ruishan looked at Xia Liang, his eyes flashing. "I have such vision at a young age, and in another 10 years, I am afraid that Xia Liang will become the decisive figure in feng shui world." Master Tongwei turned red and white at this time. Standing there gloomily, no one knew what he was thinking. Monk Ruishan had a pregnant belly. "Xia Liang, tell me, what is the mystery in this?" He has omitted the 3 words "little donor." If he saw Xia Liang before, he just felt that Xia Liang was young and promising, with extraordinary talent. Now, he has regarded Xia Liang as a friend of his generation. In addition to Master Tongwei, other fortune tellers are also curious. They wanted to stay and learn before But now they also understand that even if Xia Liang puts things on the table and said, they just know it, and even if they encounter similar rounds, they can't see through, because they don't have that vision. Xia Liang's eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. Pointing to the beam, smiled slightly. The last big deal is on this beam. Everyone's gaze followed the direction Xia Liang pointed to. There was nothing but a big log. It's common for antique shops to make this kind of antique beams? Wrong. A sharp-eyed fortune teller suddenly exclaimed. There seems to be a pattern on the main wood of the beam. At the reminder of the fortune teller, other talents can barely see that the entire main beam seems to have been carved before, with various patterns. What exactly does this pattern mean? I can't see clearly. The carving is too light. Why don't you bring a stool and go up to see what happened? Several fortune tellers talked about each other. Their attention has long been attracted by Xia Liang's words and the patterns on the main beam. As for Master Tongwei, already left on the side, this won't be. Monk Ruishan suddenly widened his eyes, clenched the Buddha beads in his hands, and said incoherently, "No, it's impossible. How can there be such a big handwriting?" After a while, Monk Ruishan came back to his senses. Unexpectedly, Chief Xia had such a method. It's even harder to think that Sha Tian will be able to observe meticulously. If I am ashamed of myself, I am ashamed of myself. Monk Ruishan saluted Xia Liang deeply. Even the title has changed from being a small benefactor at the beginning to Xia Liang, and to the present teacher in Xia Liang. The meaning of respect is self-evident. Everyone was confused when they heard it, and even Master Tongwei, who was sullen on the side, quietly pricked up his ears. He is also very curious. But because of this face is silent. Damn Junior. This Liangzi has been settled. Tongwei hated in her heart. A pair of triangular eyes glanced at Xia Liang coldly, and the anger in her heart grew stronger and stronger. After all, in his eyes, he was so old, but now he was robbed of the limelight by a young man. Tongwei is usually used to being aloof. At this time, being left on the cold bench, naturally feeling unhappy, a fortune teller asked in a low voice, "Master Ruishan, can you tell me what is going on in this?" His words also asked everyone's heart. In fact, they even wanted to ask Xia Liang. It's just that they were standing on Tongwei's side before. So where does that face still exist at this time? I am ashamed to ask Xia Liang? At this time they couldn't help but regret. I had known that Xia Liang was so powerful, so they wouldn't dare to offend if they had the courage. Thinking of this, several people added hatred to Tongwei. Monk Ruishan seemed to find that his emotions were too agitated. He hurriedly said a sin, and then said to everyone, "How many people have heard of the 28 stars?" The fortune tellers nodded all together. After all, the 28 stars are even known to ordinary people. How would they know it? Monk Ruishan pointed to Feng Liang and said as he pointed, "Zhao, Kong, Di, Fang, Xin, Wei, Ji. This is exactly the 7 places of the green dragon among the 28 stars." Monk Ruishan looked at Xia Liang with respect. "Master Xia, I have heard this kind of feng shui before, but I have never seen it before. How do you see it?" Xia Liang smiled slightly. "Master Ruishan wants to hear the truth?" Monk Ruishan questioned. Xia Liang smiled. "I'm just thinking that if I set up this round, I would definitely add a 3rd feng shui round. But at first I didn't think of Bu Qinglong Kisu." Monk Ruishan nodded with a smile. "I see. The 5 waters gather wealth first. The koi leaping dragon gate is behind. Qinglong absorbs water and extracts all the gathered wealth. There is wealth in the wealth. Naturally it is an excellent feng shui bureau." But then another fortune teller asked, Then why is this dragon the Qinglong absorbing water, and not just the Qinglong Ju Kaiju? Monk Ruishan smiled. This is also the unique aspect of teacher Xia Xia's eyes. While speaking, Ruishan pointed at the beam. Look, the horn, Kong, Di, Fang, heart, tail, and skip. Among the 7 places, the spica is the lowest, and the 7 positions are different in height. The entire dragon head is directly down, and the dragon's mouth is directly facing 5 waters. From top to bottom, this is naturally the pattern of the blue dragon absorbing water. On the ground, the 5 waters gather wealth. The blue dragon above the head absorbs water, and the koi keeps sending money up. The 3 bureaus are intertwined and complement each other. The summer division. Don't know if I'm right? Master Ruishan smiled and looked at Xia Liang. Xia Liang nodded repeatedly. The great monk is still very discerning, and he can't leave it alone. Ruishan hurried his hands together. Master Xia laughed. If you didn't point it out first, how can I tell? This antique shop itself has very high requirements for feng shui. This blue dragon hangs on the beam of the house. It can block evil spirits, and can also absorb water and money. It really kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Xia Liang nodded slightly, and saw the pale golden airflow, which was directly sucked away by the Qinglong Kisu. And the golden airflow out would be stronger. If it takes a long time, the layout of this shop will become better and better. Teacher Xia. The poor monk is convinced and convinced. Monk Ruishan proclaimed the name of Buddha. Now I know that there are legendary geniuses in feng shui. And if you use Xia's ability to teach you, it will become a great weapon in the future. At this time, Monk Ruishan had already cast his sight on the 5 bodies that Xia Liang admired. If Xia Liang is at the same level as him, or slightly better than him, he might treat Xia Liang as a peer. But when Monk Ruishan found that he was so different from Xia Liang, and there was an insurmountable gap, only high respect was left in his eyes. At this time, Lin Shaolan also stood up with Li Lizzie's support. Master Xia, congratulations on passing the test of Master Xia. She was already ashamed, but at this moment there was finally a little hope in her heart. At that time, Chief Xia said that as long as someone can break the tripartite, it is possible. I hope so. Lin Shaolan, who was originally weak and windy, looked at Xia Liang's eyes with a strange light. Master Xia, I'll wait. I have eyes but no beads. Please forgive me. Compared to Teacher Xia, we people are the toads at the bottom of the well. There is no such thing as a full run at the bottom of the well. Master Xia, I was really sorry just now. The other fortune tellers were already impressed by Xia Liang's insight. They also saw that Xia Liang's future is boundless. In case Xia Liang bears a grudge, then they may find it difficult to move in this line in the future. Put aside all the face and everything, and quickly apologize first. It is just tight. At this moment, Master Tongwei with a cold face suddenly said, Miss Lin, I really don't have this face to stay here, so I will leave first. Lin Shaolan nodded. Master Tongwei, you have also seen the first layer of structure. There will be additional compensation. No need. Tongwei waved his hand with a sullen face, and glanced at Xia Liang slightly. Tongwei can't afford to lose this person. After speaking, Tongwei gave Xia Liang a fierce look. With a light snorted, he turned around and walked away. Obviously, he still bears the hatred of Xia Liang in his heart. Monk Ruishan put his hands together. Amitabha, Master Tongwei's anger is too heavy. Xia Liang laughed softly. It doesn't matter. The fish in the deep water and the fish in the shallow water can never overlap. Hutong, who had no face left, walked out of the antique shop. At this time, where is Tongwei's superior image? Thinking of what happened just now, Tongwei's face was even more cold. The old man has been in the feng shui world for decades, and it is really unlucky to be compared by a hairy boy today. At this moment, a person with the appearance of a young Taoist happened to come over. After seeing Tongwei, he stopped to look at it. Tongwei's eyes widened. What do you look at? These young people are so small or not? The young Taoist priest was not annoyed, and asked with a bow, "The old man is Master Tongwei?" This sentence actually made Tongwei a little stunned. "Why, your kid knows me?" The young Taoist priest smiled again and again. "You are always a respected feng shui master in Qingyun City. I am also a Taoist person. How come I haven't heard of your reputation?" Hearing compliments from young people, Tongwei looked a little better and nodded. "The kid is good. He has some eyesight, and this temperament alone is far from being comparable to some inexperienced young people." Having said that, Tongwei looked back at Antique Xing, obviously talking about Xia Liang. The young Taoist chuckled and saluted. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Sangyang Taoist Temple, the fourth disciple of Chen Daochang. My surname is Lin, and the Taoist name is Shaochuan." Tongwei shook slightly. "Daochang Chen? But Daochang Zandu?" Lin Shaochuan nodded. "It's the teacher," Tongwei said seriously. It turned out to be Chen Daochang's disciple. Chen Xuandu and Xia Daochang are both named characters. Although Tongwei looked down on Xia Liang, he could only look up to these two. Lin Shaochuan was Chen Xuandu's disciple, and in Tongwei's eyes, it was already a range of friendship. Lin Shaochuan was stern. "Don't hide the truth from Master Tongwei. The trail goes down the mountain this time, and there is exactly one thing that requires Master Tongwei's help." The two said here, just in time to see Xia Liang and others out of the antique shop. Lin Shaochuan pointed to Xia Liang. "I wonder if Master Tongwei knows this person? It's really a pot that doesn't open, and which one to mention." Tongwei's eyebrows almost stood up. His face ugly. The old man naturally doesn't know such unknown people. After speaking, his face gradually became gloomy. Lin Shaochuan was secretly happy. "I don't know this. It's just that the enemy is extremely jealous when they meet." Thinking of this, Lin Shaochuan's eyes rolled. This Xia Liang broke the game carefully arranged by the master a few days ago. The master is very angry. The speaker seemed unintentional, but listened to it intentionally. Master Tongwei has a look. "Does this summer cool offend Daochang Chen?" Lin Shaochuan nodded gently. It's true that the master said that this time the trail is going down the mountain to give a breath. For the master, I wonder if Master Tongwei can help the trail? Tongwei listened and nodded quickly. Lin Shaochuan pretended to be overjoyed. Since Master Tongwei is willing to take action out of righteousness, please follow me. The two quietly disappeared on the corner of the street, without a trace. At this time, accompanied by Lin Shaolan and Li Lizzie, Xia Liang was already sitting in the car. Monk Ruishan put his hands together. "Teacher Xia, the poor monk will retire first, and will definitely come to visit in the future." Xia Liang smiled and waved. "The great monk walks slowly, and if he's okay, he often comes to my shop and sits." For this approachable monk, Xia Liang still has a good impression. Not only is he kind, he is also more capable than Master Tongwei's old bones. Monk Ruishan smiled. "Teacher Xia, don't worry. The poor monk still has a lot of questions I want to ask Xia teacher for." After speaking, he gave another salute, then turned his head and left. Except for the driver in the car, only Xia Liang, Lin Shaolan and Li Lizzie remained. "Teacher Xia, now my parents are abroad, so I can only be responsible for the affairs of the family." Xia Liang nodded. "But, didn't Chief Xia tell you that women can't go to the graveyard?" It was noon at this time, which may be the reason for the hot weather. The driver has turned on the air conditioner. Lin Xiaolan frowned slightly. Xiao Zhang, turn off the air conditioner. Before she finished speaking, Lin Xiaolan coughed a few times. Sorry, miss. I forgot. The driver Xiao Zhang quickly apologized and then turned off the air conditioner. Xia Liang frowned. Miss Lin, your body is indeed imaginary and powerful. Lin Xiaolan gasped for a moment before she was relieved. At this time, Li said qualitatively, Xiao Lan has been like this since she was a child. In my impression, Xiao Lan has always been serious and has never committed serious illnesses. After hearing this, Xia Liang shook his head slightly. I don't think it is necessary. If this game is not solved, I am afraid that Miss Lin will have life worry. Right? After hearing these words, Lin Xiaolan's pale little hands shook slightly. Master Xia, how did you know? How could I know? I'm a fortune teller, so why don't I know? Xia Liang chuckled when he heard the words. He had seen Lin Xiaolan's affairs in the next 15 days. And Lin Xiaolan would soon be unable to hold on. Lizzie suddenly became anxious. Xiao Lan, why don't you tell me? Lin Xiaolan waved her hand. Her face sad. Master, is there any other way? Xia Liang meditated for a moment and said, everything has to be seen in the layout of your family's ancestral grave. Then Xia Liang seemed to think of something again. Miss Lin, didn't Chief Cha not tell you that you can't enter the ancestral grave? Lin Xiaolan pointed to the bracelet on her arm. This string of Sanchi bracelets is a magic weapon given to me by Mr. Cha Dao. He said it can withstand it for a period of time. But at this moment, the red string wearing the bracelet suddenly broke. Wow! The beads on the bracelet were scattered all over the ground. Xia Liang shook his head and sighed. This series of bracelets can really help you resist. But I am afraid it can't stop it now. Xia Liang believed that if it weren't for this 3-odd bracelet, Lin Xiaolan's physical condition would be much worse than it is now. Lin Xiaolan was taken aback by the sudden break of the bracelet. After hearing Xia Liang's words, his pale face became even more penetrating. Panic and at a loss. Lizzie's eyes lit up. Master Xia Tian, don't you have a peace symbol? The one I brought to my father last time. I almost forgot. Xia Liang was taken aback, then chuckled and took out 5 peace symbols. You take it first. It should be able to withstand it for a while. Lin Xiaolan hesitated slightly. Xiaolan, don't worry, teacher. Xia's peace symbol is very powerful. Lizzie smiled and took the ping fu and stayed on Lin Xiaolan's neck. Lin Xiaolan's face looked slightly better at this time. Soon the vehicle drove to the cemetery of Lin's family. Although Lin Xiaolan looked a little pale, it was a lot better than before. Obviously, the ping talisman played a certain role. Master Xia Tian, look at what went wrong. Xia Liang nodded and walked straight to the graveyard. After just a moment, he frowned. The feng shui of this Lin family cemetery is not only okay. On the contrary, it can be prosperous. What a weird thing. Xia Liang raised an eyebrow. This kind of feng shui should be a good game for the descendants of Fuse. How could it? Lin's feng shui design is very delicate. The whole cemetery is full of thick gold. Obviously it is a good game. But how could something go wrong with this pattern? Xia Liang's brows became tighter and tighter. Lin Xiaolan's expression went dark when she heard it. Zha Daocheng said the same before. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaolan couldn't help feeling sad. At that time, Chief Zha said that feng shui was fine, and finally left helplessly. Could this be the result in Xia Liang's eyes? Lin Xiaolan sighed lightly. Xia Liang shook his head. Could it be somewhere else? What's wrong? For example, a house or your street. After all, I just saw the feng shui of the antique shop just now. Xia Liang touched his chin, slowly speculating. Lin Xiaolan shook her head slowly. Chief Cha Dao has seen it several times. It's okay. Master Cha has seen it several times? When Xia Liang heard it, she became more interested. Then what could go wrong? Lin Xiaolan sighed. Master Xia, even if I can't tell, my Lin family will still be paid. It's not a matter of remuneration. Xia Liang waved his hand. Now even if you don't give me a penny, I have to study this feng shui carefully. What Xia Liang said was indeed the matter. After all, he had encountered this kind of situation for the first time since he learned the Great Fate technique. Even if it wasn't for making money, he was already aroused by this weird pattern. At this moment, Xia Liang faintly glanced at the tombstone. How about these tomb owners? Xia Liang's eyes swept secretly on each tombstone. Lin Xiaolan quickly asked when Xia Liang was so serious. Master Xia Tian, did you find something? Xia Liang nodded, then did not answer any questions. When did this graveyard start to be built? Lin Xiaolan answered truthfully. Our Lin family's tomb was built more than 100 years ago. I can't tell when it was built. Xia Liang nodded slightly. I seem to understand what's going on. Speaking of this, Xia Liang finally leaked a smile on his face. Lin Xiaolan looked happy. Master Xia, is this true? Xia Liang nodded. 8 or 9 are not separated from 10. But there are some things I still need to confirm with you. Lin Xiaolan nodded gently. Xia Liang thought for a while and asked, You Lin family, don't you have any males since your grandma's generation? Furthermore, there are fewer girls in one generation. In your generation, there is only you, the only daughter. Lin Xiaolan frowned, then nodded. It's true, to be precise. From the grandmother's generation. Does this have anything to do with feng shui? Xia Liang chuckled. But every generation of your Lin family will produce a very good woman. So after so many years, your Lin family's business can last for a long time. Speaking of this, Xia Liang pointed to a tombstone. This should be your aunt, right? Lin Xiaolan nodded. Yes. It's just that my aunt died when my mother was just pregnant with me. Xia Liang continued to ask. It is precisely because of your outstanding family background in the Lin family that the women of the Lin family can only rely on recruiting sons-in-law to stay with the Lin family. What am I right? Before, you were always managing the Lin family's property, right? Having said that, Xia Liang looked at Lin Xiaolan quietly. Yes, that's right. Lin Xiaolan nodded. Li Lizzie also said to the side. It is true. Xiaolan and I have been classmates since junior high school. She has always had the best grades in school. Li is curious. Master Xia, how did you figure this out? Then Li Lizzie remembered Xia Liang before. And she had seen the tombstones on each grave. And she also looked at it in a way. It's okay not to look at it. At first glance, Li Lizzie's face changed drastically. Master Xia Tian, you mean that Xiaolan's body is because of? Xia Liang nodded lightly. Have you seen the tombstone? It says Qing Qing Sha Sha on the epitaph. No, it's impossible. Li Lizzie suddenly lost her voice. And then she was cool to Xia. Master Xia Tian, you must save Xiaolan. These words made Lin Xiaolan confused. And Xia Liang stared at Lin Xiaolan closely. You Lin family, the most outstanding woman in each generation. None of them has lived to be 23 years old. Do you know what I mean? Lin Xiaolan's face changed slightly. She also knew before that several of her elders died early. They didn't pay attention. They turned out to be the best women in the Lin family. You are looking at these. Xia Liang pointed to the tombstone. In the old days, Women could marry at the age of 13 or 4. So although they were faithful, they were still alive. Now women are generally over 20 years old when they get married. And you are the Lin family's only daughter. Which also means. Having said that, Xia Liang closed her mouth. Lin Xiaolan's face was pale. It means that the Lin family is going to die. Doesn't it mean summer teacher? Xia Liang nodded slowly. Lin Xiaolan was startled for a moment, and a strange flush of red appeared on her face. Desperate to sit on the ground, Li Lizzie was shocked. Xia Lan, are you all right? It took a long time before Li Lizzie helped Lin Xiaolan, who was limp on the ground, up. Lin Xiaolan panted slightly, and it took a long time before she replied reluctantly. Master Xia, is there any good way? Xia Liang shook his head. Although he is very good now, he doesn't have much practical experience. To be honest, these are just my deductions from the information on the tombstone. At present, this feng shui is indeed an excellent feng shui pattern. If this is the case for only one generation, it may be said to be a coincidence. But it has been the same for several consecutive generations. Then there must be a problem with feng shui in a certain link. If it wasn't for Xia Liang to look at the tombstone, the time of death of the tomb owner and the life engraved on the tombstone, he can't see these clues either. After pondering for a moment, Xia Liang said, according to my calculation, your Lin family should still have a cemetery. There is a graveyard? Lin Xiaolan frowned slightly. I don't know this anymore. Since I can remember, I know only this. Xia Liang chuckled. You can call and ask your parents. Lin Xiaolan immediately took out her mobile phone and called her mother. Only after a short while, Lin Xiaolan died, and her gaze at Xia Liang also carried an incredible expression. Master Xia Tian, you are right, there is indeed an old grave. Having said that, Lin Xiaolan was sad. It's just that the old ancestors have rules, and the location of this old grave cannot be revealed to the younger generation. Xia Liang sneered. You tell your mother whether the ancestral instruction is important or the daughter's life is important, so let her make her own decision. At this time, Xia Liang's heart has been determined. The real problem is the old grave. After a while, Lin Xiaolan hung up the phone again. Master Xia Tian, I know the location, but the grave is still some distance away. Xia Liang nodded. Take me there. It's better sooner rather than later. After half an hour, several people in Xia Liang had gradually drove out of Shihong City and stopped under a Wangshen Inn. The outskirts. Lin Xiaolan pointed to the mountain. The old tomb is halfway up the mountain, and you can't get it on without a mountain road car. Half of the mountain? Xia Liang was taken aback, then looked at Lin Xiaolan. Can you do it? Now Lin Xiaolan is extremely weak. Xia Liang doubted whether Lin Xiaolan could climb this mountain in her current fragile situation. Lin Xiaolan hesitated for a moment, and then nodded affirmatively. Seeing that Lin Xiaolan insisted on going up the mountain, Xia Liang stopped obstructing her, and several people climbed up the mountain. The mountain path is extremely difficult, and it is still a winding mountain road. After a while, Lin Xiaolan was out of breath. A few people just stopped and went, and when they reached their destination, 2 hours had passed. At this time, the sun just rose to the sky. Xia Liang pointed to the front. Are these tomb bags in front? At this time, on the hillside, there was a barren field full of weeds, and a dozen graves in the barren field were already full of weeds. It looks a little bleak. However, at this moment, Lin Xiaolan suddenly became uncomfortable. Li Lizzie, Xiaolan, are you okay? Xia Liang frowned slightly. If Lin Xiaolan was affected, the peace talisman would be strange, or it would break directly. But this is not the case now. Soon, Xia Liang took out a few safety charms and brought them to Lin Xiaolan. But even so, Lin Xiaolan's discomfort did not diminish in the slightest. Xia Liang said softly just to be on the safe side. Miss Lin, you don't have to go. I can go by myself. Lin Xiaolan stubbornly shook her head. Seeing this scene, Xia Liang could only sigh. He instructed Li Lizzie to take good care of Lin Xiaolan and walk forward by herself. Just when he stepped into the graveyard, Li Lizzie frowned slightly. Xia Liang saw Li Li's quality and cast a questioning look. Li Lizzie shook her head. Teacher Xia, it's weird. As soon as I stepped into this cemetery just now, I felt like my heart sank hard, and I always felt uncomfortable. He does not mean that. Xia Liang turned to look at the driver of Lin's family and asked. Xiao Wang, do you feel any discomfort? Xiao Wang shook his head slightly. No, I still think the air in the mountains is very fresh. Xia Liang is even stranger now. Could it be said that the feng shui of this cemetery will affect women? Xia Liang felt that this possibility was very high, and he took a few people to the cemetery, and he could confirm that there was a big problem with feng shui here. It can already be said that it has reached the point of overcoming the younger generation. After a while, a few people walked to the grave. I see. Xia Liang suddenly realized. I already know what's going on. This game is actually not very difficult, let alone me and Master Xia. Even the Master Tongwei, who relied on the old and sold the old, can easily resolve it. It is a pity that Mr. Xia relied too much on his own feng shui at the time. So he didn't. I was fooled without seeing the words on the tombstone. Xia Liang smiled and said to several people, while secretly sighing, it seems that in the future, if you look at feng shui, you still have more practical experience. This time, the root cause can be found. Half of the reason is because Xia Liang is careful, and the bigger reason is luck. Xia Liang pointed to the graveyard. This cemetery is why you Lin family women can have geniuses in every generation. And why those geniuses will die. Lin Xiaolan listened and asked Xia Liang in a spirited manner. Master Xia Tian, I don't understand very much. Please help me out. Puzzle? Xia Liang smiled softly. In other words, you can only blame your ancestors of the Lin family for being too greedy for putting out this kind of conscience-defining feng shui bureau. Lin Xiaolan was slightly puzzled. The desolate feng shui bureau? Yes. Xia Liang nodded and asked rhetorically. Do you know Lin Daiyu? Lin Xiaolan and Li Lizzie nodded at the same time. Lin Daiyu. That's the female one in the 4 masterpieces, The Red Chamber. A struggling woman. How could these ladies not know Lin Daiyu? Xia Liang smiled softly. Your ancestor of the Lin family. It is not another feng shui pattern. It is the burial bureau that is so vicious and heinous. Lin Xiaolan was surprised. Burial flower bureau? Lin Xiaolan shuddered when she heard the name so evil. According to legend, Lin Daiyu was a burial fate at the time. It's just that she was born. And your Lin family women were arranged by your ancestors. Xia Liang glanced around and made a clear conclusion. Lin Xiaolan looked confused. Artificially arranged? Teacher Xia, can you elaborate on it? Xia Liang nodded and pointed to the grave. Look, a few graves are piled into branches of the plum blossom formation. This is not something that a single generation can do. Speaking of Xia Liang, he pointed to Hu Tu. This plum blossom formation is close to the thick soil. This is the basic pattern of the burial bureau. Li asked curiously. Then what's unfavorable for future generations in this burial bureau? Xia Liang chuckled. Strictly speaking, this flower burial bureau will only be detrimental to female heirs. But it will be beneficial to males on the contrary. Wei Ji opposes Xu Yao. which not only grants you wisdom and talents, but also deprives you of your life. Lin Xiaolan has complicated eyes. Why? Xia Liang said. Forget the time. This bureau should have been arranged 200 years ago. At that time, do you know how serious the patriarchal thought was? In the eyes of most people in that era, there was no such thing as equality between men and women. Women, it's just a tool of the family. It is very reasonable for them to sacrifice a tool to thrive the whole family. Having said that, Xia Liang chuckled lightly. Of course, if you put it in the modern era, there are very few people who have this kind of thinking when it comes to this. The two women suddenly realized. After all, in that era, women had no status at all. At this time, Lin Xiaolan was even more puzzled. Then why didn't the Lin family show up afterwards? This can only be said to be God's will. Xia Liang sighed lightly. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. Your ancestor of the Lin family can think of sacrificing women in the clan to bring wealth to the entire Lin family. But you don't want the reincarnation of heaven and retribution completely. Li Lizzie and Lin Xiaolan listened in the clouds. Xia Liang said with a smile. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. The tiger sand is higher than the dragon sand is lower. There are many women and men are scarce. You see, because of the age, the geology has changed slightly. And the unbiased ones have become like this. Afterwards, there are no males in the Lin family. You say this is not God's will? The two women nodded their heads. Xia Liang chuckled. This asterisk is not just about forming this kind of natural feng shui situation, but also trying to make your Lin family homeless. Saying this, Xia Liang pointed to a small canal behind the grave. This canal should have been formed by rainwashing over the years. With this canal, strictly speaking, the feng shui on your old grave can no longer be simply called the Flower Burial Bureau, but the Flowing Flower Burial Bureau. Flower Burial Bureau? Lin Xiaolan was taken aback for a moment. Xia Liang nodded. This is also what I guessed from the tombstone. From your grandmother's generation, the entire Lin family still had 7 daughters. When your mother's generation came, there were only her and your aunt. But in your generation, you are the only one left. Am I right? Xia Liang looked at Lin Xiaolan with a smile. Lin Xiaolan nodded. That's right. I am indeed the only daughter of the Lin family. Xia Liang sighed leisurely. If this game is not cracked, even if you save your life, I'm afraid you won't have children anymore. Having said that, Xia Liang sighed. The ancestors of the Lin family are indeed bound to themselves. Otherwise, the ancestral instruction will not be established, and the location of this old grave will be hidden. Not to build a new tomb, and use the good feng shui of the new tomb to cover people's eyes. This will make the Lin family's condition worse and worse. If you want to come to your ancestors of the Lin family, it can be considered that you have hired an expert to make such a masterpiece of light and dark patterns. Even Chief Dao Cha has been concealed from it. But how can they know that your Lin family is under the will of heaven? Feng Shui has undergone this kind of change. Human beings will not be able to escape from heaven in the end. Everything that your ancestors have done in your generation has been completely returned. This is not necessarily God's will. Xia Liang looked at Lin Xiaolan and sighed softly. Lin Xiaolan frowned upon hearing this. Master Xia, is there any way to crack it? Xia Liang nodded. Yes, but your Lin family has to lose money. Lin Xiaolan was puzzled. Poaching? How to break the law? The Heavenly Master, tell me how to do it. Let alone the issue of the family. Ants are still surviving, let alone people? Xia Liang's eyes were burning. staring at Lin Xiaolan unblinkingly. Now I'll give you two paths. It's up to you to choose. Lin Xiaolan thought for a while and said, Teacher Xia, please tell me. Of the two choices, one is always good. And Lin Xiaolan naturally wants to listen first. Xia Liang meditated for a moment and said, the first choice is to move the tomb. After destroying the flower burial bureau, everything is fine. But if you destroy the flower burial bureau, you will destroy the ancestors' efforts for hundreds of years. Within 10 years, your Lin family will be dispersed. Family wealth. Lin Xiaolan nodded and asked again, what about the second method? Summer is cool. The second one is also simple. Fill the flower funeral bureau and burn the bones of your ancestors in the grave, completely breaking this cause and effect and let them die this heart. To put it bluntly, after burning these bones, you the Lin family has nothing to do with the former Lin family. Lin Xiaolan frowned, a little hesitant. The first method will make the Lin family come to an end. The second method is completely against ethics. I can't wait for my parents to come back and discuss again. In the end, Lin Xiaolan was still a little uncertain. Sure, Xia Liang nodded, but I am afraid that there is not enough time. I predict here that after 3 days, your whole body will suddenly collapse, and it will be very difficult to walk on the ground by then. This is the result seen with the eyes of heaven before Xia Liang. Lin Xiaolan has not made a final conclusion yet, and this result still exists. After saying this, Xia Liang stopped speaking. Everything has to wait for Lin Xiaolan to make a decision. If she chooses to be a cocoon, Xia Liang will not persuade her. After all, everyone has everyone's choice. At this time, no one noticed. The driver on the side had quietly pricked his ears, apparently eavesdropping. Time passed by every minute and every second. Lin Xiaolan hesitated, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her pale face. Li Lizzie snorted coldly on the side. If it were me, I would choose to dig graves and burn bones. And ancestors who dealt ruthlessly with the female heirs of my clan. And what do I recognize them? After a long time, the color of struggle in Lin Xiaolan's eyes faded. Forget it, let's wait for the parents to come back before making a decision on this matter. Lin Xiaolan glanced at the driver intentionally or unintentionally. Xia Liang smiled softly when she saw this scene. After a few people went down the mountain, Xia Liang's cell phone lit up. Master Xia, if my parents knew about this, they would definitely stop me. So I hope you can help me. The information was sent by Lin Xiaolan. And obviously she also saw the strangeness of the driver. Xia Liang secretly said in his heart, as expected of the most outstanding woman in the Lin family, she has observed so meticulously. Thinking of this, Xia Liang couldn't help but admire a little. Although she looks ill, but she considers the problem decisively. If this catastrophe passes, Lin Xiaolan's future is absolutely limitless. Xia Liang sent Lin Xiaolan an okay expression, and tell her some relevant steps. In fact, as early as Lin Xiaolan inquired about the lagging behind the grave, the driver received Lin Emu's message and asked him to observe silently and give feedback on every move here. Although Lin Xiaolan has believed Xia Liang's words now, but Lin Xiaolan's parents had never seen Xia Liang, so they would definitely not believe it. If Lin Xiaolan indicated on the spot to choose the second type, I'm afraid Lin Xiaolan's mother would desperately stop it. After returning to Qingyun City, Xia Liang did not go to Lin's house. Instead, he went directly to the store. As for the grave burning at night, Xia Liang didn't want to participate, but directly called Lin Xiaolan and Lu Zhendong to ask him to help find someone. After returning to the store, Xia Liang found that an acquaintance was sitting in the store, talking with Zhang Xiaokui. Great monk, Why didn't we leave until noon? I'm here now. Xia Liang smiled. I told you to come and sit in the shop as soon as you have nothing to do. I didn't expect it to be really fast. The two are already very close, so they speak a lot more casually. Xia Liang smiled and sat aside, then winked Su Qianyun. Su Qianyun knew it, and hurriedly brewed a pot of tea and brought it over. Amitabha. Master Xia laughed. Monk Ruishan smiled. The poor monk wanted to go back to the monastery in the afternoon. But suddenly he was entrusted by a friend to go to a place. Where to go? Xia Liang was taken aback for a moment. Monk Ruishan was about to speak. Xia Liang raised his hand to stop, and said with a chuckle, Great monk, don't tell me first. I know it right away. It's easy to figure it out? Monk Ruishan chuckled. Teacher Xia, the fate of people like us cannot be calculated. Xia Liang smiled. This sentence doesn't work for me. As the saying goes, healers do not heal themselves. And so does the profession of fortune-telling. Monk Ruishan also laughed. If this is the case, please ask Teacher Xia to do the calculations for the poor monks. Xia Liang only looked at Monk Ruishan for a moment, but a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Master Xia figured it out? What does Lao Na mean when he stays in Qingyun City? Monk Ruishan looked at Xia Liang with a smile, obviously not believing that Xia Liang had such an ability. Xia Liang smiled slightly. It's calculated, but for Shui Deshan's business? Oh, really calculated it. A strange light flashed from the corner of Monk Ruoshan's eyes. After all, their lifestyle is different from ordinary people. Master Xia, let me talk about it. The poor monk has lived for almost 40 years. I haven't seen anyone who can give us this line of fortune. You are the first one. Master Xia. Speaking of this, Monk Ruishan has some respect on his face. Xia Liang smiled slightly. Shui Ren. We Qingyun City's number 1 benevolent person and one of the city's top 10 outstanding figures. He wants to build a public welfare museum for free. Many fortune tellers in this city are willing to help for free. After all, this is a good deed. Even you, a great monk, is no exception. If someone helps choose a good feng shui for this kind of charity, it is a good cause and effect for the fortune teller himself. Having said that, Xia Liang blinked. Am I right? Oh, you really got it right. The corner of Monk Ruoshan's eyes flashed with surprise. Then Monk Ruoshan touched his stomach and smiled. Teacher, you in the summer. I want to invite you to go with me this time. Invite me to go with you? I'm not going. Xia Liang shook his head and refused. After all, this kind of free thing, although it is a kind of opportunity, or a kind of blessing, for people like Ruishan, but for him Xia Liang. But there is nothing to do with half a dime. He would naturally not do anything thankless. Monk Ruishan looked surprised. Teacher Xia, don't you know, once this is done, how big the blessing will be behind it? Xia Liang shook his head lightly. Monk Ruishan seemed to have suddenly realized something and asked Xia Liang, Didn't your master tell you such things as good fortune? Xia Liang shook his head. I don't have a master. I'm just self-taught. It's the same with him. They are all self-taught. Xia Liang pointed to Zhang Shaokui. Monk Ruishan was taken aback for a moment. This is a bit impressive to the poor monk. After all, it is not difficult for a talented person like your summer teacher to be self-taught. But this little brother is also self-taught? I always thought he was your disciple. Monk Ruishan glanced at Zhang Shaokui and chuckled softly. Just before Xia Liang had come, Monk Ruishan could see that Zhang Shaokui was no worse than himself in terms of side misfortune and good fortune. When Zhang Shaokui heard this, he turned around with a smile. I just work here. Oh no. Just work here. As soon as this remark came out, Monk Ruishan suddenly turned into a stormy sea. A gentleman with such a powerful job, actually working here in Xia Liang? Monk Ruishan looked at Xia Liang with a smile on his face and thought to himself. Xia Liang said with a smile, Xiao Kui, who is your ancestor? Tell Master Ruishan. Zhang Xiaokui's face flushed, and he hesitated. My grandfather is a Taoist priest, and his ancestor is Zhang Tongren. Zhang Tong? Monk Ruishan stood up with a cry. But Zhang Junbao, Dao Zhang? Yes. Zhang Xiaokui smiled. According to my master, in fact, the Taoists of the Zhang family are best at elixir. But unfortunately they were never passed down. Having said that, Zhang Xiaokui scratched his head in a naive manner. It turned out to be a descendant of Zhang Junbao. It's really disrespectful and disrespectful. Monk Ruishan put his hands together. Amitabha, there are so many talents here. Xia Liang smiled slightly. After the great destiny of practice, Xia Liang had already jumped out of the so-called 5 elements and said to Monk Ruishan, Great monk, I won't be involved in Shui Ren's affairs. Monk Ruishan shook his head. If that's the case, it's fine. I also said that Master Sha's visit this time can help the Tao sect's fortune-telling. After speaking, Monk Ruishan sighed regretfully and was ready to leave. However, at this moment, Xia Liang shook slightly. Fortune-telling to Taoist priests? Why didn't I think about it? Uncertainty can trigger many tasks. Master Sha Tian is willing to go with you? Xia Liang suddenly changed his attitude, causing Monk Ruishan to be taken aback. Thinking of this, Xia Liang smiled and waved. Let's go, great monk. I'll drive you with you. More than an hour later, Xia Liang brought Monk Ruishan to the destination. This is a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters and lush vegetation. The crisp and melodious sounds of birds and gurgling streams made people feel comfortable. Xia Liang slowly picked up the car, and what caught their eyes was a small retro-style manor. There is no doubt that this manor is where the Master Shui Ren is. There were 2 straight guards standing at the door. Their eyes suddenly turned to the 2, and their eyes swept through the guard. Monk Ruishan bowed slightly. Amitabha. The poor monk came to Shui Ren's benefactor. The guard listened and hurriedly let go. Obviously before this, Shui Ren had instructed the 2 not to stop. However, Xia Liang just got ready to go in. The 2 guards were in front of the door. Xia Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. What's the meaning? One of the guards. Sir, I'm sorry. Boss Shui said, I can only let Mr. Feng Shui in. After speaking, he also saluted Xia Liang. Xia Liang smiled and shook his head. Who said I'm not a fortune-teller? The 2 guards didn't speak, but they glanced at Xia Liang's BMW. It means that you read www.yuakanshu.com has seen a fortune-teller. But I haven't seen a fortune-teller in a BMW. At this time, Monk Ruishan spoke. 2 benefactors. This summer teacher is much better than my old monk. You should let it go. The 2 looked at each other, then took out the walkie-talkie and muttered a few words. After hearing the instructions on the walkie-talkie, let him go sideways. The manor is in good condition. Xia Liang looked at the surrounding environment slightly and said softly, although the entire manor is not as big as the Meng's manor, it is more elegantly decorated. The plants are all rare and above-grade trees, and there are even some overseas plants, which were obviously transported by air for transplantation. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. Although not as big as the Meng's manor, Xia Liang just took a look to see the difference between the 2. For example, 2 villas. The renovation of the large building cost 1 yuan, and the renovation of the small building cost 10 yuan. The reason is the same as this. This donor Shui is a very famous returnee in Qingyun City. After returning to China, we have done a lot of good deeds. We also donated a lot of Hope primary schools, which were built by the donor Shui, as well as other public welfare buildings. And the help of donor Shui is indispensable. At that time, Chief Dao Za once asserted that donor Shui had such blessings because of his deeds and virtues in the first 5 generations. Monk Ruishan introduced Shui Ren's identity to Xia Liang as he walked along the way. The trees on both sides are lush. Although it was midsummer, I didn't feel the heat at all. The tree-lined trail is quiet and elegant. This place is really good. Xia Liang looked around. The bright moon shines among the pine. The clear spring stone is up. And living here all the year round is really a longevity. After a while, the two walked to a small building. Not far from the villa, there is a waterhole. A middle-aged man in casual clothes and linen shoes is sitting by the pond fishing. Shui donor. Monk Ruishan folded his hands together and called out softly. The middle-aged man who wanted to come to this plainly dressed man was Shui Ren. At this moment, the swim bladder floating on the water trembled slightly, and it was obvious that a fish had taken the bait. Shui Ren didn't turn back. Wait, I'll catch this fish first. While speaking, he gently pulled the fishing rod while laying the long line, which was obviously fish skipping. After a few minutes, the fish was exhausted. Shui Ren pulled the fishing rod and dropped the fish. Master Ruishan is here. Shui Ren just said hello, and then pulled out the hook from the fish's mouth and released the fish back. Xia Liang chuckled in her heart. This Shui Ren is indeed a good person. Although he hadn't figured it out yet, after seeing that there was no barb on the hook used by Shui Ren, he had already made a judgment in his heart. Such people have regarded fishing purely as a pleasure. A fishhook without a barb will not cause too much damage to the fish mouth. After Shui Ren saw Xia Liang, he was slightly taken aback. Who is this? Monk Ruishan smiled. This is Xia Liang. Xia Liang. And his skills are much better than my useless monk. Tianqi? No one in Qingyun City has the title of Tianqi yet, right? Shui Ren's eyes lit up and shook hands with Xia Liang. Unexpectedly, Tianqi Xia Liang could get such a title at a young age. He is really young and promising, Xia Liang said with a smile. Unexpectedly, Boss Shui, as a business talent, knows so much about Taoism. Although that said, Xia Liang felt a little solemn in her heart. He has just seen Shui Ren's past and future. Although Boss Shui is indeed a good man, this museum is not that easy to build. The solemn look in Xia Liang's eyes was keenly discovered by Shui Ren. Shui Ren had some doubts. Master Xia Tian, do you feel something uncomfortable? Xia Liang was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand. It's nothing. It's just a little distracted just now. Although Xia Liang has seen it through, she can't say it now. After all, people have 2 skins, and no one will believe it. Shui Ren didn't doubt that he had him, and said, pointing to the surroundings, 2. I am going to build a public welfare museum near here. What do you think? Amitabha. Shui Shiju. There is no problem with feng shui here. Monk Ruishan said. It's just that this public welfare museum is for whom is it going to target? Shui Ren said without hesitation. Of course it's a student. Then Shui Ren thought for a while. Master Ruishan can rest assured that although it is a bit far from the city, there will be a free shuttle bus. At this moment, Xia Liang suddenly chuckled. Boss Shui, since you've seen an expert, why would you think of us? When these words came out, Shui Ren and Monk Ruishan were taken aback. Monk Ruishan was a little confused. In his opinion, feng shui in this place is just excellent. Even if it is not a museum, but a crematorium with heavy yin qi. The feng shui here will dissolve the yin qi. But after a moment, Shui Ren smiled softly. Master Sha Tian is really amazing. How did you see it? When he said this, he had obviously admitted this matter. This time made Monk Ruishan even more surprised. Does the great monk have any doubts? Xia Liang said with a smile. Monk Ruishan nodded. He really couldn't figure out the meaning of this. Xia Liang pointed outside. Master Ruishan, what game is this? Ruishan doesn't think about it. This place, surrounded by water on 3 sides, can hide wind and gather energy. The most important thing is that the stream is clear but not turbid. It is naturally the feng shui pattern of the jade belt around the waist. And it has not been polished by man. It is a pattern formed by nature. Monk Ruishan said affirmatively. After all, he had seen this pattern before, and believed that he could never make a mistake. Xia Liang smiled. But having said that, why do you want to build a museum here instead of other public welfare buildings? Have you ever thought about this? Great monk? Monk Ruishan listened, thought for a long time, and shook his head. After a while, Monk Ruishan smiled. Teacher Summer, don't make it difficult for you to be a poor monk. You should tell me directly. The soldiers are golden. The students are vigorous. Xia Liang chuckled. Think about it. Those cemeteries or mass graves were eventually planned as schools or barracks. Because these 2 auras can suppress evil. Speaking of this, Xia Liang pointed to the lake. The jade belt around the waist, coupled with the vigor brought by the students, is full of vigor and turns into water. It is certainly not easy to come up with such a feng shui bureau person. After speaking, Xia Liang looked at Shui Ren with a smile. Although Shui Ren's move was a little selfish, it was still a good thing in the final analysis. Shui Ren was also a bachelor, and directly confessed, I met this master overseas before. And then he left in a hurry because there was still something there. Before leaving, he said that the rest of feng shui, our master feng shui in Qingyun City, can do the job. Shui Ren said truthfully. At this time, Shui Ren looked at Xia Liang with a lot of things in his eyes. Before, he thought that the title of Xia Liang, a celestial master, was just self-proclaimed. But now it seems that Xia Liang really has this ability. At this time, other feng shui masters also came one after another. I have seen Master Ruishan. I have seen Master Xia. Master Sha came too? I saw it at noon. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Summer came in person, and it's probably nothing wrong with our old guy. But it's good to be able to learn something. Yeah. Several feng shui masters greeted Xia Liang enthusiastically. Some of them happened to be people I met at Lin's antique shop. They already knew Xia Liang's abilities by this time. Some feng shui masters who had never seen Xia Liang, after their introduction, soon became acquainted with Xia Liang and greeted them enthusiastically. Thinking of this, Shui Ren clasped his fists. Teacher Summer, if I want to build this museum, what should I pay attention to? What needs attention? Xia Liang was taken aback for a moment. I'll be honest, your museum may not be that way. However, before the words were finished, there was a voice in the distance. Junior, are you here too? Xia Liang looked up and chuckled lightly. The person here is not someone else, but the master Tongwei who relies on the old and sells the old. However, Tongwei was also accompanied by a young Taoist priest, apparently coming together. Monk Ruishan was taken aback for a moment. I didn't expect Lin Xiaochuan to come too? Lin Xiaochuan? Xia Liang was puzzled. He now knows many feng shui and fortune tellers in Shihong City. But this is the first time he has heard of Lin Xiaoquan's name. Ruishan explained to Xia Liang. Lin Xiaoquan said it has a relationship with your summer teacher. Xia Liang raised his eyebrows. How do I say this? Ruishan smiled. This Lin Xiaoquan is a member of Sangyang Taoist Temple, the 4 disciples of Dao Chang Chen, known as Lin Quanzi. Xia Liang suddenly realized that the feng shui pattern of the Meng family was the hands and feet of Chen Daocheng and Chen Xuandu. After the two approached, Xia Liang gave a faint pinch. But after a while, a smile appeared on the corner of Xia Liang's mouth. It seems that Lin Quanzi is not good at coming. This Lin Quanzi, to put it bluntly, came for him in Xia Liang. The master Tongwei too. It's just that there has been a discussion between the two. Looking at the two walking slowly, Xia Liang's mouth made a strange arc. Since you two want to sing this with me, if Xia Liang doesn't sing with you, wouldn't it be impolite? It's also impolite to come and go. I hope the two of you will end up. But don't steal the chicken. Put the rice. Thinking of this, Xia Liang smiled coldly, and when the two approached, her complexion had returned to normal. Junior, are you worthy to come to this kind of place too? Master Tongwei still looks like an outsider, with a pair of triangular eyes staring at Xia Liang coldly. Xia Liang smiled. You can come. Old and dying. Why can't I come? Young and young? You. Master Tongwei's beard trembled. His fists had long been secretly squeezed into a ball. If it weren't for being in full view, he could even abandon his identity as a master and tell Xia Liang what it means to respect the old and love the young. Why? Still want to hit someone? Xia Liang chuckled lightly. I advise you to save the province. If you touch porcelain, I will go bankrupt. The monk Ruishan shook his head slightly. He couldn't figure out why Master Tongwei troubled Xia Liang every time, even though he spent a short time with Xia Liang. But I have basically figured out Xia Liang's character. Although Xia Liang usually looks amiable, he won't give in at all if he provokes him indifferently. Master Tongwei's old face flushed, and it took a long time before he took a deep breath. Junior, the old man doesn't bother to care about you and doesn't look at what this place is. How can you let you go wild? Wild? When did I go wild? Xia Liang pouted. Speaking of this, Xia Liang looked at Master Tongwei. The corner of his eyes filled with playfulness. There happens to be an old erha next to me barking. I can't say anything? Let it bark at me? With just a few words, Master Tongwei had a flushed face. Has become an iron cyan. After a while, Master Tongwei stretched out his hand. You are not welcome here. Please go out. Hey, some people really don't know themselves. Xia Liang scratched his ears and said lazily. Do you really think of yourself as the second man in this manner? Feelings. This is your home? Let's just leave? Xia Liang's two jokes immediately made Master Tongwei furious. Suddenly, a bright red appeared on Master Tongwei's face. After a while, Master Tongwei tremblingly took out a bottle of quick-acting heart relief pills from his pocket and swallowed it with his neck back. At this time, Lin Quanzi, who had been silent all the time, made a round. Two of us. We are all members of the Taoist sect, so harmony should be the most important thing. Humph! Master Tongwei snorted, turning his head away, but the sneer at the corner of his eyes was easily caught by Xia Liang. At this time, Shui Ren also stood up to persuade. Everyone is here. Come in and talk. After speaking, take the initiative to give up a position. Master Tongwei squinted Xia Liang and hummed softly. Junior, I will settle accounts with you in a while. Without waiting for anyone else, he went straight in. After everyone entered the room, Lin Quanzi looked at Xia Liang. with a friendly smile on the corners of his mouth. Master Xia, really disrespectful. Xia Liang pretended to be surprised. You are. Lin Quanzi arched his hands. Pan Dao Shuanglong Daoguan, Chen Xuandu's fourth disciple of Chen Daocheng. Lin Xiaochuan. As soon as he said this, the people around immediately looked at Lin Quanzi. Many of them have heard of Lin Quanzi's name, but this is the first time a real person has seen him. However, at this moment, Xia Liang suddenly chuckled. It turned out to be brother Lin Quanzi, who is really disrespectful, but according to my customers, Sangyang Taoist Museum often uses Zhongshang School to fool customers. Is this true or false? After listening to Xia Liang's words, the surrounding feng shui looked at Lin Xiaochuan suspiciously. Zhongshangpai? Impossible. Taoist Chen Xuandu has real abilities. Shuanglong Taoist Hall has not fallen to this level now? Isn't it possible? If the disciples under his sect are popular, how can Dao Chongchen just sit idly by? Dao Chongchen is not wandering. He hasn't returned yet. Oh, that's right. A group of feng shui gentlemen, whispering discussions. However, the look at Lin Quanzi has faintly hostile. Even if Lin Quanzi is Chen Xuandu's disciple, if he is really from the Zhongshang school, no one will give him face at this time. Zhongshangpai are gentlemen who are truly capable. The most hated school, and there is no one. Lin Quanzi's face also changed slightly, but after a while, it returned to normal. Master Xia Tian, I don't understand what you mean by this. Xia Liang waved his hand calmly. It doesn't matter. I have received some darlings who went to Sangyang Taoist Temple. If you want to come, it should be made up by those people indiscriminately. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. However, Xia Liang had already known through calculations that the brothers of Shuanglong Taoist Temple used Zhongshangpai's tricks to save trouble. But at this time, Xia Liang didn't intend to break it. Speaking of this, Xia Liang had a faint smile on her face. After all, Dao Master Chen Xuandu's disciple, who is not a talented generation, how can he use this kind of indiscriminate deception? Lin Quanzi forcibly suppressed the anxiety in his heart and forced a smile. This is natural. Even if Pang Dao doesn't want to face his own face, he dare not lose the face of Master. The fortune tellers listened to the conversation between the two, and then slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Let me just say, how come Chen Daocheng's disciple would use that kind of deception? The tourist must have heard of it by day or two. So he talked to Master Xia by the way. With the virtues of Daocheng Chen, the apprentices will never do this kind of thing. Other fortune tellers talked about each other. Xia Liang listened to the last sentence and smiled coldly, thinking, Chen Xuandu still has virtue? It's just an illusion. If he really has virtue, how could he harm Lao Meng's family? But even though he thought so in his heart, Xia Liang smiled and exchanged greetings with Lin Quanzi. The degree of intimacy. People who don't know thought they were such good friends. At this moment, Shui Ren asked curiously, Master Xia Tian, what exactly is Zhongshangpai? Hearing this, Lin Quanzi almost staggered. This Shui Ren. Which pot is really not open and which pot? After finally covering the past, Shui Ren turned it out again. Xia Liang smiled slightly and glanced at Monk Ruishan. Monk Ruishan put his hands together and slowly explained to Shui Ren. This Zhongshang school should have arisen in modern times. It is a group of old people looking for fortune-telling. Zhong refers to the rivers and lakes, the phases, and the prime ministers. Together they are the prime ministers on the rivers and lakes. Playing face and divination. It's the banner of the people who are convinced can be analyzed and defrauded. Shui Ren was slightly stunned. There is this kind of deception? Almost all the fortune tellers nodded bitterly at the same time. The Zhongshang faction didn't have real talents and learned. And they grabbed their jobs. Why does this make them angry? At this time, Xia Liang smiled slightly. In fact, how should I put it? Strictly speaking, Zhongshangpai is not a trick. On the contrary, Xia Liang talked a turn. Some of them are top psychologists in the society. Shui Ren stunned. Psychologist? Yes. Xia Liang nodded. Actually, they don't have any real talents. And only a few articles circulated internally. But with these articles, they have already practiced the human heart's speculation to the extreme. Having said that, Xia Liang glanced at Lin Quanzi intentionally or unintentionally. Hi, so awesome? Shui Ren took a breath. Yes. Among these articles, the most famous one is Ying Yao Pian. Xia Liang explained with a smile. Almost every article explains the human mind in great detail. Having said that, Xia Liang sighed. Even if an ordinary person can thoroughly understand these articles, although these are not true knowledge, they can still be in the fortune-telling world. Having said that, Xia Liang looked at Lin Quanzi with a smile. Dao Lin Quanzi, are you right? Lin Quanzi cursed inwardly, but also forced a smile and cooperated. Master Xia is right. These Zhongshang faction people are the biggest enemy of our orthodox school. The fortune tellers around also nodded. Obviously, they all hate the deceitful Zhongshang faction. Although Lin Quanzi looked cooperative on the surface, at this time, she had already retreated in her heart. He has a vague feeling. That's Xia Liang digging a hole for him. And at this time, only in Lin Quanzi's heart did he formally attach importance to the young man Xia Liang. Master Tongwei, who was sitting in the next seat, seemed to feel Lin Quanzi's uneasiness, and suddenly smiled contemptuously. Those things that everyone knows. But also take them out of the class? I don't know how to be ashamed. Xia Liang suddenly became happy. The two of them cooperated really well. One sang red face and the other sang white face. Xia Liang sneered. Master Tongwei said carefully, "You have targeted me several times. I think you are a lonely old man. Some words have not been broken. Do you really think I don't know something about you?" As soon as this word came out, everyone pricked their ears curiously. Although Tongwei had a bad temper, she still had some real skills. Tongwei also froze for a moment, then sneered. The old man has been upright all his life. What can happen? Xia Liang smiled slightly and said nothing. Just waiting for something quietly. After a while, Xia Liang's phone rang. In this quiet hall, it was slightly harsh. Xia Liang smiled and answered the phone, but turned on the speakerphone. Meng Keshi. What happened? Upon hearing the three words Meng Keshi, Lin Quanzi and Tongwei smiled vaguely. Soon Meng Kexi's voice came on the other end of the phone. Master Xia. Something happened. Master Xia. Don't panic. Xia Liang said with a smile. Are those feng shui fishes dead? Meng Keshi is urgent. Yeah, everything is dead. Xia Liang's faint gaze swept across Tongwei and Lin Quanzi's body, and smiled slightly. Don't howl, Meng Keshi. Let your brother not get excited. This matter is man-made. If you take out a part of the water in the fish tank and use it for testing, you will know what is going on. Oh, yes. There is one more thing. Try not to move the fish tank. If I guess right, there should be fingerprints on it. After speaking, Xia Liang hung up. At this time, Master Tongwei had already changed his face. Some people are disrespectful and inferior to others and shameless. Xia Liang smiled coldly. I don't know if this old bone can withstand the violent storms of living in Meng's house after the results come out. Be yelling. With a crisp sound, the teacup in Master Tongwei's hand fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. Xia Liang was slightly surprised. Yo, Master Tongwei, why are you so nervous? I'm talking about the murderer. I didn't talk about you. Xia Liang's eyes had a faint smile. However, which one of you here is not a human spirit? How can you not know that there is something in Xia Liang's words? Obviously it was implying something from Master Tongwei. At the same time, everyone has doubts again. How did Xia Liang know about this? Isn't he still capable of fortune-telling in the air? This is unheard of. Unseen ability. Xia Liang looked at the people with question marks and smiled. Of course he didn't calculate these. But when we first met, Xia Liang saw through the eyes of heaven and saw what Tongwei and Lin Quanzi had done before. Tongwei was stared at him uncomfortably and stood up with a slap on the table. Junior, you mean sang and cursing? Don't the old man tell me? Referring to sang and cursing, why? Xia Liang was taken aback for a moment. I didn't mean sang shuhui. I was just stating an objective fact. Speaking of this, Xia Liang showed a bad face. Master Tongwei, because you are an elder, I just forbear you. Don't push your nose on your face. Xia Liang's mouth curled up. Don't force this celestial master to count and shake out all the ugly things you had done before. That way, everything will be irreparable. Hearing these words, Tongwei's face was full of sneers. Even Lin Quanzi and the fortune-tellers shook their heads with a smile. In their eyes, Xia Liang is still too young. Only Master Ruoshan's expression moved and his lips opened. But he didn't say anything. He knew it. Xia Liang really has this ability. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I dare to boast about this Heiko at a young age. Master Tongwei's face was cold. Which of us people has not been burned by the incense? The fate is already full of variables and immeasurable. It is simply slanderous. Having said that, Tongwei turned and looked at Shui Ren. Boss Shui, I think this kid is a liar. Ask Boss Shui to blast him out. Shui Ren waved his hand. Although Shui Ren knows a little about the things in the Dao sect, he feels instinctively, the coolness of summer is unfathomable. After all, among these people, only Xia Liang could see the pattern of this place. Thinking of this, Shui Ren smiled. I don't understand Taoist rules, but I still want to see how Master Xia fortunes to Master Tongwei. When Tongwei heard it, she was really embarrassed. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Xia Liang stroked her palms and laughed. Master Tongwei, does your face hurt? After speaking, Xia Liang looked at Tongwei with a smile, staring at Tongwei uncomfortably. Master Tongwei, since Boss Shui's kindness is hard to come by, then the celestial master is not welcome. When Xia Liang was about to speak, Lin Quanzi stood up suddenly, as if thinking of something. The expression on his face was very impatient. Boss Shui, Teacher Xia, fellow Taoists. Lin Quanzi arched his hands slightly. I suddenly remembered that there is still something in the Taoist temple. And I will go back. Huh? Don't go. Xia Liang said leisurely. Lin Daocheng, don't you want to hear the secrets of Master Tongwei? Lin Quanzi smiled awkwardly. I'll be back after I deal with the matter. After finishing talking, I didn't wait for everyone to continue to stay, and left as if they were fleeing. As soon as he left the house, Lin Quanzi secretly slandered. It seems that Xia Liang is really capable. Judging from his situation just now, he can definitely figure out the things of the people in the Taoist school. But then again, even the master can't do things. Why is Xia Liang so young? Will you do it? Anyway, if you continue to stay here, if he sees through it, It will definitely have a great impact on Master's plan. I have to go back to the mountain as soon as possible and tell Master about this. Thinking of this, Lin Quanzi ran faster. Xia Liang didn't stop Lin Quanzi from leaving either. In fact, he could directly expose what Lin Quanzi did. But Xia Liang didn't do that. Through the eyes of heaven, Xia Liang already knew a lot of things. Lin Quanzi is just a little shrimp, and Chen Xuandu behind him is the real person who is going to be disadvantageous to Xia Liang. Xia Liang doesn't mind putting a long line to catch a big fish. At this time, Master Tongwei was standing in the living room. I feel that my intestines are about to be regretful. Neither is it to go, nor is it not to go. After all, he is righteous. And if he really leaves, he will be a guilty conscience. But now, what makes Tongwei even more depressed is, the teammate ran away? If he runs too, for the next thing, I'm afraid Xia Liang will have to let Xia Liang spread rumors. Thinking of this, Tongwei could only lie to herself. Lie to yourself. Xia Liang is not a matter of making a career. Master Tongwei pretends to be calm. You count it. The old man doesn't believe it. What can you figure out? Other fortune tellers also secretly look forward to it. Say something? Xia Liang rolled her eyes, deliberately hanging her appetite. When everyone is impatient, Xia Liang just patted the table. Yes. Let's talk about your consecration for a girl in her 20s. What? Master Tongwei trembled fiercely. This sentence but hit his heart. The fortune tellers around saw the expression of Master Tongwei, and their faces were suddenly shocked. Is it true to Master Xia Zhang? Master Xia can really fortune things to people in the Dao sect? No. This is what Zhang Tianxi is alive. And it's impossible to do it. Quiet everyone. Do you want to hear the story? Xia Liang gave a soft drink. The fortune tellers who were still messing around instantly sat upright like elementary school students in class, quietly listening to the following of Xia Liang. Xia Liang smiled. My celestial master pinches and counts. But Master Tongwei has not only given light to a young girl. Tongwei's face flushed. You spit someone. The word consecration sounds mysterious though. But what does it mean in the end? Everyone here is like Mingjing. How can you not understand? Xia Liang smiled slightly. I'm spitting blood? Then say something else. Speaking of this, Xia Liang suddenly slammed. Dao Tongwei, do you still remember the Golden Bowl game of Lier's family? This celestial master has calculated it. And you have a good relationship with those soil mice. As soon as the voice fell, Tongwei's face turned white, and she looked at Xia Liang and couldn't speak. After all, consecrate this kind of thing. It's a shame in the industry. Even if Tongwei accuses Xia Liang of spreading rumors and spitting blood, some people will believe it. But this matter directly spoke to Tongwei's heart. What? Taoist Tongwei still wants to deny? Xia Liang's eyes sneered again and again. Tongwei language is incoherent. You and I. Xia Liang laughed. What are you? The celestial master counted again. Those few people are in Shihong Express Hotel. Room 358. Am I wrong? Having said that, Xia Liang stepped forward slightly. In an instant, Tongwei seemed to have lost his soul, fallen into a chair in despair. After a long while, Tongwei said in despair, unexpectedly, you actually can. It was the old man who planted. Speaking of this, Tongwei stood up and walked out desperately. Even if everyone begged Tongwei to stay, he wouldn't stay. After all, these things are for a fortune teller. It's a shame that will last a lifetime. No one cares about where Tongwei has gone at this time. Only long sighs were left. After a while, Shui Ren coughed slightly, breaking the embarrassment on the scene. Teacher Xia, you said my museum However, before finishing speaking, Xia Liang waved his hand directly. Boss Shui, this museum is not that easy to build. You are in a big trouble. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. Master Xia, what does this sentence mean? Shui Ren exclaimed. Xia Liang's performance just now far exceeded his cognition. At this time, Xia Liang suddenly jumped out of this sentence, which really shocked Shui Ren. Xia Liang didn't speak, but walked to the door, looking at the direction of Shuanglong Mountain with a pair of eyes. Silent for a long time. After thinking for a long time, Xia Liang sighed slightly. This matter is a long story. Boss Shui, you only need to know that this museum cannot be built for the time being. I will tell you when it will be possible. Lin Quanzi galloped all the way into the Taoist temple. When he walked to the door of the dark room where Chen Xuandu was, he found that the senior brother Qing Yangxi had already stood guarding the door. Lin Quanzi is urgent. Boss, open the door. I want to see Master. Qing Yangxi was puzzled. Fourth, what happened? Lin Quanzi didn't explain much. It's too late to explain. Let me go in and see Master. Qing Yangxi shook his head. No, you know Master's temper. No one can enter at this time. Lin Quanzi was in a hurry and didn't know what to do. At this moment, let the old fourth come in. Chen Xuandu's voice came from the dark room. Qing Yangxi was taken aback for a moment, then slightly turned sideways and gave up his position to Lin Quanzi. Aren't you going to deal with that summer cold? Why did you come back so soon? Chen Xuandu said with his back to Lin Quanzi. Lin Quanzi bowed. Master, the situation has changed now. That Xia Liang can actually figure out the things of the people in the Tao sect. And the disciples don't dare to stay for a long time. Is there such a thing? Chen Xuandu turned around, with shocked expressions in his old eyes. After a while, Chen Xuandu shook his head again. There is no reason. Is this Xia Liang the legendary ninth wonder man? Master, what is the ninth wonder man? Lin Quanzi asked in doubt. Chen Xuandu shook his head. You still don't know this matter. Then Chen Xuandu remembered what Lin Quanzi had said just now. His eyes were clear. So, the fourth child, did you fail this action? Lin Quanzi shrank his neck in fright. Master, forgive the sin. That Xia Liang is unfathomable. The disciple is afraid that if he stays for a long time, he will see Master's plan. So he decided to leave. Okay, you are not to blame for this. Chen Xuandu waved his hand and frowned in thought. Since he can be counted as a person in the Tao sect, then I will send ordinary people to try him. Lin Quanzi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Chen Xuandu thought for a while and said, remember, you must not come into direct contact with this person. Try to find someone who has never interacted with you before. If he really has such a great ability, if you come into direct contact with ordinary people, it will be calculated on you. Doesn't he like to break the game? In this case, you arrange a game that he can't break. And this game must have nothing to do with you. Fourth, do you know what I mean? Lin Quanzi listened and nodded without understanding. Chen Xuandu flicked his sleeves and turned around and waved his hand. Go. If you fail this time, then I can only do it myself. Hearing this, Lin Quanzi couldn't help but tremble fiercely. If the master makes the shot himself, that means Lin Quanzi has lost his value in the master's heart. Thinking of the consequences, Lin Quanzi shuddered suddenly. Lin Quanzi didn't dare to say much, and hurriedly resigned. No, you must not let the master take action. Otherwise, thinking of the consequences, Lin Quanzi couldn't help shivering. Lin Quanzi was walking on the road, thinking hard in his heart for a way to deal with Xia Liang. However, he didn't know. In Shui Ren Manor, a few kilometers away from here, a pair of eyes were staring in the direction of Longhu Mountain. The owner of these eyes is Xia Liang. At this time, Xia Liang seemed to already know. The storm is coming. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was a little dull. Several fortune-tellers looked at each other. I have experienced Tonghui just now. At this time, some people can't sit still. After all, not all fortune-tellers are talented people. There are also a few people who have broken the rules. Before, it was because no one knew these things about them. So they dared to sit here leisurely. But with the variable Xia Liang, some unruly fortune-tellers are already a little restless. However, Xia Liang didn't say much. But looking at the direction of Longhu Mountain, he was stunned. Shi. Shui Ren suddenly said that he was more concerned about the construction of public welfare museums than those of feng shui. Seeing Xia Liang turning around, Shui Ren asked, "Teacher Xia, I don't know when it is more appropriate to start construction of my public welfare museum." Xia Liang shook his head. "Boss Shui, to tell you, you may not be able to start work temporarily." Shui Ren was puzzled. What is the meaning of Master Xia's words? Xia Liang frowned slightly, looking around the fortune-teller around him. Then he gave Shui Ren a wink. Shui Ren suddenly knowingly hurriedly to several fortune-tellers politely. "Everyone, I really want to thank you. Ling Tian, it's getting late now, so why don't I let the butler take them to dinner? And wait for tomorrow morning to make plans." When the fortune-tellers listened, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Now the sun has not even fallen to the west. Where is it getting late? But they also understood that this was Shui Ren's disguised order to evict them. And he hurriedly got up to leave. Especially the few who had done bad things in peacetime, even without even wanting to eat, left the manor directly. The monk stayed. "I still need your help." Xia Liang saw that monk Ruishan was leaving, and hurriedly said. At this time, there were only 3 of them left in the entire Grand Hall. After seeing everyone leaving, Xia Liang spoke slowly. "Some fate, I will run into it sooner or later." Xia Liang shook his head. "Originally, your boss Shui is an outsider. If you don't start work, you can avoid this game." Speaking of this, Xia Liang's face was solemn. "But once construction starts, it will be involved in this bureau. Maybe the museum can't be opened. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." It's okay for Xia Liang not to explain. But Shui Ren's mind is even more confusing to say that. Monk Ruishan seemed to understand Xia Liang's meaning, and his face changed. "Teacher Xia, are you worried about Taishi Tonghui's revenge?" After all, just now, Xia Liang, in front of all his colleagues, made Taishi Tonghui's face sweeping. Even the notorious use is not an exaggeration. "Tonghui?" Xia Liang smiled softly. "To be honest, I didn't put him in my eyes at all. What I am really worried about is the one on the mountain." Xia Liang tilted his head towards Longhu Mountain and motioned. "Lin Quanzi?" Monk Ruishan frowned slightly. Xia Liang shook his head, said with a smile, "No, but his master Chen Xuandu." "Dao Chong Chen?" Monk Ruishan was dumbfounded, and then he was puzzled. "Dao Chong Chen is a virtuous fighter. Why is he?" Before Monk Ruishan finished speaking, Xia Liang waved his hand. "Beating a monk, with my Xia Liang ability. Can I tell lies?" Monk Ruishan was speechless for a moment. Xia Liang's ability. He couldn't be more clear. If Xia Liang had no evidence, how could he be so sure? Thinking of this, Monk Ruishan instinctively believed in Xia Liang. Xia Liang didn't lie to Shui Ren, and straight to the point. Boss Shui, if the Liangzi from Longhushan and I are already forged, this excellent feng shui place with a jade belt around the waist will become a place for the two of us to fight. You were originally an outsider, but ruling was forced to enter the game. Having said that, Xia Liang smiled. The monk Ruishan on the side also nodded heavily. The cultivators fight, and it is easy to hurt the pond fish. Then the monk Ruishan put his hands together. Shui Shiju. The poor monk also recommends that you temporarily avoid the edge during this time. And it is not too late to start construction after all the dust settles. Shui Ren didn't know what to do at this time. After all, his original intention was to find someone to take a look at feng shui. But feng shui didn't see it as involving himself. In the end, Shui Ren could only grit his teeth. If Ling, I can only listen to the arrangements of teacher Sha Tian. Xia Liang nodded, then walked out of the courtyard. After observing for a while, a smile finally appeared in the corner of his eyes. Boss Shui, during this time, you can go to my place to stay temporarily. There shouldn't be any major problems with Xiao Kui. Xia Liang gave Shui Ren his villa, and then called Zhang Xiaokui. Shui Ren struggled slightly. Then my manner? Xia Liang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Boss Shui, there won't be any problems with me. But what? Shui Ren was still a little puzzled. A sharp look flashed across the corner of Xia Liang's eyes. It's just that I want to borrow your jade belt to ring the waist. Shui Ren was slightly taken aback. Huh? Can I borrow this thing? Monk Ruoshan's face also changed slightly. Shi. Do you mean bending the bow and straight arrow? Bend bow and straight arrow? Xia Liang smiled slightly. Monk, you two look down on my Sha's methods. Speaking of this, Xia Liang's smile turned cold. Since his Sangyang Taoist temple wants to deal with me, I take the wine to accompany him. Or they really think that Xia Liang is a soft persimmon that can be kneaded at will. Speaking of this, Xia Liang smiled and glanced at Shui Ren, who was slightly worried. Boss Shui, don't worry, I don't borrow this feng shui from you in vain. When things are done, I will definitely return you a feng shui bureau that is 10 times better than the jade belt loop. Waist only sighed and obeyed Xia Liang's arrangement. Amitabha, as the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, whoever goes to hell. Monk Ruishan chanted the Buddha's name. If Chen Daocheng is really misbehaving like this, the poor monk would like to help Sha Tianxi. Xia Liang saw Monk Ruoshan's firm gaze, and a smile suddenly appeared in the corner of his eyes. In that case, thank you. The monk, I have other helpers. They should be there in half an hour at most. As soon as these words came out, Shui Ren and Ruishan suddenly felt puzzled. However, Xia Liang didn't allow each to answer, but just blinked with a chuckle. 1 hour later, 3 people wearing red helmets came to Shui Ren's manor. Behind these 3 people, there were several heavy trucks, all of them workers wearing yellow helmets. The 3 are not others. They are Lu Zhendong, Gao Hesheng, and Qian Donglai. At this time, they were surrounding Xia Liang and Ruishan monk, discussing some related matters. Qian Donglai looked at Xia Liang and grinned. Teacher Xia, haven't seen you for a few days. Have you been okay recently? Yes, Master Xia. I ran several times these days and you are not in the store. But you want to kill me. Lu Zhendong also scratched his head and smiled. Gao Hesheng on the side also smiled. Xia Liang looked at several people with smiles. 3. Let the sky and my summer cool. But I'm looking for your help. As soon as this remarks, the 3 of them all were taken aback. Teacher Xia, why do you want us 3 to do it together? Isn't this manor owned by Boss Shui? Isn't it given to teacher Xia? What's the big deal on earth? Even a team can't handle it? Master Xia, please tell me, what do I need to do? Lao Lu. The three of them looked at Xia Liang and talked. Xia Liang sighed slightly. Someone wants to be unfavorable to me. I have to prepare in advance. Just because Boss Shui is willing to borrow my generation of feng shui. Shui Ren is one of the 10 outstanding figures in Qingyun City. And the three of them have naturally heard his name. Borrowing feng shui? Can you still borrow feng shui? Lu Zhendong was taken aback for a moment, and then became too angry. Master Xia, who dares to touch your brow? Gao Hesheng also nodded. Teacher Xia, you need our help is just one sentence. We still have some abilities. Of course Xia knew that. Otherwise he would pinch him to death with bare hands. As Xia Liang, he would even have to use his hands to deal with it. However, there are rules. If Xia Liang really does that, he won't even think about gaining a foothold in the circle in the future. Master Xia, I didn't expect you to have this method. Monk Ruishan looked at the black people in surprise and said that in just 1 hour, nearly 200 workers came. However, before that, Xia Liang just made a phone call. Xia Liang chuckles when he hears this. The three of them are all my friends. They have known each other a long time ago. That's how it is. Monk Ruishan couldn't help but look forward to the horror that needs so many people to arrange. What is it that shocked the heavens? In ancient times, there was Kong Ming borrowing from Dongfeng. And now I have Xia Liang borrowing from Feng Shui. Lao Lu, Lao Gao, Lao Qian. Let the construction team start. Xia Liang was talking, and handed 3 drawings to the three of them. It must follow the pattern on my drawing. Don't make a mistake. The three of them didn't dare to neglect the drawing and quickly took over the drawing. And after a moment they looked at it and gave an order. The 3 construction teams immediately dispersed. Some ran up to the mountain. Some ran to the river. And they were busily in full swing. Qian Donglai and the others were also a little puzzled at this time. Who on earth had forged a beam with Xia Liang? Of course. Wonder. The three of them did not continue to ask more questions. The three of them had already seen Xia Liang's ability. Now even if Xia Liang jumped out, she pointed to the sky and said that the sky was green. I am afraid that the three of them will believe it without hesitation. Master Xia Tian, there are things that need to be done by poor monks. But it's okay to say. Monk Ruishan walked to Xia Liang and said. Xia Liang shook his head. Master Tai, don't worry. Can you see what game I am doing? Monk Ruishan looked at the shame construction team when he heard the words. Then his eyes lit up and he pointed to the river and said. It's a curse and a straight arrow. Xia Liang nodded. Yes, it's the bow and arrow. Latest URL. Note, if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. Monk Ruishan was even more puzzled when he heard it. Just now Xia Liang said that his method would never be that simple. How could he suddenly change his mind now? Curved bow straight arrow evil. Also known as anti-bow water. Boss Shui's house happens to be a jade belt ring waste game. This jade belt ring waste game is a rare offensive and defensive pattern. Monk Ruishan nodded upon hearing this. Yes, although it is too rich and too expensive to live for a long time with a jade belt around the waist. But the whole river is arched to the outside. When the water comes out, it will inevitably lead to disasters. But at this point, Monk Ruishan has some suspicions. Master Xia, if you want to come. The master and apprentices of Chen Xuandu are definitely not the general generation. Only relying on the anti-bow water. I am afraid they can't help them. Xia Liang seemed to have known that Monk Ruishan would ask such a question. but only smiled. Grand monk, don't worry, just watch it quietly. At this moment, a tool cart slowly drove into the village. Behind the carriage of the tool cart, pulling a large mirror that was more than 2 meters high. Teacher Xia, I have traveled to many places. Our wife's mirror in Qingyun City is only this big. The 3-meter mirror needs to be ordered 3 days in advance. The worker in the car said to Xia Liang. Xia Liang frowned. This mirror is less than 3 meters. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Liang nodded. It's okay, but the power may not be so great. I guess it won't kill them all at once. The monk Ruishan on the side was puzzled. Master Sha Tian, what do you want so many mirrors for? Xia Liang chuckled. Great monk, have you ever heard of the mirror shame? Monk Ruishan nodded. The mirror shame? I heard it a little bit. But this kind of mirror shame is just an auxiliary function. And it doesn't have the power of a wife. Xia Liang asked with a smile. Did you not realize that the third construction team is no longer here? When Xia Liang said this, monk Ruishan saw that it was indeed the construction team brought by the old money that nearly a quarter of the workers were missing. Great monk, come with me, and you will understand soon. Xia Liang smiled slightly, and left the manor with the monk Ruishan with a face. Master Xia, this height is not appropriate. If you widen here, you have to wait for it to solidify. Is this opening facing the mountain? As soon as Xia Liang arrived, Qian Donglai came up and asked 3 questions in a row. Xia Liang walked a distance out, and stretched out his thumb to look at the distance. It's okay, old money. This width is just right. There is no need to widen it. Xia Liang measured it slightly with a satisfied smile and said, this angle is just 1 point wider and more. And 1 point narrower will be less. But it is not good. Qian Donglai nodded, then raised his arms and shouted at the workers. Brothers, work harder. Another hour passed. Qian Donglai's construction team was officially completed, and a mirror on the mountain stood upright. Xia Liang pushed the monk Ruishan next to him, smiling. The monk now understands what game this is. This will not be the legend. Monk Ruishan swallowed and spit. Sansha Mountain Protection Bureau? Xia Liang smiled and nodded. Yes, it is the Sansha Mountain Guarding Bureau. It's done, and it's not worth the hard work of the 3 of them. Xia Liang stretched. I wanted to set up the 5 evil punishment game, but it's too complicated. I'm afraid that people will come before Dragon Tiger Mountain is completed. 5 Evil Punishment Bureau. Monk Ruishan shook his head. My Buddha is compassionate, isn't it a bit? Xia Liang chuckled lightly. The sickle evil spirit under our feet, the mirror light evil spirit on the top of the mountain, and the curved bow and straight arrow evil spirit. The 3 evils are combined. After the blessing, the bow and the arrow will be bent and straight. Even if Chen Xuandu comes, he will have to spend a lot of hands and feet to deal with it. As for Lin Quanzi, speaking of this, Xia Liang's mouth formed an icy arc, and monk Ruishan suddenly felt that the young man next to him was a bit scary. But monk Ruishan still hesitates. Xia Liang chuckled and shook his head. It's also not to be indecent to come and go. I'm Xia. It's not a casual bully. Ruishan can't help but worry a little. Teacher Xia, this 3 Evil Mountain Protection Bureau will affect innocent people. Monk Ruoshan's worries are normal. There are still many vehicles on the road outside Bi Manor. According to Monk Ruoshan's understanding, this place has become a fierce place except inside the manor. Affect innocent people. Xia Liang smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have been prepared. I have made slight adjustments to the whole game and it has no effect on ordinary people. If the opponent is a practitioner, its power will increase a lot. Don't leave the villa for half a step. Otherwise problems will occur. If Xia Liang's real strength is used, it is completely okay to hit with bare hands. But Xia Liang didn't say anything. Xia Liang looked at the opposite mountain and smiled. The next step is to wait for the bait to be hooked. At the same time, in an office building, the shutters have been pulled up. The whole room looked a little dim. A bald head shook the wineglass in his hands. Lin Daocheng, what wind brought you here? Dao Tu next to him was Lin Quanzi, who had just come down from Longhu Mountain. Lin Quanzi was not polite and sat opposite the man. Old Zhang, I want you to do me a favor. Lin Quanzi talked about what happened. The bald man drank the wine in his glass and said to Lin Quanzi, You mean, let me find someone to help you frame that Xia Liang? Lin Quanzi nodded lightly. The bald man frowned. Why bother so hard? Do you want me to bring it directly? Lin Quanzi waved. No, there are Taoist rules. If one is not careful, let others know and publicize it. We won't have a foothold in Longhushan. Lin Quanzi and Xia Liang unanimously chose the method of using Daomen. Although they said that, Lin Quanzi did not say everything. If this bald knew that Xia Liang knew a lot of high-ranking guys in Qingyun City, I'm afraid they would not have the guts to agree to this matter. However, what they didn't know was that Xia Liang was scarier than they thought. After a brief discussion, the bald head nodded. Lin Daocheng, this kind of thing is on my body. More than an hour later, a car was rushing towards the manor. Lin Daocheng, you seem to have started construction ahead. The bald man driving the car pointed and said to Lin Quanzi, who was sitting in the co-pilot the year before. Construction started? Lin Quanzi, who was squinting, opened his eyes instantly, and after a moment, Lin Quanzi thought for a while and laughed. The coolness of summer is nothing more than that, and there is no sense of prevention at all. Although the two sides did not break their skin. But Lin Quanzi already knew that Xia Liang had definitely noticed something. If not, nor would it be faintly directed against him in the manner. Lao Zhang, stop. I'll go up and see the feng shui of this place. After it is finalized, you will find someone to proceed according to the original plan. Please remember, during this time, you have to leave Qingyun City to hide for a while. After all, this summer is still somewhat capable. Lin Quanzi exhorted again and again. In this way, Lin Quanzi could withdraw himself. How can Xia Liang endure? It can only be considered that behind those people is the bald man. And at that time, Lao Zhang had already left Qingyun City. Xia Liang was absolutely helpless. At least that's what Lin Quanzi thought. The vehicle slowly stopped on the side of the road, and Lin Quanzi climbed up the hill opposite the manor. Bend bow and straight arrow? Lin Quanzi looked at the direction of the manor and chuckled. Fortunately, this place is just a mountain forest once someone lives here. I'm afraid the family will be ruined. Lin Quanzi chuckled and shook his head, seeming to be slightly proud of seeing the arrow of the bow. However, at this moment, Lin Quanzi saw that a mirror was erected on the opposite mountainside. And Lin Quanzi suddenly felt an ominous sense of crisis. Not good. There is a problem. Lin Quanzi didn't have time to think about it, and took out a Taoist gossip mirror from his clothes. But the whole gossip mirror suddenly buzzed and shuddered. Click! The whole gossip mirror shattered in an instant. Even the magical tools presented by the master can't withstand it. What kind of feng shui bureau is this? It can be so powerful. Lin Quanzi was frightened and sweated. But he didn't wait for him to think about it. The terrifying pressure of the whole evil situation instantly acted on him. And Lin Quanzi was so scared that Lin Quanzi didn't dare to move. He understands that he has entered the game now. As long as he moves a little, it may cause a chain reaction of the series. Even if he does not move, it will also be full of dangers. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. and a dead tree beside Lin Quanzi, as if it had decayed to the limit, fell straight down. Lin Quanzi instinctively hid sideways, and the whole tree fell directly, bringing strong winds. However, before Lin Quanzi could react, she felt a cold in her abdomen. Looking down, a branch on the ground knocked on the stone. Under the action of Teishu's gravity, the branch suddenly lifted up with the power of the lever and plunged directly into Lin Quanzi's abdomen. Lin Daocheng, are you okay? Lao Zhang on the hillside was shocked when he saw this scene, and hurried to Lin Quanzi's side to make a gesture to help him up. Don't move. The blood will flow back if you move, Lin Quanzi said with difficulty. Lin Daocheng, wait a moment for me to call an ambulance. Lao Zhang hurriedly called because it was far from the city, and it took a long time for the ambulance to rush over. Lin Quanzi had passed out in a coma. This scene was already clearly seen by Xia Liang in the manor. If you hurt the little one, the old one should almost be unable to sit still, right? Xia Liang saw Lin Quanzi being carried into the ambulance, and a playful smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. Then Xia Liang waved. Let the workers above cover those mirrors. There is nothing more to do. Monk Ruishan still has some worries. Summer teacher Lin Quanzi can't. Don't worry. He is not dead yet. Xia Liang waved his hand. Those mirrors are still too small. If the mirrors are too small, the sickle will be more powerful through the blessing of the mirrors. It's a pity that Qingyun City doesn't have such a big mirror. Otherwise the piercing would be his chest cavity. Probably his throat. After talking about Xia Liang, he sighed regretfully. The monk Ruishan on the side was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Xia Liang to rush to kill people. Amitabha. Monk Ruishan put his hands together. Master Xia's murder is too heavy. I am afraid it will damage the blessings. Xia Liang smiled coldly. Everything is for others to consider. But they have understood your difficulties? At least I have to see if that person is worthy of my unintentional enemy. As the saying goes, repaying grievances with virtue. How can I repay virtue? Monk Ruishan was stunned. Repaying grievances with virtue. Why? Repaying virtue? Xia Liang nodded faintly. I didn't intend to be enemies with them. But since they provoke Xia Liang to avoid me, that's the behavior of a coward. And the rules are the rules. The truth is the truth. And those who don't follow the rules and don't follow the rules should be punished. Monk, you have a problem. That is, you are too kind and unruly. They are the first to attack me. Or are they? As for the pattern of the Lao Meng family, that's a matter of taking people's money to eliminate disasters. If they are capable, they will go back in the opposite direction instead of dealing with me. Monk, what do you mean? Repaying grievances by virtue. How can you repay virtue? Repaying virtue by virtue. How can you complain? Xia Liang looked at the direction of the ambulance and smiled coldly. After these words, Monk Ruoshan's head buzzed. Standing in place is a little at a loss. Even with some irritation, what Xia Liang said just now violated his Buddhist beliefs. Buddhism's purpose has always been compassion. In ancient times, Buddhas cut meat and fed eagles. Isn't it exactly this kind of thing that repays grievances with virtue? Thinking of this, Monk Ruishan pleaded, Master Xia, the Buddha used to cut meat and feed eagles. I am kind. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Xia Liang's wave. If Shan, think about it, the Buddha cuts meat and feeds the eagle. But will the eagle be grateful to him? To help and forgive a person who is ungrateful. That is not a virtue. A hot face and a cold buttocks. I was trampled on my face. Everyone laughed. That's not virtue. That's cheapness. Having said that, Xia Liang took a deep look at Monk Ruishan. He believes that Xia Liang is not a bad person. But someone bullied him. He didn't mind using thunderous wrists to deal with it. Monk Ruishan was shocked. He wanted to refute Xia Liang, but he didn't know how to refute it. It was as if a stormy sea was upturned in my heart. And it was as if a 12th magnitude earthquake had set off in my head. The whole person was stunned, not knowing what to say. Shui Ren on the side. At this time, he was already shocked and speechless. Shui Ren swallowed fiercely and spit. Shaman teacher, is this feng shui theory really so magical? He had personally witnessed Lin Quanzi's injury. Before that, Shui Ren had always held the attitude of believing that something like feng shui was so mysterious and unbelievable. But now it seems that there is really such an evil. Thinking of this, Shui Ren couldn't help but shudder. Master Xia, you must take action to resolve this crisis. As the saying goes, the gate of the city caught fire, and the pond fish was inflicted. Shui Ren believed that if Xia Liangdu was defeated, would there be a complete egg? Thinking of this, Shui Renbushang secretly thought about it. Chen Xuandu is already a first-class gentleman in Qingyun City. If even he can't help Xia Liang. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues. Please log in. Right pointing arrow. How good should Xia Liang be? It's so unfathomable at a young age. And we must come and go frequently. Thinking of this, Shui Ren looked at Xia Liang with a smile on his face. For Shui Ren's heart, naturally, Xia Liang didn't have the time to know. He was only concerned about one problem now. With Chen Xuandu's ability, he is definitely several times stronger than Lin Quanzi. These three evils protect the mountain. I'm afraid Chen Xuandu can't be helped. Chen Xuandu, it should be you next time? I don't know if I am behind. Can you bear it? Xia Liang looked into the distance. With a dangerous arc in the corner of her mouth. Longhua Hospital of Qingyun City. Dr. Wang will perform the operation soon. An urgent voice came, followed by a soil protector pushing the treatment cart into the operating room. It was Lin Quanzi who was lying on the treatment cart. At this time, Lin Quanzi had lost consciousness, and his face looked pale. The patient has a ruptured spleen and requires too much blood transfusion to prepare plasma. An urgent voice came from the operating room. The protective soil rushed in with the blood plasma, and the door of the operating room was closed tightly. In the operating room, three young men in robes, surrounded by an old man with white beards, their expressions obstructed. Master, what did the fourth child do? How could it hurt like this? What happened to the master? Master, I will avenge the fourth child. I'll go too. And the three young men looked indignant. Phil the Eagle rode with righteous indignation around the old morals. The old way is naturally Chen Xuandu. Chen Daocheng. Noisy. Chen Xuandu opened his eyes. And his eyes burst into light. Chen Xuandu glanced at the three of them. As a cultivator, you are so irritable. What kind of style is it? When these words came out, the three of them were silent. And seeing the three disciples shut their mouths one after another, Chen Xuandu squinted his eyes and pinched his fingers. The atmosphere in the hospital suddenly became a little serious. Chen Xuandu opened his eyes. Sansha Mountain Guarding Bureau? Unexpectedly, this young man has some abilities. Sansha Mountain Protection Bureau? Master, do you mean that the fourth junior brother was injured because of this? Who is the other party? Isn't it Cha Bin? The three looked at each other. And they looked like an eagle with outrage just now. It's already gone now. After all, the people who can deploy the Sansha Mountain Guarding Bureau are not something they can afford now. I just yelled one by one to avenge the fourth child. Why don't you speak anymore? Chen Xuandu said coldly while looking at Sanen, who was shrinking his neck. After a while, a disciple stood up and said respectfully, Master, what should we do now? After all, our Shuanglong Taoist temple can't swallow this bad breath in vain. Yeah, Master, or else our 3 brothers will go together. The 4th grandiose thought, when there is such a defeat, if the 3 of us are together, it will definitely be possible. Master, who is that person? Let's go. The 3 bowed and said, You are definitely not his opponent. Chen Xuandu waved his hand directly. I will go personally this time. Since he used this method to deal with the 4th child, I will treat him as a human being. Chen Xuandu stood up after speaking. You are optimistic about the 4th child. I will see how capable this young man is. After speaking, Chen Xuandu left straight away. It just didn't go to the villa, but turned around and headed towards Xia Liang's residence. Xia Liang waited until the sun went down, but did not wait for Chen Xuandu to arrive. Because of Lin Quanzi's coma, Xia Liang didn't read Chen Xuandu's next move from him. It was getting late in the summer and the cold phone rang. Brother Xia, are you still there now? Xia Liang nodded. Yes. Are you going back now? Zhang Xiaokui. No. There are still a lot of people in the store. Do you need me to close the store now and go back? Xia Liang thought for a while and shook his head. After there are no customers in the store for a while, you can go to my place first, and I will go there later. Having said that, Xia Liang hung up the phone. He motioned to Shui Ren. Boss Shui, I will send you back now. There should be nothing wrong with my house. Shui Ren had no choice but to agree. Xia Liang took Shui Ren and Ruishan into the car. Great monk, you and Xiao Kui will stay at home to protect Boss Shui. And Chen Xuandu will not dare to be too messy if you 2 are thinking about coming. Amitabha. It is all dispatched by the teacher in the summer. Monk Ruishan put his hands together on the soil, and after Xia Liang's instructions just now, he felt a little awkward. But Xia Liang just drove to Qingyun City. The phone rang suddenly. Xia Liang answered the phone. What's wrong? Have you already gone back? However, there was no one to speak for a long time on the opposite side. Only a messy noise came, and Xia Liang's heart suddenly sank. Did Chen Xuandu know that I had set up a bureau in the manor and bypassed me to deal with Xiao Kui? And the others? Xia Liang thought secretly in her heart. The inner anxiety is getting stronger and stronger. Xia Liang couldn't help turning on the hands-free. How is your side? Did you encounter any problems? After a while, a reply came from the other side. Xia Liang. It's me. When Xia Liang heard it, she knew it was Xu Wanying's voice. It's just that this head has lost the usual pungent vigor, and instead has an anxious tone in his tone. Xia Liang was shocked. Wei Ning slowly said what happened. Xiao Kui is injured. There was a creak of brakes. Xia Liang's car suddenly stopped on the side of the road and directly swayed Shui Ren and Ruishan in the back seat. Xia Liang's tone was gloomy. Where are you? Where is Xiao Yun? Xiao Yun is okay too. Xiao Yun took the medicine box for Xiao Kui. Give me the phone. I will tell Brother Xia. Zhang Xiaokui's voice came over the phone, but it sounded very weak. Xia Liang frowned and asked, Where are you? I will rush over now. We are outside the house. Xia Liang hung up the phone, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator. In an instant, the whole car screamed out. It usually takes more than half an hour of the journey, and was run by Xia Liang in less than 5 minutes. When he arrived at his destination, Shui Ren had already paled by the scary speed of Xia Liang. How about it? Xia Liang just saw the 2 women taking the shame security guard to carry Zhang Xiaokui to Su Qianyun's house, and hurriedly walked over. Brother, I'm fine. I just scratched my head. Xiao Kui smiled sly, and there was a towel wrapped around his forehead. The whole towel had been dyed red with blood. At this time, Xia Liang saw that the villa he lived in, the feng shui pattern had turned green. And it's still dark green. It was actually put on by that old thing. A coldness flashed in Xia Liang's eyes. And the shame people went to Su Qianyun's house temporarily. The crowd sat on the sofa with solemn expressions. Zhang Xiaokui was able to sit up and talk after a simple dressing. What's the matter with Xiaokui? Zhang Xiaokui rubbed his head, frowning slightly because of the pain. When I came back, I originally wanted to go back there, but I faintly felt that it was wrong. So I went in and checked it myself. It turned out that the feng shui at home was moved. Later, before I could react, I slid down the stairs. Broke his head. Zhang Xiaodao said here. Xu Weining also nodded again and again. Yeah, fortunately Xiao Kui let us wait outside. It would be miserable if everyone went there together. Su Qianyun nodded with lingering fear. Xia Liang sneered. It must be Chen Xuandu's hands and feet. Chen Xuandu? The three of them were taken aback for a moment. And Xia Liang immediately told them the whole story. Zhang Xiaokui suddenly realized. That's the case. Then I am sure that our feng shui should have been moved by him. Everyone frowned. The atmosphere was obviously a little dull. And Shui Ren was anxious when he saw the dignified appearance of everyone. Master Sha Tian, didn't you say that the house is safe? How could he come? Shui Ren's tone trembled. Bai Yi Ling Tian has encountered so many evil things. His wife has surpassed his cognition. Xia Liang waved her hand slightly, feeling something was wrong in her heart. Using Chen Xuandu's ability, the feng shui layout must be stern and tricky. According to normal circumstances, Zhang Xiaokui may have been seriously injured now, and it is absolutely impossible to scratch the skin. Thinking of this, Xia Liang couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaokui. Xiaokui, are you sure you have nothing else? Zhang Xiaokui also seemed to feel something was wrong. Logically speaking, it is absolutely impossible for him to suffer such a slight injury. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaokui's eyes lit up and took out a jade pendant from his chest. Brother Xia, I guess it might be because of this. Xia Liang took the jade pendant and played with it carefully. Xia Liang found that this jade pendant was not inferior in texture to the jade plate made by himself. On the contrary, it was much better. Brother Xia, this is the jade pendant handed down from my old Zhang family, which is only passed on to the eldest son of each generation. That's it. Xia Liang nodded. If this jade pendant, it was passed down by the ancestors of the Zhang family, and it should have been taught by Zhang Junbao. With Zhang Junbao's ability, he is naturally much stronger than Chen Xuandu, so it is easy to block feng shui. Naturally, thinking of this, Xia Liang handed the jade pendant to Zhang Xiaokui. You stay here, I'll go over there to find out. Seeing that Shui Ren was already a little pale at this time, Xia Liang waved his hand and said with relief, Boss Shui, don't worry, nothing will happen with them. Monk Ruishan put his hands together. Shui Shiju has a poor Dao. Even if it is Chen Xuandu himself, the poor Dao can persist until the summer teacher arrives. Monk Ruishan glanced at Zhang Xiaokui again. Furthermore, this Zhang Xiaoyu is a descendant of a famous teacher Zhang Junbao, and he is also very good at it. Shui Ren relaxed slightly after hearing this. After settling everyone in, Xia Liang got up and left and went to his own villa next door. As soon as he entered, Xia Liang frowned. The whole villa courtyard exudes bursts of foul smell, and it is obvious that feng shui has been destroyed by people to the extreme. This Chen Xuandu's shot is really extraordinary. Looking at the feng shui pattern that has changed too much, I can't help but sigh. The entire courtyard is facing the evil, and it seems reasonable for Xiao Kui to be injured in a fierce situation with dragons and tigers fighting. Xia Liang chuckled and walked towards the southeast corner of the villa's enclosure. The land in the southeast corner is very soft. Obviously there are traces of being dug up. Xia Liang found a branch and picked up the soil. Soon there was a coral snake that had long been dead. The dragon has been deducted. Can the tiger be far away? Xia Liang chuckled to himself, then turned around. After walking a few dirt steps, the old technique was reapplied to open the soil on the ground. After a long while, a dead black cat was dug out. Not bad. This Chen Xuandu is really capable. Xia Liang chuckled and nodded. If it was buried in Lao Lu's shopping mall, if it was this kind of fierce battle, I am afraid that Lao Lu would die if he couldn't insist on me going. After Xia Liang threw the dead snake and dead cat out, he took another look and found that there were only 9 lynches. And there were some minor problems. Then it will be easier. Xia Liang clapped her hands and called Zhang Xiaokui directly. Xiaokui will bring everyone here, and the 2 of them will bring a peace talisman. Not long after, everyone rushed over from Su Qianyun's villa. Huh? That's weird. Zhang Xiaokui was slightly shocked. Before, that discomfort was gone. Although Zhang Xiaokui is just a fortune teller, he only knows little about feng shui bureau. But he is also a practitioner, and he can keenly feel the state of feng shui. Big brother Xia, I feel much better now than before. Zhang Xiaokui smiled and said. Monk Ruishan inadvertently saw dead cats and dead snakes thrown outside the courtyard. Master Xia, the dead cat and dead snake were dug out in the courtyard? Xia Liang nodded. Yes. Now I have solved the problem of feng shui. And only 9 heads are left. It takes a lot of people to dissipate the evil spirit. Monk Ruishan nodded upon hearing this. Now it is basically certain that this feng shui was made by Chen Xuandu. Because of the fierce game of dragon-tiger fighting. Only he can. And even Chief Xia has only heard of it, and will not make such a game. Xia Liang waved his hand. Okay, let's leave other things. Everyone listen to my arrangements. Everyone stands in a different position. Soon under the arrangement of Xia Liang, everyone stood up. Now bite your fingertips and drop them in the middle of your toes. And this head evil will be released. Several people nodded and followed suit. What Xia Liang didn't expect was that there was a tiny pinhole camera facing him in the corner at this time. In a hotel in Qingyun City, Chen Xuandu was sitting on the bed. At this time, Lin Quanzi had not passed the dangerous period. So Chen Xuandu sent a disciple to accompany him in the hospital. Beside him, and there were only 2 disciples in front of him, Zhang was holding his mobile phone. The screen on the phone is impressive in the summer cool villa. Chen Xuandu watched Xia Liang break the game. His face was already full of gloom. Even the 2 disciples were shocked. Unexpectedly, this Xia Liang could see through the master's dragon and tiger fight at a glance. The Feng Shui Bureau, which the master is so proud of, was unexpectedly. The 2 were cautiously whispering. Without realizing it, Chen Xuandu's expression was getting worse and worse. Humph! Chen Xuandu snorted coldly. And suddenly he was shocked, and closed his mouth for life. Do they know that their master is a person who loves face very much? There is nothing to end if you get angry. At this time, through the audio monitoring, Chen Xuandu was watching Xia Liang's group through the pinhole camera without blinking. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. It's a pity that the system is dumb. and I can hardly answer any questions I have. Shook his head. Xia Liang pinched the 4 jade coins in his hand. The emerald coin disappeared, and everyone woke up from the state just now. Can be everyone. Seeing Xia Liang's habitual future kicking coins into his pocket, some people have already begun to slap their chests and roar. Prodigal. Great prodigal. That's $4. If I had such a son, I would pinch him to death. Bah! Are you worthy? Your old man just took out 4 yuan and he didn't care. He knew he was a rich second generation. Handsome guy. Are you missing a wife? I am 22 this year. A student at Qingyun University of Music. And the bride price only needs 50 cents. I'm still there for the first time. You dream. How can someone rich in the second generation look at you? Is he the original one? Imported original people can find it. Yes. It looks like the top rich second generation. When these words came out, everyone nodded in agreement. 4 yuan. Except for the man in the suit. Everyone in the car has basically only seen it on TV. When I went to the bank to pick it up, who didn't bring a few bodyguards? And locked them with a password box to bring them out. Just put it in his pocket like Xia Liang. Even TV did not dare to shoot like that. At this time, the face of the man in the suit has turned blue and purple. Xia Liang not only took out emerald coins, but also 4. There is no doubt that I lost. That is to say, I want to call Xia Liang's father. Thinking of this, the man in the suit became embarrassed. If Xia Liang could really ignore the difference in age, I don't lose even if I recognize a rich little godfather. He has the same idea as the crowd watching the excitement in the car. From the perspective of the man in the suit, Xia Liang is the top rich second generation who sneaked out, and his family must be the top presence in the country, living the life of an emperor every day. Only this possibility did Xia Liang think that it would cost several dollars to take a bus. Thinking that he might become his godson, the man in suit even gave himself a thumbs up. Seeing his innocent appearance, maybe he gave the $4 in his pocket to his godson on the spot. As the saying goes, a man has gold under his knees. Isn't this the time to take out the gold? Thinking of this, with excitement, he took a deep breath, under the eyes of everyone. Plop, bent his legs, kneeled on the ground, and shouted at Shula. Dad, my name is Zhou Gang. You can call me Ganger. Pooh. Xia Liang, who was still in contemplation, almost couldn't get up. I have never seen such a brazen person. He looks like he is in his 30s. Right? He is 10 years younger than him. Although I lost. But this is too simple to kneel down. The other passengers in the car also looked at him in surprise. Xia Liang looked at the man in the suit who called her father, and looked at her trouser pocket from time to time, and she knew what he was making. Couldn't help but sneered. Bah, it's shameless. I don't even have a girlfriend. Where is such a big son from? I have to recognize my father and go to other places. Hearing what Xia Liang said, everyone recovered and agreed. I don't know what shame. If your mother knows that you have recognized such a young father outside, she may beat you to death alive. It's shameless. Go home and have a look. Your ancestors' coffin board can't hold it down. Under the language offensive of a bunch of people, Zhou Gang stared at them fiercely, then stood up embarrassedly and ran off the car. After solving this problem, Xia Liang also had a headache again, and he didn't know the specific value of this dollar. After thinking about it, Xia Liang took out $1 again and handed it to the driver. The driver, brother, I really don't have change. Would you like to find me some change? Looking at the dollar Xia Liang handed over with a smile, the driver's face turned green. Is it boring to entertain us with your kid? This is $1. Even if you take a car from here to Qingyun Airport, you only need 3 cents. Give me one. Where can I go to find you? 99,997 cents. In the driver's reply, Xia Liang keenly discovered the value of $1. Do you want to make up for me 99,999,997 cents? These 3 cents are equivalent to the previous 3 yuan. That is to say, one's own money is equivalent to 1 million. My Nima, looking at the 180,000 deposits in his system. This is not equivalent. Fuck. Thinking of that jaw-dropping number, Xia Liang felt so heartbroken. He couldn't help but take a few deep breaths to calm his mood. Hold on. Slowly. Xia Liang also knows that this bus cannot be taken today. Put the coin in his pocket and got off the bus. Looking at the pocket of Xia Liang's torn jeans, the driver wanted to grab it. There are $4 in there. Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought of. Xia Liang, who got out of the car, had already opened a certain treasure and checked it. Apple 11 mobile phone fake 1 loses 10. Shocking price. 1 point. LV retro backpack. Packed in the cabinet to get the goods. Selling price. 8 to 20 cents. Rolex PEARLMASTER. Selling price. 1 yuan and 2 hexagons. It was almost the same as I guessed. Reading www.yuanshu.com opened several online shopping apps again. And without exception, all unit prices changed. Xia Liang, who still didn't believe me, logged onto the official website of Lishui District, Qingyun City. Before clicked on, he collected a few more favorite houses. These are all he saw after he got the system. The price was at a medium level. At that time, he thought that if there was a system, he was working hard and the down payment for the house would be available. Then he and Yang Ying would also have a home. But looking at the house price at this time, it turned out to be 1.6 cents per square meter. A 100 square meter house is less than 2 yuan. He even started looking for the most expensive villa in Qingyun City. As only 1 dime 2 points and 1 tai? That is to say, you can buy a large-scale real estate in the most luxurious community for only more than $20. Fuck. It seems that the system upgrade has made the prices of the whole world cheaper. But my own funds have remained unchanged. Xia Liang took out the 4 steel sheds left on her body, which used to be worth 8 ingenious dollars. And now she can buy 2 houses of 100 square meters. It's so exciting. System, I love you. Finally calmed down, Xia Liang directly beckoned to take a taxi. Although I don't have cash, I still have money to pay. When I bought an airplane model yesterday, I withdrew 4,000 from the system bank, and there were more than 700 left. Soon a taxi stopped in front of Xia Liang. Go to Qingyun Airport. Xia Liang got in the car and directly said the destination. Go pick up someone, brother? The driver looked familiar, ready to chat with Xia Liang. Hearing Xia Liang's reply, the driver was not talking either. After all, not everyone likes to chat. Hey, still, okay. Seeing Xia Liang's silly look, Su Su's original suspicion was let go again. After all, only the otaku Xiaobai would be at a loss at this time. This makes the audience in the live room envy. Oh my god, is this the power of Gao Fusui? Look at Su Su's pleasantly surprised look. Eating lemon. Look at Su looking like he has picked up the treasure. He is still too young. Wait for a while. The anchor turned his face and didn't recognize anyone. After the initial astonishment, Su, who was relieved, did not shy away from anything, and directly hugged Xia Liang's shoulders. Brother Xia, where are we going now? Xia Liang walked forward while pulling Su's pink suitcase. Let's go to the security hall first. Su was a little stunned when he heard that, and his body became a little stiff. You said, go to the security office? 4. Why? Seeing Su's appearance, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Look at what Susu looks like. My Nima, do you want to be so direct? Anchor? Fuck. Anchor. Are you afraid that others will run away like this? Fear. Are flickers so straightforward now? Fortunately, Xia Liang didn't scare Susu and said, let's get the money. Susu was puzzled after hearing this. Huh? Take money? Xia Liang nodded and changed the way of telling what happened yesterday. Susu's eyes appeared as small stars. Of course, it's really unclear how much. After leaving the airport lobby, the two chatted all the way. Although they basically asked Susu and Xia Liang answered. The atmosphere was good after all. When they came to the parking lot, Susu's eyes looked at that cool Lamborghini Poison. It lights up again. I really bet on the right treasure. It is not in vain that I have spent so much money on personal design. But also turned away the rest of the scammers and set out to deal with Xia Liang. As for the car as rented, Susu never thought about where to rent such a car with only a few units in the world. She is still very confident of her own vision. Well, she actually saw the car purchase contract that Xia Liang confiscated. As the car drove towards the city security hall, the audience in the live broadcast room almost fell in love with Xia Liang's five-body admiration. Boss, take my knees. Amen. Susu was too innocent to be deceived. The upstairs should know that Susu is a senior liar. But the anchor has two deep routines. Let us observe 3 minutes of silence for the beautiful Susu. Amen. Before long, Xia Liang drove to the city security office. As a liar, Susu was still extremely resistant to places like the security office. She also wondered if Xia Liang lied to her. But Xia Liang made a call halfway through. The voice inside didn't seem to be fake. Susu only felt dizzy in his head and didn't know what to think. So he could only let Xia Liang take her away. But at the door in a moment, Yang Tianyi stood there, and Xia Liang led Susu over. Excuse me, are you Captain Yang? Yang Tian's eyes lit up when he heard Xia Liang's words. You are Xia Liang, right? Yes. I am Yang Tianyi. I am glad to see you. Please come with me. Xia Liang nodded. As the next event could not be broadcast live, Xia Liang commanded the mosquito broadcaster to shoot Susu, followed by Yang Tianyi into the interrogation room and began to make transcripts. The transcript was nothing more than concealing what happened yesterday. The truth about Hushan is that he saw Qingshui tied to the scar face and saved her by himself. Because Qingshui injured her leg, it was inconvenient, so she didn't come yesterday and today. Xia Liang repeated it again, and Yang Tianyi proactively stretched out his hand in gratitude. Thank you very much, Mr. Xia. It would be difficult for us to catch him without you. Hearing Yang Tianyi's words, Xia Liang waved his hands again and again. If there is nothing, everyone is responsible for the people. Ha ha ha. Yang Tianyi laughed at this, stood up and patted Xia Liang on the shoulder. You have a good body, and that kind of vicious criminal can stun. Xia Liang just chuckled. I have practiced some. Mainly because he underestimated the enemy. Yang Tianyi smiled at this and didn't say anything. After all, the transcripts given by Xia Liang were almost the same as the confession. Yang Tianyi was not good at studying, so he nodded to a subordinate outside the door. Soon, the subordinate walked in with 2 boxes. Mr. Xia, this is the bounty you got this time. Now the case has been solved. And you deserve it. Please count it. Xia Liang rolled her eyes speechlessly when she saw this. Team Yang, how cute are you? You can just give me $1. Or just an emerald coin. What the asterisk is this? Hearing this, Yang Tian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. And he didn't think that Xia Liang xing or something. After all, Xia Liang saw it when he got out of the sports car. And he was envious for a while. It's not that everyone is a local tyrant like you. $1. A large denomination of money generally can't be spent. I knew it was you who came to receive it, so we don't have to spend so much effort. Replace it with 1 centimeter. How about counting? Hearing that Xia Liang was right after thinking about it, except for herself. Who in this world would take such a large amount of money to the streets and put it in his bag? However, Xia Liang rolled his eyes speechlessly when he asked himself to count the suggestions. $1. 10,000 sheets of 1%. When will I play it alone? The state gives me money. I can rest assured, he said, patted his chest, carried the money and left the interrogation room. Seeing Xia Liang going away, Yang Tianyi's subordinates were also embarrassed. That person is really lucky. A bounty of $1. How many years a person has to work to get such a large sum of money? Yeah, I'm so envious. And I never thought that the original 1 yuan would be so heavy when it was replaced by 1% in cash. Several defenders looked envious, but as soon as they finished speaking, they found that someone was staring at them coldly. And Yang Tianyi asked them indifferently, "Why are you not convinced?" The two shook their heads quickly. "Humph." Yang Tianyi snorted coldly. "That's the strength of other people. Don't look at him for nothing. When you start, you two are not opponents. Lu Mo has a gun in his hand, but he has subdued it. If you two go, it is estimated that it will increase the reward." After talking about the iron and steel, they waved their hands to the two of them, and the two of them were relieved and left quickly. At the same time, in the defending hall, Su Suna called a fidget. He was already sweating nervously on the palms of his hands, but he had to pretend to be okay. Watching the past defenders smile and nod his head. Of course, let the live broadcast rooms. The audience complained for a while. In the cool summer villa, "Brother Shaw, we have a saying in the countryside. People have no food and dogs have no shit. This old man named Chen Xuandu will definitely be here to deal with us." Zhang Xiaokui tightened the bandage on his forehead and frowned. Everyone also knew the seriousness of the situation, and their faces were solemn. As for Shui Ren, even his body was shaking uncontrollably at this time. If it weren't for Monk Ruishan, he would be brave. He is probably already paralyzed at this time. Although, if Xia Liang is there, he is naturally not afraid that Chen Xuandu will come to him. But Xia Liang can't follow them every day. Shui Ren also hurriedly said, "Yeah, if you are not afraid of thieves, you are afraid of thieves. Xia Shi is also a person who has no money. We have to think of a way to take the initiative to attack." Xia Liang was silent, touching his chin and thinking secretly. The top priority now is to find Chen Xuandu and his party. From the past and future of his disciples, a lot of useful information can also be inferred. Unfortunately, Lin Quanzi has become a useless person at this time. Maybe the only clue is also broken. Otherwise, from Lin Quanzi, we can also deduce future information. Xia Liang sighed. "I had known that Lin Quanzi shouldn't be put to death at that time. But I didn't have a clue until now." At this moment, Zhang Xiaokui suddenly tilted sideways, and Monk Ruishan was quick to help him. Xiaoyu Zhang went to the monk and thought it would be better for you to go to the hospital. "It's okay." Zhang Xiaokui waved his hand. "I used to be in the country, and I smashed my skin twice in 3 days. After 2 days, I will grow up on my own, so I don't need to go to any hospital." He does not mean that. Xia Liang wrinkled slightly and looked at Zhang Xiaokui. "Xiaokui, what did you just say?" Xia Liang's sudden questioning shocked Zhang Xiaokui. Zhang Xiaokui thought that he was annoyed by Xia Liang. So he said quickly, "Brother Xia, I said I don't need to go to the hospital." "The hospital?" "That's right." Xia Liang clapped her hands. Lin Quanzi was injured. He must be in the hospital. Thinking of this, Xia Liang took out his mobile phone and called Meng Kashi. After the call is connected, Xia Liang is straight to the point. Meng Kashi won't gossip. "Do you have a friend in the hospital?" Soon Meng Kexi's voice came over the phone. Xia Liang looked happy. "Very well. You can ask me separately. If there is any doubt too hospitalized today, it should be that the abdominal cavity was injured. The wound has obvious characteristics, and it was pierced by the puncture." After speaking, Xia Liang hung up and waited for the result. After a while, the phone rang, and a smile appeared on Xia Liang's face. "I really can't find any place to break through the iron shoes." Xia Liang watched everyone chuckle. Lin Quanzi is now in the number 1 hospital. He should be accompanied by his seniors. After talking about Xia Liang, he thought about it. "Don't stay there tonight. You go to Xiaoyun's house first." Su Qianyun heard Xia Liang call herself Xiaoyun. His face flushed suddenly, and he nodded. "There are still several guest rooms in our house. Enough for a family to live in." Xia Liang nodded, and then stared at Zhang Xiaokui and Monk Ruishan to protect everyone and prepare to go to the first hospital. "Brother Xia, wait a minute." Zhang Xiaodao took off the jade pendant. "Brother Xia, wear this jade. If you encounter any danger, you can resist it." Except for Shui Ren, others also agreed with Zhang Xiaokui's words. Xia Liang was moved secretly in her heart and smiled freely. "Don't worry, everyone. There is no feng shui pattern that can harm me in summer." After speaking, Xia Liang got into the car. "Go directly to the first hospital." At this time, Chen Xuandu also heard Xia Liang's conversation from the pinhole camera. Chen Xuandu waved his hand. "The third child. Go get the boss and the fourth child back." The third child Qiangfengzi hesitated. "But the fourth child has not passed the dangerous period." Chen Xuandu said coldly. "Now if we don't take them all back, we all have to fall into the hands of those younger generations." Chen Xuandu always has a special feeling. That is to fight with Xia Liang. Can only play yin. As long as Xia Liang meets Chen Xuandu, I am afraid that the consequences will not be what Chen Xuandu can predict. Qiangfengzi struggled for a moment, then bowed and left. After half an hour, Xia Liang came to Longhua Hospital. It just so happened that Xia Liang saw that 2 Taoist priests were leaving with a hand-pushing treatment car. "Hey, it's really no effort to break through the iron shoes and find nowhere to find it." Xia Liang laughed lightly, ready to follow. However, after a while, Xia Liang dismissed the idea and glanced straight over the 3 of them. A burst of relevant information Xia Liang quickly understood. That's the case. No wonder they came to the hospital at this time. Because they knew I was coming. A bunch of fortune tellers suddenly played with technology. Spray. It's hard to guard against. Xia Liang watched the 2 people pushing Lin Quanzi's back and the corners of their mouths curled up strangely. If that's the case, then count it. Thinking of this, Xia Liang's eyes rolled back, and Xia Liang returned to his villa. Sure enough, there was a hidden light in the corner of the courtyard. If you don't look closely, it's really easy to be overlooked. Xia Liang just gave a warning glance. Just walked into the room casually. After a while, 2 people came out of the house. It is Shui Ren and Xia Liang. "Master Xia, if it's okay already, I'll go back." Xia Liang smiled and nodded. "In that case, I won't send you boss Shui. After all, there is still something in the store." Shui Ren also smiled and nodded, and then prepared to leave. Xia Liang also took a feng shui list, and happened to take Zhang Xiaokui alone. You can also fight when you are okay. Monk, you protect the two women at home. We too went out to see the feng shui is about the same. We will be back in 3 or 4 hours. Monk Ruishan put his hands together. Amitabha, if that's the case, please ask teacher Sha to go and return soon. Xia Liang nodded and waved away. However, after leaving the courtyard, Xia Liang instantly lowered her voice. Xiao Kui, let's go to Xiao Yun's house and wait. Let the monk introduce them to us and we will do it. Zhang Xiaokui didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly followed Xia Liang to hide. At this time, Xia Liang seemed to think of it and asked again. Xiao Kui, where are the people invited by the great monk now? Zhang Xiaodao was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. Brother Xia, I am not very clear about this matter either. The various acts they performed just now were just for Chen Xuandu to watch. Shui Ren, Xia Liang, Zhang Xiaokui, these 3 people seem to be on the surface. Has left this villa area. In fact, the 3 of them really left. Because the 3 of them are Taoist people. Chen Xuandu, even with the ability to reach the sky, can never count that the 3 of them are setting up a bureau to invite him into the urn. Of course it is not here. The scene where Xia Liang took Zhang Xiaokui away was naturally seen by Chen Xuandu and his party. Master, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yes, Master, the one with the surname Xia and the good one are not there. It's time for us to do it. Master, let's make a decision. The 2 apprentices stared at Chen Xuandu's eyes full of hope. Chen Xuandu still hesitated at this time. But after a while, since it is God's will, the 4 of our master and apprentice teamed up to set up an evil game. This time, let them absolutely enter or leave, and the wind will be the best. Chen Xuandu was shining, killing intent and flashing. Senior brother Qing Yangxi hesitated. Master, but even if Xia Liang is not there, Monk Ruishan is a ruthless character. The other 2 brothers also nodded again and again. As for Lin Quanzi, Qian was still in a coma and didn't know what was happening around him. Monk Ruishan? He is also worthy to be a weapon in front of the teacher? Chen Xuandu sneered coldly. If it were his master, Monk Qinghai was still there, I would still be afraid of him by 3 points. But now Monk Qinghai has gone to the west to serve the Buddha. Chen Xuandu continued. Now in Qingyun City, besides Cha Bin, who else can get me? Chen Xuandu's face was full of triumph. It seems that he has completely forgotten the existence of Xia Liang. Second, you stay and take care of the 4th. The 3rd and the 3rd will come with me. With a cold expression on his face, Chen Xuandu led Qiangfengzi and Qingyangxi towards Shalang Villa. At this time, Qingyun City Center, a cool site in summer, located in the villa where Xia Liang and Zhou Ruo are located. These people are all respected masters in Qingyun City. Its reputation is far from comparable to those of Wild Roads before. These people are all invited by Monk Ruishan, who can hire a master who is even more powerful than him, and obviously has a good reputation in the circle. Among the few people, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe stood faintly at the forefront. It seems that these people are all headed by him. The middle-aged man slowly salutes after seeing Xia Liang. Poor Dao Chabin, I have seen Master Xia. Zabin's reputation among the people has always been very high. In addition to understanding hexagrams, he also knows Chinese medicine. He often prescribes medicine for some Qingku villagers near the Taoist temple. And if you talk about prestige alone, Cha Bin can be said to be the leader of Qingyun City. Xia Liang saw that Cha Bin saluted slightly and chuckled. Junior Xia Liang, I've seen Mr. Cha Dao. Which way is long and not long? Cha Bin waved his hand. Since Xia Shi can break the Lin family's feng shui bureau, his eyesight is already higher than that of Za. Having said that, Cha Bin chuckled lightly. It's good if you and I are equal. Xia Liang knew that Cha Bin was not that kind of hypocritical person. So naturally he was no longer polite. In that case, it's all arranged by Dao Chief Cha. Later, Xia Liang also bowed to the gentleman behind Cha Bin. All fellow Taoists can come in their busy schedule. I am grateful to someone. The crowd waved their hands as soon as they heard it. What the teacher Xia said. Originally I was waiting, and I already had the heart to visit. But there has been no way out. Yes, I've heard that Xia's teacher is young at a young age. He has an extremely powerful ability, and it really deserves his reputation when I saw it today. I heard that Master Xia can make fortunes to Taoist people. Is this true? The other fortune tellers hurriedly paid the courtesy. They have heard about Xia Liang's ability. Now Xia Liang invites them. How can they make sense not to come? Can look at this young celestial master again. Can climb up the relationship again. Why not? Za Bin nodded, then doubted. I don't know why Xia Shi Lingtian suddenly came to us. As soon as this remark came out, several gentlemen behind Cha Bin, they all pricked their ears to listen to the following. Xia Liang smiled slightly. Today I invited Taijia to expose the ugly face of our master in Qingyun City. After hearing this, everyone was stunned. These people are relatively decent among the Taoist sects. If these people were not right in their minds, they would definitely not dare to come knowing that Xia Liang had the ability to tell fortune-telling to Tao sect people. Xia Liang seemed to see everyone's doubts. Laughed softly. Don't worry, everyone. I'm not talking about you. You are all respected seniors in the industry. And I can still trust someone in Xia. As soon as these words came out, the gentlemen chuckled and waved their hands modestly. However, when watching Xia Liang, he found that Xia Liang became more and more pleasing to the eye. And then Za Wenbin interjected. Teacher Xia, if it wasn't one of us sitting, who would it be? These words have also asked other people's questions. Xia Liang smiled and took out her mobile phone and looked at it. Everyone should see it in a while. And I hope that you gentlemen will bear witness. After speaking, Xia Liang's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time, Chen Xuandu, who was on the road, vaguely felt wrong. Something's wrong. What happened to the master? The two apprentices looked at Chen Xuandu and asked. It's too fake. Xia knew that we were going to deal with him during this time, but chose to go out during this time. Isn't this just for us to take advantage of it? What does the master mean? This is a trap. Please enter the urn. After speaking, Chen Xuandu looked smug, as if he could see through what Xia had done. Qing Yangxi heard the words. Then master, shall we not go? Go. Why not go? Chen Duxuan said lightly. You have to change the place where you want to go. Another? Qing Yangxi looked puzzled. The place where Xia Liang was before. Where are we going? Yes. Only then did Qing Yangxi come back to his senses. Xia Liang didn't set up a stall in Longhua district at first, but near the first ring of Qingyun City. Let's go. Go to Qingyun City Center. Chen Duxuan was smug at this time. In summer, you wouldn't expect it. I will go to your lair. Half an hour later, Qingyun City Commercial Street. The summer shop has become an online celebrity check-in place. It's full of legends. After all, a few-year-old little loli is so milky and milky to tell others fortune-telling. Which is quite right. This is a very legendary thing. When Chen Duxuan arrived here, looking at the feng shui from the east, He frowned secretly. Is this his handwriting? Then there was a smile. This time it really came right. He took 2 apprentices and walked in with their feet raised. The shop where Xia Liang is located is crowded with long queues. Little heavenly master, help me count the marriage. You will meet your destiny today. By the way, you can meet him when you leave home at 9 o'clock in the evening. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow right pointing arrow. A fortune-telling child who is still young? Qing Yangxi's eyes widened beside him. Chen Duxuan on the side also frowned secretly, pinched and counted, and found that this little guy was actually right. Suddenly it was unbelievable in his eyes. It's hard to write. Chen Duxuan's expression is a bit ugly. Originally, he planned to use this shop to figure out Xia Liang's real residence. But this little guy is also a sect. Suddenly made trouble, just when Chen Duxuan was thinking about whether he was going to come home. A figure passed in front of Chen Duxuan. The woman looks very beautiful. All looks very gorgeous. The most striking thing is the necklace on her chest. Made of platinum. On the necklace is an angel with open wings and a yellow gemstone. This person is Zhou Ruo. I just finished shopping with my best friend and I am preparing to go home. See this scene. Chen Duxuan frowned, looking at Zhou Ruo's face. He was not a rich person, but she was very rich in what she wore. The most important thing was that Chen Duxuan felt a touch of familiarity with this woman. He immediately pinched his fingers and settled, and then sweat was left on his forehead. For a long time, Chen Duxuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was very difficult, I still got a little information from Zhou Ruo. She is indeed related to Xia. Lover. This is the only information Chen Duxuan got. Keep up with him. Chen Duxuan made a decisive decision. However, what they didn't know was that just after they followed Zhou Ruo last year, they were spotted by a man behind them. This is the person who protects Zhou Ruo. Qing Shui, Shi Yiqin, and Lu Qi are all around them. After all, Summer's identity is not ordinary. Looking at Chen Duxuan's appearance as a Taoist priest, he thought for a while and the man dialed a phone call. It was Summer on the other side of the phone. Don't worry about him. Xia downplayed it. He had forgotten it himself. Chen Duxuan couldn't do anything to Zhou Ruo on the road. Besides, Zhou Ruo still had something Xia Liang gave to him. That's not as simple as a peace talisman. After a while, Chen Duxuan followed Zhou Ruo to the villa area. Seeing Zhou Ruo entering, Qing Yangxi on the side finally spoke. Master, what are we doing with this woman? She is Xia Liang's lover. Obviously. Qing Yangxi was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes quietly showed envy. Chen Duxuan was very satisfied with Zhou Ruo's residence. Looked at the sky. 7 o'clock in the evening. It's already November, and the sky is completely dark. Zhou Ruo is more difficult to calculate, but it is much simpler for ordinary people. After Wei Wei calculated it, Chen Duxuan got the best time to dive. Sneaked into the villa area. Came to the central villa. Looking at the huge villa in front of him, even Chen Duxuan was a little surprised. Qing Yangxi took a breath. How rich is Xia Liang? A lover lives in this kind of villa. Don't care about him. This time I want to make his family ruined. Chen Duxuan snorted coldly. With 2 apprentices sneaked into the backyard of Summer and began to decorate. What he didn't know, however, was that he thought he had avoided the surveillance installed in all villa areas. But I didn't know that Xia Liang secretly installed it, and everything he did was photographed. Isn't that Chen Duxuan? What is he doing here? It's him that Master Sha Tian said? Yes. Summer nodded. Taoist fights. He just shoots at me. But it feels like he can't fight me. And he shoots directly at the people around me. Which is too much. In the backyard, Chen Duxuan looked around. Take things out. Yes. The two immediately opened the package on their bodies. Take out 5 glass bottles. Seeing this scene, Xia Bin sighed. Unexpectedly. He was actually this kind of person. And he arranged such a vicious evil spirit. Hiss. Wudu Sha, as the name suggests, is a shame set with 5 poisons. Once Zhangzi was destroyed, his death was extremely miserable. Just when everyone was sighing, Chen Duxuan had already begun to make arrangements. Others are a little anxious. Master Sha Tian, don't you go out and stop him? Yes. We have all seen it now. If you let him arrange it, it will be in trouble. Then please go out with me. No problem. As a switch was turned on in the summer, Chen Duxuan was being irradiated in the backyard by a beam of light. Found it. Chen Duxuan's heart jumped. Then watching Sha walk out, Chen Duxuan's expression became extremely embarrassed. Xia Liang, why are you here? Ah? Sha sneered. What's the matter? I didn't have confidence in me when I shot, and came to scream at my family? You are against the struggle of the Taoist school. Chen Duxuan's face became even more ugly when he heard this. Sha gave him no opportunity to explain at all. Clapped his hands. And Xia Bin and the others walked out. It's over. Chen Duxuan still doesn't know that. This is the trap of summer. Once this matter spreads out, he will be ruined. The entire Qingyun city will not be able to accommodate him. Chen Duxuan's eyes flashed viciously. Since you ruined my fame, then I will make you unable to survive or to die. Although he is not as good as Xia Liang. But you are not afraid of the thief stealing. You are afraid that the thief is thinking about it. Humph. Summer looked at Chen Duxuan's appearance and said lightly, do you think you have a chance? After talking about not giving Chen Duxuan a chance, he turned to look at Cha Bin. Since he broke the rules of the Dao sect, can I use other means to deal with him? This is natural. Xia Bin nodded, but said later, but Sha Tianxi still don't use those illegal methods. This is natural. Summer smiled mysteriously. Huh? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Chen Duxuan laughed. Xia Liang, what can you do about me? You can call the police at most that I broke into the house without permission. And I will come out after a few days of detention. Oh, is it so? Xia Liang heard a hint of news at the corner of her mouth. Then you think too much. With a snap of his fingers, a group of defenders entered and took Chen Duxuan and his disciples away. Now Xia Liang's identity attacked Xia Liang and caused harm. He can be shot for any reason. And Xia Liang will naturally suffer after 1 month. Thank you, everyone. After dealing with Chen Duxuan, I thanked him. You don't have to be polite. Teacher Xia. Yes. We didn't help much when we came. That being said, what we should do in the summer is still to be done. Everyone. I have already booked a table compared to Qingyun Hotel. I hope you all enjoy your face. At Xia Liang's invitation, everyone nodded. Then it's better to be respectful than fate. After eating, Xia Liang returned to the villa. Looking at Zhou Ruo, who was shy on the bed, dressed in a nurse's outfit. Summer cool. 100,000 words omitted here. The next day, it was very rare. There is no early morning in summer. I didn't get up until noon. There is Shao Kui in Longhua district, so I don't need to worry if I go to see it occasionally. After dinner, Xia Liang only drove. After thinking about it with his own equipment, Xia Liang came back to the foot of the overpass. A person suddenly brightened up and ran over. At this moment, he felt incomparable glory in his heart, and he was happier than he had won a certain award. Master Xia. Hello. My dear Chen Jianhua. Xia Liang nodded. Please sit down. Okay. Thank you, Master Xia. Xia Liang held his head, still remembering yesterday in his heart. When meeting for the first time, Boss Chen seemed a little restrained, even a little nervous. He didn't have the slightest boasting of a big boss, and he was cautious even when he spoke. Fortune telling now. I can't think about this. Xia Liang shook his head and looked at Chen Jianhua. No calculation. Just look at the face. Chen Jianhua is a burly figure. A full sky, round corners, thick earlobes, and a high-cast nose. He is indeed a man of great blessing and nobleness. But at this moment, his eyebrows are very muddy, and his eyes are very scattered. He even has some auditory hallucinations from time to time, and occasionally feels a burst of cold, coupled with the bleak color in his country house. It seems that what should be causing it at home. Boss Chen, is your house restless? Master, you are really a living god. You can guess it. Without the slightest surprise on Xia Liang's face, she picked up a glass of Happy Fat Boy and drank it. Looking at your complexion, Boss Chen has a short breath. Recently, he should have been out of luck. It must have been often frightened by evil things at night. Speaking of this, Chen Jianhua finally worshipped completely in his heart. He hadn't even spoken yet, but Xia Liang understood his situation. This is simply the celestial master going down the world. Master, help me. I beg you to help me. No hurry. No hurry. Say something slowly. The master is a long story. At this time, Chen Jianhua took a handkerchief out of his pocket and carefully wiped off the cold sweat on his face. First he observed the surrounding area very vigilantly. At this moment, he looked like a scared rat. As long as there was a little bit of it around, when the noise is heard, his nerves will immediately start to be vigilant. Chen Jianhua has been an atheist for a long time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that there are ghosts in the world. Chen Jianhua picked up the teacup on the table at this time, took a sip and was shocked. His hands were visibly trembling, and the tea in the cup was splashed out little by little. Judging from his appearance, his situation should have reached a serious stage. Xia Liang saw all this. He just didn't deliberately break the points. At this moment, he also appears more patient, taking people and money, and taking the place of others. To eliminate disasters, there is still some professional ethics. He didn't mean to urge at all, but uncharacteristically picked up the teacup quietly. Boss Chen, don't worry, don't worry. Speak slowly. It turned out that a month ago, the Chen family mansion suddenly became strange. Every midnight, a woman in red would appear in the villa. Her body was slender, with green faces and fangs. She always liked to wander back and forth in the villa at night. Continuously. For several days, the scared Chen Jiaji was restless. Having said this, Chen Jianhua swallowed hard. His face was blue and red in fright. It was the first time he had encountered a fierce spirit since he grew up, and the degree of fright can be imagined. At this moment, Xiao Lu Lian, who was sitting aside, seemed to be listening to a ghost story, and she was startled in a cold sweat. In the meantime, Chen Jianhua also found a few Taoist priests from Maoshan, but they were just a few gods in clubs. They didn't have any real skills. Not only did they fail to destroy the evil spirits, they also took their own lives, and they all died accidentally. Xia Liang shook his head after listening to it, thinking that it would harm others and end up harming himself. Few of the gods on the rivers and lakes have real abilities. In such a situation, it is strange to not die. Xia Liang pinched between her fingers, then took out 2 yellow charms in her jacket pocket and handed them straight to Chen Jianhua. Boss Chen, I have 2 Imperial Thunder Purple Electric Talisman here. When you go back, Stick them on the door of your bedroom and the window of your bedroom." Hearing that, Chen Jianhua swallowed. "Master, won't you go with me to start the practice?" Xia Liang shook his head. Looking at the 2 spells in his hand, Chen Jianhua had some doubts. He didn't know if he could do it, but he was not sure in his heart. You must know that once you have been deceived, you will inevitably be vigilant. The previous Taoist priests from Maoshan gave him a lot of spells. But this is of no use. Chen Jianhua glanced at Xia Liang blankly, a little suspicious in his heart. "Boss Chen, you go back first today. I still have one important thing that I can't leave." Chen Jianhua looked a little frustrated, thinking that he had spent such a large price. So he invited 2 charms. And the loss was too great. As for whether Master Xia is really capable, it's really hard to say. But because of his own face, it's not easy to directly rely on the account. Cough, cough, cough. "Boss Chen, don't worry. 3 days later, I will visit in person. If I don't handle it well, I won't take any money." Real. Chen Jianhua was relieved, thinking that even if Xia Liang didn't have the ability, he would die in the end, and he wouldn't be deceived by him. He stood up abruptly at this time. "Master, then I will go back first. Chen is waiting for your ride at home." Xia Liang nodded slightly. After bidding farewell to Chen Jianhua, there were already many people around him. He looked up at the time. "Should it be here?" Xia just finished speaking. At this time 5 or 6 spirited guys came outside. Their faces were full of anger. They threw off their big arms, and their attitude was very arrogant. One of them suddenly roared, "Get out of my way." At this time, a young man with long hair came over and read www. Yuakanshu. He was tattooed on his face, and a trace of fierce energy flashed in his eyes. A famous person in Qingyun City, Wang Kai, currently a key criminal wanted by the police. Does some drug trafficking activities on weekdays. He is cruel and does not blink. The previous police arrests allowed him to escape. This time he appeared here and it was really a bit unexpected. At this time, Wang Kai swaggered over, and unceremoniously, sat down on the opposite side of Summer. Xia couldn't help but shook his head. Who gave him the order? Is it because he hasn't opened another job for a long time and sent it up on his own initiative? Are you Xia Liang? Wang Kai's attitude is very arrogant. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in. Right pointing arrow. Xia Liang closed her eyes slightly and nodded gently. Good, very good. Wang Kai waved his hand and took Xia Liang away. Of course Xia Liang did not resist. Half an hour later, in a villa, looking at Xia Wang, he was a little mumbled, wondering whether such a young man would do it or not. Anyway, if he caught it, let him count it. If you don't know how to calculate it, just clean him up. Thinking is very good, but the strength is not enough. It is hard to say. Wang Kai tapped his finger on the desktop. Kong. Bang. Then he said, I saw you on TV. So I want you to ask for a divination for me, and calculate what my future destiny will be like. The guajin will be paid by your little life. If not allowed, I'll send you to Shishan for further study. I didn't bully you. Hey. Xia Liang calmed down, and no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. If you look at the dying person, then forget it. After all, the dead are bigger. What do you want to count? Wang Kai dumbfounded. Count Lao Su's fortune. At this moment he took a sip of the teacup on the table. The left arm was trembling. It is estimated that he should be injured. And people like him live a life of blood. It's really normal to be injured. I'm dissatisfied with you. I have not had much luck lately and I have suffered heavy losses. If you let me know who betrayed me, I must enforce the family law. Kill his family. MD. Bah. Asterisk 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 thing. The more Wang Kai wanted to, the more angry he clenched his fists. With a bang, it hit the table severely. Xia Liang looked disdainful at this time. He glanced at Wang Kai's face. And he had an idea. Speak lightly. Tell me your date of birth. Without saying a word, Wang Kai directly picked up the pen and paper on the table, wrote it in 2 or more strokes, and handed it to Xia Liang. Come on. You have to be more accurate. This is a matter of life and death. Haha. This person's 3 stops are too short. His face is profitable. His eyes are collapsed. He is guilty of evil spirits. And there is a disaster of heaven and earth. As for when was the sky and when was the earth net? Xia Liang glanced at the date of birth on the note, and then pinched his fingers based on the date on it to make a mental calculation. Yinhai. For Shen. Maoshi. For redemption. Shenyan. For hurdle. Unitary. For shock. According to the calculations of the 5 elements, Wang Kai will be dead today and will fall into the French Open at about 1 point. Xia Liang looked up at the time at this time. It was still 10 minutes away. The time has not arrived. So he is so arrogant. A few minutes. Okay. Why are you so boring? Can you do it? Wang Kai was a little bit frustrated. After all, he had stayed here for too long. If the defender received the wind, it would be terrible. He urged with an anxious look on his face. Xia Liang didn't respond to him. Just smiled. I want to be ugly. But I want to be beautiful. No matter where you escape. Today is your arrest period. At this time, Wang Kai's little brother suddenly came over. Boss, let's go quickly. I have received the information. And the defender will come later. Wang Kai was a little upset. His face changed and he slapped the table vigorously. Snapped. What are you afraid of? They have guns in their hands. But you don't have them? If they come, do it with them. Who is afraid of whom? Wang Kai turned his head and looked at Xia Liang, thinking that he would venture here today just to get a good idea. And he will be done. It would be a shame if he left. Before Wang Kai finished speaking, he heard the sound of police sirens. At this time, more than a dozen defenders with closed guns and live ammunition quickly surrounded the area. 3 police cars were blocked directly in front of the door. Leading the team is a female defender. It is Yun Bing. Report to the captain that Wang Kai has been surrounded by us. He is in the villa at this time. Please give instructions to the captain. Yun Bing nodded in satisfaction. She walked to the door, glanced inside the villa, and asked, Are there any civilians inside? Report to captain. Feng Shui Master Xia Liang is inside. Xia Liang? Yun Bing's eyes suddenly flashed in confusion. Isn't she running Didi in summer? How did you start the Feng Shui profession again? Is it the kind of magic stick on TV? Yes. Captain. How many families have been killed by these gods? And they don't know what methods they use to allow so many people to worship him. Feudal superstition is really harmful. Yun Bing has some headaches. Is it possible that what task is Xia doing? How else would you be by Wang Kai's side? Thinking of this, Yun Bing waved his hand. Well, I see. Go and talk. Yes. Captain. Listen to the people inside. You are already surrounded. I order you to come out and surrender immediately. Or we will rush in. The defender outside the house immediately fired a pistol and set up a posture to break the door. Xia Liang in the house was very calm at this time. And he didn't panic at all. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Go out and surrender. Maybe you still have a way out. Hee. There is no door for me to surrender. Wang Kai took out a pistol. Kaka. It was loaded with a sound. and it was only a matter of time before the fight. He was vigilant around for a while and entered the combat mode. I see a lot of these kinds of scenes. It's not always certain who will die. Brothers, take the guy and get ready to do it. Yes, boss. These desperados have long been accustomed to them. They were not timid at all when they were surrounded by the police. In fact, they knew in their hearts that if the crimes they committed were caught alive by the police, they would end up with a dead end. A desperate fight. Maybe you can win a life back. Boss, the police are about to rush in. Don't panic. Everyone, calm down. Yes. Wang opened his eyes and thought, as long as there is a hostage in his hand, the defender would not dare to rush in. Master Xia, I can't help you today. Brothers can only escape by taking hostages. You are up to your fate. Hee. Want to hijack me? Yes. Xia Liang suddenly sneered and shook his head. This group of people really do not live or die. But Wang Kai didn't know. He always thought that Xia Liang was a fortune teller. He had no fighting power without the power of a chicken, and he might not even be able to match it with one hand. Xia Liang frowned slightly, just as Wang Kai took the gun. Boom! He stepped forward suddenly, followed by a backhand grappling, and grabbed the wound on Wang Kai's arm. His internal strength exerted 1,000 katis, and the force instantly penetrated Wang Kai's arm. The direction of the blow was right to the point, and the bright red blood flew out quickly with a poof. Ah, you dare to move me? Wang Kai's heart-piercing howl was very tragic. This kind of pain is not something ordinary people can bear. Crack! Then a crisp sound of bone cracking poured directly into his brain. Help, Captain! There seems to be a fight inside. Should we rush in? Yun Bing was a little worried, but thought of the magic and power of Xia Liang. She held back again. She thought this was Xia Liang's plan, and shook her head immediately. No hurry. Just wait. Yes, Captain. At this time, Wang Kai subconsciously released the pistol. Before he could react, his younger brothers were beaten to the ground by Xia Liang one after another. The whole fighting process was very smooth, and there was no chance to resist. The sound of fractures caused the screams of ghosts and wolves to be heard in the house. Wang Kai stood up vigorously. He dragged his heavy body and shook forward slightly. Shan Shu supported the wall. The surname is Xia. You have a seed. Our brother is planted in your hands today. I will find this account sooner or later. Who wouldn't say cruel words? Ruthless words seem to be the patent of the bad guys. But before he could finish his words, there was another violent beating. Xia Liang's iron fist then slammed into his face again, and he could feel his strength every time a punch fell. The whistling sound of the fist wind rubbing against the air can be clearly distinguished. Boom! 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 After just a few minutes, the battle was over. At this time, Wang Kai had been knocked to the ground. Remember, it's not necessarily the policeman who cleaned you up. It doesn't make sense to clean you up. I'm only responsible for keeping you alive to see the policeman. Wang Kaitan had completely lost his combat effectiveness on the ground. His breath was a little weak, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. Now even to say one more sentence is a very extravagant thing for him now. Bang! Nothing to move. We are the defenders. Raise our hands. At this time, the defenders outside the door had also broken in. The scene before them stunned all the defenders. This was a scene they had never seen before in their careers. All the criminals have been ***** by the 5 flowers and can't move at all. It is estimated that they are immortal and disabled. Even if they are cured, they will be hemiplegia. At this time, Xia Liang was calm. He gently put down the teacup and joked, "Comrade defender, I have already caught the bad guys for you, so I can trouble you to wash the ground." Wash the floor? This is too arrogant. But the scene is indeed bloodstained and messy. The tables and chairs have been torn apart, and even the only complete chair is missing a leg. Take them all. Yes, Captain. Looking at Xia Liang, Yun Bing couldn't help but sigh. If he was replaced by himself, he would definitely not be able to do it in these short few minutes. Although guessing, he still asked, "How is this going?" Xia Liang shrugged and replied, "I said they fell on their own. Believe it or not." Yun Bing whitened Xia Liang and gave Xia Liang a look. "This is too trivial. Do not believe. That's what I did. This is almost the same." Yun Bing nodded. Let's go back and record a statement." Xia Liang nodded. "Yes. Let's go." After a while, reporters from several TV stations received the notice and rushed over in a hurry. They hurriedly set up the camera, and within a few minutes, even the lighting panels for shooting were installed. At this time, Xia Liang and Yun Bing walked out of the villa, and the scene immediately caused an uproar. "Sorry. Please let me know. Master Xia, please tell us how you subdued the gangsters." "Thank you, Master Xia. We are Avenue reporters. Please tell us about it." "Master Xia, just talk about it." Before Xia Liang could speak, Yun Bing suddenly stepped forward to stop all the reporters, thinking that Xia might be undercover and could not expose anything. So he immediately stepped forward and said, "I'm sorry. He is a criminal suspect. At the moment, he wants to go back to the police station with us to make a record." "Did your defenders make a mistake? Master Xia caught the drug dealer alone. And you actually said that he was a suspect in the case. You have to take him back to the police station. How are you defenders?" "Sorry. Please let me know. I have no comment." As soon as Yun Bing finished speaking, a radio reporter suddenly pointed the microphone at her. "Captain Yun, your police force seems to have done nothing except smashed the doors of other people's homes. Excuse me, what do you think of the defender's ability?" Yun Bing's face flushed with anger. "This sentence is really too sharp. I am afraid that few people can stand it. Even if it is heard by a well-trained person, it will be thunderous. Come on, chase away all these reporters. Don't let them block our law enforcement. It's the captain. Captain Yun, tell us about it." "Sorry. Please go away." At this time, several seriously injured wanted criminals, with a black bag on their heads, were carried out one by one. The death toll in this incident was 0. After understanding the truth of the matter, everyone was stunned. Feng Shui Master Xia Liang, the slogan of brave desperados, quickly broadcast it in various major media. After clearing the scene, Xia Liang was ready to go to the police with Yun Bing. The game. Just as they walked to the side of the road, Xia Liang suddenly stopped. He raised his eyebrows, and there was a cold light in his eyes, and he pinched his fingers to make a calculation. The southeast is the dry, the north is the hurdle, the south is the distance, and the northwest is the coon. The ugliness is the strongest but the evil is the worst. Yes, it's out of position, definitely out of position. Xia Liang came back to his senses, but it came too suddenly. He looked around a few times and said, "Captain Yun, you take 3 steps back." Yun Bing was a little puzzled, but still chose to believe in Xia Liang. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Is it here? Xia Liang shook his head. No, I'm taking 2 steps to the right. Is it here? Yun Bing blinked his eyes. The defenders next to him were all dumbfounded. When did Yun Bing be so obedient? Xia nodded, just as Yun Bing wanted to ask. An engineering vehicle filled with mud drove over quickly. Not far in front of them, the front wheel of the car suddenly lost its direction. Turning over, the bucket filled with dirt was thrown out of the front of the car immediately. Boom! After an explosion, The car door flew up and hit the spot where Yun Bing was standing just now. Hiss. Everyone was standing upside down. And the scene in front of them was really shocking. As long as the position was slightly deviated, Yunbing would be smashed into meatloaf in an instant. She couldn't help but believe it at this time. Xia Liang. How did you do it? Xia Liang said calmly at this time. 6. You can go now. At this moment, Yunbing's whole body was trembling. She didn't speak for a while. She stood still in a daze. The position of the car door was about a foot away from her forehead. So close. It was enough for her to experience life and death. Captain, are you all right? Shook his head with a look of horror. Fine. It's so risky. At this time, the defenders who rushed to see the situation in front of him were shocked. Yun Bing was a little bit startled, as if he had just crawled out of a dead person. Hurry up and notify the traffic police and the hospital so that they can come and save people. Quickly. Yes, Captain. Yun Bing took a deep breath and calmed down briefly. She still didn't believe that there really was a prophet in the world who said that this was too far apart from the education she had received since she was a child. And there was no scientific basis at all. How do you know that the car door is about to fly over? Can you really figure it out? For an atheist, no matter how you explain it, it is a waste of saliva, only to subvert their three views with a bunch of facts. Okay, Captain Yun, there are many things in the world that cannot be explained by science. You don't understand too much. So don't ask. Yun Bing stayed for a while. Once again couldn't see through the coolness of Xia Liang got into the police car and came to Qingyun City Police Station. At this time, several police officers in the bureau respectfully delivered tea immediately, followed by smoking and lighting, and their attitude was very friendly. Master Xia, I am a big fan of yours. Please help me sign my name. Okay, Master Xia, I want it, and I want it too. Okay, one by one. Thank you, Master Xia. You are welcome to come over for tea when you are free. Xia Liang shook his head and said with a playful smile after signing the name. Everyone is a colleague. Of course I won't meet outside. After some greetings, Summer returned to his booth. It turned out that Yun Bing had bought a large gift at this time and was waiting for him. After seeing Xia Liang's return, Yun Bing immediately stood up, naturally to thank Xia Liang for his life-saving grace. Xia Liang is back. Thank you very much today. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I'm already going back and thinking for a long time. Thinking about the magic of Xia Liang, the previous sleep-blowing technique, martial arts. It seems that there is no big problem with one more fortune-telling skill. At this time, she gradually began to believe in her heart. You're welcome. It's just a trivial matter. Not a big deal. Xia Liang didn't take the matter down at all. He took a serious look at Yun Bing, and she looked a little restrained and a little red on her face. If Master Xia is free, I would like to invite Master Xia to have a meal. I don't know if Master Xia is willing to show his face. Yun Bing was obviously deliberate, and was very playful when speaking. Xia Liang chuckled lightly. The Cloud team is definitely going to have dinner. Yun Bing nodded, feeling happy. Then at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I will call you and we will see you or leave. Good. Xia Liang nodded, then suddenly remembered. Chen Jianhua's affair was not over yet. He patted his head with a regretful look on his face. Hey, how did I forget him? Sin. What's wrong? Seeing Xia Liang's hammerhead and stumped feet, it will inevitably feel a little strange. Is this the daily life of Master Xuanmen? Sorry, I forgot a very important thing. If it's late, I'm afraid it will kill people. Death? Due to the particularity of his profession, Yun Bing immediately shook up his spirits. And naturally she couldn't stand by and watch this kind of thing. This is Qingyun, who wants to do something on her ground. Have you ever asked her? Did he agree? No. I want to go to Chen's house immediately. How dangerous it is for you to go alone. What should you do if you run into a bad person? Do you have to go if someone asks you? Xia Liang shook his head. It won't be enough. First of all, we must divide people and tasks. No matter how much money some people pay me, I won't go. Some people don't pay me but I will go. Oh? How to say? Yun Bing asked in a dull way. Some people have not reached the end of their lives. I will help them to accumulate blessings and prolong their lives. Some people will hurt the gods in reason. If I helped him, it would be tantamount to divulging the chance of being condemned by the gods. Xia Liang talked and closed his stall now. Yun Bing is very curious. All this is too new for her. This is a field she has never been involved in. And curiosity is inevitable. Nanhu Road, Garden District. No. 18. At this time it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. And the police car stopped and went all the way. 30 to 40 kilometers away. But it took 3 or 4 hours to reach the residential area where Chen Jianhua lived. Chen Jianhua's house is located on the mountainside in the community. It is a 3-story Western-style building with front and rear gardens. There is also a Soviet-style pavilion in the middle of the garden. Small bridges, flowing water, pavilions. It has everything. Of course, the taste of life of rich people is incomprehensible to ordinary people. The floor area alone is thousands of square meters. At this moment, there are 2 Rolls-Royce and a black Bentley parked in the yard. But the driver has long disappeared. Outside the yard is a dark yellow fence. It's here. Yun Bing nodded. Yes, it's here. I've been here. With Yun Bing's participation, it did save Xia Liang a lot of trouble. She drove the police car all the way unimpeded. Even the security guards in the community didn't dare to ask questions after seeing them. They could only open the door honestly and salute them very politely. That's it. Chen Jianhua, the king of restaurants, was ranked 7th on the Qingyun City Rich List last year. A major taxpayer in this city, and an antique collector at the same time. Yun Bing is worthy of being a defender. And the information in her hand is very complete. There are big people in this city. Almost she knows everything. Does Chen Jianhua also like to collect antiques? Yun Bing nodded, and Xia Liang felt a little strange. It stands to reason that he should be a businessman on duty. How could he hire these dirty things? It is really strange. Chen Jianhua was sitting alone in the bedroom and smoking cigarettes one by one. He knew very well, now that the trouble is coming, and hiding is impossible, he has arranged for someone to send his wife and daughter who was just half a month old abroad. He also dismissed all the servants in the house. And now he is the only one left in the whole villa. And even the surroundings are as silent as death. He has prepared for the worst in his heart. Today, either the evil spirit he destroyed or the evil spirit destroyed him. After Chen Jianhua pinched out the cigarette butt, he immediately took out the Imperial Thunder Purple Electric Talisman. He first took it apart carefully, and then according to Xia Liang's instructions, he stuck it on the window and the door of the bedroom respectively. Maybe he didn't even know that this spell is a defensive type. And its attack effect is really limited. And it is limited in dealing with spirit bodies. It is important to know that not everyone can see the spirit body. Most of them can only be seen by people with special constitutions or fate. And the spirit body that can hurt people is rare. After the spell was posted, the lights in the villa became flickering and dimming. A gust of cold wind hit, and faintly came from the kitchen. Tick, tick, the sound of running water. Time is passing by 1 minute and 1 second, and the clock on the wall is moving. Da da da. The flow away. Chen Jianhua swallowed hard. His face was pale. His whole body was trembling. And beads of sweat quickly slipped from the corners of his face. When you come out, I will not be afraid of you. The big deal is that I will die with you today. Chen Jianhua yelled a few daringly. In fact, deep in his heart, he was so scared that his voice just fell off. He heard the door clearly. Squeak. It opened with a sound. This unprecedented fear is pressing on his nerves. Under this extreme environment, it can scare people alive. At this moment, the temperature of the room drops to the bottom in an instant. And Chen Jianhua is like awaiting to be slaughtered at this moment. Lambs are generally slaughtered. Amitabha, Amitabha, Amitabha. At this time, a black shadow flashed outside the bedroom. Unable to identify it at a fast speed, but it seemed that the air had become condensed. He. Hey hey. Suddenly a very miserable laughter echoed throughout the villa from the end of the corridor. Thanks to you, I am finally out now. Ha ha ha. Those stinky Taoists have imprisoned me in the Guanyin Songzi map for 300 years. And I have finally come out now. I'm so hungry. He. Hearing this, Chen Jianhua's hair went upside down in an instant, and his face showed a desperate expression. Which is all to blame for being too greedy. A month ago, he bought a picture of Guanyin to send his child back from the cultural relic dealer Qin area for more than 10 yuan. At first he hoped that his wife could give birth to a son. However, it turned out that his wife gave birth to a daughter half a month ago. Chen Jianhua was so angry that he tore up the picture of Guanyin sending the child to pieces on the spot. His move actually imprisoned him in a Guanyin jade bottle. The fierce spirit is released. Not to do bad things. Not to be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. All TM is a lie. But it's too late to regret. But fortunately, the Imperial Thunder Purple Electric Talisman suddenly exerted its effect at this moment. And the blue electric current was rapidly driving the talisman. Squeak. Squeak. There was no more tranquility in the villa now. And there was a dull sound of footsteps in the successive walkways. Boom. Boom. After half a minute, the footsteps suddenly stopped, and a very strange cry came. You come out. I am waiting for you here. Come on. Come on. There are countless temptations mixed in this cry, which makes people a little creepy. Chen Jianhua's breathing began to be rapid, and his spirit began to become blurred, and even various hallucinations appeared before his eyes. No. Let me go. I don't want. Let me go. At first he was just talking nonsense. And gradually his body lost consciousness. And he had a powerful summoning power that was driving him out of the room. No. No. Stop. I have no grievances with you. Why are you harming me? As soon as his voice fell, the room suddenly stopped calling. Chen Jianhua held his breath at this moment, and he could clearly hear his heartbeat. Bang. 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 It was quiet, and there was dead silence all around. Looking around, there was no abnormality in the villa. Chen Jianhua subconsciously picked up the vase on the table at this time. He pulled it hard in front of him, and then stumbled forward a few steps. Wow! Before he could react, a red-clothed spirit body with green faces and fangs stood straight in front of him. Her figure was slender and her face was pale, and her bones were filled with horror. Why are you killing me? He. You are my sacrifice. The female spirit showed her pointed chin with an evil smile. Just as the female ghost stretched her hand into the bedroom, the Imperial Thunder Purple Electric Talisman on the doorframe immediately emitted a dazzling glare. Squeak. Bang. A crisp sound sounded, and the spirit body quickly retracted his arm. Although it was only a brief moment of contact, the female ghost's arm was severely burned by the spell at this moment. and the green smoke was rising. Damn spell. The female ghost became a little angry. She hesitated, and then wandered back and forth a few times in front of the bedroom. She is waiting for a chance. Now she didn't dare to collide easily again. But how could she give up the food that came to her lips easily? She knew very well in her heart that because of the 300 years of imprisonment in the Yujing bottle, the spirit body was already very weak and could no longer withstand such a toss. If you are now forcibly colliding with the spell, the spirit body will probably be overwhelmed. You come out soon. Chen Jianhua was scared to death, refusing to take a step out of the door. Xia Liang outside the door took Yun Bing and kicked the door open with just one kick. The atmosphere in the room was instantly ignited by them. Unexpectedly, the spirit body was waiting to clean up her. Xia Liang. She lowered her head and glanced at Xia Liang. Downstairs, with a weak expression, obviously not putting him in her eyes. The two of them looked at each other, but they both seemed very agreed with each other. Both are looking at each other because the corridor is too narrow, which is not conducive to attack. Xia Liang moved a step slightly to the left. He wanted to use himself to draw the spirit body down, and then looked for an opportunity to clean her up in the hall. While the female ghost was still hesitating, she put her spiritual power on her hands. Do not move. Xia stretched out her arm to block Yun Bing behind her. Is this a ghost? This is called a spirit body. Don't move forward. Be careful. Yun Bing didn't feel scared, but she felt very excited. She had seen countless dead people, and it was the first time she had seen a spirit body. If you can catch them and go back alive, it will definitely make a sensation all over the world. No matter it's a museum in that country, there are no specimens of the spirit body. This discovery alone can definitely win the biggest natural science award this year. Can bullets kill her? Yun Bing's eyes flashed over the little star. Place. After 3 shots, Xia Liang was a little ashamed. I'll go. Can you please let me finish talking? Then you can do it again. Oh, then you speak now. Unkillable. Yun Bing rolled his eyes. What did you say? What do you do now? The spirit body was unscathed at this time, but she seemed to be stunned by Yun Bing's bullet. She looked down at the bullet hole in her body, and then looked up at Xia Liang. It may be the time she was imprisoned. It's been too long, and I don't even know that the outside world has invented a pistol. Otherwise, she wouldn't be blindfolded. Aren't you a celestial master? Hurry up and find a way. She is coming over. Yun Bing was a little anxious, because the angry tiger was the most ferocious, and she subconsciously hid behind Xia Liang. No matter what, I'd better find a cover first. Even if I can't fight, it's good to be able to hide. It's better than standing stupidly and getting beaten. Now it's the only one to see you? Xia Liang rolled her eyes and couldn't help teasing her. Wait a minute, you figure out how to seal her back. What? Upon hearing this, Yun Bing was stunned. Ah, what? There's nothing to be afraid of. Just remember that if you can't solve it with one punch, you can punch her again and beat her to death. You're not kidding. This is the spirit body. She is beyond our guardian's control. Yun Bing's words are completely fine. According to the rules, she is the defender of the sun. This supernatural phenomenon is indeed not within the scope of her profession, and she has the right not to interfere. Stop talking nonsense. Wait a minute and act by chance. Swish, whish. With a gust of wind, the spirit body appeared in front of Xia Liang at lightning speed. I saw Xia Liang hit out with a palm, and there was a strong dazzling golden light all around, and even the dark villas were shining like daylight. The spirit body has no resistance at all, and the smoke is filled. Boom! The spirit body is like shards of glass, scattered in every corner of the hall. It's too cruel. Master, you are finally here. Seeing that the danger was relieved, Chen Jianhua quickly went downstairs and ran to Xia Liang, where he kept watching. Oh, Master, if it weren't for you, I would have been the dinner of this evil spirit today. Thank you for your life-saving grace. After the loud noise, Yun Bing also woke up. She sat on the floor and patted her forehead lightly, still a little confused. Where is the spirit body? Xia Liang pointed to the fragments all over the floor. That piece you are talking about. It's all over here. Looking at the debris on the ground, Yun Bing rolled his eyes. Chen Jianhua is finally safe. With this lesson learned, I am afraid I will not dare to buy antiques at will in the future. Master Xia, I will ask the lawyer to pay you tomorrow. Xia Liang is not wood. Anyone who has money will not like it. And this is the reward he deserves. And a full 10 yuan of renminbi is in hand again. Xia Liang looked at the sky outside. This was just a trivial episode. Yun Bing went to report after the incident, and then set up a stall in the summer. It didn't take long before the line was full. Forget a few summers. Soon a man with thin hair came to him. Looking at the man in front of him, Sha Tian said lightly, if you have any difficulties, tell them and see if I can help you. When Zhang Shun heard this, the flowers bloomed with joy. Master, to tell you the truth, I am already a 30-year-old. My parents are waiting to hold my grandson. My hair is white, but my peach blossom luck is not at all. Do you think I can be in a hurry? Master? Yeah. Can you do the math for me and see if there is a wife in my life? With Zhang Shun's impatient expression, Xia Liang could fully understand Zhang Shun's mood, saying that a full man didn't know that a hungry man was hungry. But Xia Liang also came from hunger. Don't be too anxious. Marriage is unsuccessful. I have already seen your face when I entered the door just now. You are hit by a peach blossom. But it hasn't arrived yet. Real? Xia Liang nodded. I'm relieved. Master, will you help me figure out a way to get my marriage to come early? Don't wait too late. When I have a daughter-in-law, I will be powerless. Xia Liang smiled slightly, just stimulating his own peach blossom luck, which is not a big deal. Well, I will help you today so that you can concentrate on your work in the future. Thank you, Master. You go back and set up a peach blossom formation at home. And within 10 days you will be able to get what you want. Zhang Shun was relieved now. Master, what do you think of the peach blossom formation? Xia Liang took a sip of happy fat boy water and cleared his throat. First you want to find a peach blossom position in your bedroom. And then place a pot of pink flowers to attract flowers and butterflies. And then buy a pair of dragon and phoenix candles to light at the door. That's it? Xia Liang nodded. It sounded very simple. But Zhang Shun didn't know where the peach blossoms were. He was not a man in the door. And he was not an outsider who could understand. He scratched the back of his head with a dumbfounded look. Some of them were skeptical. But Master Xia had already spoken. Could this be false? Master? Where is the peach blossom in the bedroom? Can you tell me? Although Zhang Shun didn't understand it very well, he also wanted to go back and try it out. If it could be done by any chance, wouldn't it be complete? Xia Liang said. According to the position of the bedroom, you can find the peach blossom position of the bedroom. No fate or zodiac is needed. The bedroom faces yin, noon, and shu. That is, east to east, south, and northwest to west. Yes. The peach blossom is in the true east. The bedroom faces Shen, Zi, and Chen. That is to the southwest, north, and southeast to east. The peach blossom is in the west. And the bedroom faces Hai, Mao, and Wei. That is, northwest to north. The peach blossoms to the east and south-southwest are in the true north. And the bedroom faces Si, Ju, and Cho. That is, the peach blossoms to the south-southeast. West and north-northeast are in the south. After speaking, Zhang Shun still had a dazed look. He couldn't understand such a profound five-element orientation so quickly. Xia Liang, a good person, sent the Buddha to the west. He drew Zhang Shun according to the five-element and gossip orientation. An easy-to-understand picture was handed to him. According to the position on the map, you can arrange a peach blossom array yourself, and you will have a harvest in 10 days. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. After finishing the payment, I left. Zhang Shun left. Behind him was a man in his 30s who looked downright and sat down in front of Xia Liang. Master, I heard that you are very accurate in fortune-telling. Please help me with the calculations. How can I make a fortune? Xia Liang glanced at him, then said, Extend your hand. Let me see. The man nodded quickly and stretched out his hand in front of Xia Liang. Xia Liang just glanced at it and shook his head. Sorry, I can't count your fortune. Please go back. The man suddenly became anxious. Why can't it be counted? I say you are very accurate. Xia Liang sneered. Your handprints are smoothed by mahjong. How can I count it for you? Do you ask me to count how to bet to get rich? How long have you not been working seriously? If you don't work, I have figured out where there is fortune. Can you get it? Sorry, I can't help a gambler. Please go back. The man showed a look of remorse. After struggling for a while, he knelt before Xia Liang. Master, please give me a chance to reform. Because of gambling, I have been betrayed by my relatives. And my wife and children will not let me go home. I will never gamble again. Master, please help me. I want to go home. Xia Liang stared at him for a long time, and then said coldly, You still have 30 ho. Leave Shi Hao as my divination. Shi Hao fills up his stomach. Shi Hao goes to take a bath and refresh himself. Then walk north along Xiaguang Road. You will encounter your own chance. Remember one sentence. Don't be greedy for money. This is your last chance. The man showed excitement and repeatedly thanked him. Then put down Shi Hao and left in a hurry. The man's name is Lu Chao. And as Xia Liang said, he is a gambler. Lu Chao was originally a small foreman, but he also made some money. The family had a happy life. He became obsessed with gambling a few years ago, and he has fallen into it since then. Until he lost everything. His wife took the child back to her natal home and never wanted to see him again. Lu Chao gave up on himself for 2 years, felt that his future was hopeless, and even had a soft idea. When he passed by the Gulu night market, he heard that Xia Liang was very accurate in fortune-telling. He came to Xia Liang's booth with the idea of trying it out. After receiving Xia Liang's guidance, Lu Chao went to the night market to eat a bowl of ramen. I went to the public bath in the alley and took a bath, and then walked along Xiaguang Road. He didn't know what Xia Liang was talking about, but this was his last hope, and he could only keep going. He walked from 8 o'clock in the evening to 2 o'clock in the morning, until he was exhausted and dying. And he had not met yet to the so-called chance. Is the master lie to me? He couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Lu Chao smiled bitterly. It's all my retribution. It's heaven to kill me. When he reached a bridge, he stopped and looked at the water under the bridge. He decided to end his failed life here. When Lu Chao climbed onto the railing of the bridge, he suddenly saw something on the bridgehead not far away. Lu Chao couldn't help being curious. He climbed down the railing and walked over to see that it turned out to be a handbag. He looked around, walked quickly over, picked up the bag and left quickly. When he walked under a street lamp, he opened the handbag and was pleasantly surprised to find that there were bundles of cash, a passport, and a dozen documents. This is my chance. Lu Chao laughed frantically. This bundle of cash is all foreign currency. Lu Chao knows this foreign currency and can exchange it into dragon national currency. At least one piece. He laughed, put the money back in his bag, got up and left. Half an hour later, Lu Chao, who had already gone far, returned to Chaotu and began to wait for the owner. In the beginning, he decided to take the money as his own. And he had already figured out how to spend the money. Go for a good meal. Then go for a big healthcare. And finally gamble on too. But Xia Liang's words sounded in his heart. Remember one sentence. Don't be greedy for money. This is your last chance. After struggling again and again, Lu Chao remembered the life of the betrayal of the people in the past 2 years. And couldn't help shed tears of regret. He resolutely took the handbag and returned to Chaotu, waiting for the owner to find it. It was late autumn and the night was already very cold. Sitting on the bridge, Lu Chao fell asleep with his bag unconsciously. Young man, wake up, wake up. Lu Chao was photographed and awakened, only to realize that his body was covered with hoarfrost, and he was almost frozen stiff. An old man with gray hair in a coat stood in front of him. Looking at him with a smile, said the old man, "Young man, are you waiting for me?" Lu Chao asked suspiciously. "You are?" The old man pointed to the bag in his arms. "I am a returning overseas Chinese. I grew up in this area when I was young. Later, I went abroad with my family and never came back. Now that I am older, I miss my hometown very much. I want to come back to invest and do something for my hometown. Contribution. I wandered here last night looking for memories of my youth, and accidentally lost my bag. The contents of my bag are very important to me. Boy, can you return it to me?" Lu Chao wanted to stand up, but after sleeping all night in the cold night, he almost fell. The old man hurriedly helped him. "Ah, boy, you are freezing." Lu Chao smiled. "It's okay. I looked at the contents of the bag and I knew it was important. I was afraid that the owner could not find it in a hurry. So I waited here and fell asleep without knowing it." "Old man, I looked at the photo in the passport, and the bag is indeed yours. I will give it back to you now." He handed the bag over. The old man took it, and opened it for a glance. Then he took Lu Chao's hand. "Young man, thank you very much. You are an honest man." As he spoke, he took out a handful of foreign currency and handed it to Lu Chao. "Although it is not enough to express gratitude, this is what you deserve. Please accept it." Lu Chao held the foreign currency, feeling a little lost in his heart. The old man said again, "I have just returned to China and I have no relatives in China. I don't know much about the situation in my hometown. Boy, I am willing to hire you to be my assistant. Are you willing?" Lu Chao's tears could no longer be controlled, and they shed. The old man asked in surprise, "Boy, what's wrong with you?" Lu Chao quickly wiped away tears. "I'm fine. I just need a job. Thank you for giving me the opportunity," he said silently in his heart. "Thank you, Master Xia. I will definitely reform and be a good person." And he wanted to thank the locals for having breakfast at home at this time. "Can't wait to go out to set up a stall. There is no way. It is really good for this profession to activate the task. But today Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin are fine." Also followed Xia Liang, ready to see what he was doing. The three went out. Xia Liang killed the sky bridge. Needless to say, the sky bridge was crowded with people. It's been cold in the queue long ago. Lu Qi and Shi Yiqin's two niece's also stared wide-eyed. "I'm going to brother." "Why are you a death stick?" "What kind of stick?" "Your brother. I am called a celestial master." Speaking of Xia Liang, he started to set up a stall, hanging every penny. Seeing a person paying, Xia Liang said a few words casually. making them ecstatic. Lu Qi's 3 views are about to be subverted. It is obvious that she has not met the appearance of Xia's prophecy and does not believe it. After watching it, I felt bored, and took Xi Yiqin to go shopping. After forgetting the 2 hangs, Xia Liang looked at the time almost. Everyone, it's going to rain later. Let me buy an umbrella first. Said that Xia Liang got up and refused those who wanted to help. Enter a shop. Xia Liang just bought an umbrella and walked out. A middle-aged man and an old man in Chinese tunic suit just passed by. After seeing the umbrella in Xia Liang's hand, they frowned strangely. After all, it is a rare sunny day and the scorching sun is high. What does he buy an umbrella for? Little brother, are you okay? Out of curiosity, the old man in the tunic asked. Hearing that, Xia Liang glanced at the old man. He knew that the old man's name was Sun Guoming. Xia Liang smiled, with an unpredictable look. But you, old sir, you have to be careful. Rheumatism is very afraid of rain. Maybe it will aggravate the condition. Oh? The old man Sun Guoming was taken aback for a moment. How do you know that I have had rheumatism for many years? And the sun is shining now. Where is the rain? Sun Guoming was puzzled. His face was incredible. It was the first time he saw Xia Liang. But this man knew he had rheumatism. Is it so obvious? Introduce yourself. Old sir, my name is Xia Liang. A fortune teller. Xia Liang smiled and stretched out his right hand. And Sun Guoming shook it. It turned out to be a fortune teller. The old man nodded. I have lived for so long. I have never seen a fortune teller as young as you. I had rheumatism just now. You figured it out? In fact, old gentleman, you don't have to count your rheumatism. You can see it, although you walk vigorously. But you look a bit unstable when you look closely. I have studied some medicine and know that your walking posture must have rheumatism. Sun Guoming was also amused, and then pointed to the umbrella Xia Liang held in his hand. Your kid is quite sincere. I have rheumatism and I am really afraid of rain. I checked the weather forecast before I went out. There was not a single drop of rain today. Your umbrella, I am afraid it is superfluous. It's not necessarily. Xia Liang picked up the umbrella and smiled. The weather forecast may not be accurate. I will leave it alone. In 10 minutes, there will be a heavy rain. But it will come and go quickly. This rain will only last for 5 minutes. Borrow an umbrella from me. Then I'll wait to see if your prediction, little brother, is accurate. Sun Guoming also smiled, obviously not convinced. But he picked up his watch and checked the time. Although he read countless people, Xia Liang did not look like a liar. But Xia Liang is too young. And the abilities of fortune tellers are almost all ages. Hardly anyone would believe such a young fortune teller. It's still a while before you said it will rain. Since we met, meeting is fate. Since you said you are a fortune teller, you might as well count it for me. What have I worried about lately? Sun Guoming also became interested in Xia Liang. Then it's better to respect your fate. Sir, use your right hand. Good. After nodding, Sun Guoming smiled and handed it over. But Xia Liang was just pretending to be. He had seen Sun Guoming's destiny a long time ago. And he didn't need any hands at all. But Fanner must do enough. Holding Sun Guoming's hand, Xia Liang also gave a tut. Master, your palmistry is extraordinary. You have been on the battlefield. Yes, I did participate in some wars. Sun Guoming nodded. His eyes became a little serious. There are so many kinds of palmistry, each of which is high and low. For the rest of my life, it is in the palm of my hand. Father, your palmistry is not something that ordinary names can bear. Grandpa's son, I'm right. Hearing this, all the indifferent smiles on Sun Guoming's face just disappeared. And he was replaced by an incredible expression. Even the waist shot straightened for 3 points. Young man, the way is not shallow. You can actually see this. If I didn't look at the weather forecast temporarily and came out to relax today, I suspect that you have investigated me. But, Sun Guoming paused. You haven't answered what I asked you just now. Can the problem I worry about be solved recently? Sun Guoming showed a strange smile. And Xia Liang also pretended to meditate for 2 seconds. And then suddenly an unpredictable smile appeared on his face. The old man can really be joking. Now you have 2 sons and daughters. And you have 3 generations under one roof. Not long ago, your son became the chief commander. And your grandson took it. Your husband's condition has improved a lot for many years. Now, where can you worry about it? How do you know? Listening to Xia Liang's answer, Sun Guoming almost exclaimed. The incredible expression on his face continued to deepen. When Xia Liang said that he had nothing to worry about now, Sun Guoming was stunned almost immediately. As Xia Liang said, now I have both children and 3 generations under one roof. So there is no trouble at all. The reason why I said that was just to deceive Xia Liang. Sun Guoming has also met many fortune tellers. And whenever he asks him to count his troubles, the opposite will sloppy, talking about who has been ill in his family recently, and who is going to behave. In fact, as long as the fortune teller continues to say his own words, it means that this person is just a liar. Even if you ask your own son, I am afraid that my son will be worried about him. And he will ask if he has encountered something recently. Whenever he meets a so-called fortune teller, Sun Guoming will be so tempted. Almost tried and tested. But he did not expect that this Xia Liang directly said that he was not upset at all. As if knowing what I was thinking in my heart. Until now, Sun Guoming began to really look at the coolness of summer. At this time, Xia Liang was looking at Sun Guoming with a smile. In fact, Xia Liang felt a little strange at first. He looked at Sun Guoming's future luck value and past experience, and found that Sun Guoming had nothing to worry about. But it was really strange to ask. That's why Xia Liang had a new eye. And he took a closer look at Sun Guoming's exchanges with other fortune tellers in recent years. I found that Sun Guoming would ask such a sentence when facing all fortune tellers. Then you count. What I have to worry about recently is how to solve it. Almost all the fortune tellers gave ambiguous answers, and followed Sun Guoming's words. And Sun Guoming never saw these fortune tellers again. Only then did Xia Liang figure out that Grandpa's son was cheating himself here. Still maintaining an unpredictable look, Xia Liang laughed. How about it, Grandpa's son? Am I sure? Quick, too accurate. I can still know what I think. I have really not been upset at all lately. Boy, you are really different from those outside that only fool people. You have real skills. Of course. Xia Liang laughed slightly. But Sun Guoming suddenly turned his head and pointed to the sky. You said it will rain soon. I'm afraid you are wrong. The weather is so sunny and the weather forecast says there is no rain. Is it possible that your calculation is more accurate than the weather forecast? Seeing this, Xia Liang also looked up at the sky. Above the sky now, there is indeed a scorching sun. And there is no sign of rain. But Xia Liang's expression did not change at all. Just slowly opened the umbrella in his hand. Slowly walked towards Sun Guoming. Sun Guoming was also taken aback for a while, not knowing what Xia Liang was going to do. And he glanced at the sky again. But there was still no sign of rain. But Xia Liang said slowly. As the saying goes, there are unexpected events in the sky. In a blink of an eye, Xia Liang had already reached Sun Guoming, covered him with an umbrella, and then continued. But me, everything is unpredictable. Boom! The words fell off. Thunder in the day. The The sky was suddenly shrouded by a large black cloud, and even the sun was obscured. The next moment, the pouring rain came pouring, rumbling, crashing. Only the sound of thunder was heard, but the wind was coming in a clear sky and heavy rain. Almost in a few breaths, the surrounding area of Phoenix Mountain was covered by heavy rain. The entire sky was like a whole rotten, and the rain inside it kept falling. Sun Guoming was shocked as if he had been electrocuted, standing in a daze, and the gesture of raising his hand trembled slightly. After finally lifting his hand, the time on the watch stopped at 10:30. 10 minutes ago. It was the time when Xia Liang said it would rain in 10 minutes. Not bad. Brother Lu, won't you come in? Given Sun Guoming time to digest, Xia Liang shouted at another figure outside the umbrella. This person is a middle-aged man who followed Sun Guoming up the mountain. When Xia Liang was communicating with Sun Guoming, he had not spoken, but he had listened carefully to the conversation between the two. When Xia Liang kept telling Sun Guoming's identity and what Sun Guoming thought, the man was also a little surprised, but he was not as exaggerated as Sun Guoming. Until the moment the torrential rain fell, the man was so shocked that he directly regarded Xia Liang as a fortune-telling master. And his view of Xia Liang was instantly reversed. If it weren't for the old man Sun Guoming who was still here, I'm afraid he would have ran up to ask for divination now. Through the system, Xia Liang also knew that this person was Lu Yu, the Secretary General of Sun Guoming's son. It was Sun Guoming's son who asked him to run with the old man. Mr. Xia, no need. Your umbrella is very small and can't stop 3 people. I can't go in and squeeze the old man. I can use the coat. I can't let the old man catch the cold. Brother Lu is very kind to Grandpa Sun, but you don't have to worry about Brother Lu. The rain will stop soon and you won't catch a cold. Xia Liang smiled at Lu Yu. Lu Yu also nodded flattered. However, Sun Guoming seemed to be unable to hear the words of the two, just staring at the watch in his hand and calculating the time. 5 minutes later, 10:35, the rain stopped. Really? Sun Guoming and Lu Yu looked at each other, and both of them were shocked. But take it for granted. The time when it rains is not bad, and the time when the rain stops will certainly not make any difference. Even today's most sophisticated weather detection devices, I am afraid they cannot achieve such accurate climate predictions. I'm afraid this is no longer a fortune teller, but a monster. The status of Xia Liang in the hearts of the two has improved a lot. Seeing the rain stopped, Xia Liang slowly put away his umbrella, walked to the side of the mountain, breathing in the air that was clearer because of the rain. The breeze blew, and the sleeves of Xia Liang's clothes were blown up. Coupled with his unpredictable expression and unpredictable smile, he is no different from the legendary outsider. Mr. Xia really has great abilities. I didn't expect my father to live so long, and I would be lucky enough to meet someone like Mr. Xia. When Sun Guoming walked behind Xia Liang, he couldn't help but sigh. He respected a lot in words, and even slightly bent his waist. Meeting is fate, and I am also honored to meet you, Grandpa Sun, today. With a kind smile on his face, Xia Liang helped Sun Guoming up, and Sun Guoming couldn't help but admire Xia Liang again in his heart. Xia Liang is not only so young and promising, with the power to reach the sky, but also without a trace of arrogance. On the contrary, he is approachable, regardless of character or ability, has been far beyond ordinary people. I don't know if there is a girl of the right age in the family who can be introduced to Xia Liang. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Guoming rolled up his cuffs, took off a bracelet from his hand, and handed it to Xia Liang. Since Mr. Xia just gave me the fortune-telling, then I must pay. Although I know that to Mr. Xia, this bracelet is nothing at all. But I still ask Mr. Xia to accept it. Grandpa's son. Seeing Sun Guoming about to give out the bracelet, Lu Yu also opened his mouth. He knew the value of this bracelet, but in a blink of an eye, he thought about it again. If he could exchange a bracelet for the favor of Xia Liang, it would indeed be a very cost-effective business. No need, I said. Meeting is fate. This time, I won't charge. Looking at the jade bracelet, Xia Liang shook his head. A small blessing. Longevity and longevity tricolor bracelet was very valuable when it was bought by the grandson. Family. This is also a gift from Sun Guoming's son. How can he accept it? What's more, Grandpa's son is still a national hero, which is even more unacceptable. When Xia Liang refused, Sun Guoming hurriedly said, "That's not okay. Fortune telling. There must be a charge. This is the rule. It can't be broken. Today, if Mr. Xia accepts it, I will break this bracelet." Sun Guoming's attitude is also extremely determined, and there is no room for negotiation. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang also only smiled a few times before accepting the bracelet. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. Seeing Xia Liang accept it, Sun Guoming was also quietly relieved. And this was exactly what Sun Guoming wanted to see. A fortune-telling master who can be said to be able to reach the sky is completely worthy of their grandson family. Not to mention 2 yuan. If he can win Xia Liang's favor, he would be willing to pay 20 yuan. Now Sun Guoming is a little impatient to go back and tell his family about his friendship with Xia Liang. If this is the case, then if something happens in the future, I will trouble Mr. Xia. Sun Guoming smiled, restored the calm look just now, and then continued, I just don't know. Where does Mr. Daoxia live? I will definitely come to visit another day. When Sun Guoming said this, Lu Yu also pricked his ears, waiting for Xia Liang's answer. Xia Liang pointed to the bridge. Where do I usually set up a stall? Then don't bother Master Xia. After bidding farewell to Xia Liang, Sun Guoming began to walk down the mountain. But Lu Yu was a little bit twisted and didn't know what he was thinking. Why? Is there anything else? Xia Liang raised an eyebrow. I want to ask your husband to do some calculations. I don't know if it will work. Yes? After looking at Lu Yu in front of him and checking Lu Yu's past destiny, Xia Liang also probably knew what he wanted to ask. Looking for me 2 days later. I am tired today. Okay. Then Mr. Xia, I will go down first. After bowing deeply to Xia Liang, Lu Yu quickly caught up with Sun Guoming, who was going down the mountain, his eyes full of excitement. At first, he was still afraid that Xia Liang would not tell fortunes to people like him. After all, he didn't have the ability to come up with so much money at once. So he was so twitchy. But he didn't expect that Xia Liang didn't say much, and asked him to find himself tomorrow, which made him excited. With Xia Liang's help, I am afraid that the things he has been worrying about during this time can be solved quickly. Xia Liang also smiled at Lu Yu, who was far away from sight. He could tell Lu Yu the result of what he was worried about right now. But he didn't do it, and the time has not come. The next day, Xia Liang did not go to the flyover. The company has been renovated, and the rest is hiring. The first thing that comes to mind is Lu Qi and Su Yi. For this fourth sister-in-law, although they met for the first time, Lu Qi still had a good impression. It became a piece in less than a while. Originally, just go through a process. However, the two of them had to go through the procedures. In their words, They didn't need special care and wanted to go up with their strength. Hearing this, Xia Liang had a black line. I really can't understand this kind of thing. But let the two make a fuss. Isn't it a matter of a sentence if they don't take care of it anyway? I drove the two to the hospital, had a physical examination, and waited for the report. At the same time, outside the hospital, a Land Rover Range Rover. Then the car door opened, and a young girl and two bodyguards came down from above. The girl had an extremely delicate face, beautiful features, and a model-like figure. Even standing with Longguo's most beautiful female celebrity, she is not inferior. She still carries several bags of things in her hands. Even if she just glances at it, Xia Liang knows that these things are the top healthcare products. The price of a few packages is at least a few mao. Even though she only appeared in Xia Liang's eyes for a few seconds. She walked in. Xia Liang glanced at it, and for an instant, all the information about this person and the track of his past fate appeared in Xia Liang's eyes. Fang Yushui, the daughter of the chairman of Fangzhen Group, has just turned 19 after returning to China. Muttering in his mouth, Xia Liang took a sip of milk tea, and Fang Yuzu's past fate also appeared in Xia Liang's eyes at a glance. After living abroad for so long, I haven't even fallen in love yet. But this girl has a little secret. No wonder she always likes to hide in the room alone. While smiling, Xia Liang continued to watch Fang Yuzu's fate. The reason for appearing here is because of a different person. Fang Tian, who is also Fang Yuzu's third uncle. Fang Tian had a sudden mental disorder 3 years ago. Speech confusion, difficulty in expression, increased repetitive language, and even occasional incontinence. Fang's family searched for famous doctors at home and abroad, but they didn't find the cause of Fang Tian's disease. After various treatments, it didn't help. However, they didn't want to be sent to a mental hospital, so they were placed here. However, Xia Liang quickly found the cause of his destiny. At 2:16 p.m. on March 18, 2015, there were 5 tumor modules formed in Fang Tian's brain, and the positions were: at 5:30 p.m. on April 10, 2016, a tumor in Fang Tian's brain compressed his nerves, causing his mental disorder. Through these, Xia Liang also learned why many hospitals at home and abroad have not figured out the cause of Fang Tian's condition. The 5 tumors in Fang Tian's brain are actually very small and very well located. Individually, they wouldn't even have any influence on the other side. But a combination can directly cause Fang Tian's mental disorder. Although some hospitals found that Fang Tian had a small tumor in his brain, he did not think that these tumors were the cause of Fang Tian's mental abnormality. The cause of Fang Tian's illness was enough to be among the top 3 incurable diseases in the world, and this situation was formed by various coincidences. But if you know the cause of Fang Tian's condition and the location of the 5 tumors, it is very easy to treat. On the other side, Fang Yushui went upstairs and went straight to the intensive care unit. Xia Liang didn't speak until Fang Yushui left. Although he knew it, it was none of his own business. 2 hours later, Summer just finished going to the toilet and the wash station. There was a whispering sound, where Fang Yushui was quietly wiping her tears. She has had the best relationship with her third uncle Fang Tian since she was a child. And now it is extremely uncomfortable to see Fang Tian look like this. Seeing this scene, Xia sighed, blaming herself for her kind heart. Miss Fang, do you need help? Xia Liang spoke slowly while washing her hands. Seeing someone appeared, Fang Yushui also hurriedly reduced her mind, restored her expression, and looked like 2 people just now. How do you know my last name is Fang? Fang Yushui looked towards Xia Liang. Dignified Miss Fangzhen Group, Of course I know. Xia Liang smiled lightly, but Fang Yushui frowned, shook the phone, and wanted to call the bodyguard who had just gone down. She had been living abroad before, and few people in China knew her at all. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to help you. After spreading his hands, Xia Liang took a step back and signaled that he was not malicious. You can't help me. Fang Yushui shook her head. He didn't expect an ordinary person to help him. This is not necessarily true. Miss Fang, maybe only I can help you in this world. Hearing this, Fang Yushui finally got serious and looked carefully at the cool summer. In addition to being handsome, Xia Liang does have a hint of otherworldly. Who are you? How can you help me? Introduce yourself. Xia Liang approached Fang Yushui with a smile on the corner of her mouth, and stretched out her right hand. My name is Xia Liang, a fortune teller. Listening to Xia Liang's words just now, Fang Yushui was stunned for a while. I'm really crazy, because I almost believed this person. This person said that he was a fortune teller. Seeing Fang Yuzu's delay in responding, Xia Liang also retracted her hand with a smile. It seems that Miss Fang doesn't believe me. With a faint smile, Xia Liang turned around and said as he walked, Ms. Fang had a good relationship with San Uncle when she was a child. The swing behind your villa. I don't know if it is still there now. Originally only when Sha was a magic stick. When he heard these words, he was taken aback by surprise. She was a little afraid of heights when she was young and didn't even dare to sit on the swing. It was Fang Tian patiently protecting her on the swing step by step, and then slowly moving from high to high, allowing her to overcome her fear of heights. Swing is indeed the deepest memory between her and Fang Tian when she was young. But even though she was a little shocked in her heart, Fang Yushui still didn't believe in Xia Liang. Her eyes flashed. Who are you? Dare to investigate me? She and Fang Tian often go to play on the swing. The housekeeper butler knows it, and it can be investigated. That's why Fang Yushui didn't directly believe in Xia Liang. Investigate you? Xia Liang smiled contemptuously. I'm a fortune teller. What are you? In the last 4 words, Xia Liang increased her tone, and Fang Yushui trembled with anger when she heard this. Just when she was about to go crazy, a figure rushed in. It is the dean of Qingyun Hospital, Lin Yaoyang. Seeing Dean Lin appeared, Fang Yushui also watched him and said hurriedly, Dean Lin, why are you here? However, what made her strange was that Lin Yaoyang seemed to ignore Fang Yushui and ran directly towards Xia Liang. Hang Fang Yushui on the spot. Dean Lin, what's the matter with you? Before she finished speaking, Fang Yuzu's expression solidified on her face, and her eyes suddenly widened, because she saw Lin Yaoyang, who ran in front of Xia Liang, spread her feet directly, knelt down towards Xia Liang with a bang, and took something out of her arms. Master Xia, thank you so much. You are the savior of my family. I don't know how to thank you. There are $2 in this card, and the password is 1 to 6. Please accept it. After finishing speaking, Lin Yufan kept the card-handing motion, and knelt on the ground. It's like saying that if Xia Liang doesn't accept this card, he won't get up, but Xia Liang still had a calm face. Like a worldly expert, such things often happened. At this time, Fang Yushui had been stunned. Her face was extremely shocked. Who is Lin Yaoyang? The president of Qingyun First People's Hospital, and formerly a national first-level brain professor. The published papers on brain research have won numerous awards around the world. I don't know how many people have been saved. Now the top young brain experts in Long's country are all his disciples. Therefore, when Fang Tian's condition was untreated, the Fang family would choose to send him here. After all, Lin Yaoyang is here. Maybe one day, he will be able to study a way to treat Fang Tian. But now, Lin Yaoyang knelt directly in Xia Liang. How could this make Fang Yushui not shocked? This matter, we have to talk back to yesterday. After closing the stall, Xia met Lin Yaoyang in a hurry. After a habitual glance, he found that he was a doctor with high medical ethics. Many people have been rescued. After discovering what happened to Lin Yaoyang, Xia Liang was thinking of saving people. Dean Lin, you have to be careful when you cook alone at night. Maybe you will burn yourself. Lin Yaoyang was stunned when he heard the words behind him. He did accidentally burn himself when he was cooking last night, but he lives alone. How could this person know? At the same time, the words in Xia Liang's mouth have not stopped and continue to sound. Dean Lin, you were burned when you were 7. The heart-shaped scar on your waist. But it has been with you for a long time. If the last sentence just made Lin Yaoyang stunned. He looked suspicious. And these words directly made Lin Yaoyang stunned and shocked. When he was 7 years old, he accidentally burned a heart-shaped scar on his waist by hot water. At that time, only some of his relatives knew about it, and in Qingyun City, only his wife knew that he had scars on his waist. How does this kid understand so clearly? At this time, Xia Liang's voice sounded from behind Lin Yaoyang again. Can I sit down and talk now? Dean Lin? Listening to Xia Liang's unwavering words, Lin Yaoyang also paused, and finally walked back slowly and sat in front of Xia Liang. How do you know these things? He took a deep breath and tried to suppress the shock in his heart. But Lin Yaoyang still trembled slightly in his tone. If you say you have scars on your waist, you can find out through investigation. But I was scalded yesterday. But only I knew about it. Lin Yaoyang was shocked when he saw Xia Liang. Xia Liang is really too famous in Qingyun City. But like most people, he didn't believe it and thought it was hype. But now, Lin Yaoyang hesitated. The secret is not to be revealed. Listening to Lin Yaoyang's question, Xia Liang just chuckled a little. With an unpredictable look, Lin Yaoyang also managed to endure the shock in his heart, stabilized his mind, and looked at Xia Liang Dao. Then what are you looking for me for? Lin Yaoyang's tone was also serious. Nothing to do. Save your family. Xia Liang drank the happy fat boy water on the first floor. Still looks like an outsider. Save my whole family? What do you mean? Don't curse me. I have a happy family now. How could something happen? Lin Yaoyang was a little excited by his words. When Lin Yaoyang said this, Xia Liang frowned and sighed, pretending to be sorry. I said, if you believe it, you will have it. If you don't believe it, you won't. If Dean Lin doesn't believe it, you can go now, said and made a please action. However, even though Lin Yaoyang said that, his feet remained motionless, his expression constantly changing while sitting where he was. After a few breaths, Lin Yaoyang seemed to have finally made up his mind and asked Xia Liang, please also Master Xia, to clarify, what is the purpose of saving my family? Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. In the end, Lin Yaoyang chose to believe in the coolness of summer. And Xia Liang still didn't change his face, and said lightly, Dean Lin, you don't live with your wife and children, right? Yes. Lin Yaoyang nodded. A lot of people knew about this. It was nothing. It's far away from my home. And it's too late to go to work. So I rented a room not far away. After hearing Lin Yaoyang's confirmation, Xia Liang also closed his eyes and meditated. Then continued, you can save them if you go back now. Having said that, Xia Liang glanced at the time on the wall. Another half an hour later. It's too late. What will happen? Lin Yaoyang was taken aback. and his heartbeat had already speeded up a bit. Xia Liang directly smiled and shook his head. You are wasting a minute of time by saying one more sentence now. After opening his mouth, Lin Yaoyang's face had become a bit cloudy, and finally he gritted his teeth, nodded at Xia Liang, and hurried out. It was 10:30 that night, in a community in Qingyun City. Before he could park the car, Lin Yaoyang hurriedly ran towards his home. When he just left the mental hospital, he called home, but it shows shut down. Lin Yaoyang, who was lucky enough, immediately panicked when Xia Liang said that he had burned scars on his waist. Lin Yaoyang already believed in Xia Liang 9 points in his heart. This Xia Liang is really a master who can change his fate. After half a minute, Lin Yaoyang finally took the elevator to the floor where his home was. As soon as I walked to the door, I smelled a strong smell of gas. In an instant, Lin Yaoyang felt that his brain suddenly became blank. Inhalation of gas will cause poisoning, and will fall into a coma within a few minutes. At most 1 or 2 hours, they will be poisoned and die. He also knew all these things. He and his wife are each other's first love and have been in love for many years. And the child is also the crystallization of the two of them not long ago. And the family is happy. Lin Yaoyang had never thought about it, nor dared to think about what would happen to him if something happened to his wife and children. I am afraid I didn't have the courage to continue living. Click. With shaking hands, Lin Yaoyang hurriedly opened the door of the room with the key, ran directly to the kitchen to turn off the main gas valve and opened all doors and windows. Then he found his wife and children who had fallen into a coma in the bedroom and moved them to the balcony. The phone in hand also hurriedly dialed 120. 2 hours later, a hospital in Shucheng. Lin Yaoyang paced anxiously on the corridor outside the emergency room of the hospital. His palms were all sweaty, and his face was very pale. He couldn't imagine how much he would regret if something happened to his wife and children. At this time, the door of the emergency room finally opened, and a doctor slowly walked out and took off the mask. Doctor, how are you? How are my wife and children? It's out of danger. You don't need to worry. The doctor who walked out of the emergency room smiled. Fortunately, you found it in time. If it is half an hour late, I am afraid that the gods will be helpless. That's good. That's good. It was only now that Lin Yaoyang completely relaxed and sat slumped on the ground. His expression relaxed a lot. But why are you so familiar with what the doctor said just now? It's like I've heard it somewhere. Half an hour later, the gods could do nothing. Half an hour? Boom! Lin Yaoyang's heartbeat suddenly slowed by half a beat, and his brain went blank. He suddenly thought of what Xia Liang said to him earlier. Half an hour later. It's too late. He also went to the flyover to look for Xia Liang this morning, but he didn't find it. I didn't expect Xia Liang to come to the hospital. Well, if you take people's money and help them eliminate disasters, I will accept the money. After speaking, Xia Liang helped Lin Yaoyang to stand up, and Xia Liang also put away the bank card. After all, money cannot be ignored. Dean Lin, you? Fang Yuzu's voice sounded from behind. At this time, Fang Yushui looked at Xia Liang again, and the indifference was no longer in her eyes. After all, it was not easy for Lin Yaoyang to kneel down. Maybe this person is really a fortune-telling master, and there is a way to save his third uncle. Miss Fang, just now I wanted to thank Mr. Xia too much, so I was a little excited. Don't mind. Lin Yaoyang smiled embarrassedly, and then continued. Let me introduce. This is the eldest lady of Fangzhen Group, Fang Yushui. This is. I know. Fang Yushui interrupted Lin Yaoyang. Just now, Dean Lin, What did you mean by saying that Xia Liang is the savior of your family? Fang Yushui asked suspiciously. This. Lin Yaoyang glanced at Xia Liang, who also nodded. All this was seen by Fang Yushui. Dignified Professor Lin Yaoyang. He actually had to look at the face of a fortune teller before speaking. Even if Lin Yaoyang hadn't said what happened, Fang Yushui believed Xia Liang by 3 points in her heart. After Lin Yaoyang got an affirmative answer, he said that Xia Liang told him that something was going to happen in his home, and then went home to save his wife and children. Even the half an hour the hospital doctor said was not bad at all. Fang Yushui, who knows Lin Yaoyang's personality, also understands that Dean Lin will never be able to lie to herself about this kind of thing. This summer is cool and very peaceful. Fang Yushui finally spoke to Xia Liang. Can you really save my third uncle? Cannot. Xia glanced faintly, turned around and was ready to leave. Wait, Master Xia, it was my fault just now. Admit wrong? Admitting mistakes is useful, but what do you want the police to do? Xia smiled contemptuously. The footsteps did not stop at all. Thump. At this moment, Fang Yushui plopped behind him and fell to her knees. Master Xia, I beg you, save my third uncle. For a chance. The palm of a group actually knelt in public. Finally, although I don't do anything, I can tell you how to save it. If it's Mr. Xia, then Fang Tian's condition may really get better. Lin Yaoyang was also a little shocked. He knew how strange Fang Tian's condition was. So many experts at home and abroad were unable to find out the cause, and many treatments were useless at all. Unexpectedly, Xia Liang actually knew what to do. Seeing the look that they were looking forward to, Xia Liang also nodded. Fang Tian's strange thing is the cause. After knowing the cause, the treatment is not difficult. Pen. Seeing Xia Liang speak, Lin Yaoyang also hurriedly handed the pen in his pocket, and Xia Liang also pointed to the clothes Lin Yaoyang was wearing. Lin Yaoyang instantly understood what Xia Liang meant, and hurriedly turned around and squatted down, giving Xia Liang the whole clothes as drawing paper. Xia Liang also directly wrote 5 sentences under the dubious eyes of the two. After seeing these 5 sentences clearly with the photo, Lin Yaoyang was also taken aback, because these 5 sentences are 5 locations. 5 locations in the brain. What does it mean? Lin Yaoyang and Fang Yushui spoke at the same time. Direct surgery. Compare these 5 locations. Xia Liang also said that he didn't explain much to them. And Fang Yushui, who didn't understand mental illness and brain, was directly confused. After Lin Yaoyang meditated for 2 seconds, he instantly understood what Xia Liang meant. Mr. Xia is saying that these 5 locations in Fang Tian's brain are diseased or tumors that cause mental illness? Xia Liang nodded. Then I will contact a brain specialist for surgery immediately. After bowing to Xia Liang, Lin Yaoyang looked at Fang Yushui excitedly. Miss Fang, your third uncle is saved. After speaking, Lin Yaoyang directly picked up the phone and started calling. After all, Fang Tian's condition is so strange that so many experts at home and abroad are helpless. If he can solve it, his reputation will be even louder. And this is still an operation done in China. You know, when Fang Tian was treated in the United States, the American experts said, Fang Tian's condition can only be found in the United States, and staying in China is absolutely impossible to cure. For psychiatric research, the United States is indeed ahead of China by a lot. And now is the time to be proud. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang was also about to leave Fang Yushui and ran over. His face is reddish, and it can be broken with a bomb. Thanks. Thank you. If my third uncle's illness is really cured, our family will never treat you badly. although she could not understand the conversation between Xia Liang and Dean Lin just now. Fang Yushui heard it. Xia Liang seemed to know the source of his third uncle's illness and could cure his illness. Okay. Xia Liang waved his hand. I'm just on a whim. Okay. I must be personally at that time. Before Fang Yushui finished speaking, Summer had already left. At 10 o'clock that evening, the specialists from Qingyun First People's Hospital were outside the operating room. Lin Yaoyang and several well-known brain experts in China all surrounded Fang Tian. Further afield, there are psychiatric brain experts from several other countries. They also hurried over by plane for more than 10 hours after learning that Long Guo had a cure for Fang Tian. However, most of them didn't believe that Lin Yaoyang could really cure Fang Tian, and came here just to see a joke. Yaoyang, are you sure? The several locations we told you were all carefully photographed with CT. But nothing was found. This is an operation on the brain. If something goes wrong, we will be directly discredited. That group of people, I'm afraid they don't know how long they will laugh at us. The speaker took a serious look at Lin Yaoyang, and then pointed to several American psychiatric and brain experts standing in the distance. I'm sure. I will open the skull directly. There are lesions in these 5 places, so I will remove it directly. Although he said so, Lin Yaoyang still trembled in his heart. Of course he believed in Xia Liang very much, but directly operating on the brain still made him a little nervous. If something goes wrong, it may even be related to the reputation of Longguo medicine in the world. But what does the lesions in these 5 places have to do with Fang Tian's mental disorder? After all, the lesions that can't even be photographed by CT must be very small. Why can they affect the nerves? I don't know this. Lin Yaoyang shook his head. But after we understand the connection, I'm afraid those people in the United States will not dare to look down upon us. But what can't even be photographed by court? How did you know, Yaoyang? I will tell you after the operation is over. Lin Yaoyang said seriously. If these old antiques were to know his news was from a fortune teller, I am afraid that even if they die here today, they will not agree to their own surgery. I said, Mistral, you guys can't start yet. In the distance, the voices of American experts sounded. Mental diseases that can't be cured even in our country. Don't think about it. Just say that there are 5 places in the brain that have disease. Mistran, you can really joke. Our Chinese culture is extensive and profound. How can it be compared to your barbarians? This Fangtian disease, we can really treat it. Surgery. With a sneer, Lin Yaoyang directly pushed Fang Tian into the operating room. After half an hour, I found it. There really is. The same location as you said. An extremely excited voice sounded from the operating room. Continue surgery. Although the 5 tumors in Fang Tian's body are relatively small, it does not take long to remove them. But after all, there are 5 tumors. The operation that started at 10 o'clock that night did not end until 3 o'clock in the morning the next day. But the 5 tumors in Fang Tian's brain were all successfully removed. How about Dean Lin? How is my third uncle's condition? Immediately after finishing the operation and leaving the operating room, Lin Yaoyang was directly surrounded by Fang Yushui. There were also many Fang family members who arrived overnight. The operation was very successful. All 5 tumors were removed. When he said this, Lin Yaoyang increased his tone, as if he was listening to several Eagle Country experts in the distance. Next, just wait and wait for Fang Tian to wake up to see if he gets better. Even though he said so, Lin Yaoyang had almost confirmed in his heart that Fang Tian was no longer in serious trouble after the 5 tumors were removed. After all, it was Master Xia who pointed out these 5 places directly. How could there be a problem? Miss Fang. Go and rest first, your third uncle will take some time to wake up. No. Fang Yushui shook her head with a firm attitude. I want to wait for him here. Successful operation does not mean that this person's mental disorder can be cured. On the other side, I was shocked to see the Eagle Country experts after the operation was successful. But still didn't believe that Fang Tian would get better because of this. So Yu read www.yuakanshu.com turned around and left. Fang Tian was also pushed to the intensive care unit, waiting to be awakened. 10 o'clock in the morning. Fang Tian touched his head and opened his eyes dazedly from the hospital bed. Seeing more than a dozen people around me, I was stunned. Some of them couldn't react, and the brain still felt pain from time to time. Cher? What happened? Why am I in the ward? Looking at Fang Yushui, who was standing beside him in tears, Fang Tian spoke, with a slight erratic expression in his eyes, as if he had lost all the memories of the past few years. After hearing Fang Tian speak, Lin Yaoyang and several domestic psychiatric experts couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in. Right pointing arrow. One day passed in a flash. That night, many people had trouble sleeping because of summer cool toss and turn. Yi Chaohua, a brain specialist who operated on with Lin Yaoyang, kept thinking about Lin Yaoyang's words, thinking that tomorrow he must let his son visit Xia Liang. Sun Guoming and Lu Yu also kept thinking about Xia Liang's accurate forecast during the day, and the wind and rain that could not even be predicted by the sky. Even the two people felt that it was Xia Liang's words that caused the sudden change in the weather. This is not the level of fortune-telling, but the way to speak freely. In the Fang family compound in Qingyun City, many Fang's family members were also surrounded by Fang Yushui. Only then did they learn that Fang Tian's awakening was due to the coolness of summer. If you are true, this Xia Liang Taoism can reach this level. It is completely worthy of our family to make friends. Shuier. Tomorrow you will lead the way. I will visit this Mr. Shaw. Good uncle. The next day, 2 luxury cars of a few dollars were parked under the overpass. And there were a lot of bodyguards standing around. And a group of fortune tellers didn't know who came. Mr. Shaw, I am Fang Yuzu's second uncle. Today I am here to thank you. Mr. Shaw. Today's Yi Yuan was a little excited. He got up from the bed early in the morning and walked towards the skybridge after he was cleaned up. His father was Yi Chaohua, who had operated on Fang Tian with Lin Yaoyang yesterday. When Yi Zhaohua got home, he hurriedly took Yi Yuan to talk for a long time, and told him there was a big man in the commercial street of Qingyun City and told him to pay a visit. Yi Yuan was originally in the real estate business, and he believed in these things very much. And this time, it was the old man who had never believed in gods telling him that he had a very high degree of credibility. 2 hours later, Yi Yuan's car slowly drove to the vicinity of the commercial street. As soon as he drove to the commercial street, he saw 2 luxury cars parked aside. Upon seeing this, Yi Yuan was also stunned for a moment, and hurriedly got out of the car and ran upstairs. He knew that some fortune tellers had a habit of counting only a few times a day. It seemed that someone had already arrived before him. If Xia Liang had this habit, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to even see Xia Liang today. How can this keep him from worrying? Yi Yuan came to the shop where Summer was in a hurry. As soon as the elevator opened, I saw a large group of bodyguards standing in the shop. After a glance, he immediately met Lu Yu, who was standing at the entrance of Xia Liang's shop. The two were stunned for a second at the same time, but they quickly recognized each other. Yi Yuan is also a big real estate head. When he first came to Qingyun City, he also invited many officials from Qingyun City to dinner. Lu Yu, the chief secretary, was naturally also a target of his flattery. Therefore, he and Lu Yu also have several bonds. But now, Lu Yu is standing at the door of the store honestly, carrying several bags of things in his hands. No matter how dull Yi Yuan was, he understood what Lu Yu meant. I am afraid that Lu Yu, like himself, came to ask for Xia Liang today. Brother Lu, it's been a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here today. Lu Yu also smiled awkwardly. But I also feel that today I must have come to the right. What kind of person is Yi Yuan? I'm afraid Xia Liang's ability is much higher than what he showed yesterday. What's more, there is still a big head in the room now. For these more expensive customers, they are all talking in the room inside the store. After all, there are things they can't expose. Look at the hut inside. Brother Lu, is there anyone in there? Seeing Lu Yu standing at the door and lingering in, Yi Yuan also asked. Yes. Yi Yuan nodded. Someone did go in first. Let's wait. Having said that, the two of them fell into embarrassment at the same time. At the same time, inside the room, if this is the case, then I won't say any more polite words. Mr. Shaw, there are 10 yuan in this card. Please accept it, and when my third brother can get out of bed, I will personally let him thank you. In the living room, a middle-aged man was speaking towards Xia Liang, with a bank card in his hand. He is Fang Yuzu's second uncle, Fang Chu, and Xia Liang also nodded towards him, took the bank card and put it on the table. Then let's leave first. Don't disturb you, Mr. Shaw. Shuier, let's go. After speaking to Fang Yushui next to him, Fang Chu hesitated for a while before leaving directly. However, his hesitation was all caught in Xia Liang's eyes. Looking at Fang Chu in front of him, Xia Liang also looked at the trajectory of his destiny, and also at the direction of Fang Chu's destiny in the next 10 days. After Fang Chu came in, he only said a few words of thanks, and then directly took out 10 yuan, and was ready to leave when Xia Liang had accepted it. It doesn't mean to ask for hexagrams, but when he came here in person, he actually wanted Xia Liang. He just felt that Xia Liang had just saved his third brother. It was only the next day and he wanted to come and ask Xia Liang again, which was really embarrassing. So after hesitating for a while, he was still ready to leave and settle the matter by himself. However, his thoughts were all seen by Xia Liang. Mr. Fang, your Fangzhen group has encountered some trouble recently. After just turning around and not taking a few steps, Fang Chu was stunned when he heard a word rang behind him. The question he asked for was indeed their Fangzhen group. Fang Chu said in a dilemma. Yes. In fact, our Fangzhen group has indeed encountered some problems recently. I came to see you this time because of this. It's just that I think Mr. Shah has helped our Fang's family too much. I didn't know how to speak for a while. Use people's money to eliminate disasters for others. I can solve your problem. Xia Liang drank a faint sip of happy fat boy water. Just as Fang Qi was overjoyed, he was ready to speak directly and tell his own problems. However, Xia Liang shook his head, as if to signal him not to mention, and slowly wrote down a few names. Fang Chu was also directly stunned when he could sense who these names were. With his IQ, how could he not know what Xia Liang meant? These names are all senior employees of their group, and one of them is even a senior employee. These people, could it be that? Fang Chu swallowed. During this period of time, several projects of Fangzhen Group were frustrated, and there were even projects that were snatched away by other companies, which reduced the market value of Fangzhen Group by several hundred yuan. They have also investigated, but they have found nothing, just treating it as an accident. But Xia Liang wrote the meaning of these names. Isn't she just saying that this matter is actually a mess? Okay, there are still guests behind. But I want to remind you that in some cases, you must be careful when you use people. Commercial espionage must be guarded against, Xia Liang said with a smile. When he checked Feng Chu's fate, he knew what he wanted to ask. At that time, Xia Liang felt that if a commercial spy was doing a ghost, he then checked the personnel related to these projects. These people Feng Chu do know, so you can check it directly. Soon Xia Liang picked up one, and through his fate track, also picked out other commercial spies. After hearing what Xia Liang said, Feng Chu also nodded hurriedly. Understand. There was also a trace of cruel expression on his face. If these people are really commercial spies, they must not be able to eat. Then I will leave first. Xia Liang nodded faintly. Next, standing outside the door, Lu Yu and Yi Yuan straightened their backs when they heard Xia Liang's words. Both of them couldn't wait to see Xia Liang. In the next second, Feng Chu walked out of Xia Liang's room, and was about to make a call with a look of anger. Obviously, the business espionage thing made him hold a lot of fire in his heart. After watching the two nodded, they walked downstairs. Lu Yu came up with Feng Chu, so he was not surprised. On the contrary, when Yi Yuan saw Feng Chu, the whole person was stunned, and he recognized Feng Chu all at once. He was originally in the real estate business and had contact with Fengzhen Group. However, all he came into contact with were small characters in the Fengzhen Group. And now, standing in front of him was the real controller of the Fengzhen Group. Who is Feng Chu? Director of Fengzhen Group. Together with his brother, they jointly control the entire Fengzhen Group. The Fengzhen Group's activities have spread throughout Longguo, and even extended to foreign countries. It is a top-notch large enterprise. Compared with this ground-headed snake, Feng Chu really didn't know who the person in front of him was. And he didn't care. And now, this kind of character actually came to visit Xia Liang. Yi Yuan swallowed his saliva, feeling that the $2 he had prepared might not be enough. After all, he also heard about Xia Liang from his father, and he didn't know much about Xia Liang, and he was a little uneasy in his heart. But the appearance of Lu Yu and Feng Chu completely dispelled his worries. Such big people come to Xia Liang for fortune-telling, but he still has a hint of doubt? If he were to know that the news Xia Liang told Feng Chu was worth several hundred yuan, I am afraid that Yi Yuan would not even be able to speak. Then I will go in first. After seeing Feng Chu coming out, Lu Yu was also the second to walk into Xia Liang's room. And he was not polite. After all, whether it's the rule of first come first, or first official business, Yi Yuan should wait behind him. Secretary Lu, please. Yi Yuan also nodded. If others know that Qingyun City Chief Secretary General Lu Yu and real estate leader Yi Yuan actually lined up in front of a fortune teller, I am afraid that few people will believe it. Yi Yuan took this gap and glanced at Xia Liang. I can't help but sigh. People can't look at face. There is a trace of mystery and profoundness at a young age. At the moment the door closed, he found that Xia Liang looked up at the episode. Even if it was only a moment, Yi Yuan seemed to feel that all his secrets had been taken away by Xia Liang. Seeing that the next one was Lu Yu, Yi Yuan, who was waiting outside, was even more anxious, wandering back and forth in the corridor like an ant on an iron pan, scratching his heart. And Lu Yu, who entered the room with a look of excitement, came directly to Xia Liang and put the things in his hands on the table. These things are the top gifts. Among them are the top 5-star Maotai worth a piece and the finest tea of Ji Mao. Lu Yu himself was reluctant to leave at home alone. But in order to see Xia Liang, he still reluctantly brought them all. He knew that the price he could give was certainly not as valuable as what Feng Chu and Lu Yu gave. So the important thing must be the mind. Mr. Xia, me. What you want to ask is your career. Before Lu Yu finished speaking, Xia Liang interrupted him with a faint smile and said what he was thinking. Yes. Lu Yu nodded hurriedly. His speech was a little trembling, and he got goosebumps all over. Although he knew that Xia Liang's abilities were extremely terrifying, he didn't expect that he didn't say anything. Xia Liang had already figured it out, and asked him what to do. I'm afraid there is nothing in this world that Mr. Xia can't figure out. After taking a deep breath, Lu Yuping recovered his mind, and then spoke. In a few days, the position of the deputy commander of a county-level city will be announced. This is why I have been restless in eating and sleeping these past 2 days. I have been with Commander Sun for a long time. This position is also recommended by Commander Sun. But I have inside information and there are not many candidates for this position. So I want to ask. Although Lu Yu spoke slowly, there was an anxiety that could not be concealed in his words. He is also more than 40 years old, and if he can't make it this time, I'm afraid he won't have a chance to advance in his entire life. So yesterday, after seeing how terrifying Xia Liang's ability was, he immediately came to ask for Xia Liang. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang also smiled. Don't worry, I'll do the calculations for you. Xia Liang's heart moved with pinching fingers. Rows of information appeared in Xia Liang's eyes. And this information was what Lu Yu would happen in the next 10 days. Xia Liang also saw the answer to the question Lu Yu wanted on the 7th day. And then frowned. His movements were also seen by Lu Yu. Lu Yu's heart seemed to stop beating for half a beat, and he asked hurriedly, Mr. Xia, is there any problem? There is indeed a problem. Xia Liang nodded. This quota is not you, but a person named Liao Daban. What? Lu Yu suddenly felt as if a bucket of cold water was dripping from his head to his feet. And he was paralyzed on the sofa. Still murmured in his mouth. I knew before he came here. He had already received the news that this quota has been determined to be Liao Daban. He came here to see if there is any last hope. When the 3 words Liao Daban rang from Xia Liang's mouth, Lu Yu fell into despair. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang also shook his head. Lu Yu's destiny track is very clean. Upright and upright. He has never received any bribes. He is an upright official. But the person who replaced him in the position of deputy commander of the county-level city is a small man with a big belly and a big belly. Through Lu Yu, Xia Liang also checked the fate of this person. It was discovered that this person's resume was extremely dark. And he had also maintained several juniors at the same time. And it was even related to several criminal cases. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. Let him replace Lu Yu. Xia Liang also couldn't stand it. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Liang was also moved. Started to modify the airlock. And Liao Daban went to jail. Lu Yu will take office in the next 10 days. Okay, don't cry. After doing all this, Xia Liang waved her hand. And Lu Yu sat on the sofa, almost crying. He had waited for this opportunity for several years. But it was a pity that it was such a result. What's wrong? Seeing Xia Liang speak, Lu Yu was also a little strange. You are a good official. That position is more suitable for you. Go back and wait for the good news. What? Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then became excited. Mr. Xia, you mean, this place is me? Yes. Xia Liang nodded and chuckled lightly. That Liao Daban is not suitable for being an official. And his resume is dirty. You don't need to worry about him anymore. If you want to evade legal sanctions, he can't do it. After listening to Xia Liang, Lu Yu was completely sluggish. There were rumors that Liao Da rushed in the past to be unclean. Lu Yu also knew, but this was just a rumor, and he couldn't do much. But the words of Xia Liang just now directly caused Lu Yu to get goosebumps all over his body. Even his next words trembled slightly. Mr. Xia, you don't mean it. If you are here, let Liao Daban do it. It's just a matter of raising your hand. Go back and wait for the news. There is still someone waiting outside the door. With a faint smile, Xia Liang picked up a map of Golden Dragon City next to the wall and placed it on the table, and circled a position on it. Next to the map, there was an open car magazine. After seeing Lu Yu came out, Yi Yuan also opened the door of Xia Liang's room and was about to go in. I saw Xia Liang walking towards the door, as if he was ready to leave. Hello, Mr. Xia. My name is Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan slightly bent over and stretched out his hand, his heartbeat speeding up a bit. Why Xia Liang looks like he is about to leave. Is it possible that Xia Liang really only counts a few times a day? Are you late? However, Xia Liang kept walking and continued to walk outside the door. But a voice came to Yi Yuan's ears. The answer you want is on the table. Pointing to the table in the room, Xia Liang said and was about to leave. There is a map of Golden Dragon City on the table, and a certain location on the map has been circled. Looking at the circled position, Yi Yuan suddenly felt a surge of blood. His pupils shrank crazily, and the whole person collapsed on the sofa a little untenable. In the summer, I was shocked in a cold sweat. Even the tone of speech was a bit stuttering. Mr. Xia, he really is a man of God. Yi Yuan came to Xia Liang this time, just to ask about the location of a new subway entrance planned by Jinlong City recently. They work in real estate and know what such a position represents. No matter how expensive the land prices around this site are, as long as there is a subway entrance, the value will be doubled. However, the planned location of the new subway entrance is strictly confidential. Real estate agents like them will never know in advance. Naturally, Yi Yuan would not give up such a big piece of cake. So he came to ask about Xia Liang. And Xia Liang seemed to know what he wanted to ask. Tick a circle directly on the map. Combining what Xia Liang just said, the answer you want is on the table. That is to say, this is the location of the new subway exit. Yi Yuan also knew that the land price was not high at this location. If you buy this place yourself, you can earn at least a few hundred yuan after the location of the subway entrance is announced. The place Xia Liang hooked up is indeed the location of the new subway entrance. Before, Yi Yuan watched the cool summertime through the crack of the door. Xia Liang also saw Yi Yuan and knew what Yi Yuan wanted to ask. And for this location, Xia Liang also saw where Lu Yu was from the path of fate. In addition, Yi Yuan is also very upright, and he never did the tofu dregs project before Xia Liang did it. As soon as he was about to leave the shop, he met Fang Yushui. Even before she spoke, Xia opened her mouth. Let's go. After finishing talking, walk towards Fang Yuzu's car first. After a while, sitting in Fang Yuzu's co-pilot, Xia Liang looked at the scenery outside the window, looking a little leisurely. The direction they were driving was the city. Originally, he planned to go into the city to take a look. Fang Yushui also stayed with his second uncle to want to make Xia Liang. After all, his peers. After Xia Liang said that he was going to the city, they would accompany him. But Xia Liang did not refuse. After all, it's better to have a beauty with you than to hang out by yourself. My third uncle's matter. Thank you, Fang Yushui said with a smile at Xia Liang. The co-pilot, Xia Liang, also looked at her and waved. It's a trivial matter. It's not worth mentioning. Fang Yushui also paused, turned her head and squinted Xia Liang, with many doubts in her mind. But, can I ask you a question? Mr. Xia, if you have any questions, just ask. Xia Liang also smiled. Can you really figure out everything? Fang Yushui asked. Don't believe it? Looking at Fang Yushui in front of her, Xia Liang's mouth suddenly raised strangely. He will not forget that when he first opened Fang Yuzu's destiny track, he found out Fang Yuzu's little hobby. 5 days ago, at 10:15 in the evening, you were at home alone, closed the door, and turned on the computer. And many more. Fang Yuzu's face suddenly turned red, like a ripe apple that can be broken by a bomb. She also interrupted Xia Liang's words directly. You don't need to say. I believe it. I believe it all. Don't count me. That's not enough. Xia Liang also smiled. However, it is also normal. Generally, girls are more curious about this. Didn't you say you want to go to the city to play? We are now in the city. Where do you want to go? Fang Yushui hurriedly changed the subject. I can go and see wherever I want. Do you have a place you want to go? Xia Liang asked. Me? Fang Yushui was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Xia Liang to say that, but she immediately thought of something and raised her mouth. I do have a place I want to go. I originally planned to go this afternoon. After a pause, Fang Yushui said directly. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. After half an hour. Antique Street in Qingyun City. Here is the place you said? Looking at the dazzling antiques in the street, Xia Liang didn't have any waves in her heart. Naturally, her own purpose was also here. He just teased that guy. Fang Yushui nodded immediately. Yes, it's here. Mr. Xia, don't you dislike antiques? Do you? She has a great interest in antiques since she was a child, and likes to collect all kinds of cultural relics. After returning to China, she went to the antique streets of various cities in 2 or 3 days. In her view, these cultural relics more or less carry a track in a certain history, which is of extraordinary significance. Although she often buys fakes because of her lack of vision, her enthusiasm for antiques has not increased but decreased. I often stay in an antique shop for several hours. For those who are not interested in cultural relics and antiques, and do not understand, visiting the antique shop is simply boring, and it is difficult for anyone to stick to it. Unexpectedly, you are still interested in antiques. Let's go. It just so happened that I also wanted to stroll around, looking at the countless antiques on both sides of the antique street. Xia Liang also had a hint of interest and walked directly in. He was able to probe the fate of the objects. Any antique could be true or false at a glance in his eyes. There was no fake that could hide Xia Liang's eyes. Ah, yes. Wait for me. After stunned, Fang Yushui also hurriedly caught up with Xia Liang's footsteps. Obviously, the place I chose. How it looks like. This Xia Liang is more interested than myself. Mr. Xia, you also like antiques? Fang Yushui doubted. I like it. Why not? Every antique contains a lot of stories. Go. Where do we start first? Seeing Xia Liang's words, Fang Yushui nodded in agreement with a look of excitement. Come here. I have an antique shop that I often go to. Fang Yushui pointed to a shop not far away. Xia Liang also nodded. Then lead the way. Oh, isn't this Miss Fang? Welcome. The two of them had just stepped into the door of the antique shop, and the boss in the inner hall walked out happily. When seeing Xia Liang next to Fang Yushui, The boss scanned Xia Liang up and down, and then said enthusiastically, "This is Miss Fang's friend. My name is Luo Bupin. My name is Xia Liang." Xia Liang shook hands with him. Xia Gongzi is extraordinary, and he is not an ordinary person at first glance. The watch in your hand is a Rolex. If you guess right, it's worth at least 10 yuan or more. After taking a closer look at the bracelet in Xia Liang's hand, Luo Bupin tweeted his lips. He has been in the antique industry for so many years, and he hasn't practiced anything else. But his vision is not that bad. In his opinion, there are only two kinds of people who enter the antique shop. One who can afford it and the other who can't afford it. As long as it is affordable, he will be extremely enthusiastic. Boss Luo has good eyesight. Xia Liang smiled lightly, also flattering. On the other side, Fang Yushui had a little surprise in her eyes when she heard that Xia Liang's watch was worth more than 10 yuan. She also recognized that Xia Liang's watch was unusual, but she never thought that the price was so high. I've been making antiques for so long, and if you don't have this vision yet, don't do it at all. Luo Bupin grinned. Then, you too. Do you have anything you want to buy today? Just go shopping. Before Luo could finish her words, Fang Yushui had already started walking around in the store, looking at the countless antiques around her with excitement. Then I will go shopping. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Liang pinched and checked the antiques in the room. Even if it was him. After scanning the antiques in the shop, he was a little surprised, and he looked at the boss standing by and said, "Boss Luo has a lot of good things in this shop. This is a store I often come to. How can there be problems with my vision?" Before Luo Bupin could answer, Fang Yushui on the other side said proudly. Luo Bupin also asked with a smile, "It seems that young Master Xia also understands antiques. Some dabbling, but you can tell the truth from the false. Can you tell the truth?" Hearing what Xia Liang said, Luo Bupin also sneered in his heart. From ancient times to the present, the production methods of antique counterfeit do not know how many times have evolved. Nowadays, even the top antique appraisal experts are not sure that they can completely distinguish the authenticity of antiques. And this kid, who said so easily, I'm afraid that he doesn't know anything. In his opinion, Xia Liang, like Fang Yushui, must be the son of a big family. I usually like antiques, but I don't have much foresight. He is a fat sheep that can be slaughtered. How many antiques have you bought here? Looking at a fake that could almost be fake, Xia Liang asked Fang Yushui next to him. Almost 10. I put most of them in my room. Fang Yushui broke her fingers and counted. So many? Are there any photos? Can I take a look? Of course. Speaking of antiques, Fang Yushui immediately became excited, took out her phone and opened the album, pointing to the items on it and introducing them one by one. This is Wu Daozi's Shuanglin picture. This is a Jingda porcelain of the Han Dynasty. This is, as Fang Yushui introduced pictures one by one, Xia Liang's face slowly cooled. Fang Yushui didn't know, but Xia Liang could tell at a glance. All the things on this are fakes. And this, the jade pendant I have always carried on my body. That's all. Fang Yushui also handed a piece of jade pendant to Xia Liang. These things. How much did you spend in total? Xia Liang said lightly. It's about 4 or 5 yuan in total. Fang Yushui nodded seriously. 4 or 5 yuan. Xia Liang frowned slightly. The combined price of these things was at most a dime. This compass, however, has doubled 40 to 50 times. I didn't do this in business. At this time, Luo Bupin, who had just come out of the inner hall, came to the two of them with a new Tang Sankai in his hand. Miss Fang, take a look. This is the Tang Sankai you wanted last time. I looked for it for half a month. But finally I asked someone to find it. I kept this thing for you all the time. Thank you, Uncle Luo. Then, Fang Yushui excitedly held Tang Sankai in her hand to play with. But Xia Liang just glanced at it, and then faintly spoke. Boss Luo, you shouldn't look at a sheep wool, right? Business is not like that. Being stared at by Xia Liang, Luobupin suddenly felt countless goosebumps on his back. And his face became a little nervous. When Xia Liang said that he could tell the authenticity of the antique, he didn't believe it at all. After all, Xia Liang was so young. He didn't think about that either. I don't know what Mr. Xia said? Luo Bu asked cross-cuttingly. Fang Yushui also looked at Xia Liang suspiciously. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang stared at Luo Bupin and said lightly, I said all the things you sell are fakes. As soon as the voice fell, the whole antique shop became quiet, as if a needle could be heard. Compass was also taken aback for a while, and then laughed twice. Although he was a little flustered in his heart, he still pretended to be calm on the surface. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. Distressed Susu. Ha ha ha, was treated like this. Please forgive me for the sound of a pig. It is probably the first time in my life that Susu is so worried. Look at Susu, sweating on his forehead, and pretending to be careless. If the anchor comes out later, and the defender calls her name, will she be scared to pee? When Xia Liang came out carrying 2 boxes, Susu breathed a sigh of relief and was very surprised. It seems that Xia Liang didn't lie to her. That is to say, what was in the box was really $1. And the rich second-generation identity was completely real. Thinking of this, Susu's heart is getting hotter and hotter, and he has begun to imagine that he will live a wealthy life. Susu quickly stood up, with a sweet smile on his face, ready to run up and hug Xia Liang's hand, calling out, my dear. But some things were destined to be counterproductive. Just as Susu ran up to hug Xia's hand, he found that Xia Liang suddenly stopped and pointed to Susu and said to the 2 defenders behind, That's her? Susu Yilang stopped his footsteps. Then his expression was a little unnatural, and his heart began to beat. No way. In the next second, the 2 defenders behind Xia Liang suddenly stepped forward and blocked Susu's path. Ms. Susu Hu, after receiving a report, you are suspected of multiple fraud cases and the amount of fraud reached 70 cents. Please assist us in investigating. Susu was a little panicked when she heard that. Her original delicate face was full of panic, but she shook her head frantically. I don't have one. Brother Xia quickly explained to them. I'm a good person. However, in the next second, Xia Liang's words made her completely desperate. I reported it. Xia Liang's faint words sounded like a thunder in her heart, and Susu looked at Xia Liang blankly as if she was frozen. Knowing that she was planted today. Unexpectedly, I was blinded by the wild goose today. This time finally made sense. It turned out that all of this was a set of the man in front of him. It is ridiculous that I still think that I have a chance to win. As long as I give myself time, I can completely control this man. After learning about Xia Liang's routine, I recalled all the previous loopholes, and I blamed myself for being fooled by money. If I was careful, maybe. Hey, it's too late to say anything now. Susu sighed, looked at Xia Liang with complicated eyes, and said with a little bit of self-deprecation, people have said before that they can't believe what a good-looking woman says. I believe that the more beautiful a woman is, the easier it is to talk. But now I want to add one more thing. Don't believe the words of handsome men. They are more deceptive than women. After speaking, he took the initiative to stretch out his hands. And there was no running time. This time I went out. Some things naturally had to be carried with you. And those things were naturally the evidence that the defenders wanted. Seeing this scene, the defender also knew that Su Su had accepted his fate, took out the handcuffs and handcuffed her. And the voice of the system also sounded in Xia Liang's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task. Punishing the T-girl. Evaluation of completion of this task. S level. Obtained task rewards. 100 work value. God level hacker skills. Discordant card 1. The specified target has discordant words and deeds after use. Lasts 3 hours. And can be switched at any time. Good guys. The rewards this time are really rich. After the reward was distributed, the defender pressed Su Su and walked past Xia Liang. But Xia Liang, who hadn't spoken before, spoke again. When you lie to others, your face is triumphant, and then you spit others stupidly. This kind of deception will even comfort yourself. This is not a lie. This is to let him grow up and know the sinister society. I am the same. I just want you to know that you have done something wrong and you have to pay the price of responding. Go in and reform yourself. After speaking, Xia Liang left with the money. And the audience in the live broadcast room also madly praised Xia Liang. Anchor said, well, return to the other side by the way of the other. The anchor is great. 3 views are very positive. Only I think that the anchor is not authentic to do this. If someone buys tea, it's okay if you don't sell it if it's expensive. Upstairs. What should I think? Is she buying tea? She is a crime. Otherwise why would the defender arrest her? Yes. If you sell tea well, why would the defender catch her? Agree. The anchor did a good job. Amidst the sound of praise, Xia Liang got into the car calmly. Well, audience friends, the desserts and the main dishes have already been eaten. Today's live broadcast will end here. See you tomorrow, everyone. When the audience in the live room saw Xia Liang wanting to broadcast, they all showed off the barrage. Don't, anchor and so on. Didn't you just say that you caught the wanted man? What are the 2 boxes just raised? Isn't it money? Isn't it the reason for the anchor editor to catch wanted criminals? It was to fool Su Su to the security hall. What's in the box on the first officer? Curious +1. Looking at the curious audience, Xia Liang rolled her eyes and pretended to sigh helplessly. Hey, since my sons want to see it, Dad will show it to you. Speaking of Xia Liang, he opened the box. And as the box opened, it was filled with stacks and stacks of red. Fuck, Nima, it's all money. Come and personally hit me. Am I dreaming? Father, do not. Grandfather, look at me. I have been drinking Northwest Wind poorly. Brother, do you remember that half of the cake 6 years ago? Elder brother, did you forget it? When I was young, my mother sold me to help you study. The live broadcast room is like an explosion. Although I know that Xia Liang is rich. A car is worth 60. A drawer of emerald coins. But those who leave themselves are too far away. It feels a bit unreal. But this time the $1 is actually exchanged for 1% of the money. For the audience in the live broadcast room, it is even more impactful. If the money is real, that is to say, Xia Liang's previous statement of arresting wanted criminals is true. Thinking of this, the audience in the live broadcast room all have scalp numbness. And some even think that Xia Liang is already almighty. Rich, handsome, very upright-minded, with many unknown talents, brave and fierce. So amazing. Is there really such a perfect man in the world? Numerous female fans in the instant live broadcast have already regarded Xia Liang as the male *******. In their hearts, All right. Xia Liang put away the money and said with a relaxed expression. Since we have seen it, we shall see you next time. After talking about it, Xia Liang also broadcasted a bunch of see you next time barrage. Little brother, you can't say that. I have been doing business here for so many years. How can I sell fakes to Miss Fang? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Be careful to speak out in misfortune. Compass is also unceremonious. Mr. Shaw, are these things fake? Fang Yushui asked blankly, looking at the pictures on the phone and flipping back and forth twice. She likes antiques, but she doesn't know how to tell the truth from the fake. Then she thought about it. These things were recommended to her by Luo Bupin, and she had never asked someone to appraise them. If it's true, she doesn't know, really can't be fake, and fake can't be real. Xia Liang said faintly, it's too much to grab a sheep and smash it to death. What qualifications do you have to say that these things are fake? It's just a few pictures. Even the most professional appraisal master cannot tell that these things are fake just by looking at the pictures. I am different from them. Taking Fang Yuzu's mobile phone, pointing to a few porcelains on it, Xia Liang said, although these things of you are all fakes, the degree of craftsmanship can indeed be fake. This clay pot and Jingda porcelain are all spliced fakes. The time it was made was only half a year ago. The so-called spliced fake ceramics is to take some real broken antique ceramic fragments and splice them with newly made fake fragments to make a complete product. The porcelains that Luo Bupin sold to Fang Yushui were all this kind of spliced porcelain, with superb craftsmanship. Sometimes professional appraisers can't distinguish true from false. Then Xia Liang picked up the jade pendant in Fang Yuzu's hand and continued. Not to mention this jade. Although the jade material is Hechan material, it is the worst jade material with many cracks. It's impossible to change the value of this thing. And there are a lot of scratches on it. It should have been carved last month. You bullshit. Seeing Xia Liang directly confessed the truth, Luo Bupin was also shocked. There was a faint drip of sweat behind him. Xia Liang's words were all right. But at this time, I must not let go. He also knew who Fang Yushui was. But the Fang family was behind him. If it were not for him to leave here in 2 days, he would not dare to sell so many fakes to Fang Yushui. Otherwise he would be discovered by the Fang family, and he would definitely not be able to eat. And when Xia Liang used the system to Luo Bupin just now, he also knew this person's plan, and sneered twice. Although Fang Yushui didn't know how to distinguish the authenticity of antiques, she also saw something wrong from Luo Bupin's demeanor. I am afraid that all the things he sells to him are fake. Asshole. You dare to buy me fakes? Aren't you afraid of our family? Fang Yushui also gave birth to a lot of anger. At the beginning, she chose this store because the boss promised that she would never sell her fake products. Fang Yushui also told him his identity, so he didn't dare to measure it. Unexpectedly, Luo Bupin still sold fake goods to herself. Why, Boss Luo, don't you still admit it? Although you are really doing these things, it's not that no one can recognize it. Do you want me to call Fang's people and let them come and have a look? No need. It is only now that Luo Bupin understands that he might have met a real expert, and he can tell the truth from the fake with just a picture. Moreover, even the method of imitation and the time of production can be known exactly. Even if you are a first-level appraisal expert, it is impossible to say when these things were done. Sweat dripped continuously from the top of Luo Bupin's head. He glanced at Xia Liang sadly and whispered in his heart, "What is the origin of this kid? Let's talk about it. How to solve it." Moving out the 2 chairs, Xia Liang sat down directly. And Fang Yushui also sat on the other chair with an angry expression. Well, those things are fake anyway. I'll give it to Miss Fang. I will return all the money that Miss Fang spent. But I can't make up that much now. How about you two in 2 days? Turning his eyes a few times, Luo Bupin said with a smile as if thinking of something. Good. Xia Liang nodded, but the corner of her mouth raised strangely, and then continued. But in 2 days, we will go to Zhanghai City to find you. I think about it. It's no. 58 Sanyan Street. That place is a little far away from Qingyun City. Boom! In an instant, countless blood rushed to Luo Bupin's brain, making him feel a little blurred in his vision, and the sound of tinnitus in his ears kept ringing. The whole person was also stunned for an instant. Only a sentence from Xia Liang just now echoed in his mind constantly. Third Eye Street. No. 58. Click. His legs softened and Luo Bupin actually knelt directly in front of the two. The whole person's back was instantly wet with cold sweat. It took several minutes for Luo Bupin to react slowly, looking at Xia Liang, who still kept a faint smile in front of him. The whole portrait fell into the ice cave. His lips turned white and his body trembled. A few months ago, he planned to open a store in another place. Even the clerk in his store didn't know about this. All things are done by himself. Even when he went to the new city to choose a location, he also dressed up in disguise. Except for himself, no one knew that he would close the shop and reopen the shop in another city, let alone the specific location. It is precisely because of this that he is not afraid to sell Fang Yuzu's fakes. After all, even if Fang Yushui found out at that time, she would not be able to find him at all. Change the name and change the city. He can continue to open a store. This is also the reason why he said that the two of them should come for 2 days. After 2 days, he is no longer here. But he did not expect that his plan was not even a secret in Xia Liang's eyes. Even though Xia Liang still kept a kind smile, Luo Bupin still trembled. Xia Liang's face looked like a devil in Luo Bupin's eyes. At this time, Xia Liang was still staring at Luo Bupin faintly, with a smile on her mouth, and her eyes seemed to be talking. You can't run out of my palm. Boss Luo, why did you kneel all of a sudden? Why, do you want us to see you in 2 days? Looking at Luo Bupin, who was kneeling directly in front of him because of his soft legs, Xia Liang smiled lightly. Do not. Compass shook his head frantically. No, it's because I don't know Taishan to say those things. I immediately ordered people to take $5 and return it to Miss Fang. Now Luo Bupin dare not deceive the two of Xia Liang. Not only did Xia Liang see his own thoughts, he even knew the location of his new shop in Fangcheng. Even if I want to run now, I am afraid there is nowhere to go. Looking up at Xia Liang, Luo Bupin's eyes were full of jealousy. He actually wanted to ask how Xia Liang knew so many things. He knew exactly the location of his new shop. But he didn't even dare to even ask. Fang Yushui was also angrily on her head. I don't lack these $5. I must make this guy look good today. Hearing this, Luo Bupin's face turned pale. If Fang Yushui really uses the forces of the Fang family to deal with him, I'm afraid he will never know how he died. After all, now, he doesn't even have a place to hide. Miss Fang, as long as I can give it, I am absolutely willing to pay for Miss Fang. I see something in this room. Please take it for the two of you. Luo Bupin is also ready for bleeding. Fang Yushui was about to refuse. Who knew? Xia Liang patted her on the shoulder. That's it. Let's go. I'll choose a good thing for you. Xia Liang walked to a certain place in the shop. Seeing this scene, Fang Yushui couldn't care about getting angry. I quickly followed, and walked to a position in the middle of the shop, where there was a golden Buddha head. Seeing the two walking towards the Buddha's head, Luo Bupin's heart was agitated. This thing is the most expensive thing in his shop right now. The value is close to 10 yuan. Compass, who originally had a fluke mentality, turned pale again at this moment. But he couldn't say anything. If the two of them really chose this Buddha head, he could only obediently let them take it away. If Fang Yuzu's anger can be dissipated, it will be worth it. But what is strange is that although Xia Liang paused when he walked to the Buddha's head, he did not stop. Instead, he walked to the wall and took off a painting on it. The good thing you are talking about is this painting? Whose work is this? Fang Yushui asked, and Xia Liang also nodded and looked at Luo Bupin. Boss Luo, we took this thing away. You won't feel bad, will you? Seeing that Xia Liang chose this painting, Luo Bupin almost jumped for joy. But on the surface, he still pretended to be heartache. Said, this painting is Tang Yin's masterpiece, a picture of living in a mountain in the rain. It is worth at least 7 or 8 yuan. If two of you like it, I will give this painting to both of you for apocalypse. This thing was collected several years ago from another place. At that time, he saw it at a glance. This painting is a mosaic painting, worth a few cents at most. The so-called splicing painting is to cut a good painting into several copies, and each one is supplemented with the remaining paintings, which are fake and real, just like splicing porcelain, to fool someone who just knows how to do it. But in the eyes of discerning people, this thing is not worth money at all. Otherwise, this painting won't be hung on this wall for a few years and no one cares about it. So Luo Bupin was so happy after discovering that Xia Liang had chosen this painting. The fear of Xia Liang from the bottom of my heart is also a little less. In his opinion, Xia Liang was miserable this time. Then make a deal. Xia Liang smiled lightly, handed the painting to Fang Yushui, and stretched out his right hand to Luo Bupin. The deal is done. For fear of Xia Liang's repentance, Luo Bupin also directly held Xia Liang's hand and kept saying. The two shook hands, and the transaction was completed. At this time, Luo Bupin was so happy that he almost laughed, although restrained. But his ugly look was still seen by Xia Liang. Upon seeing this, after Xia Liang retracted his hand, he couldn't help but smiled strangely, and then spoke. It looks like Boss Luo is very happy to see that I bought a spliced fake painting. As soon as this remark came out, it was not only Luo Bupin, but Fang Yushui was stunned. Mr. Xia, you said this painting is fake? Then why did you buy it? Fang Yushui was stunned. Compass is also very strange. It seems that Xia Liang didn't look away, knowing that this painting is fake. But why should I buy it? And Xia Liang slowly opened the painting, put it on the table next to it. Slowly speaking, some of the paintings are painted with fake and real fakes, and some of the paintings are painted with fake fidelity and authenticity. How do I say this? Luo Bupin and Fang Yushui both looked at Xia Liang suspiciously. Even Compass, who has been in the antique industry for many years, has never heard of the so-called fidelity of falsehood. Xia Liang also laughed slightly. Once again, I took a look at the painting with the system, confirmed it, and continued. The fake and the real is to use a part of the real painting and the fake painting to make a fake painting that is hard to see even by a connoisseur. But this painting is different. Do you know the origin of this painting? Taking a look at the two, Xia Liang asked, and Fang Yushui also shook her head directly. But Luo Bupin was a little frightened. What's the origin of this painting? Isn't it a splicing fake I collected from other places? And Xia Liang continued to explain. When the 8 power allied forces invaded our dragon kingdom, they wiped out the antiques in the old summer palace. In order to protect these national treasures, Some people made tricks on these things in advance. Speaking of this, Fang Yushui both nodded, and they also knew these things. One of the things is this painting. This picture of Tang Yin's living in a mountain in the rain. No, it's impossible. Before Xia Liang had finished speaking, Luo Bupin interrupted him directly. Tang Yin never made the picture of living in a mountain in the rain. It was just a rumor in the market. In fact, there is no such painting at all. Faced with Luo Bupin's retort, Xia Liang just chuckled slightly and continued to explain. At the beginning, this picture was taken away by an eunuch. In order to prevent the painting from spreading to foreign countries, he hired the most famous painter at the time, made a complete copy with the softest and thinnest rice paper, and then made this fake painting. It is overlaid on the real painting, but it leaves a corner of the real painting, which makes others feel that this is just a spliced fake painting. Not valuable or expensive. Seeing that the two were stunned by their own words, Xia Liang added another sentence. This is to protect the truth. Even Xia Liang himself was shocked by the person's thoughts at the time. If it weren't for the fact that I had a system, I would be able to see all the rules of fate of this painting in the past. Otherwise, Xia Liang wouldn't be able to think that there would actually be such a trick to protect the real. With fakes. Brother Xia, you mean, in this painting, there is a real painting by Tang Yin? Fang Yuzu's tone became a little excited. Among all the antiques, the genus calligraphy and paintings make her the most favorite. Among them, Tang Yin's paintings are the best. But Tang Yin's paintings are priceless. And until now, she has not collected a single one. Even when Luo Bupin said that this painting was by Tang Yin, he was not so excited. Because she knows how rare Tang Yin's paintings are. And she doesn't think this painting is real. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. But when Xia Liang spoke, she had no reason to doubt and became happy. No, it's impossible. On the other hand, Luo Bupin still had a look of disbelief. I just said that Tang Yin has never painted the mountain in the rain. I lied to you. There may be a valuable painting below, but it is definitely not a picture of a mountain. How could it be possible without something? Will exist? It's true or false? You can't count it. There is an old man who plays painting in this antique street. His eyes are very bright. There is no painting that can hide his eyes. Smiling, Xia Liang picked up the painting and walked out of Luo Bupin's shop directly with Fang Yushui. Looking at the back of the two of them, Luo Bupin's heartbeat also accelerated suddenly. He knew how valuable the painting would be if it were really a painting by Tang Yin. I'm afraid the things in his shop can't match this painting. No, I have to go up and take a look. This kid is definitely bluffing me. What is false to protect the truth? What is the picture of the mountain? Must be false. While talking, Luo Bupin quietly followed the two of them. Xia Liang and the two are also walking towards the antique street. Mr. Xia, have you been here? How do you know that there is an old painter inside? As Xia Liang gradually deepened, Fang Yushui also asked, is it possible that you can only know if you come? Seeing Xia Liang's confident smile, Fang Yushui was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that Xia Liang was a fortune-telling master. Even if she had never been here, she probably had nothing to hide from him. In fact, when Xia Liang was watching Luo Bupin's fate, he knew that there was a master of painting in this antique street. After a few minutes, Xia Liang took Fang Yushui into an inconspicuous little shop in Antique Street. There are new faces. Two of you. Let me tell you the truth first. All the paintings in my shop are high imitations of fake paintings. I will never sell genuine paintings. If you only want to buy genuine paintings, you can turn around. An old voice rang from the shop. An old man lay on a recliner and closed his eyes to rest. But he didn't even open his eyes. Master, we are not here to buy or sell paintings. Smiled. Xia Liang said. Then you are here. The old man opened his eyes and looked at the two in confusion. We have a picture, and I want you to help you look at it. Old man. Oh? The old man was puzzled, but he slowly got up from the recliner. There are indeed more people who come to his shop to look at paintings than those who buy paintings. However, these two people are so young and new faces. How do you know that he has a unique look at paintings? What painting? Take it out and have a look. Share. Put the painting on the table over there and open it. After speaking to Fang Yushui, Xia Liang looked at the old man. My name is Xia Liang. I don't know what the old man calls him. When I come here, I don't even know what my name is. The old man also shook his head. Call me Lao Mu. While talking, Lao Mu walked towards the scroll that had just been opened. As soon as he put his glasses on, before he came closer, Mr. Mu took them off again and looked at Xia Liang. You too, didn't you come to find the difference? Such an obvious splicing of fake paintings unexpectedly came to me. The boss on the antique street. Which one will not look at it? Old Mu's tone became a little angry. In his opinion, these two hairy boys came to find themselves with such obvious fake paintings. Isn't this just for trouble? Send off guests. Shaking his head, Mr. Mu was about to return to the recliner. Upon seeing this, Fang Yushui hurriedly winked at Xia Liang. But Xia Liang didn't seem anxious. Slowly looked at Mr. Mu and said, Master Mu, you haven't seen this painting yet. What I showed you is not the fake painting on the surface, but the real painting below. My hand is unstable, and I can easily ruin the painting when I do it. Please also Mu the old man shave off one layer of the painting and have a look. It's useless. But Elder Mu still waved his hand. There is only a part of the true picture of the spliced painting. If you shave off the fake picture, it will all be rotten. What's more, the part of the real picture exposed by this picture is what is called the picture of living in a mountain in the rain. This picture does not exist at all. So the real part of this painting is nothing more than a painting by an unknown painter in the Tang dynasty. Ugh. Hearing what Elder Mu said, Xia Liang also sighed suddenly, and then said, I heard that the old man loves to paint like a beloved son, and will not let go of any famous paintings. No one in the antique world does not know the name of the old man. As a result, it turned out to be just an ordinary old man who did not move. So he directly vetoed others. Maybe, I don't have much ability. Before Xia Liang's words were finished, Mr. Mu stood up directly, picked up the razor again, and walked to the painting. Then began to slowly remove the false painting on top. If you don't hit the south wall and don't look back, then I will let you see. There is actually nothing under this fake painting. Then please let the old man do it. Standing on the other side of the table, Xia Liang also smiled. From the trajectory of the old man's fate, he saw that this old man Mu couldn't stand the extreme tactics the most. With just one sentence or two, the old man still started. As the fake paintings are gradually eliminated, more and more parts of the real paintings are revealed. The old man's expression also became serious. He did not expect that there were so many complete real paintings under this fake painting. Fang Yushui, who was standing on the side, was also extremely nervous, and she did not dare to breathe. Only Xia Liang appeared to be extra leisurely, wandering back and forth in the old man's shop a few times. Because it takes a lot of time to remove fake pictures. So the two of them waited for an hour. After an hour, with the last corner of the fake painting removed, the complete picture below is revealed. Putting the fake painting aside, looking at the real painting below, Mr. Mew was shaking uncontrollably. He even took out a magnifying glass and inspected every corner of the painting. And the more parts he examines, the more frequent his body trembles, and his forehead keeps dripping with sweat, because I was afraid of sweat dripping on the painting. When Mr. Mew looked at the painting, he was still wiping his sweat continuously. To the back, Elder Mew couldn't even stand firmly, and he needed Xia Liang's support to continue to appraise the painting. When it has been confirmed time and time again, it is absolutely impossible that the two characters Tang Yin painted on the corner are fake. Only then did Mr. Mew tremblingly put down the magnifying glass in his hand, and was supported by Xia Liang back on the reclining chair, his lips dry, after resting for a long time. After drinking several sips of water, Elder Mew looked at Fang Yushui with a look of expectation, and slowly spoke. This painting is the real work of Tang Yin. I didn't expect that there was a picture of living in a mountain in the rain. Folk rumors are not fake. There is really this painting, and it is a great honor for me to be able to witness the birth of this painting. The more he said, the more excited Mr. Mew became. It was Xia Liang who kept following his anger to let old man Mew ease. After confirming the authenticity of this painting, Fang Yuzu's excitement on one side was no worse than that of Mr. Mew. She asked hurriedly, "Then what is the value of this painting? Sir, do you think it is?" Elder Mew drank a big sip of water again, walked to the picture of living in a mountain in the rain and watched it for a while before answering Fang Yushui. This painting and Tang Yin's bamboo in the rain should have been painted in the same period. And the auction price of bamboo in the rain was more than 20 million US dollars. Bad. At least. At 100 yuan. 100 yuan. Even Fang Yushui swallowed her saliva when she heard this number. Her eyes moved a little. After Elder Mew calmed down, he continued to speak. "Master, I want to collect this painting. I don't know if you two are willing to sell it. I will definitely give you a satisfactory price." After hearing what old man Mew said, Xia Liang glanced at Fang Yushui, and Fang Yushui said hurriedly, "This painting actually has nothing to do with me. I am very grateful for your help today. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I don't know that all the things in my house are fake. Let alone get this. It's a painting, so it's up to you to decide whether you want to take this painting with you or sell it. Then I will decide." While talking, Xia Liang slowly put the painting away while smiling, and handed it to Fang Yushui with a surprised look. "This painting was originally paid to you by Luo Bupin. It was originally yours. I am not interested in this painting. Just keep it. It's better to hang it in your home." After that, Xia Liang and Fang Yushui walked towards the door. At the door, Xia Liang looked back at Mr. Mew. "Master, I trouble you today. That fake painting is worth a few cents, so let's treat it as our thank you fee." As soon as the words fell, Xia Liang and Fang Yushui gradually disappeared on the antique street. "Tomorrow I'm going to an antiques identification meeting. Do you want to come?" Summer thought for a while and nodded. "Of course. The beauty has an appointment. How can I refuse it?" Seeing that the two figures of Xia Liang disappeared, a sneaky figure also got into Mr. Mew's shop. This person is Luo Bupin, who followed Xia Liang. He waited outside the store for a long time, and as soon as Xia Liang left, he immediately walked in. Looking at the fake painting left on the table, Luo Bupin also swallowed his saliva. His lips turned pale, and he asked hurriedly, "Father Mew, what is under this fake painting just now? How much is it worth?" The fake painting is a real one. The rumored picture of living in a mountain in the rain, made by Tang Yin, is worth at least 100 yuan. Puff! Heard this answer, Luo Bupin suddenly felt qi and blood surge. His anger attacked his heart, and a big mouthful of blood spurted out. The whole person also fell directly to the ground and passed out into a coma. The next day, in the square, a platform has been erected. On the platform, 3 elderly people are sitting on it. On the table in front of them, there was a steady stream of people coming up with antiques to identify them. However, most of the things these people took were fakes with no value at all. Xia Liang even saw inside. Among the people in line below, there was a pair of Mona Lisa. Doesn't this pull the calf? Around the 3 of them, there is also a girl in a white dress with a selfie stick. Miao Ling, who is broadcasting live, and her face is not much worse than Fang Yuzu's. After seeing this person, Fang Yushui also looked a little happy and waved to the stage. Miu Miu, Cher, you are here. After seeing Fang Yushui, Chu Lingmu also hurriedly ran to the 2 of them from the stage. Is this the expert you are talking about? Any antique can't escape his eyes? Seeing Xia Liang standing next to Fang Yushui, a trace of suspicion flashed in Chu Lingmu's eyes. That is, there is nothing. He can't tell the truth from the false. Fang Yushui also confidently said that after yesterday's incident, he had no doubt about Xia Liang. However, Xia Liang still had doubts in Chu Lingmu's eyes, as if he was about to refute. So he spoke in time. Cher, let me introduce you first. This one? By the way, I have forgotten about this. This is the current live broadcast of Xiami. Chu Lingmu. There are millions of fans. And Mumu's live broadcasts are all related to antiques. Sometimes even it's really not easy for Wei Jianbao to have so many fans. And this one is Xia Liang, my friend, who is also very interested in antiques. And his vision is not necessarily worse than Mumu's. Yes? There was a hint of suspicion in Chu Lingmu's eyes. Her family had been collecting antiques for several generations. Since her birth, she has spent most of her time with antiques. Although she is still no better than some first-level appraisers, her vision has far surpassed ordinary people. At the same time, the other side, seeing that Chu Lingmu hadn't interacted with them for a long time, the people in the live broadcast room became irritated. Where is Miu Murin? Why don't you want us? Okay, let us see the on-site appraisal treasure today. Hurry up, just now I saw someone took a Mona Lisa. I want to see Miu Miu appraise this. Are you stupid upstairs? I still need to identify me. I can say that this thing is definitely not true. And Chu Lingmu turned around and looked at the live broadcast room, gave a grin, and said, sorry, I just met a few friends. Pointing the camera at Xia Liang, Chu Lingmu continued, this beautiful lady is your sister Shuier. This handsome guy, who is also said to be an expert in appraisal. And I will let him show you both. Yao Shou. Sure enough, all the beautiful friends are beautiful handsome guys. Which makes us live like this. After seeing Xia Liang clearly, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly increased. But this handsome guy is so young. His appraisal ability shouldn't be too high. Yes. Among my peers, I have never seen anyone with a better vision than Mumu. Not many viewers in the live broadcast room believed in Xia Liang's identification technology. At the same time, suddenly a cry of exclamation rang from the stage. Xia Liang attracted the attention of several people. The speaker was one of the 3 connoisseurs on the stage. Xiao Miu, come up and take a look. This thing seems a bit unusual. Coming. Hearing someone calling for herself, Chu Lingmu also smiled and picked up the selfie stick and returned to the appraisal stage. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow right pointing arrow. The camera was also pointed at the things on the stage. The audience in the live broadcast room became excited when they saw that Chu Lingmu was finally about to start appraising treasures. It's finally time. Mew mew. Let's start. Tell us what this thing is. This thing should be Tang Sankai, or in the shape of a bottle. This kind of thing should be called Xiao Tang Sankai short-necked bottle. Upstairs. I understand, but I still want to see the Mona Lisa smile that Mew Mew appraised just now. On the appraisal platform at this time, the three connoisseurs all gathered around this little Tang Sankai, carefully observing. From time to time, he nodded. The owner of Xiao Tang Sankai, who was waiting for the appraisal results, seemed a little anxious. Seeing Chu Lingmu stepped onto the stage, the three appraisers also gave up a position. Just now they thought this thing was a bit strange, and then they called Chu Lingmu. Xia Liang followed Chu Lingmu to the appraisal platform. Just a glance. The past and present of this thing appeared in Xia Liang's eyes at a glance. And Chu Lingmu still looked at this Tang San-colored glazed pottery with a puzzled face. But soon, the doubt in her eyes disappeared, as if she had already seen this thing completely. Three teachers. Tell me what is the value of this thing. Whether it is true or not. Chu Lingmu didn't answer directly, but asked the three old people back. The three of them glanced at each other, and the answers in their hearts were not much different. So one of them spoke. From the perspective of the precipitation and background of this thing, it should be something from the Tang dynasty. But the production process is somewhat different from the common Tang Sankai in the Tang dynasty. Its patterns and lines are more like things from the Ming dynasty. Another connoisseur also added, generally, Tang Sankai uses yellow, green and white as the main colors. But this one is white, black and blue as the main colors. I have never seen Tang Sankai with this color structure. So I think something is wrong. So I let you take a look. After the appraiser finished speaking, Chu Lingmu also nodded, and then said to the audience in the live broadcast room, there is nothing wrong with what the three teachers said just now. This thing must be true. The price is at least 1 million yuan. There is no doubt about it. This is natural. All three nodded, and the owner of the object who brought Tang Sankai to appraisal almost jumped for joy when he heard that his item was worth at least 1 million. Chu Lingmu's live broadcast room also boiled for a while. Is this dingy thing worth a piece? Hey, the owner of this thing has made a lot of money. No, I have to go home and have a look. I have long felt that my dog feeding bowl is a bit unusual. Maybe it's from the Northern Song dynasty or the Southern Song dynasty. I also have to go home and look through what's there. Fang Yushui on the stage was also stunned by Chu Lingmu's words. But for Chu Lingmu, she still believed in Xia Liang's eyes more. So she took a peek at Xia Liang. However, Xia Liang still only maintained a faint smile, with an unpredictable expression, making people wonder what he was thinking. And Chu Lingmu was already continuing to speak. The three teachers are puzzled, but the production process of the Tang Sankai and the structure of the main color is very strange. A Tang Sankai from the Tang dynasty is not like something from the Tang dynasty. Then, does any one of you know what's going on? The live broadcast room exploded directly again. How do we know this? Mew Mew can speak directly. Don't sell it off. Yeah, say it quickly. I can't wait. Seeing that no one in the live broadcast room could answer, Chu Lingmu looked at the three appraisers again, and the three of them also shook their heads. Then, Chu Lingmu put her gaze on Xia Liang. Those eyes seemed to be saying, don't you also appraise? I don't understand. And Xia Liang ignored her, just pretending to be helpless and spread his hands. I want to hear how you explain Xiao Mu. Then listen up. Chu Lingmu increased her tone. The Tang Sankai of the Tang dynasty Most of the production techniques and main colors are very similar, but not all of them. Having said that, Chu Lingmu picked up Tang Sankai on stage. There was a small town in the Tang dynasty that specializes in the production of Tang Sankai, called Fangtao Town. In general, the Tang Sankai that failed to be produced in the town will be destroyed directly. But some Tang Sankai has almost formed a finished product. But there are some flaws. Some people feel that destroying them like this is too wasteful. So they take these flawed Tang Sankai home and refire them in a unique way. The Tang Sankai is this kind of Tang Sankai. There are Tang dynasty styles, but the production process and patterns are very different. This Tang Sankai is called the semi-weak Tang Sankai. The voice fell off. The entire appraisal station and the live broadcast room were quiet for a few seconds. Afterwards, several appraisers all applauded in unison. It was obvious that the doubts had been eliminated, and they naturally knew the existence of this kind of Tang Sankai. But they just suddenly didn't expect it. Next to Xia Liang, Fang Yushui kept applauding. In the live broadcast room, some people started to read gifts all the time, and the screen was full of 666. Someone searched and found that there was indeed this kind of Tang Sankai. But the stock of this Tang Sankai was extremely rare, and most people didn't know it. Upon seeing this, Chu Lingmu was also a little arrogant. If it weren't for a half-weak Tang Sankai in her own home, I am afraid that today, she would not know why this Tang Sankai is of this style. Many people around the stage are also applauding. After a glance, the smile on the corner of Chu Lingmu's mouth suddenly solidified. On the whole stage, only Xia Liang didn't applaud, as if he still seemed a little helpless. Seeing Chu Lingmu looked over, he even shook his head. Fang University connoisseur, what do you think? There is a problem with what I said? No problem. Xia Liang shook his head. There are indeed such Tang Sankai. But what? Chu Lingmu was a little confused. But this one on the stage now is a fake. It was a fake. When Xia Liang said this, everyone looked at him. On the appraisal stage, there was silence again, even worse than before. As if a needle drop could be heard. It was Chu Lingmu who reacted for the first time and said directly, "Impossible. How could this thing be a fake? Although the style is a bit strange, it is definitely something from the Tang dynasty." Yes, the three appraisers on the stage also spoke. This little brother should also like antiques very much. Otherwise he would not come here. But his vision may be a little bad. This Tang Sankai is indeed produced by the Tang dynasty, and the level of craftsmanship is also very high. If you don't understand, little brother, just go down. Chu Lingmu's live broadcast room also exploded because of Xia Liang's words. Mu's appraisal has not failed. Since Mu said it is true, it cannot be fake. Just now I thought that this handsome guy has his own self. But it seemed to be nonsense. You didn't get close to this Tang Sankai or even touched it. You actually directly asserted that it was fake. It's really hard to believe. This barrage suddenly said the thoughts of everyone present. From the very beginning, Xia Liang had never been close to this Tang Sankai, and kept watching. He just looked at it and made the assertion. Not many people could believe it. But Fang Yushui, who knew Xia Liang's abilities, stepped forward for the first time. "No, I believe Mr. Xia. He said that this thing is fake. It must be a fake." Fang Yuzu's words made hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room heartbroken. "Girl, why don't you believe him in such a beautiful brain? He won't be your boyfriend. Otherwise I really can't think of your reason to believe him. My heart hurts. This kind of person has a girlfriend. Is this love?" In the live broadcast room, there was a wailing, but right away a sane person stepped forward. "You are all digressing. Since this little brother said this thing is a fake, just let him talk about where it is fake? Yes. Since you said it was fake, tell me where it is fake. Chu Lingmu also became serious and said to Xia Liang, come, tell me why this thing is a fake. If you can't tell why, I will definitely not let you go. Looking at Chu Lingmu's airs, it didn't look like a joke. The three connoisseurs also looked at Xia Liang, but they didn't think Xia Liang could say anything. Mr. Xia, just tell them why this thing is fake. Although she said so, in the bottom of Fang Yuzu's heart, she probably wanted to know why this thing was fake more than anyone else. Then I will talk to you. With a faint smile, Xia Liang also picked up Tang Sankai. This Tang Sankai is indeed a counterfeit. The reason you can't see it is very simple. It is because the craftsmanship of this counterfeit is quite difficult. Add a circle of ancient pottery fragments. Continue to color the tires for the second firing. And so on. There will be a total of 5 firings. During this process, each layer of ancient pottery fragments will slowly overflow and come to the surface. At this time, it is almost difficult to distinguish the true from the false. In the end, the top-level method is used to make it old. It looks like this. It's normal if you don't see it. Putting Tang Sankai back on the desktop, Xia Liang's last sentence was finished. Seeing that the others hadn't reacted yet, Xia Liang continued. Look, the inner wall of this Tang Sankai is quite thick, and the weight is also very unusual, because it has been fired many times and the tire material has been added several times. As soon as the words fell, the 3 appraisers picked up Tang Sankai again and probed it carefully. Only then discovered that Xia Liang was not false. The weight of this Tang Sankai was very unusual, and the inner wall was also very thick. But immediately, Chu Lingmu retorted, many of Tang Sankai have thick walls and heavy weight. Is it possible that those Tang Sankai are fake? As soon as this remark came out, the live broadcast room also had a series of yes. Miu Miu is right. Single quote. And Chu Lingmu continued to speak. Also, if the ceramic glaze is refired, it will be directly burned and damaged. This Tang Sankai is so complete. How could it have been refired? After talking for a long time, you still can't directly prove that this thing is fake. When it came to the last sentence, Chu Lingmu increased her tone. Xia Liang also seemed a little helpless. On the surface, this thing was already fake enough to be true. No matter how you looked at it, Chu Lingmu and the others couldn't tell directly that it was fake. But Xia Liang still spoke. Every time you refire, the damaged pottery glaze inside will be wrapped in it. From the outside, it is of course very complete. As for how you want to prove what you said, I do have a simple way. What way? Chu Lingmu was a little confused. That is, Xia Liang paused. Smashed this Tang Sankai. Smashed. Smashed? Listening to Xia Liang's words, Chu Lingmu suddenly wondered if she had heard it wrong, and murmured in a daze. The other people on the appraisal platform were also directly stunned. As if feeling that other people hadn't heard clearly, Xia Liang repeated it again. Yes. Smashed. And Chu Lingmu's live broadcast room was also agitated in an instant. Countless barrage directly filled the entire screen. Smashed? This thing, Miu Miu said. But there is a piece of value. So you said it was going to be smashed? In case you make a mistake in your judgment, who will pay for this piece? This is a piece of worth. How can you just say that you smash it? I think he just said that because he thinks Miu Miu won't smash it. No matter what Chu Lingmu's fans think. But when Xia Liang said that he would smash this million-worth Tang Sankai, the traffic in the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Countless people diving to watch the live broadcast couldn't help but start a barrage. After all, what Xia Liang said to be smashed was a worthy Tang Sankai. Smashed. You can really be joking. After taking a few deep breaths, Chu Lingmu also shook her head. If this thing is genuine, it has a piece of value. I think you know that we don't dare to break it. That's why you said that. If you guess wrong, who will be responsible? Yes, little brother. Since you said this is fake, you can tell the truth if it is broken. Why don't you come? But then, if you look away and find that it is true, then it has nothing to do with us. It's a matter of course. You must pay for the loss of this thing. An appraisal master on the other side also spoke. After all, today's Xia Liang did not wear the bracelet given to him by Zhao Guoming and other people can't use this to speculate whether Xia Liang can get so much money. And after a few people finished talking, they all smiled and looked at Xia Liang. They all felt that Xia Liang didn't dare to smash this thing by himself. If he didn't smash it anyway, it was naturally difficult to tell whether what Xia Liang said was true or false. By the time, he insisted that what he said was true, and no one else could do anything about it. This method of telling the truth from the false is difficult to verify directly. Chu Lingmu looked at Xia Liang's eyes, and she became calm, thinking that Xia Liang was just a liar. Just now I thought this person might really know some authentication methods. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. In the end, she only said these things that could not be confirmed at all, which really wasted all the feelings she had just now. Of all people, only Fang Yushui stood behind Xia Liang, looking at everyone with regret. She also suspected Xia Liang in the same way. Later, it was only his own face. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, Xia Liang also smiled and held Tang Sankai in his hands. A light sentence. Isn't it just a Tang Sankai for a few dollars? If I guess wrong, what about 10 times the compensation? Boom! After the words were finished, the others hadn't reacted yet. Xia Liang directly threw Tang Sankai in his hand towards the ground. With a click, Tang Sankai fell apart in an instant. The appraisal stage was silent for a moment, and neither of Chu Lingmu expected that Xia Liang would actually smash this Tang Sankai. This is how confident there is. To know if this Tang Sankai fell is true, Xia Liang might have to compensate millions. And Chu Lingmu's live broadcast room also boiled instantly at this moment. My God, it really broke. $1 of Tang Sankai was just smashed? Is this the life of the rich? This handsome guy is so confident. Maybe this Tang Sankai is really as he said. It's a fake. Then it's worthless. Let's take a look first. Mew mew. Hurry up and aim the camera at the debris on the ground. After breaking Tang Sankai to pieces, Xia Liang didn't even look at the debris on the ground. He patted the dust in his hands and said to the 3 connoisseurs and Chu Lingmu, I'm telling whether it's true or not. You can tell at a glance. The 3 connoisseurs surrounded him directly, and after Chu Lingmu stared at Xia Liang, she also walked towards the fragment closest to her. Although Xia Liang really felt Tang Sankai, she was a little surprised. But Chu Lingmu still didn't believe what Xia Liang said. At that time, see how to lose you. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Lingmu hadn't walked to the debris. Huh? I heard the puzzled voices of the 3 appraisers who picked up the fragments on the other side. Upon seeing this, Chu Lingmu also froze for a moment, and hurriedly picked up the debris in front of him. And the whole person also took a breath of air conditioning. Tang Sankai's interior was already shattered. There are layer after layer in the section of the fragment, and the degree of damage in it far exceeds one's imagination. Chu Lingmu still didn't believe it, and hurriedly picked up another larger fragment. And in this fragment, faults are more obvious. the more inside, the more broken. Moreover, the material luster and appearance of the internal section are obviously not from the Tang dynasty. After just a few glances, Chu Lingmu could see that this section was definitely fired in recent years. Afterwards, Chu Lingmu also counted a total of several faults. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No more, no less. Exactly what Xia Liang just said 5 times. Chu Lingmu squatting on the ground, counting the faults of Tang Sankai fragments over and over again. But no matter how many times she counts, there is only one answer of 5 layers. During this process, Chu Lingmu's expression became completely silly. After a few breaths, Chu Lingmu slowly raised her head. At this time, the other 3 connoisseurs had already looked at Chu Lingmu from the side. The shock in the eyes is more exaggerated. Even a connoisseur's hand holding a teacup trembles slightly. Looking at Xia Liang, the contempt in Chu Lingmu's eyes has completely disappeared. What replaced by professionalism was a look of deep fear and curiosity. Only Fang Yushui behind Xia Liang, with a calm face, smiled, as if talking. Look, don't believe me, get scared. And this time, Chu Lingmu turned her head and spoke to the audience in the live broadcast room who had been waiting impatiently. This Tang Sankai is indeed a fake, and the craftsmanship is exactly the same as what Mr. Xia said. Boom! This sentence was like a bomb, which exploded directly in the live broadcast room. For a time, the popularity of the live broadcast room rose a lot again. Just now, the room management also changed the title of the live broadcast room to Tang Sankai worth 100 yuan. Single quote. So now there are hundreds of thousands more viewers in the live broadcast room than just now. My God, this handsome guy's eyesight is too terrifying. Master. He is definitely a master. Even Miu Miu can't see anything. But he even said the craftsmanship all of a sudden. In the crowd watching Chu Lingmu's live broadcast, there are also many professionals. They were more shocked than ordinary viewers. And they also spoke directly at this moment. Linglong Antique Shop. I have been in the antiques industry for so many years, and I have never seen anyone who can tell the internal structure of the counterfeit at a glance. This person's eyes are probably stronger than X-rays. I really admire it and give it a gift. Linglong Antique Shop will give out rockets ×1. And more gifts are constantly refreshing the screen. Only professionals like Chu Lingmu can understand how terrifying Xia Liang's vision is. Not to mention, how did Xia Liang know how to make this Tang Sankai fake? And how many times it was fired? Even to see that Tang Sankai is a fake, I am afraid that even the first-level appraiser can't do it. I am afraid that no one in Huasha can do it directly. I was impulsive just now. I apologize to you first. But I want to know, how do you see so many things? Walking to the front of Xia Liang, Chu Lingmu apologized seriously. The other 3 appraisers also came to Xia Liang, and all asked Xia Liang's identification method with excitement. In the appraisal of antiques, vision can determine everything. How much you can see. It represents your status. Xia Liang could see what they couldn't even touch the doorway, which meant that Xia Liang's level was already above them. So they looked at Xia Liang's eyes, and they were very respectful right now. Faced with the inquiries of several people, Xia Liang felt a little at a loss. After all, his method cannot be used by others. The secret is not to be revealed. After thinking about it, Xia Liang still talked about the lines he was most familiar with. Upon seeing this, the 3 appraisers had to return to their seats angrily and continue the appraisal for others. But Chu Lingmu was like a dog skin plaster, clinging to Xia Liang. Since you don't want to say Brother Xia, can you live with me for a while? Live with you? Xia Liang was puzzled. And Chu Lingmu also took the phone screen to Xia Liang and said to him, "Look, my fans are saying they want to see you. So just play with me." After speaking to the screen, Chu Lingmu whispered in Xia Liang's ear, "I haven't had so many people in my live broadcast room for a long time. So you can stay for a while and play with them. I will invite you to dinner in the evening." Hearing what Chu Lingmu said, Xia Liang had no choice but to nod. Upon seeing this, Chu Lingmu also pointed the camera directly at Xia Liang. Suddenly, the whole live broadcast room became anxious. "Meet the great God. Worship the great God. Great God, continue to tell us some things about antique appraisal. Let us also study hard." I think the eyes of the great asterisk must have been opened. Otherwise it would be impossible to be so accurate. Seeing the heat never reached in the live broadcast, Chu Lingmu's eyes were also glowing. But after all, she has been broadcasting for many years, has experience, and immediately brought the rhythm. What's the point of just doing it like this? Come, let's live the appraisal. As long as the rocket is sent, we will connect immediately. And you can directly ask Master Xia to appraise the things in your home. As soon as these words came out, the whole live broadcast room wailed, "No way, no way. I also have something to appraise the great God. But I can't afford the rocket. Is it possible that I won't be able to appraise it?" That's right. If the person who brushes the rockets is yours, then you may not be acting on your own. Yes. I even feel that everything just now was performed. I am not convinced. Watching the sudden deviation of the rhythm in the live broadcast room, Chu Lingmu also said in time, "Then what do you want to do?" "Raffle. Open a lottery. And whoever gets the draw will be whoever is drawn. That's all there is." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lingmu also directly opened a small lottery. Soon, someone was drawn. After opening the connection, a young guy appeared on the other side of the screen. Seeing his nickname, many people were taken aback. "Isn't this just saying that you want to identify the person who feeds your dog's bowl?" And in his hand, he really held a dirty bowl. While holding the bowl, the young man looked at the camera with excitement. "I really drew me. Great God. Quickly identify whether the bowl in my hand is an antique." Bringing the dirty bowl close to the camera, the young man's voice became a bit louder, but did not wait for Xia Liang to speak. The other people in the live room directly swiped the screen. "Brother, you won't really be a dog's bowl, right? I think it's mostly. You see, the outside of this bowl is full of pulp. It's too disgusting. The first thing in this live broadcast appraisal is so dirty. It's simply not a good start. Don't take it out for identification if it's less than 100,000. It's shameful. Few of these viewers think that this bowl is a good thing." And when the bowl was taken out, Chu Lingmu also looked at it seriously. After all, this has become her habit. But this bowl, after all, is too dirty. Even a trace of the surface is not visible. Naturally, Chu Lingmu didn't see anything. "I don't know what is in this bowl. Since it is fed to the dog, I don't know what it is. You all go there. I have intuition about this. It's definitely not ordinary. You don't understand it." Pretending to be sorry, shook his head, and the guy brought the bowl close to the camera again and asked the two of them. But Chu Lingmu waved her hand. "This thing is too dirty. I can't see it at all. You should let Master Xia have a look. Mew Mew can't look good. You can't see such a good thing. So Master Xia, will you show me?" The boy's tone also became tense. Looking at the bowl in his hand, Xia Liang couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect that this kid would actually take this kind of thing for his own appraisal. When he used the system to understand the origin of the bowl, even he was a little bit dumbfounded. "God, what are you laughing at? Tell me, what is this thing?" I think this bowl of mine is definitely not ordinary. When I picked it up from the road that day, I felt it was destined for me. The guy is still talking continuously. And the barrage became lively again. It turned out to be picked up by the roadside. Just one thing you picked up on the side of the road. What do you think it is? Actually, I don't think so. Maybe this bowl is really a valuable antique. Let's wait for the great asterisk to see what he will say. All the sights suddenly returned to Xia Liang's body. Even Fang Yushui and Chu Lingmu looked at him, obviously not sure what this bowl was. What do you think your bowl comes from? With a faint smile, Xia Liang asked back suddenly. I think my bowl should be from the Southern Song Dynasty or the Northern Song Dynasty. Guessed half right, Xia Liang said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the whole live broadcast room was boiling. The young man was also stunned, and was completely excited after 2 seconds. In his opinion, even if his bowl is not from the Southern Song Dynasty or from the Northern Song Dynasty, it must be very valuable. When the time comes to reach the pinnacle of life and marry Bai Fumei, it will not be a matter of minutes. The god, what kind of bowl is my bowl? You bowl. Xia Liang bought a pass. Not from the Southern Song Dynasty, nor from the Northern Song Dynasty. It's a gift. If you don't believe me, please wash it and see if it has the words Red River Hotel welcomes you. As soon as the voice fell, the whole live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, and the picture of the guy connecting with Chu Lingmu was completely still. As if stuck. After a few breaths, the barrage was completely detonated. I'm so ridiculous. It turned out to be a gift bowl. I thought it was something. Brother, you should put the bowl back and continue feeding the dog. Don't laugh upstairs. Have you ever thought that this bowl is so dirty on the outside that you can't even see any traces of it inside? But how did Master Xia know that there are these words in it? Yes, the Tang Sankai just now. It can be said that Master Xia is experienced and unique, so he can see the truth of the fake. But how did he see this bowl? There are tens of millions of bowls in the world, and this one is so dirty. I can actually see clearly what is in it. This is not an appraiser anymore. This is a magic trick. Seeing the popularity of the live broadcast room that has almost never reached, and the full-screen barrage, Chu Lingmu seemed very happy. But like other audiences, she didn't know exactly how Xia Liang did it. Master Xia, we are now looking at the bowl through a screen. The surface of the bowl is muddy, and there is no trace of the bowl. Why do you know that there are words on the bowl? The barrage in the live broadcast room has all turned into question marks. I don't believe that Master Xia is so good. Whoever, go and wash the bowl. No. You go get a basin of water and wash in front of me. Yes. Go quickly. I want to watch it too. Is this the scene of the face slap? Looking at these barrage, the guy whose expression had dimmed, had to obediently fetch a basin of water. Then, in front of a million people, live washing a dog bowl. The audience in the live broadcast room also held their breath, wanting to see what the washed bowl looks like. After a few minutes, all the sludge on the bowl was washed away. A big red bowl appeared in front of everyone, and there were a few words on the bowl. Welcome to Hong Hotel. When these words appeared on the screen, the barrage was all silly. Is this really not magic? Even the origin of a broken bowl can be seen so clearly across a screen. Is that human being? At the same time, the guy who was hurt in his heart has already withdrawn from the connection. Chu Lingmu has also opened the second lottery. You are just a chamber pot. Don't use it to hold wine. This thing is not a magical medicine. Soaking in wine is useless. You can find out what is yellow in people when you go back and search for it. You use this to pick your teeth. Are you sure? Brother, This thing is an ***** plug. The treasure appraisal activity lasted until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Xia Liang also connected a lot of people and identified them one by one. However, except for the valuable things brought out by a few people, most of the things brought by others are not even antiques. Because the appraisal activity on the spot is about to end, Xia Liang and they are also going to leave. Chu Lingmu, who had closed the live broadcast, said, "Thank you for today. I received more gifts in the afternoon than I received in a month. Let's go. I will invite you to dinner." Little meaning, Xia Liang said with a smile. And the three of them walked towards the exit together. Until now, Chu Lingmu suddenly thought that she didn't even know what Xia Liang did. So he asked hurriedly, "By the way, Master Xia, what do you do? Is it true that you are a top appraisal expert? But why can you know what the people on the opposite side of the screen take out like magic?" Hearing Chu Lingmu's question, Xia Liang and Feng Yushui looked at each other, and smiles appeared on their faces. Xia Liang also said casually, "Me, just a fortune teller." Fortune teller? Chu Lingmu was stunned for a moment, and then showed a sense of sudden realization. Could it be possible that Tang Sankai was fake just now, and you have calculated it with the live broadcast appraiser? You can say that. Xia Liang nodded, and Chu Lingmu looked at Feng Yushui in surprise again. Is he just what you said? Saved your third uncle, and also helped your Fang Zun group find the fortune teller who was a commercial spy. Feng Yushui hummed. You didn't say it earlier. Chu Lingmu's voice has improved a lot. She has a very good relationship with Feng Yushui, so she has known that Feng Yushui has found a great teacher. But she didn't expect that this person with a better vision than herself would be Feng Yuzu's photomaster, let alone being so young. Before coming here, Feng Yushui only said to introduce her a friend, but did not say who it was. Thinking of this, Chu Lingmu glanced at Feng Yushui complainingly. If Xia Liang's identity had been known long ago, she wouldn't be so embarrassed in the first place. Don't you doubt that I am a liar? Seeing that Chu Lingmu didn't doubt him, Xia Liang also smiled. After all, these few days, no matter who heard his self-introduction, he almost regarded him as a liar. But this Chu Lingmu actually didn't seem to think that way. Xia Liang was a little surprised. I will definitely believe the people Yushui believes. But you have to show me your hand first. And then you can guess. Where is the place where I will invite you to dinner later? Chu Lingmu looked towards Xia Liang, with some expectations in her words. She heard Feng Yushui say how terrifying Xia Liang's abilities are, but she has never seen it, so she also wanted to see Xia Liang himself. However, Xia Liang didn't seem to hear her words. After taking a glance at Chu Lingmu, he walked directly past them and entered the pharmacy next to him. Not knowing what he was doing. Why did Master Xia enter the pharmacy? Sick? Chu Lingmu was a little strange. After a while, Xia Liang walked out of the pharmacy with a bottle of quick-acting heart relief pills in his hand. And then he jumped in front of his own Rafa, looking at the two who were still stunned in the same place. Xia Liang also directly ignited the engine. Why are you still in a daze? Let's go. The place you want to invite us to eat. It's not near. Outside the third ring road of Qingyun City, on an island in a beautiful lake, a huge building is located in the center of the island. Almost all vehicles parked in the parking lot outside the building are cars above the level of a few dollars. There are also a lot of vehicles that cost more than 10 yuan. The entire island is connected to the outside by only one bridge. And because this place is far away from the city, it is very remote, so it seems that the surroundings are deserted after all. But this hotel, among the rich in Qingyun City, Has a great reputation and naturally consumes a lot of money. Generally, banquet guests, except Qingyun Hotel, will choose the location here. After driving the car to the parking lot, Xia Liang looked at the huge retro attic building in the distance and couldn't help but admire a few words. Behind him, Chu Lingmu also hurried off Fang Yuzu's car. Looking at Xia Liang's eyes, they looked a little bit more surprised. Master Xia? How do you know that the place where I invited you to eat is here? How did you figure it out? Before Xia Liang could answer, Fang Yushui came to Xia Liang's side and put Xia Liang's arm very naturally. Tell you, in my summer teacher's eyes, you have no secrets. Really? There was a hint of suspicion in Chu Lingmu's eyes. And Xia Liang also faintly smiled twice. C drive. Antique file folder. University appraisal material. Enough. Chu Lingmu interrupted Xia Liang directly. Her face flushed slightly. Okay, let's go eat first. I haven't been to this place yet. Smiling, Xia Liang and the three of them walked towards the hotel door together. Before taking a few steps, Fang Yushui suddenly remembered that when Xia Liang left the appraisal meeting, she suddenly went to the drugstore to buy a bottle of quick-acting heart relief pills and asked, "By the way, Brother Xia, what did you just buy Jushin pills for? Is it possible that you have a heart attack? I bought this medicine, but it wasn't for me." In a word, Xia Liang didn't explain too much, but took the medicine out and put it in his hand. Upon seeing this, Fang Yushui nodded as if she had understood something. Only Chu Lingmu was still confused. After asking again, the two did not answer her directly. At the same time, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the hotel, and many staff members gathered around. Not knowing what happened, the three of Xia Liang also entered the hotel at this time. Someone seems to have something wrong. Chu Lingmu paused, but she knew that she hadn't learned much about first aid, and she couldn't help. Maybe she would add trouble. So she didn't stop. The three of them continued to walk towards the interior of the hotel. When he missed the crowd on the side, Xia Liang directly threw the heart relief pill in his hand and fell into the crowd. But then kept walking, and had already reached the stairs and stepped on it. What are you doing? Even though there were many accidents in her heart, Chu Lingmu had no choice but to follow them as they had already started to go upstairs. And Xia Liang said slowly, "National hero. Save." After hearing these words, Chu Lingmu was stunned for a moment, and many of the doubts just now seemed to be answered in a moment. Could it be that you bought the Jushin pills in advance, just knowing that someone will have an accident here? Compared to Xia Liang guessing the location of his treat, the current scene shocked Chu Lingmu even more. And it seems that Xia Liang still knows that this unmasked man is a national hero? This arithmetic ability is too terrifying. Chu Lingmu couldn't help but tut. Even Fang Yushui, who had guessed a few points, had some shaking in her eyes. Xia Liang nodded and admitted. During this whole process, Xia Liang didn't stop. It was just that when passing by the panicked crowd, he threw the medicine in, without even turning his eyes. This saved someone else's life. But Xia Liang gave people the feeling that this matter was not worth his attention at all. It seems to him, it's a lifesaver, but it's just a matter of effort. An unfathomable image of an expert was instantly erected in Fang Yuzu's hearts. Raising one's hands to save people and cure illnesses is like doing God's things in a human body. Follow your clothes and hide your merits and fame deeply. Looking at the crowd below, Chu Lingmu's eyes seemed to glow. Xiao Shui, how about dividing him half of me? No. Fang Yushui was shaking her head frantically too. He hadn't got it yet. At the same time, the hotel entrance. Why haven't the car come over yet? A roar sounded from the crowd. An old man was surrounded by everyone. His son was giving him first aid, but the effect was not obvious. The old man's face has begun to turn pale and it is difficult to breathe. Mr. Lee, our people have already gone to the parking lot and will drive your car over soon. It's just us. The manager paused and did not continue, and everyone present knew what he meant. The nearest hospital is at least more than 10 minutes drive away. A patient with a sudden heart attack can't wait that long. A hotel of this size. Even some basic medicines are not prepared. Are you guys eating shit? While doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, the middle-aged man roared, and there were some tears in his eyes. Why did the medicine run out at this time? This matter is our fault. The manager also seems very regretful. Usually they have a lot of medicines in the hotel. But a few days ago, these medicines had been used up. He should have sent someone to buy them again today. But he delayed some time. This happened, and some of the female employees present have already begun to pray. In this case, the only person who can save the elderly is probably the gods. Sudden. A pimple sounded. The praying employee opened his eyes and found a bottle of quick-acting heart relief pills lying quietly under his feet. The stuff here is really good. It seems that you can come often in the future. In a private room of the hotel. After taking a bite of the dishes in front of him, Xia Liang couldn't help but sigh that the food here is indeed not comparable to the mental hospital. Of course. You don't look at how expensive these dishes are. Chu Lingmu curled her lips, obviously also a little distressed. There are only 6 dishes in front of the 3 of them. Plus the more expensive drinks. The price has already exceeded 2 cents. Seeing you feel distressed, it's okay. I'll check out in a while. Fang Yushui smiled helplessly, but Chu Lingmu quickly refused. That's not okay. I said yes today, but if I invite you to dinner, how can I make you pay? Looking at the 2 people beside him, Xia Liang took out the pen borrowed from the lobby manager just now, and suddenly rustled on a piece of paper towel. Just when the 2 women were still joking and chatting, a figure passing by the private room suddenly stopped. With a hum. Then this figure walked directly into this private room swaggeringly. This is the time. Xia Liang ate up the last bite of the meal and whispered in her mouth. Trouble is coming. When using the system with Chu Lingmu before, Xia Liang knew what would happen now. Sure enough. It's Miu Miu. Someone said just now that I still don't believe you. Why don't you call me if you want to come here for dinner? I will make arrangements for you then. The visitor has a big belly and is full of fat. I am afraid that he is in his 30s and he is also holding a briefcase. At first glance, this kind of person is based on how much money he has. Or someone who has an underground background and is arrogant everywhere. As soon as he entered, he walked directly towards Chu Lingmu, as if Xia Liang and Fang Yushui did not exist in his eyes. Although he couldn't help but glance sideways when passing by Fang Yushui. But Xia Liang, who was sitting among the 2 women, was completely ignored. Why are you here? You are not welcome here. Seeing this person appear here, Chu Lingmu frowned. Displeasure is already written on his face. Miu Miu. Who is this person? Fang Yushui is also a little strange. His name is Li Chao. He has given me a lot of gifts before, but I am not interested in him. After rejecting him, he has been harassing me. After explaining to Fang Yushui, Chu Lingmu looked at Li Chao again. I said, I'm not interested in you. Today I'm here to have dinner with my friends. So don't bother you. Chu Lingmu had a lot of worries in her eyes. Li Chao is a developer in the city of Shu, and he also runs a lot of gray industries. He also has some relations with the government. The people he targets generally have no good end. Why am I here to make trouble? I'm here to make friends. Slowly paced to the dinner table, Li Chao stood behind Xia Liang. And Xia Liang was still eating. The expression is still as calm as water. And Li Chao directly patted Xia Liang on the shoulder. And said, "Boy, give me a place. I want to sit here and chat with Miu Miu." But Xia Liang didn't seem to hear it, continued to eat. And got a glass of wine again. "Boy, are you deaf? I'll let you go away." Court death. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang just shook his head and sighed. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Xia Liang picked up the remaining wineglass and drank it, and directly blasted the wineglass on Li Chao's face with his backhand. Click. The wineglass in this hotel was thick, but when it hit Li Chao's face, it was still directly broken. Almost instantly, Li Chao's face was full of blood. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. In the next moment, Xia Liang pressed his backhand on the back of Li Chao's head and slammed it down again. The marble dining table was cracked. Then Xia Liang used his hand to hold Li Chao on the back of his neck and threw him directly towards the door. Next second, Xia Liang still changed his wineglass as if nothing had happened. Continue to eat. All this happened too far. But within a few seconds, from beginning to end, Xia Liang's **** never left his seat. Even Fang Yushui and Chu Lingmu were stunned. But Chu Lingmu, who quickly reacted, wanted to pull the two away, but was held down by Xia Liang. At the same time, Li Chao at the door also staggered up. His mind was a little fuzzy, but he soon figured out what happened. "Smelly boy, do you know who I am? You actually beat me. Wait, I definitely want to unload your leg today." With a roar, Li Chao directly took out his cell phone and started calling someone. Today, he originally invited another female anchor to dinner, so he didn't bring the little brother over. Seeing that Xia Liang had solved himself with 2 tricks, he did not dare to act rashly, blocked the door and started to make a phone call. But Xia Liang in the private room seemed to not care about all of this at all and continued to eat. However, the 2 women beside him had no appetite, and because the movement here is too loud, affected the people in the private room next door, and several figures walked out of the private room. The leader is only 30 or 40 years old. "Li Chao? What's wrong with you? Why is your head covered with blood?" the person in the private room next door asked, as if he still knew Li Chao. "Secretary General Lu, I didn't expect you to be here. There is a stinky boy in this room who came to me for trouble and did something to me. You have to be the master for me. I want this boy to stay in jail for a lifetime." The few people who came out of the private room next door were all officials from Qingyun City. Li Chao knew that if he wanted to fight back today, he might not be able to do it. But as long as that kid is put in jail, there are 10,000 ways to break him. Listen to what Li Chao said. This person frowned. He knows what Li Chao is. In today's situation, it must be Li Chao who took the initiative to find trouble and was beaten by someone. Even his heart was a little bit happy, but he couldn't show it. It seemed that Li Chao didn't intend to let this person go. He had to think of a way. Having said that, this person glanced into Xia Liang's private room. This look made him see a familiar figure from the back. "Master Xia?" The person opened his mouth and walked directly into the private room in the next second. And now, he was more sure that this person was Xia Liang. At the same time, the wine next to Xia Liang had been drunk again, and the person hurried over immediately, adding a glass of wine to Xia Liang. Still laughing. Upon seeing this, Li Chao outside the door was stunned. Others may not know who this person is, but he knows very clearly. The person who had just entered was Lu Yu. the Secretary General of Qingyun City now. In the entire Qingyun City, there are almost people under 1 person and above 10,000 people. But now, this man is standing next to a young man and pouring him wine. If you are at the same table with him, I am afraid I have to pour him wine. Who the asterisk is this kid? Thinking of this, Li Chao's face gradually became a little ugly. And Lu Yu's next sentence was that Li Chao couldn't even stand still. I don't know if Master Shah is free tomorrow. Commander Sun would like to invite you to his house for a light meal. Originally, I was going to find you after I finished the meal. Hearing these words, Li Chao suddenly felt a buzzing in his brain, and instantly became blank. Not only Lu Yu, but also Commander Sun wanted to invite this young man to dinner. That was the great commander of Qingyun City, who was actually qualified to ask Commander Sun to invite him to his home for dinner. Li Chao's face instantly became extremely pale, thinking this time, I'm afraid I have provoked a terrible big man. He knows. In the past few days, Sun Jihai had planned to wipe out traitors in the city. So I acted a lot low-key. It is very likely to escape the catastrophe. But depending on Lu Yu's respect for this person, I'm afraid Xia Liang just needs to raise a lip. I'm afraid of myself. There will not be any foothold in Qingyun City. Maybe the rest of my life will be spent in prison. Sun Tonggaling's full name is Sun Jihai. At the same time, after Lu Yu asked Xia Liang also nodded directly. He and Sun Jihai had never met. This time Sun Jihai invited him to eat at home. I'm afraid it has a lot to do with Grandpa Sun. After hearing about himself from Grandpa Sun, I am afraid that this time, Sun Jihai also asked for himself. I have no reason to refuse. And Lu Yu continued to thank Xia Liang on the sidelines. Master Xia, you are so amazing. Originally, Liao Dabin's quota has been determined. But I received a call just a few hours ago, saying that the investigation revealed that there was a problem with Liao Dabin. The location of that county-level city is already mine. Now, I am going to spend a little bit. Come here for a treat. After you get promoted, be a good official. Otherwise I can let you go up and let you be the same as Liao Dabin. Xia Liang just said a few words indifferently. And Lu Yu nodded madly. It's natural, though. Lu Yu pointed to Li Chao who was still standing at the door. What should this person do? Or should I just arrest him directly? Xia Liang just nodded slowly. Seeing this, Lu Yu also slowly turned around. His eyes became cold. Li Chao deserves to be a man who has experienced the world. A human spirit among human spirits. Knowing that something was wrong immediately, he jumped over the fence and down the stairs, and ran away in a hurry. Seeing that he hadn't spoken yet, Li Chao ran away, and Lu Yu was also stunned. However, Xia Liang said lightly, he can't run. A small episode did not affect Xia Liang's interest. He even added a few dishes. However, when she finally parted with Fang Yushui, Xia Liang stared at Fang Yushui and said something. Go back and prepare. Next week, I will accompany you to Lingai City? Why? Your family. I'm afraid something will happen. After half an hour, on the side of a street in Qingyun City, what a fortune teller is just a liar. But it seems that Commander Sun believes him very much. It seems that he can't stay in this place. The speaker was Li Chao, who had just run away. Around him, there are many younger brothers he just called. But once the words are over, Li Chao seemed to have thought of something suddenly and touched his pocket. He remembered that Xia Liang seemed to have stuffed something in his pocket when he was doing it on himself. Soon, Li Chao found a note from his pocket. There were only a few words on the note. This time it's a leg. Next time it's your head. Seeing these words, Li Chao didn't realize what it meant. And suddenly there was a sudden rush of brakes. The crowd around instantly dispersed. With a look on the van, he rushed towards Li Chao. Boom! Li Chao didn't have time to react, so he was hit by the van and then pushed to the wall. Suddenly, Li Chao's feet felt extremely painful. His entire thigh was crushed instantly. And Li Chao turned pale and bloodless in an instant. All he had in his mind were the words on the note just now. This time it's a leg. Next time it's your head. The next afternoon, Xia Liang drove into a certain villa area. Seeing him looking at a Lamborghini Poison, the guard didn't even check it directly. So he put Xia Liang in. After going around in the villa area for 2 times, Xia Liang finally stopped in front of a house. And at the door of this family, there is an old man waiting here for Xia Liang. Behind the old man, there is a 34-year-old middle-aged man. This person is wearing a gray Chinese tunic suit with a righteous face and piercing eyes. When Xia Liang appeared, his eyes quickly scanned Xia Liang's body. At the same time, the old man in front of him quickly walked to Xia Liang. Master Xia, you are finally here. I thought you would not come. Please hurry up. When he came up, he grabbed Xia Liang's arm. And the old man appeared very enthusiastic. Grandpa's son is polite. With a faint smile, Xia Liang also laughed. This old man is the grandfather's son Guoming who had met before buying water. Xia Liang also agreed to them yesterday and will come to their house for dinner today. By the way, I haven't introduced it yet. This is my son and grandson Jihai. This is Master Xia Liang. And I have a child who is doing business in a foreign country. I can't come today. Once son Guoming finished speaking, the middle-aged man behind him also walked over. Hello, Master Xia. I am son Jihai. In fact, he still had a lot of doubts about Xia Liang's ability. When he saw Xia Liang being so young, the suspicion in his eyes became even more intense. After all, Xia Liang and his father only met. Even son Guoming said how powerful this man is and how terrifying his ability is. But son Jihai couldn't help but doubt Xia Liang, thinking that he might be a liar. At first, I didn't know what method was used to deceive the old man's bracelet. But Lu Yu, who was with the old man at the time, felt that the old man's approach was no problem. One bitterly asserted that Xia Liang has true skills. But Lu Yu was too embarrassed to say in front of son Jihai that he had sought Xia Liang for promotion, so naturally he couldn't tell why. Thought of this, son Jihai shook his head helplessly. He did have an annoyance lately, but before that, he still wanted to explore Xia Liang's ability first. Commander's son came out to greet me these few days with inconvenience in legs and feet. I can't bear it. Looking at son Jihai, Xia Liang smiled lightly. Just now, he calculated that all son Jihai's past experience appeared in Xia Liang's eyes. Upon seeing this, son Jihai's expression was suddenly surprised, but immediately returned to normal. Although his leg was indeed injured a few days ago, it was a bit inconvenient, but there are not many people who know about it. Go to the city commander's mansion and just find someone to ask it out. My father has come out to welcome you. Master Xia, how can I stay in the room? Let's go. The food is ready. Taking a step sideways, son Jihai said. Xia Liang was not polite, and walked directly in front of the two into the room. Looking at all of this, son Jihai frowned again. After more than 10 minutes, the family banquet of the Sun family opened directly. Second son Jihai also spoke, wanting son Guoming to sit in the table. You should know that in general, guests are invited for dinner. If the guest is invited, the seat of the table is the seat of the guest. But son Jihai let his father sit up, just to suppress Xia Liang's momentum. He wanted Xia Liang to know He is not his own father, so he can be easily deceived by some tricks. But Grandpa's son was unwilling, and even gave Xia Liang a stool. Naturally, Xia Liang would not refuse, or even shirk, and directly sat in the upper position in front of everyone. As a result, Sun Jiai's dissatisfaction with Xia Liang has deepened a lot. But he didn't say it directly. Several other people were also seated by Xia Shu. Except for father-son Guoming, there was another figure familiar to Xia Liang at the son's family banquet. Because Lu Yu and Xia Liang have met several times, he is among them, and the same as the old man's son Guoming. He felt that today, except for Xia Liang, no one is qualified to sit in the upper position. And in the two positions around Xia Liang, it was in Grandpa's son and Sun Jihai. Lu Yu is next to Grandpa's son. In addition to these few people, there is also Sun Jiai's wife. Today, if Master Xia leads the humble house, let my son Guoming respect Master Xia's generation first. Picking up the wine glass, Grandpa's son Guoming drank it straight away. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang's face was shocked. Father's son Guoming is almost 90 years old, but his body is so tough. I am afraid that many young people can't match it. And after Grandpa's son Guoming had a toast, the Sun family banquet also officially started. After a toast to Xia Liang the same, Sun Jihai spoke directly. I heard from my father that Master Xia has the power to reach the sky, and can be counted as heaven and change fate. I don't know Master Xia. Can we see it? Divination is one way, but it depends on the fortune telling. If Commander Sun has something annoying recently, just ask me directly. I will naturally try my best to answer it. The power of divination is not used for insight. Listening to Sun Jiai's words, Xia Liang just took a drink and said lightly. Sun Jihai also froze for a moment. But Xia Liang did not expect Xia Liang to reject him directly. And this deepened Sun Jiai's mind that Xia Liang was a liar. However, this liar is different from other liars. And there is no flaw in the art of speech. Sun Jihai didn't know what to do for a while. But it continued. Master Xia's ability to reach the sky, it's not a good thing to show us a hand. If Master Xia only talks about the exercises, even if I have troubles, I'm afraid it's hard to tell you. What's more, other people also I want to see your abilities. Master Xia. I looked around. The others also looked at Xia Liang. Father's son Guoming also spoke in time. That's right, Master Xia. Just show us your hand. Even if you count the weather in the next few days. Count the weather? That's right. Father's son Guoming nodded hurriedly, his eyes still tinged with excitement. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. And Xia Liang also took out his mobile phone and said a little. Then I'll take a look. As soon as the words fell, Xia Liang turned on the phone, not knowing what he was looking at. After a few seconds, Xia Liang spoke. 2 hours later, it will be sunny and cloudy. The temperature will be between 31 degrees and 23 degrees. And there will be light rain at 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as these words came out, several other people were stunned. But they weren't because of Xia Liang's accuracy, but because of Xia Liang's words. Why are they so familiar? Dare to ask Master Xia how he knows this. The person sitting in the lower position said that he was Director Chu of the Jian'ei City Security Bureau next door, and next to him was Deputy Director Li. All of them glanced at Xia Liang suspiciously. And Xia Liang also generously pointed the phone screen at everyone, pointing to the weather forecast displayed on the screen. He said, now that the technology is so advanced, if you want to check the weather, you can just use your mobile phone. We have to believe in science. Upon seeing this, several people hesitated in their hearts. Master Xia, you are keeping up with the trend. Sun Jihai smiled bitterly. On the contrary, Grandpa Sun Guoming nodded as if he understood something. What do you know? Master Xia knows that the next weather will be the same as the weather forecast. So he directly used the information in the weather forecast if there is a difference. What Master Xia said must be true. Seeing that Sun Guoming was on the side of Xia Liang, Sun Jihai was also a little helpless. Said for a long time. Xia Liang hasn't done anything since entering the door until now, and he has no way to expose Xia Liang. Forgive you. That is God's business, and my task is to send you to see God. Just when Sun Jihai was thinking about what to do next, Xia Liang, who was eating, suddenly said something inexplicable, making everyone stunned. Everyone was wondering what Xia Liang said about this. Just when Sun Jihai wanted to ask, a voice rang out on the TV in the distance, but suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Forgive you. That is God's business, and my task is to send you to see God. The character on the TV just happened to say what Xia Liang said. And sitting in front of the TV is Sun Jihai's youngest son, who is only a few years old. Because he was too young, he didn't eat with these adults. After being fed by the nanny, he watched TV by himself. Now, because the lines that appeared on the TV were the same as Xia Liang just said, everyone's eyes were attracted by the TV. And the summer is cool. Still not tilting his head, he continued to eat. The eyes of Sun Guoming and Lu Yu flashed up instantly, and they knew that Xia Liang had already begun. And the next second, after Xia Liang had a drink, she continued again. Red beans are born in the south, and spring comes to send a few branches. May you pick more. This thing is the most lovesick. As soon as this sentence is finished, everyone immediately stared at the TV screen. What's hot on TV is a TV series of the moment. And Sun Jihai has also watched it. But he did not remember that the ancient poem Xia Liang said just now appeared in the TV series. In the next second, Sun Jihai's youngest son suddenly pressed the remote control panel, and suddenly changed another one. The host of Taichung is talking about ancient poetry lovesickness. Red beans are born in the southern country, and spring comes to send a few branches. May you pick more. This thing is the most lovesick. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shocked. Even Sun Jihai couldn't believe it. Could it be that Xia Liang can really figure out what will happen next? Master Xia's ability is really terrifying. You still don't believe in the master. See, what else can be doubted? Father Sun Guoming laughed twice. But Sun Jihai still had suspicions in his heart. Although the summer was cool from beginning to end, he didn't even turn his head or watch TV. But if Xia Liang is familiar with this TV series, he knows every line. Just now, I have been quietly listening to the dialogue between the characters in this TV series. It is also possible to say it before that line. So guess the first line just now. It's nothing. Something Sun Jihai didn't understand was why Xia Liang knew that her youngest son would suddenly change channels. Even the other host knew what he said. But even so, Sun Jihai still offered a cup of Xia Liang. Master Xia really has real power. I don't know if I can count it. What lines will appear on TV next? Seeing Sun Jihai speak, Xia Liang looked up and smiled at Sun Jihai. Grandpa Sun Guoming, who thought Xia Liang was a little angry, immediately wanted to reprimand Sun Jihai. Seeing Xia Liang really said something. No, I'm hungry and want to eat Xiaowing ice cream. As soon as this sentence was said, everyone looked at the TV again. Even Sun Jihai became a little nervous. And the characters in the TV series also said the next line. If you believe it, you will have it. And if you don't believe it, you will have nothing. Seeing the lines spoken by the characters in the TV series has nothing to do with what Xia Liang said. Sun Jihai and the others relaxed at once and smiled at each other for a few moments. Now Sun Jihai is almost certain that Xia Liang was just a blind cat and a dead mouse. Only Lu Yu and Sun Guoming didn't believe them. They watched the TV and said something must be the next sentence. But in the next second, Sun Jihai's youngest son had already turned off the TV. This time, even Lu Yu and Sun Guoming were taken aback. And Sun Jihai's youngest son even ran up in front of Sun Jihai. Sun Jihai was also very happy and said smoothly to his son, "What are you doing here?" "No, I'm hungry and want to eat Shaowing ice cream." Boom! As soon as he said this, the entire dining table suddenly became quiet. In an instant, the smiles on Sun Jihai and the others' faces were completely frozen, replaced by huge panic. The shock in my heart was beyond words. Even Sun Jihai's face turned pale. Up to now, all people understand. It turned out that Xia Liang's last sentence was not the TV. It's the next word Sun Jihai's little son wants to say. And the most terrifying thing is, before Sun Jihai, he also said, "What are you doing here?" And his youngest son also added a sentence. Why not do it? In other words, if Sun Jihai didn't say this sentence, what his younger son said would be completely different. Xia Liang didn't just guess what his little son was going to say. Even his words were in Xia Liang's expectation. If the child wants to say something, he can also secretly buy into the nanny to teach him secretly. But what Sun Jihai said by himself was completely random. "Okay, let the nanny take you to buy it." With a dry tongue, Sun Jihai sent his youngest son away and looked back at Xia Liang. And Xia Liang still had a faint smile on his face, as if nothing happened just now. For the entire dinner table, only Xia Liang was still eating a bite of wine and a bite of side dishes. He had counted on Sun Jihai before and watched his fate trajectory in the next 30 days. One sentence of dialogue naturally couldn't escape Xia Liang's eyes. Up to now, Sun Jihai looked at Xia Liang's eyes before he became completely serious. This Xia Liang is different from all the crooks he has seen before. I am afraid. A big man who can really figure out what is about to happen. Master Xia really has real skills. I admire him. And I offer Master Xia a cup. It was Director Chu of the Security Bureau who reacted first and offered Xia Liang a cup. His eyes already full of respect. After a glass of wine, Xia Liang also responded. Director Chu hasn't been to the hospital for a long time, right? I did not go to the hospital for a long time due to work reasons. I don't know what Master Xia meant. Director Chu wondered. And Xia Liang also spoke lightly. It's okay to check it out these past 2 days. When it comes to the late stage, there will be no way. Okay, I understand. Director Chu nodded solemnly. Xia Liang's words are already very obvious. At the same time, Grandpa Sun Guoming also laughed and applauded. Master Xia is Master Xia. I'm afraid there is nothing in this world that can hide it from you. After that, Sun Guoming also offered a glass of wine to Xia Liang, probably because of his older age. After drinking this glass of wine, Grandpa Sun Guoming greeted everyone and went to the bathroom. If before, Father Sun Guoming left, I am afraid that Sun Jihai is about to attack directly. But now, he doesn't even know what to say. However, Feng Wan, Sun Jihai's wife, said after thinking about it, Master Xia does have real skills. But in fact, you didn't help our family. But you took away a 2 million bracelet. Is it a bit expensive? Although Xia Liang had guessed what her little son said just now, she was indeed shocked for a while. But she couldn't help but said, After all, this bracelet is really expensive. What's more, Xia Liang didn't help the Sun family in the first place. If it was just for the Sun family and Xia Liang to have a good relationship, 2 million is too expensive. Seeing Feng Wan speaking, Xia Liang also took off the bracelet with a smile and said, I told Grandpa Sun a long time ago that I just keep this bracelet for you. If you want it, just take it. Looking at the bracelet on the table, Feng Wan's eyes were glowing. Then I'm not welcome. He stretched out his hand and just wanted to take the bracelet. But Feng Wan's hand was held by Sun Jihai. It's just a bracelet. I can buy it for you. This is already Master Xia's. How can you still want to come back? After thinking about it, Sun Jihai decided not to let his wife make trouble. After all, he already knew that Xia Liang was not a liar. Upon seeing this, Feng Wan gave Sun Jihai a fierce look, and did not say hello, and left the dining table directly, showing no good face to Xia Liang. I ask Master Xia to wear this bracelet. My wife is good at everything, but she is a bit greedy for money. I hope Master Xia will not be offended, Sun Jihai said with a smile. But Xia Liang didn't say anything, put on the bracelet directly, and said, It's all trivial matters. Today, Commander Sun invited me, not just to invite me to dinner. We, Sun Jihai, Lu Yu and the two directors on the side looked at each other and said, There is indeed something to ask for. At the same time, Grandpa Sun Guoming also walked out of the bathroom. However, Sun Jihai directly let the old man go to rest first. After all, this matter is not a small matter. Let's talk. What's the matter? After the old man left, Xia Liang also spoke directly. And Sun Jihai also winked at Director Chu. Director Chu immediately took out a well-sealed document bag from the bag and handed it to Xia Liang. Only then did Sun Jihai speak. Recently, a serial murderer absconded to Qingyun. This is his information. Looking at the file bag in front of her eyes, Xia Liang didn't even move to open it. Just said a little. It's just that you almost caught him. How did you let him run away? Hearing these words, Sun Jihai and the others glanced at each other, with a little surprise in their eyes. They hid this case very well. Ordinary people didn't even know it. But Xia Liang knew that they had failed in their arrest. But think of the terrifying ability of Xia Liang before. If you don't even know this, it would be strange. When using the system on Sun Jihai before, Xia Liang clicked on the murderer's destiny trajectory. In addition to knowing all the information about this person, Xia Liang also did one other thing. Upon seeing this, Sun Jihai also spoke directly. Before it was our mistake. This serial murderer has committed more than a dozen homicides in other cities. Now it has come to Qingyun. And Qingyun has already been killed. In order to prevent the public from panic, we did not disclose it. Xia Liang still didn't say anything, and continued to eat. After Sun Jihai and the others looked at each other, they changed to Director Chu of the Security Bureau to speak. So this time, we want to ask Master Xia to do the calculations and see if we can help us find where this person is. The Security Bureau of our entire Qingyun city has been panicked for the past 2 days. But since we let him run away last time, no trace of him was found. Yes, now Commander Sun is also having a headache because of this incident. I heard that Grandpa Sun knows an expert. So we are only going to ask you about it. Deputy Director Li on the other side also spoke. But Xia Liang still looked as if it had nothing to do with him. Eating his own meal. Not even the file bag in front of him was opened. Although Sun Jihai and others understood that perhaps Xia Liang knew more information than they knew in this file bag. But the main one. It must be because Xia Liang was dissatisfied with not believing him just now thinking of this. Sun Jihai toasted Xia Liang a glass of wine again. After all, Qingyun, I'm afraid only Xia Liang knows where the murderer is hiding now. And Lu Yu also came out in time to make a round. Master Xia, this case is very important, so I can trouble Master Xia to help us once. After Lu Yuya finished speaking, Sun Jihai took out a bank card from his arms, handed it to Xia Liang, and then spoke. We know that Master Xia can't speak in vain, so this is our little intention. There is not much money in it, only $1. Please also ask Master Xia to help us figure it out. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang moved and pushed the bank card back in front of Sun Jihai. Said, latest URL. Note, if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. There is no need for money. I will help you once for the sake of Grandpa Sun's face. After speaking, Xia Liang suddenly took out a tissue and put it in his hand to play with. He even began to tear up the tissues. Seeing Xia Liang nodded, Sun Jihai was also relieved and said, then ask Master Xia to help us figure it out. Where is this person hiding now? He has killed more than a dozen people. Master Xia helped us catch him, which is also a merit. Several people looked at Xia Liang earnestly, their eyes very sincere. However, Xia Liang continued to tear the tissues in his hands, already tearing the tissues into a small person with limbs. Then Xia Liang said, this person is extremely sinful and even has homemade explosives. Even if I tell you the address, there will be casualties when your yamen officers go to arrest them. It's inevitable that such a vicious gangster will have casualties. But Sun Jihai had some doubts. What does Master Xia mean by saying these things? When I mean, I will send the Buddha to the West since I promised to help. I will help to the end. This person, I will help you solve it. No. Sun Jihai hurriedly shook his head. This person has practiced martial arts and he has extraordinary skills. Besides, Master Xia, you said he still has homemade explosives in his hands. If you go to the scene, I am afraid it will be very dangerous. Listening to Sun Jihai's words, Xia Liang laughed. Who said, I'm going to find him on the spot? Then what do you mean? The others were stunned for a moment. Without going to the criminal's hiding place, how could Xia Liang solve him? And Xia Liang did not respond to Sun Jihai, but drank only half a glass of wine next to him. Then pushed the empty wine glass forward. Sun Jihai immediately understood what Xia Liang meant, and hurriedly poured Xia Liang a full glass of wine. Then Xia Liang casually put the little paper figure torn out of her hand into the wine glass. And then stood up directly. Let's stop here today. I have something else to do. Let's say goodbye first. With a light smile, Xia Liang walked towards the gate without looking back. After froze for 2 seconds, Lu Yu still reacted first. Master Xia, you haven't told us the location of this murderer. But Xia Liang just waved her hand, without turning her head, and walked out of the Sun's gate directly. Upon seeing this, Sun Jihai's face was a little bad to look at. The other 2 directors of the security bureau didn't know what Xia Liang was doing. They just glanced at the wine glass in front of Xia Liang's position. The paper man in the wine glass is still floating on the surface of the wine. To know, Sun Jihai poured this glass of wine to Xia Liang. Apart from other things, this is the commander of Qingyun City. Even if you don't drink it, it also throws a debris in it. Even if it is a gathering of ordinary people, the host can't stop drinking. This is an expression of disrespect for the host, let alone throwing things in it. This is simply hitting Sun Jihai in the face in front of them. Even if Xia Liang really had some great abilities, he couldn't do that. This kid was too crazy. He just guessed a few words. And he became crazy like this. He didn't even do what we asked him to do. So he just left. What he said just now is also inexplicable. Once he said he would help us solve the murderer directly. And then he said he would not go to the scene. In the end, he didn't tell us any information about the murderer. He would just pretend to be a fool. The two directors are also very strange. Jingle bell. At the same time, almost at the same time as the sound of the Lamborghini engine rang outside the villa, Director Chu's phone rang. Director Chu answered the phone directly and put it to his ear. But before he heard a few words, his face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost, and even his lips began to dry. You should know that a few seconds ago, he was still greasy, without any problems. The change in such a short period of time is so terrifying. It can only show that he heard an extremely shocking news. His gaze stared into the distance. The wine glass Xia Liang had just left. What's wrong? Sun Jihai also noticed something wrong with Director Chu and asked. And Director Chu also tremblingly said to the phone, wait a minute. I'm free. Hands free. You re-speak and say what you said to me. After speaking, Director Chu turned on the speakerphone and tremblingly put the phone on the table. And the voice in the mobile phone also came out directly. Okay, Chief. The murderer of the serial murder case is dead. He was drowned just now. Boom. The voice fell off. Everyone felt that their brains suddenly exploded and went blank. The four pairs of eyes stared at the paperman in the wine glass in Xia Liang's position. Their faces were pale, and their pupils shrank sharply. Countless cold sweat overflowed from the four of them. Almost within a few seconds, the four of them were completely wet. The entire dining table fell into deathly silence. Up to now, they just understand. What did Xia Liang mean by throwing a paperman into a wine glass just now? Just now we had comrades who accidentally found traces of the murderer. After calling for support, they followed up to find the murderer's hiding place. But the murderer suddenly turned around and started walking towards the river. Just when we walked to the river, our comrades saw that the ground under the murderer's feet suddenly collapsed and the murderer fell into the river. Because of the fierceness of the river, our comrades, I didn't dare to go down to the river to save people. I could only chase down the river, and then found the murderer who had drowned by the side of a shallow shoal. Continued explanations on the phone. But Sun Jihai and others, no one listened to it. They all looked at the wine glasses in front of Xia Liang's seat, shaking. Before Xia Liang's seat, there was only a wine glass full of wine. And in the wine glass, there is a small paper figure that Xia Liang tore out. The little paperman in the wine glass, after a few rounds of struggling, was completely wetted by the wine, and slowly sank toward the bottom of the glass. Its hands waving in the wine seemed to be constantly struggling. But a few seconds later, it still fell to the bottom of the cup, and there was no movement. At this moment, Sun Jihai and others felt that at that moment, they had become a little paperman in a wine glass. No matter how hard they struggle, how hard they work, in the end, there is only death. The boundless darkness all around surged, as if to envelop them all. Right here, while eating with them, Xia Liang's thought determined the life and death of this person. Even the way of death has been completely arranged. He hadn't even seen this murderer, and he took his life while talking and laughing. Sun Jihai and others feel that at this time, the gap between Xia Liang and them is the same as the gap between them and the paper people, which is insurmountable. Xia Liang was able to kill the murderer with a single thought. Nature. It is also possible to kill them with a single thought. In a single thought, killing is invisible. This is no longer something that humans can do. Remembering that they didn't believe in Xia Liang just now, and they might even offend Xia Liang, they were afraid for a while. Xia Master Xia is really not a mortal. Just now, I dared to question a fairy. The hand holding the wine glass was shaking slightly. Sun Jihai drank the wine in the glass in one sip, and then spoke to the two Yamen chiefs. The murderer is dead. You can deal with it. Deputy Director Li nodded, but Director Chu was a bit twitchy, not knowing what he was thinking. Lao Chu, what's the matter with you? I think, go to the hospital first. Director Chu's face still didn't improve. Just now Xia Liang, but asked him to go to the hospital for an examination. When he knew Xia Liang's real ability, he didn't want to delay for a moment. Upon seeing this, Sun Jihai also nodded. At the same time, Feng Wan, who had just left, saw that Xia Liang had left and also came to the dinner table. Is that liar gone? Old Sun snapped. Feng Wan hasn't finished her words yet. Sun Jihai slapped down with a backhand. And he didn't leave a single hand in this slap. Feng Wan directly spit out a large mouthful of blood. Feng Wan was also blindfolded, raising her head to look at Sun Jihai's eyes. Also extremely frightened. She didn't know what happened to Sun Jihai, why she would suddenly do it herself. And Sun Jihai also directly scolded. Let me hear you later. If you say something bad about Master Xia, I will divorce you. After one day, at Shanghai International Airport, the plane from Qingyun to Jinnei has landed. Outside the airport, a red flag car has been waiting here for a long time. People who pass by can't help but look at him. This kind of red flag car is simply not what ordinary people can buy. What's more, the license plate of this car is also an absolute sequence. And the owner of this car is at least one of the most prominent figures in Shenhaicheng. Seeing that the plane in Qingyun City had landed, the driver also stood up from the driving position, ready to meet some people who know more about suits. It can be seen at a glance, even if it's just a driver. But the suits he wears are also handmade suits worth at least a dime, which are not something ordinary people can buy. The surrounding crowd also subconsciously stayed away from this red flag car. But there are still many people standing in the distance, wanting to see who the driver is going to pick up. And after more than 10 minutes, two figures, a man and a woman, walked out of the airport. Both are relatively young, but both are in their 20s. As soon as she came out, Fang Yushui got into the car directly. But Xia Liang behind her was still slow as if she didn't care at all. As soon as he got in the car, Fang Yushui hurriedly urged the driver to drive to the hospital quickly, with extremely anxious eyes in her eyes, since Xia Liang told her that there would be something wrong with the Fang family. Fang Yushui has been worried. But when I asked my father, my second uncle and others, they said nothing happened. But today, her second uncle took the newly recovered third uncle and suddenly returned to Jinnei. And she realized that something was wrong. Although their Fangzhen group is a large group in China, the location of the head office and Fang family is not in Qingyun City, but in Jinnei City. As the chief of the southwest region, Fang Chu would normally not leave here at all. But this time, he even took Fang Tian back with him. After inquiring, Fang Yushui found out, my grandfather is about to die. Long ago, Fang Yuzu's grandfather detected cancer cells, and they had spread to the point where they could not be treated. I have been using a ventilator to maintain my life. In recent days, the hospital has issued several critical illness notices, but they have all been resisted. In order not to let Fang Yushui see her appearance and worry her, Father Fang kept hiding from her. But now, I can't hide it anymore. The old man has been in a coma for several days. I am afraid this time, he has no chance to wake up. Thinking of this, Fang Yushui had tears overflowing in her eyes. She looked at Xia Liang next to her and asked, do you really have a way to save my grandpa? Believe me, In addition to saving Father Fang this time, I will do a great favor for your Fang family. With a faint smile, Xia Liang didn't explain much, but looked out the window. In the past few days, the threshold of summer has to be stepped on. Countless nobles and business tycoons came to ask for divination. This time he came to Janae City. He also wanted to take a vacation for himself, and he wouldn't be so busy setting up a stall. During the last meal, he checked Fang Yuzu's fate trajectory in the next month. Only then did he know that something would happen to the Fang's family. He also clicked on the fate trajectory of Father Fang to look at it, and found that Father Fang could not live much longer. The cancer cells in his body have spread to the point where they cannot be treated. But all this is in front of my eyes. But it is nothing. Just change the value of the luck of the old man in the next month, and change it to recover from a serious illness. Father Fang's condition can naturally improve directly. Xia Liang didn't make any changes now. He was still waiting for a good time. The crisis the Fang family has to face this time is not just that Father Fang is seriously ill. After half an hour, Gimhai City First Hospital. The car has just stopped. Fang Yushui opened the door directly and ran towards the intensive care unit. Xia Liang behind him was not anxious, and slowly went upstairs. Seeing that the elevator was full, I chose to take the stairs. And Fang Yushui, who came to the intensive care unit first, heard her father and the doctor talking inside before she even entered the ward. Dr. Luo, is there really no way? It was Fang Ding, the chairman of Fangzhen Group and Fang Yuzu's father, who spoke. There's really no way, Mr. Fang. Cancer cells have spread to an uncontrollable degree. Even the top foreign hospitals can't do anything about it. Plus, the old man above is very old. If you don't need a ventilator, I'm afraid. Having said that, the doctor paused and sighed. I think, let's prepare the funeral for Father Fang first. After speaking, the doctor left the ward. At the same time, Fang Yushui also rushed in. All of a sudden, he threw himself down beside the old man on the hospital bed and started to cry in the ward. Besides Fang Ding, there were Fang Yuzu's second and third uncles. Seeing Fang Yuzu's appearance, the three of them did not stop. After a while, Xia Liang walked in slowly from outside the ward. Master Xia, you are here too. The speaker was Fang Yuzu's second uncle Fang Chu. Among the three, he was the only one who had personally seen Xia Liang. When Xia Liang appeared in the ward, Fang Chu's eyes also flashed a light, but it dimmed quickly. Xia Liang's divination skills are unparalleled in the world, but I am afraid that he does not have the ability to heal people. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in right pointing arrow. Back then, he just told himself the location of the lesion in Fang Tian's body, and didn't do it himself. What's more, now Father Fang has half-footed into the Ghost Gate, so the three of them didn't think that Xia Liang really had the ability to **** people from the Palace of the King. Master Xia. Hello. Fang Ding and Fang Tian also expressed their gratitude to Xia Liang. If it is not cool in summer, I'm afraid Fang Tian is still in a mental hospital. And several commercial spies of the Fangzhen Group, they were also unable to find out. After a few brief exchanges, the entire intensive care unit fell silent again. After all, this is not the time to express gratitude. In the ward, only Fang Yuzu's sobbing sound. A few days later, Fang Yushui has always been by his side. People from the Fang family also came batch after batch. But Xia Liang knew that the time to save Father Fang had not yet arrived. He is waiting for two people. The fifth day, The hospital issued a critical illness notice again. When they rushed to the ward, the Fang family's 3 brothers and Fang Yushui had already arrived here early. Xia Liang also greeted them. More than 10 minutes later, many footsteps sounded outside the ward. Although these footsteps have not yet approached the ward, the sound has already been heard. How about it? Isn't Father Fang yet dead? This old immortal has persisted longer than I thought. 2 figures, a man and a woman, walked into the ward. However, the faces of these 2 people are not only without expressions of grief. On the contrary, the eyes are full of abuse. Asshole. Father Fang is also your father. How can you say such a thing? Fang Ding shouted angrily and wanted to rush over, but was stopped by Fang Tian and 2 others. Why? I want to do it? The chairman of the dignified Fangzhen group actually beat someone in the hospital? Zun group will be gone. The visitor laughed and said. Fang Ding also clenched his fists tightly, but in the end he still didn't make a move. Upon seeing this, the 2 also looked at Fang Yushui by the hospital bed. One of them humane. Miss Fang is here too. It seems that Father Fang really won't be able to hold on for long. You fart. My grandpa will be fine. Fang Yushui also bit her lip, resisting tears, and then glanced at Xia Liang. Xia Liang also quietly nodded to her. Before coming, Xia Liang told her not to get too excited, and she had a way to save Father Fang. But this Fang Yushui still didn't hold back. It's been a few days, and it's still the same. Later, Xia Liang stood in the corner of the ward, quietly watching the 3 people entering the ward. Xia has long known the identities of these people and their purpose of coming here. The time this group of people appeared was in his expectation. After all, when everyone is here, he has to solve the problem and it doesn't have to be so troublesome. When Father Fang was young, he also had a history of romance. These 2 are a pair of siblings, born to Father Fang and another woman, named Fang Lifan and Fang Qua. These 2 had also been doing business in Shanghai before. Because of their identities, Father Fang had also secretly supported them. Therefore, the company of these 2 people has done a lot. But not long ago, they suddenly came to the door with a gift, saying that they would recognize the Lord and return to the sect. And followed Father Fang's **** all day long. Father Fang didn't see the inner heart of these 2 hungry wolves for a while, and believed them. Even under their bewilderment, they wrote a will about them. In this will, there are a lot of shares in Fangzhen Group. I should have investigated you as soon as I knew, and will not let your conspiracy succeed. Fang Ding couldn't help cursing at the appearance of the 2 villains. When the 2 people were written in Father Fang's will, he realized something was wrong and investigated. Only then found out. These 2 people have connections with several competing groups in Fangzhen Group. This is a conspiracy. They have secretly acquired a lot of shares in Fangzhen Group. Add the inherited in the will. Their shares are comparable to those held by Fang Zun. Under the double teaming of other competing groups, these 2 people will definitely be secretive. When the time comes, Fangzhen Group will probably hurt its vitality, and may even go bankrupt. In these few days, Fang Zun also found out. Several commercial spies found out by Xia Liang. In fact, the 2 brothers and sisters arranged for other companies to install them. Even these commercial spies don't even know that their boss's boss is these 2 siblings. When Fang Ding discovered all this, it was already too late. Father Fang had fallen into a coma for a long time, and there was no possibility of waking up, and he couldn't modify his will at all. The 2 of them knew all of this, and then they ran over in a big way. But what they didn't know was that Xia Liang had been waiting for them for a long time. See them appear. Xia Liang twisted her neck and looked at Father Fang on the hospital bed, starting to modify Fang Dinglang's destiny trajectory in the next 30 days. It is increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, 30 days were directly covered. However, Fang Dingtian was still in a coma in the hospital bed for a small part of it. It will take 10 days for him to wake up. However, Xia Liang couldn't wait so long and continued to modify. 3:18 in the afternoon. That is, 10 minutes later. Finish it all. Xia Liang came to the window and silently looked at the scenery outside. After coming to Shanghai for a few days, I haven't gone out to play well. At the same time, the quarrel in the ward also quieted down. Father Fang's attending doctor took the latest medical record of Father Fang and showed it to Fang Ding and the others. Fang Lifen stood on one side and laughed from a distance, and did not speak. They have also investigated before and asked many people, knowing that Mr. Fang's illness, no one can save him, and there is no way to recover. If you don't use a ventilator, I'm afraid Father Fang won't live for a few minutes. According to the current situation of Mr. Fang, I am afraid that he will not be able to survive the day after tomorrow, the attending doctor said. Upon seeing this, Fang Ding wanted to say something, but after opening his mouth, he didn't spit out anything. He knew that the doctor in front of him was already Qian Ming, the top doctor in the entire Long Kingdom. He insisted that there was almost no other possibility. Fang Lifen, who had quietly heard these words, couldn't help but laugh again. Even Dr. Qian couldn't stand it anymore. In the past few days, he has also heard of some things about the Fang family. If these two brothers and sisters really hold so many shares, this Fang Zun group, I am afraid it will be in danger in the future. Two white-eyed wolves. Just laugh. When the time comes, when Grandpa wakes up, you two won't even be able to cry. Fang Yushui, who was beside the hospital bed, couldn't help cursing. Upon seeing this, the two men laughed louder. Miss Fang, tell me, this old man is like this. How do you wake up? Is it possible that there is a ***** to save him? Physician Qian also wanted to comfort Yu Shui, but Fang Yushui had already said the next sentence. I really know there are gods. After speaking, Fang Yushui looked at Xia Liang. She really couldn't wait, and Xia Liang was taken aback for a while, glanced at the time in her hand, and shook her head inconspicuously. The time is wrong now. I know I will be on the stage for a while, so I don't need you to come. But Fang Yushui couldn't manage that much. She continued, Brother Xia, when will you save my grandpa? This sentence directly attracted the eyes of everyone in the ward. For a time, several pairs of eyes looked at Xia Liang. Fang Ding and the others are okay, knowing that Xia Liang is a Gua master and has great abilities. But I never heard of Xia Liang's ability to save lives. What's more, they have also asked Xia Liang these few days. What Xia Liang said is that birth, old age, sickness and death are doomed by God. Did not say that I can save it. How can Fang Yushui say that he is capable of saving people when he speaks? Miss Fang is really good at joking. Why don't you introduce to us? Who is this fairy? Fang Lifen laughed. As soon as she entered the ward, she noticed Xia Liang standing aside, but she just thought he was Fang Yuzu's boyfriend, so she didn't say much. And Fang Yushui also continued to speak. He is Shucheng Gua master. Xia Liang can save my grandpa. Master Gua? Fang Lifen was taken aback, but immediately burst into laughter. Who am I supposed to be? I turned out to be a fortune teller. I said your family, in order to save this old immortal. Do you even believe this kind of liar? After wiping the tears from his laughter, Fang Lifen looked at Xia Liang. I said, my little brother, You don't have all the equipment. Why don't you have a talisman? And don't even prepare your clothes. How can you save people? You are still so young and want to be a liar. Waiting for decades. Dr. Qian also sighed, and he had already noticed that the three brothers Fang Ding seemed to know this young man and respect him very much. It looks like it's not just Miss Fang. Even the three brothers Fang Ding believed in this Gua master. Now the Fang family has already pressed Bao onto a fortune teller. What he didn't know was that Fang Ding's three brothers also felt mixed. And they didn't understand what was going on. Why suddenly Fang Yushui said that Xia Liang could save people. This is the end of the story. Xia Liang had to walk a few steps forward slowly, looking at Fang Lifan and the others. I don't rely on a match or anything else to save people. Then what can you rely on? Fang Lifan laughed. Xia Liang sneered. A mouth can make life and death. A mouth? You are going to laugh at me to death. Hearing what Xia Liang said, Fang Lifan couldn't help laughing again. Fang Yushui, you god, didn't you find it in the mental hospital? The two were still laughing. And Physician Qian also looked at Fang Ding's trio. Mr. Fang, although I don't know where you got this person from, I still want to urge you to believe in science and don't be deceived. Dr. Qian, there are some things you haven't seen before. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. Maybe he is really capable of saving the old man. Fang Chu said. Among the three, only he had the ability to have seen Xia Liang. So he believed Xia Liang for the first time. Fang Tian is second. After all, if Xia Liang hadn't told him the lesions in his body, he wouldn't be able to treat himself well. Only Fang Ding frowned. He knew that saving people and fortune-telling sometimes cannot be linked together. If it was earlier, maybe Xia Liang could really see that there was cancer in his father's body, and he could be cured by receiving treatment earlier. But now, I am afraid that the gods can do nothing. Seeing that the eldest brother seemed a little disbelief, Fang Chu leaned over and said quietly, Brother, I think you can trust Master Xia. You don't know. Many people in Qingyun City now, even the leader of Qingyun, know Xia Liang. Fang Ding's expression didn't fluctuate when he heard these words. He believed that Xia Liang, as a Gua master, did have great abilities, but it was still impossible to save people from death. Physician Qian on the other side was taken aback after hearing Fang Chu's words. Sister, don't laugh. Now the Fang family has to rely on a liar. Don't you feel pitiful? When we destroy the Fangzhen group, we should leave them a few security positions. As soon as the words fell, the two laughed again. Fang Yushui directly pulled Xia Liang to the bedside, said, Brother Xia, hurry up and save my grandpa. And Xia Liang smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart, and looked at the time in his hand. It was still a bit short, but he still walked to the head of the bed. With me here, no one can take away the old man. No matter what the fairy gods and ghosts are, I want him to live. And the old man can't die. After speaking, Xia Liang reached out for Father Fang's ventilator. But his hand hasn't reached it yet. He heard a roar directly behind him. And many more. Physician Qian and Fang Ding spoke at the same time. They didn't expect that Xia Liang would take off the ventilator directly. You know, with the ventilator removed, the old man will not survive for 3 minutes. In fact, Xia Liang could not do this, and it would not have any effect. But he always felt that he had to get enough of the fan. And he would do what others felt could not do. But even so, his hand stopped temporarily. Why? 2 of you have opinions? Of course. Physician Qian said. Take the ventilator. Father won't survive for 3 minutes. So don't mess around. Uncle Fang, how about you? Xia Liang ignored Physician Qian. Just looked at Fang Ding. And Fang Ding stared at Xia Liang. wanting to see something in Xia Liang's eyes. But Xia Liang's eyes were as calm as water, without even a trace. After watching for a long time, Fang Ding couldn't see anything. At the same time, Fang Chu and Fang Yushui also came to Fang Ding and persuaded him. Big brother, you also know that the old man will not live long. Why not let Mr. Xia try? I have seen Mr. Xia's ability. I believe he will not be kidding. That's right, Dad. You reading www.yuakanshu.com. Listening to the words of the two people around, Fang Ding's eyes were extremely hesitant. Xia Liang also looked at the time, a little anxious, but on the surface it didn't show it at all. After a few breaths, Fang Ding stretched his brows, as if he had made a big decision. He looked at Xia Liang and nodded. Then trouble Mr. Xia. Are you crazy? Physician Qian said loudly. But Xia Liang had already taken off Father Fang's ventilator with his hands. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. Fang Lifeng on one side was also laughing and watching Fang's jokes all the time. After removing the ventilator, everyone stared at Xia Liang. Fang Ding and others even subconsciously reduced the breathing sound by a few points. And Xia Liang also looked at the time inconspicuously. And then at the time when Father Fang was awake, there was no action for a while. After all, he has to seize the opportunity. After a few breaths, Fang Ding wanted to ask why Xia Liang hadn't moved yet. And Xia Liang finally spoke. As the saying goes, life and death are destined, and God is doomed, but I can change my fate against the sky. Xia Liang stood up straight, stretched out his right hand, and pointed a finger at the unconscious Father Fang. Give an order. Wake up. Boom. I don't know if it was a coincidence. At the same time Xia Liang said this sentence, a lightning bolt struck outside the window, and Fang Lifeng just smiled and wanted to sarcastically see Mr. Fang on the hospital bed. He opened his eyes tremblingly. Boom! Outside the window, another lightning bolt fell. The light of lightning reflected several figures in the ward. These figures, as if they were all petrified, were fixed on the spot, with a look of horror. Everyone seemed to have settled down. Seeing the old man who was awake in the hospital bed, he couldn't even speak, and the shock was all written on his face. Everyone's bodies were shaking slightly uncontrollably. Only Xia Liang seemed like nothing happened. After waking up Father Fang, he returned to the window, looking at the scenery outside the window, thinking about going out to play. In the eyes of others, his back is no longer immortal. What kind of terrifying ability is this after all? I'm afraid that even if the real gods come here, it's nothing more than that. Just one sentence. Give an order. He directly grabbed people from Yan Wangye. Physician Qian, who had never believed in these things before, felt that his worldview had collapsed. Fang Ding and others looked at Xia Liang in their eyes, also full of deep respect and fear. Just one sentence can wake up the dying person. Then a word of him will surely kill the living directly. Speak up and follow the law. Life and death are probably nothing more than Xia Liang's words. Share. Bring me a glass of water. An old voice rang from the hospital bed. It seemed to wake up several other people who had lost their minds at once. Fang Yushui also reacted immediately, crying and holding a glass of water to Father Fang in front of him. Father Fang also drank it in one gulp. This is nothing short of a medical miracle. It is impossible to happen at all. Old man, can you let me check your body? Shockley glanced at Xia Liang by the window. The frightened Dr. Qian said to Father Fang on the hospital bed. Even the words trembled a little. After drinking the water, Father Fang also spoke. Wait a while. I still have something to solve now. Say 10,000. The old man walked directly from the hospital bed. His face was full of ruddy after a few breaths. And he was almost completely different from the way he was lying on the hospital bed just now dying. Then the old man walked slowly behind Xia Liang, who was standing by the window in front of everyone. Although he has been in a coma, it is difficult to wake up, but he was able to hear outside voices occasionally. He also heard everything that happened in the ward just now. When Xia Liang told him to wake up, he instantly felt that all the illnesses in his body were cured, and can already wake up. As the person involved, he can most feel the weight of Xia Liang's words. Master Xia's life-saving grace will never be repaid by our Fang family. Father Fang bowed deeply towards Xia Liang. The three Fang Ding brothers saw this. He also hurriedly came behind Xia Liang and bowed deeply to Xia Liang. And Xia Liang didn't even look back. I just looked at the scenery outside the window and didn't even say anything. More than 10 seconds later, the old man raised his head, and then coldly looked at the two siblings standing on the other side to Fang Lifeng. I still believe you so much. But what you think is how to break our Fang family? Fang Lifeng's two siblings at this time. The paleness on his face has not yet retreated. The body was connected to the body, still trembling uncontrollably. When Father Fang woke up, they understood that their conspiracy to bring down the Fang family was completely disrupted. And after Fang's family, it will definitely cause revenge on them. And those other groups that work with them and want to bring down Fang's family will surely have a clear relationship with them in an instant. The two of them are completely finished. No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. This old immortal must be a glorious person and won't live long. While looking at Father Fang, Fang Lifeng was still deceiving herself. Snapped. And she hasn't finished speaking yet. Father Fang slapped him over. Bastard stuff. The three brothers Fang Ding also slowly surrounded the two brothers and sisters with cold expressions. Afterwards, Fang Ding gave physician Qian a look. Xia Liang also left by the window, pulling Fang Yushui and leaving the ward. Dr. Qian came out last and closed the door of the ward. Subsequently, there was a terrible scream in the ward. This time, the three Fang Ding brothers have been shrouded in the shadow of these two people. All conspiracies are now destroyed. They also have no worries. Naturally, we must vent the qi during this period of time. Anyway, at the end, the two were carried out. Later, Dr. Qian gave Father Fang a thorough examination of his whole body. All the cancer cells in Mr. Fang's body, as if it was when Xia Liang said that sentence, all disappeared. All the doctors in the hospital couldn't believe it and didn't know how this was done. This is simply the greatest medical miracle ever. And all this is just because of one sentence. Later, the hospital also wanted to do more checks on Mr. Fang. But Father Fang has already returned to Fang's house. That night, Fang's family also had a feast to thank Xia Liang. Even Father Fang wanted to give all his shares to Xia Liang. And Xia Liang wanted to refuse. But in the end he couldn't help him and took a small part of Fangzhen Group's shares. And the value of these shares is only a few hundred yuan. Sprinkled with water. That night, in the room, Fang Yushui, in her pajamas, slowly knocked on the door of Xia Liang's room. Fang Yuzu's blush blushed, and she didn't take it anymore. You solved so many problems in our family. I really don't know how to thank you. In the next second, Fang Yushui came over and hugged Xia Liang. Cough cough cough. No words for a night. The clouds are clear and the breeze is light. The next day, when Fang Yushui woke up, the sunlight had already illuminated the entire room extremely transparently. Reached out to touch, but found that Xia Liang was no longer by his side. Why did you wake up? Let's go. Take me around? Xia Liang walked in through the bedroom door. Still brushing his teeth. He had waited for a few days because of Father Fang's affairs. But Xia Liang hadn't gone out to play well. Then where do you want to go? In Xia Liang and Fang Yushui strolling around. What happened to the Fang family has gradually spread. Almost the entire upper class in Jinnei has heard of Mr. Fang. I also know the Fang family. And I have met a great master. This person doesn't need medicine or gua. Just one mouth. One sentence. He directly eliminated all the cancer cells in Mr. Fang's body. Father Fang, who stepped half of his foot into the ghost gate, rescued him. Maybe. The old man even drank half of the mengpo soup. To know. Many people knew that Mr. Fang was critically ill before. Many famous families in Jinnei City have also seen Father Fang. So when Father Fang was walking around like an okay person, they were also extremely shocked. Simple investigation. Then you can know what is going on. 1 past 10. 10 past 100. There is no way to hide things like this in Jinnei City. Besides, Father Fang's identity is also very special. Almost on the second day, some well-informed people appeared outside Fang's house. This group of people knelt in front of Fang's house, wanting to ask Xia Liang to save the life of one of them. And Father Fang also did what Xia Liang told him before. Xia Liang had already left, and told everyone that Fang's family and Xia Liang were not familiar with them. But the people who can find out about the existence of Xia Liang are not ordinary people. They didn't believe the Fang family's words, and they remained at the door of the Fang family. At most, in front of Fang's house. Dozens of people were kneeling here directly. In the end, Fang's family was also a bit unbearable. After closing the door, they moved to another villa. After all, even in Jinnei City, the Fang family had several footholds. But among this group of people, there are people who can't even refuse Mr. Fang. So they can only contact Xia Liang. And Xia Liang's answer is always just a sentence. Don't save, die, and see. After all, Xia Liang is not doing charity. He rescued the old man below and helped the Fang family. It has a lot to do with Fang Yushui. Other people, he has no reason to help. After all, he wants other people to understand that I can help if I am willing to help. It's not you who called to save people. I will save people. Originally, Xia Liang had this attitude, and the rumors about him would gradually dissipate. But within a few days, the discussion about Xia Liang did not decrease, but increased. Rumors. Many people, while wandering outside other villas of the Fang family, met a young man. Next to this young man was Miss Fang. Young people don't need medicine, and they don't have to use talisman. Really, with just one sentence, the hidden diseases of these people can be cured, no matter how painful they were before, under a word of the young man. So he became alive again, and all the diseases on his body disappeared. Among these rumors, it is the matter of Mr. Li that is the most shocking. Mr. Li is Mr. Fang's comrade in arms. When I was young, my legs became shrunken, and I couldn't walk for decades and could only sit in a wheelchair. After learning that Xia Liang existed, he also called and asked Father Fang. But Father Fang was also very helpless. He knew Xia Liang would definitely refuse. He revealed to Old Man Li a location, which was a Fang family villa in Shenzhen City. Elder Li went to this villa that day and waited outside the villa for the whole night. The next day, come to this villa to receive the Li family of Mr. Li. I saw Old Man Li and a few aunts running in the morning, without a trace of leg or foot inconvenience. As a result, more people came to Fang's door. Some people even knelt to the door of Li's house. But in the end, what they got, I just knew that this young man was called Xia Liang. A few days later, late at night, standing in front of the huge French windows, Xia Liang quietly looked at the scenery of Shanghai city in front of her. Not far away is the Yellow River, and the lights on both sides of the river are particularly dazzling. But at this time, Xia Liang's sight, but he looked at a seaside pier at the end of his sight. In that direction, there seemed to be a ray of fire flickering. Brother Xia, what are you looking at? Fang Yushui hugged Xia Liang from behind. Look at this Janae city. Our location just happens to overlook the entire Yellow River. Almost when Xia Liang finished speaking, Fang Yuzu's cell phone rang. Dad, is there anything wrong with calling me so late? I'm not looking for you. Master Xia's phone is turned off. Is he next to you? Here I am. Fang Yushui handed the phone to Xia Liang. Master Xia? Is it you? Something has happened. Listening to the anxious voice from the phone, Xia Liang just spoke slowly. I know. Then you now? Come and pick me up. Later, Xia Liang directly told Fang Ding where he was. What's wrong? Fang Yushui was a little confused. And Xia Liang frowned and looked into the distance. There is a fire in your warehouse at the dock. There are many dangerous chemicals next to this warehouse. If it explodes, it may spread to the entire Golden Sea. Sitting in the car sent by Fang Ding, Xia Liang faintly looked at the illuminated half of the sky in the distance. As you get closer and closer to the pier, the fire becomes more and more fierce. Just tens of minutes, the fire has reached an uncontrollable level. The alert at the beginning also moved from kilometers away to thousands of meters away. Aside from caution, some media who received the news arrived here early, but they were unable to enter. Can you please tell us the latest situation? What happened to this fire and how it caused it? Yes, I heard that there are many dangerous chemicals parked at the terminal. If these chemicals are affected by the fire, will there be any questions? I heard that the fire was related to the Fangzhen Group. The Fangzhen Group knew that there were dangerous chemicals in the warehouse next to it, and also put flammable materials in the warehouse next to it. This fire has nothing to do with them. With a voice in the crowd sounded. The eyes of many media also looked towards the direction of the sound. This gentleman, you seem to know a lot of the inside story of this matter. Can you tell us about it? Yes, I am willing to pay for your news. At the same time as countless reporters gathered around, a car also drove slowly from a distance. After seeing the license plate clearly, the firefighting team outside the alert released him directly. Upon seeing this, the surrounding media also rushed over, wanting to interview the people in the car. But these people were all kept out of alert. Leave it to them. Only in the back seat of the car, there was a young figure. After a few minutes, the car has arrived at the dock. A few hundred meters away, there is a warehouse full of flames. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. Come out from the security bureau. Xia Liang drove to go home. Just as Xia Liang was driving on a forest path, an old lady in the distance was looking at something, watching Xia Liang driving over, and even walked up straight in a daze. Xia Liang frowned, stopped the car, opened the window and looked at the ant in front of him. Auntie, this is... Regarding Xia Liang's words, the old lady directly ignored her. She first said that the vegetable bag in her hand was thrown into the sky. And in Xia Liang's stunned eyes, she then fell on it in a daze. My coring cap. Oh, my lumbar disc. What am I? Xia Liang fully understood that she had encountered Banksii, but the first time she encountered this kind of thing, Xia Liang was also a little confused. He looked at the old lady here blankly. Before Xia Liang could react, the old lady wailed again. No reason. Don't call an ambulance if you hit someone. And don't even help you get up. Amid the wailing of the old lady, the crowd watching the excitement gathered around and pointed at Xia Liang. Hey, this young man is so handsome. But his quality is a bit poor. I drove such a good car at a young age. And I knew it was a prodigal at a glance. Doesn't it hit someone else's old lady? Yes. I hit someone in broad daylight. So I don't care about it. I haven't rushed to send the old lady to the hospital. What should I do if something happens later? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with too money? That's right. That's right. Everyone exposes him online by taking videos. Amidst a line of condemnation, Xia Liang came back to his senses and explained calmly. She is touching porcelain. With this explanation, the crowd onlookers would naturally not believe it. After all, the old lady who fell on the ground was more able to win sympathy. In addition to the hatred of the rich, everyone believed that the murderer was Xia Liang. It wasn't you who hit it. Yes. Could it be that the old lady fell down by herself? I still don't admit it yet. I really don't know what kind of person can give birth to this kind of evil. Hey, this old lady is in her 50s. And she seems to be physically disadvantaged. Is it possible that you didn't succeed in hitting your car by yourself? Little brother, I think the luxury car you drive is worth dozens of dollars. Right? It seems that you are highly educated. If you do something wrong, you must be brave enough to admit it. Don't embarrass your family. Yes, it is. Hearing this harsh condemnation, Xia Liang circled around, frowning, resisting the urge to break the heads of the group of people with a punch. The old lady on the ground saw so many people helping her. She glanced at Xia Liang triumphantly, then patted her thighs, crying sadly, and continued to scream. Oh, what are you doing? Do you want to hit me with your fist? I'm not alive. The world is so cold. The heart is not old. You said that an old lady of mine walked on the road well and was hit by someone. Pity me that 6-year-old grandson. If I go like this, who will come home and cook for him? This remark angered the crowd even more. A pair of eyes stared at Xia Liang as if he was about to eat him raw. The vicious words of the unknown keyboard man constantly stimulated Xia Liang's heart. He knew that this was calculated. He just looked around and didn't have a camera. In other words, there is no evidence to prove that Xia Liang has hit or not. And that the old lady is lucky. The car was provided by the system. And there was no dash cam. So the only evidence that Xia Liang was innocent was gone. From falling down and screaming, to gaining sympathy, all in one go. At a glance, I know that this old lady is a veteran of touching porcelain. Even if I call the police, it is useless. Anyway, there is no evidence, so I have to go to the hospital by myself. What kind of diabetes? High blood pressure, hyperosteogeny, onychomycosis. All come out of Xia Liang. As for running, maybe the crowd rushed out of two big men who claimed to be well-intentioned people to block their way. But Xia Liang was not afraid. He has time to play with this group of people. I saw him looking at the old lady with interest. Let's say, how much do you want? 1 dime? 2 dime? Or $1? Hearing this, the old lady on the ground smiled and was about to speak. But suddenly thought of something. She rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry. Originally, you hit me. What do you mean by how much money do I cost? As soon as the old lady's voice fell, everyone began to criticize. Boy, how can you say it? Originally you ran into someone's old lady. That's a loss of money. That's right. The old lady is too merciful and doesn't care about you. And don't lose money quickly. Don't delay the old lady from going to the hospital. Haggling. Didn't your parents teach you? Stand upright when you are beaten. If you do something wrong, you must admit it, and quickly apologize and lose money. This time, Xu Le no longer felt angry when facing the righteous words of everyone. His face was very calm. After all, the dog bit you. Do you want to bite the dog? However, the old lady on the ground, seeing Xia Liang not talking, was very angry. Yu reading www.yuakanshu.com said angrily. What the asterisk is going on with you, young man? Oh yeah, it's unreasonable. If you hit someone and don't lose money, you will bully my weird old lady. If my son is here, would you dare to bully me like this? The desolation of the sound makes those who hear it sad and tears when they see it. At the same time, two sturdy men walked out of the crowd of onlookers, one of whom squatted down and comforted the old lady with a pleasant face. Auntie, don't be afraid. If the road is uneven, draw your sword to help. Our brother will definitely let this kid get away with it. The other man squeezed his fist and walked toward Xia Liang with a fierce look. Boom! With a sound, the man kicked the tire and stared at Xia Liang fiercely. You don't learn well at a young age. And you run into someone's old lady and don't lose money quickly. Looking at this angry expression, Xia Liang admired the 5-body cast. I have to say that the group of directors who make movies today are all fools. The protagonist of the movie. You come to these people. This is an acting trick. No compensation. Xia Liang didn't panic, and calmly looked at the big man in front of him with his hands in his pockets. Seeing the righteous Xia Liang, everyone was puzzled. The man in front of him was also stunned for a long time. Raising his fist to strike, Xia Liang didn't persuade him at all, even a little eager to try. Yesterday, he didn't insist twice. I hope this one can last longer today. Xia Liang looked eagerly, but the big man's fist did not come down. Disappointment flashed in his eyes, which completely puzzled the man in front of him. Damn. Shouldn't it be a blessing to see that I didn't call? What the asterisk is your disappointed face? Could it be a neurosis? Everyone felt so when thinking of Xia Liang's abnormality, and one of the old men couldn't stand it anymore and said loudly. However, Xia Liang had already known through calculations that the brothers of Shuanglong Taoist Temple used Zhang Shangpai's tricks to save trouble. But at this time, Xia Liang didn't intend to break it. Speaking of this, Xia Liang had a faint smile on her face. After all, Tao Master Chen Xuandu's disciple, who is not a talented generation, how can he use this kind of indiscriminate deception? Lin Quanzi forcibly suppressed the anxiety in his heart and forced a smile. This is natural. Even if Pang Dao doesn't want to face his own face, he dare not lose the face of Master. The fortune tellers listened to the conversation between the two, and then slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Let me just say, how come Chen Daocheng's disciple would use that kind of deception? The tourist must have heard of it by Daotu. So he talked to Master Sha by the way. With the virtues of Daocheng Chen, the apprentices will never do this kind of thing. Other fortune tellers talked about each other. Xia Liang listened to the last sentence and smiled coldly, thinking, Chen Xuandu still has virtue? It's just an illusion. If he really has virtue, how could he harm Lao Meng's family? But even though he thought so in his heart, Xia Liang smiled and exchanged greetings with Lin Quanzi. The degree of intimacy. People who don't know thought they were such good friends. At this moment, Shui Ren asked curiously, Master Sha Tian, what exactly is Zhang Shangpai? Hearing this, Lin Quanzi almost staggered. This Shui Ren. Which pot is really not open and which pot? After finally covering the past, Shui Ren turned it out again. Xia Liang smiled slightly and glanced at Monk Ruishan. Monk Ruishan put his hands together and slowly explained to Shui Ren. This Zhongshang school should have arisen in modern times. It is a group of old people looking for fortune-telling. Zhong refers to the rivers and lakes, the phases, and the prime ministers. Together they are the prime ministers on the rivers and lakes, playing face and divination. It's the banner of the people who are convinced can be analyzed and defrauded. Shui Ren was slightly stunned. There is this kind of deception? Almost all the fortune-tellers nodded bitterly at the same time. The Zhongshang faction didn't have real talents and learned, and they grabbed their jobs. Why does this make them angry? At this time, Xia Liang smiled slightly. In fact, how should I put it? Strictly speaking, Zhongshangpai is not a trick. On the contrary, Xia Liang talked a turn. Some of them are top psychologists in the society. Shui Ren stunned. Psychologist? Yes. Xia Liang nodded. Actually, they don't have any real talents. And only a few articles circulated internally. But with these articles, they have already practiced the human heart's speculation to the extreme. Having said that, Xia Liang glanced at Lin Quanzi intentionally or unintentionally. Hi, so awesome? Shui Ren took a breath. Yes. Among these articles, the most famous one is Ying Yao Pian. Xia Liang explained with a smile. Almost every article explains the human mind in great detail. Having said that, Xia Liang sighed. Even if an ordinary person can thoroughly understand these articles, although these are not true knowledge, they can still be in the fortune-telling world. Having said that, Xia Liang looked at Lin Quanzi with a smile. Dao Lin Quanzi, are you right? Lin Quanzi cursed inwardly, but also forced a smile and cooperated. Master Xia is right. These Zhongshang faction people are the biggest enemy of our orthodox school. The fortune-tellers around also nodded. Obviously, they all hate the deceitful Zhongshang faction. Although Lin Quanzi looked cooperative on the surface, at this time, she had already retreated in her heart. He has a vague feeling. That's Xia Liang digging a hole for him. And at this time, only in Lin Quanzi's heart did he formally attach importance to the young man Xia Liang. Master Tongwei, who was sitting in the next seat, seemed to feel Lin Quanzi's uneasiness, and suddenly smiled contemptuously. Those things that everyone knows. But also take them out of the class? I don't know how to be ashamed. Xia Liang suddenly became happy. The two of them cooperated really well. One sang red face and the other sang white face. Xia Liang sneered. Master Tongwei said carefully, "You have targeted me several times. I think you are a lonely old man. Some words have not been broken. Do you really think I don't know something about you?" As soon as this word came out, everyone pricked their ears curiously. Although Tongwei had a bad temper, she still had some real skills. Tongwei also froze for a moment, then sneered. The old man has been upright all his life. What can happen? Xia Liang smiled slightly and said nothing. Just waiting for something quietly. After a while, Xia Liang's phone rang. In this quiet hall, it was slightly harsh. Xia Liang smiled and answered the phone, but turned on the speakerphone. Meng Kashi. What happened? Upon hearing the three words Meng Kashi, Lin Quanzi and Tongwei smiled vaguely. Soon Meng Kexi's voice came on the other end of the phone. Master Xia. Something happened. Master Xia. Don't panic. Xia Liang said with a smile. Are those feng shui fishes dead? Meng Kashi is urgent. Yeah, everything is dead. Xia Liang's faint gaze swept across Tongwei and Lin Quanzi's body, and smiled slightly. Don't howl, Meng Kashi. Let your brother not get excited. This matter is man-made. If you take out a part of the water in the fish tank and use it for testing, you will know what is going on. Oh, yes. There is one more thing. Try not to move the fish tank. If I guess right, there should be fingerprints on it. After speaking, Xia Liang hung up. At this time, Master Tongwei had already changed his face. Some people are disrespectful and inferior to others and shameless. Xia Liang smiled coldly. I don't know if this old bone can withstand the violent storms of living in Meng's house after the results come out. Be yelling. With a crisp sound, the teacup in Master Tongwei's hand fell to the ground and smashed to pieces. Xia Liang was slightly surprised. Yo, Master Tongwei, why are you so nervous? I'm talking about the murderer. I didn't talk about you. Xia Liang's eyes had a faint smile. However, which one of you here is not a human spirit? How can you not know that there is something in Xia Liang's words? Obviously it was implying something from Master Tongwei. At the same time, everyone has doubts again. How did Xia Liang know about this? Isn't he still capable of fortune-telling in the air? This is unheard of. Unseen ability. Xia Liang looked at the people with question marks and smiled. Of course he didn't calculate these. But when we first met, Xia Liang saw through the eyes of heaven and saw what Tongwei and Lin Quanzi had done before. Tongwei was stared at him uncomfortably and stood up with a slap on the table. Junior, you mean sang and cursing? Don't the old man tell me? Referring to sang and cursing, why? Xia Liang was taken aback for a moment. I didn't mean sang shuhui. I was just stating an objective fact. Speaking of this, Xia Liang showed a bad face. Master Tongwei, because you are an elder, I just forbear you. Don't push your nose on your face. Xia Liang's mouth curled up. Don't force this celestial master to count and shake out all the ugly things you had done before. That way, everything will be irreparable. Hearing these words, Tongwei's face was full of sneers. Even Lin Quanzi and the fortune-tellers shook their heads with a smile. In their eyes, Xia Liang is still too young. Only Master Ruoshan's expression moved and his lips opened. But he didn't say anything. He knew it. Xia Liang really has this ability. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. I dare to boast about this Heiko at a young age. Master Tongwei's face was cold. Which of us people has not been burned by the incense? The fate is already full of variables and immeasurable. It is simply slanderous. Having said that, Tongwei turned and looked at Shui Ren. Boss Shui, I think this kid is a liar. Ask Boss Shui to blast him out. Shui Ren waved his hand. Although Shui Ren knows a little about the things in the Dao sect, he feels instinctively. The coolness of summer is unfathomable. After all, among these people, only Xia Liang could see the pattern of this place. Thinking of this, Shui Ren smiled. I don't understand Taoist rules, but I still want to see how Master Xia fortunes to Master Tongwei. When Tongwei heard it, she was really embarrassed. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Xia Liang stroked her palms and laughed. Master Tongwei, does your face hurt? After speaking, Xia Liang looked at Tongwei with a smile, staring at Tongwei uncomfortably. Master Tongwei, since Boss Shui's kindness is hard to come by, then the celestial master is not welcome. When Xia Liang was about to speak, Lin Quanzi stood up suddenly, as if thinking of something. The expression on his face was very impatient. Boss Shui, Teacher Xia, fellow Taoists. Lin Quanzi arched his hands slightly. I suddenly remembered that there is still something in the Taoist temple. And I will go back. Huh? Don't go. Xia Liang said leisurely. Lin Daocheng, don't you want to hear the secrets of Master Tongwei? Lin Quanzi smiled awkwardly. I'll be back after I deal with the matter. After finishing talking, I didn't wait for everyone to continue to stay, and left as if they were fleeing. As soon as he left the house, Lin Quanzi secretly slandered, It seems that Xia Liang is really capable. Judging from his situation just now, he can definitely figure out the things of the people in the Taoist school. But then again, even the master can't do things. Why is Xia Liang so young? Will you do it? Anyway, if you continue to stay here, if he sees through it, it will definitely have a great impact on master's plan. I have to go back to the mountain as soon as possible and tell master about this. Thinking of this, Lin Quanzi ran faster. Xia Liang didn't stop Lin Quanzi from leaving either. In fact, he could directly expose what Lin Quanzi did. But Xia Liang didn't do that. Through the eyes of heaven, Xia Liang already knew a lot of things. Lin Quanzi is just a little shrimp. And Chen Xuandu behind him is the real person who is going to be disadvantageous to Xia Liang. Xia Liang doesn't mind putting a long line to catch a big fish. At this time, Master Tongwei was standing in the living room. I feel that my intestines are about to be regretful. Neither is it to go, nor is it not to go. After all, he is righteous, and if he really leaves, he will be a guilty conscience. But now, what makes Tongwei even more depressed is, the teammate ran away? If he runs too, for the next thing, I'm afraid Xia Liang will have to let Xia Liang spread rumors. Thinking of this, Tongwei could only lie to herself. Lie to yourself. Xia Liang is not a matter of making a career. Master Tongwei pretends to be calm. You count it. The old man doesn't believe it. What can you figure out? Other fortune tellers also secretly look forward to it. Say something? Xia Liang rolled her eyes, deliberately hanging her appetite. When everyone is impatient, Xia Liang just patted the table. Yes. Let's talk about your consecration for a girl in her 20s. What? Master Tongwei trembled fiercely. This sentence, but hit his heart. The fortune tellers around saw the expression of Master Tongwei, and their faces were suddenly shocked. Is it true to Master Xia Zhang? Master Xia can really fortune things to people in the Dao sect? No. This is what Zhang Tianxi is alive. And it's impossible to do it. Quiet everyone. Do you want to hear the story? Xia Liang gave a soft drink. The fortune tellers who were still messing around instantly sat upright like elementary school students in class, quietly listening to the following of Xia Liang. Xia Liang smiled. My celestial master pinches and counts. But Master Tongwei has not only given light to a young girl. Tongwei's face flushed. You spit someone. The word consecration sounds mysterious though. But what does it mean in the end? Everyone here is like Mingjing. How can you not understand? Xia Liang smiled slightly. I'm spitting blood? Then say something else. Speaking of this, Xia Liang suddenly slammed. Dao Tongwei, do you still remember the Golden Bowl game of Lier's family? This celestial master has calculated it. And you have a good relationship with those soil mice. As soon as the voice fell, Tongwei's face turned white, and she looked at Xia Liang and couldn't speak. After all, consecrate this kind of thing. It's a shame in the industry. Even if Tongwei accuses Xia Liang of spreading rumors and spitting blood, some people will believe it. But this matter directly spoke to Tongwei's heart. What? Taoist Tongwei still wants to deny? Xia Liang's eyes sneered again and again. Tongwei language is incoherent. You and I. Xia Liangxie laughed. What are you? The celestial master counted again. Those few people are in Shihong Express Hotel. Room 358. Am I wrong? Having said that, Xia Liang stepped forward slightly. In an instant, Tongwei seemed to have lost his soul, fallen into a chair in despair. After a long while, Tongwei said in despair, unexpectedly, you actually can. It was the old man who planted. Speaking of this, Tongwei stood up and walked out desperately. Even if everyone begged Tongwei to stay, He wouldn't stay. After all, these things are for a fortune teller. It's a shame that will last a lifetime. No one cares about where Tongwei has gone at this time. Only long sighs were left. After a while, Shui Ren coughed slightly, breaking the embarrassment on the scene. Teacher Shaw, you said my museum. However, before finishing speaking, Xia Liang waved his hand directly. Boss Shui, this museum is not that easy to build. You are in a big trouble. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content. The book is broken and other issues. Please log in right pointing arrow. Chairman Fang, you said you are too. Suddenly bring an unrelated person in and do something. Take him out. Actually. Fang Ding smiled awkwardly. This is what I asked to help you. Help us? Captain Xiao glanced at Xia Liang. This kid didn't look like a firefighter either. Introduce yourself. Xia Liang stretched out his hand. My name is Xia Liang. I'm a fortune teller. Xia Liang hasn't finished speaking yet. I saw Captain Xiao's face instantly full of anger. Extremely flushed. What happened to me today? How did I meet two liars? Captain Xiao also cursed directly at Fang Ding. Chairman Fang, because the fire was in your warehouse, I asked you to come in to discuss countermeasures. As a result, you are so superstitious. Before I do it, take this liar and get out of here. Captain Xiao didn't know Fangding Group before, so he had never heard of Xia Liang's name. It was Qin Daocheng who was on the other side. After hearing these 3 words, his eyes flickered. The living Buddha in the world stubbornly cut his life. With a single word, Xia Liang can set life and death. But he is very clear. After all, Xia Liang's reputation in Jinnei is not small these past few days. But in his opinion, this Xia Liang is a liar just like himself. It's just that Xia Liang's deceptive tactics are much better than himself. I said why I wanted to frustrate me, but it turned out to be a fellow man. No wonder. Qin Daocheng sneered, but he also wanted to ask how Xia Liang had deceived the entire Jin Hai. At the same time, seeing Captain Xiao directly told them to go. Fang Ding was also anxious and patted his chest directly. I guarantee in the name of our Fangzhen group that Master Xia really has the truth. If he can't ask for rain today, I will sell the Fangzhen group directly. This sentence. All the firefighting team members around directly took a breath. For a fortune teller, betting his entire Fangzhen group. This Fang Ding is not crazy. Chairman Fang, you were too deceived. I don't think he can ask for water. But he has filled your mind with water. Get out of here. Upon seeing this, Fang Ding wanted to say something. But Xia Liang shook his head, indicating that he didn't need to. After all, if you ask for rain, you don't need anyone's consent. Later, Xia Liang took out a spell directly from his arms and looked at the sky. Although Captain Xiao was using the walkie-talkie to control other teams to fight the fire, but he still cast a few glances at Xia Liang, his heart full of contempt. How come the richer people are more superstitious? Qin Daocheng also sneered and looked at Xia Liang. He didn't think Xia Liang could beg you to succeed. He just wanted to see what trick Xia Liang would use to make others believe in himself. When he saw that Xia Liang had only taken out 1 charm, he thought that Xia Liang would be like him, so that the charm would not ignite spontaneously. But the next second, Xia Liang took out a lighter from his arms and lit the spell. Upon seeing this, Qin Daocheng laughed. It seemed that this kid couldn't even play tricks. Xia Liang also paused, then looked back at Daocheng Qin. Do you know why you can't contact the Dragon King? Why? Qin Daocheng replied subconsciously. Because the fire burned all the spells instantly. The Dragon King must listen to me. Boom! There was a bang. lightning and thunder. Wow! Under the cloudless night sky, an instant torrential rain poured down. Under the endless night sky, a heavy rain suddenly appeared over the pier. It seems that God has been stabbed in a hole. Huge raindrops constantly washed the entire pier, make a crackling sound. Because the heavy rain is so heavy, even if it hits the body, it makes people feel a little bit painful. The fire on the pier. In an instant, he was suppressed by the heavy rain for 3 points. The flames in the distance are also much less. Around Xia Liang, everyone was stunned for an instant. Looking at Xia Liang's back in the rain, he was a little lost. It seemed that standing in front of them was not a 20-year-old boy, but a true god, a living god. Qin Daocheng on the other side. The smile on his face gradually solidified, and finally turned into panic. Even his body trembled slightly, and clenched his fists. And this time, except for the sound of the rainstorm, there was only the squeaking sound from Captain Xiao's walkie-talkie in the entire surroundings. Captain Xiao, look, it's raining rain for us. I'm afraid we don't need to break through. We only need to suppress the fire. It won't be long before this rainstorm will extinguish the fire. Captain Xiao, are you there? But it's so strange that the rain is coming. Look at the sky. You can actually see the stars. There are no clouds. How come the heavy rain? Captain Xiao, why don't you speak? What's the matter with you? The voice on the walkie-talkie rang several times. And then Captain Xiao, who had a pale face, slowly picked up the walkie-talkie, swallowed his saliva, and said, I'm fine. Take advantage of the heavy rain and put out the fire. After that, Captain Xiao also looked up at the sky. When the others saw it, many people also looked up. At this time, the sky is cloudless, and the stars in the night sky are still flashing. This torrential rain seemed to appear out of thin air, and there was only their wharf in the entire area. Although tens of seconds later, above the sky, dark clouds began to gather. But they all understand, this cloud is born of rain. Instead of gathering clouds, just become rain. Captain Xiao, put out the fire. Ahead, Xia Liang's voice slowly sounded. But he didn't even turn his body around. All that everyone could see was his back. Good. Captain Xiao nodded fiercely at Xia Liang, and then immediately ordered the other firefighters around him to go to the front fire area to fight the fire. But actually, even if they don't go, the flames ahead will be much less. I'm afraid it won't last long. The same goes for the other teams. They only need to guard a circle outside the fire. The big fire will be extinguished by heavy rain before long. Living God. Looking at Xia Liang's back, Fang Ding's voice trembled. By his side, the expression in Captain Xiao's eyes was quite unpleasant. He wanted to go up and apologize. But at this time Xia Liang, who only left them behind, didn't have a trace of closeness on his body, and he dared not come close for a while. At the same time, Qin Daocheng, who had just returned to the car, also walked towards Xia Liang. His face is not pretty. He walked slowly behind Xia Liang and began to whisper to Xia Liang. No one else knew what he was talking about. Little brother, make money with money and enjoy with fame. I know a lot of masters in Shangjing. As long as you say that this rain was caused by me and you at the same time, I will be willing to introduce it for you. Then, you can go to Beijing to flex your muscles. Listening to Qin Daocheng's words, Xia Liang just gave a faint smile, without even turning her head. It turns out that the liars who went to Beijing still knew each other. Will they also juggle? You don't know how to praise. Qin Daocheng cursed. But this time, Xia Liang just frowned slightly, and did not speak. But he has quietly modified Qin Daocheng's luck. Upon seeing this, Qin Daocheng also turned around and said angrily to the others, "This rain. Obviously I begged to get it down. It's just a few minutes late, and it has nothing to do with this kid. So I still want to be greedy for my credit." Qin Daocheng didn't think that Xia Liang really had the ability to ask for rain. In his opinion, the rain was about to fall. Xia Liang just picked up a bargain. If he asks for rain a few minutes late, he will be the one who will be in the limelight at that time. Fang Ding cursed directly after listening to Qin Daocheng's words. And Captain Xiao also frowned. "Earlier, you obviously said that this rain is weird. And you can't help it. Now that I watched the rainfall, I insisted that it was my own credit. And anyone with a discerning eye could see that this rain fell because of whom. In fact, what Daocheng Qin said is not unreasonable. There is still a delay in the live broadcast of the TV station. It is normal to contact the Lord Long for a few minutes." Only Deputy Captain Shu, who invited Qin Dao Commander over, was still on the side of Qin Dao Commander. After all, Daocheng Qin was invited by him. If everyone thinks that he is incapable, I am afraid that his face will be ugly. Daocheng Qin also looked silly. He felt that the rain had fallen anyway. I said that I asked for it myself, and no one else could do anything about it. Seeing Qin Daocheng so scornful, Fang Ding didn't know what to say for a while. At the same time, Xia Liang finally turned around and looked at everyone. Captain Xiao looked into Xia Liang's eyes and nodded to Xia Liang to express his gratitude. And Xia Liang also looked at Qin Daocheng. There are some things that can't be taken casually. Ordinary people can't handle them. After a pause, Xia Liang continued, "Say you are the Dragon King. Don't you be afraid of being struck by lightning." Boom! Xia Liang's voice fell. Above the sky, a thunder really fell. Boom directly beside Qin Daocheng. Only a few meters away from Qin Daocheng. You can smell the burnt odor in the air. And Qin Daocheng, who was the closest to lightning, his face turned pale in an instant. "If this lightning strikes one step closer to yourself, then maybe today, I will really be hacked to death here." The people around were also taken aback. But everyone immediately understood that Daocheng Qin was making Xia Liang angry. And he was almost struck by lightning. This time, it was just a warning. Even Deputy Captain Shu opened his mouth. But in the end he didn't say anything. But he knew that he might be punished directly after this time. And Qin Daocheng, who was almost struck by lightning, kept changing his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. But when he looked at Xia Liang's eyes, he had already begun to feel jealous. Could it be that this kid really asked for the rain? No, it's impossible. It must be accidental. How can anyone in this world beg for rain and control the weather? This must be a coincidence. Thinking of this, Daocheng Qin hurriedly said, "Look, this lightning almost hit me. Isn't this the signal from the Dragon King? God left me alive. Don't you believe me?" Qin Daocheng is still making his final efforts. If he gives in now, I am afraid that his reputation for decades will disappear overnight. I'm afraid the next day, the whole Upper Kyoto will know. He lost in the hands of a young man. He couldn't let Xia Liang step on him. Since this lightning didn't strike me, it's better to take a bite back. Stubbornly stubborn. Seeing Qin Daocheng still not letting go, Xia Liang also sneered. He didn't directly change Qin Daocheng's luck to being struck to death by thunder. This Daocheng Qin didn't even admit to counseling. If it weren't for Qin Daocheng's predecessor, it was just a lie. Without harming or killing anyone, Xia Liang would probably change his destiny trajectory directly. Struck to death by lightning. But even so, Xia Liang didn't plan to let this person go. Since you have been ignorant of good and bad, you have to bear the consequences yourself. Xia Liang walked slowly in front of Qin Daocheng. But Qin Daocheng still showed dissatisfaction, even sarcastically. Why? Want to do it? I tell you. Don't pretend. This rain is what I beg of. You said the Dragon King listened to you. Then you have the ability to stop the rain for me? Qin Daocheng is already a dead pig and is not afraid of boiling water. In order to maintain his reputation, he would not admit that he had nothing to do with him if he killed him. And Xia Liang looked at Qin Daocheng like this, and shook his head. Take a few steps back. Then slowly stretched out his right hand towards the top. Captain Xiao, it looks like someone doesn't believe me. The voice fell off. Xia Liang made a fist with his right hand. In an instant, the surrounding torrential rain stopped and turned into a faint light rain. The wharf that was flashing and thundering just now suddenly became quiet. It seems that nothing happened just now. Last second, it was still raining down. In the next second, there will be only a slight rain. Only the traces of water on the ground prove that everything just now is not an illusion. Control the wind and rain. Master Xia. Fang Ding swallowed his saliva, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. It's a god. At the same time, and Captain Xiao also reacted immediately. Directly kicked Qin Daocheng, who was standing in front of Xia Liang. Qin Daocheng's punches were given to Qin Daocheng in an instant. He kept talking. How can you insult Master Xia? Quickly apologized to Master Xia. He didn't want this liar to stop the rainstorm and affect their firefighting. Daocheng Qin was also directly stunned, as if he couldn't even feel the fist on his face. He just looked at Xia Liang tightly with fear in his eyes. After a few punches, Captain Xiao, who was already strong, directly beat Qin Daocheng completely beyond recognition. Upon seeing this, Xia Liang also let go of his hands. At the same time, the heavy rain fell again. After using the weather symbol, Xia Liang can freely control the weather conditions in this area. Whether it rains or not is his thought. And Xia Liang also looked at Qin Daocheng coldly and said, "The rain will rain as long as this person kneels." Xia Liang passed Qin Daocheng slowly without looking back. This is what you asked for. Good. Captain Xiao nodded. He had seen this person displeased a long time ago. At this time, Qin Daocheng's face had become extremely pale, and the top of his head was full of blood. Even before Xia Liang had spoken, he had already knelt down. Latest URL. Note: if you see the content of this chapter is the anti-theft error content, the book is broken and other issues, please log in. Right pointing arrow, right pointing arrow. The whole body was trembling constantly because of fear. The torrential rain, lightning, and the torrential rain that has stopped now, all of which are cool in summer. He only understands now. The previous rumors about Xia Liang are probably true. Not only can he control life and death with a single word, he can even control the weather. If he wants to. I'm afraid the lightning just now. You can directly kill yourself. This time, I really offended an incredible big man. After this time, not to mention that his reputation will be completely ruined. Even if people in Beijing don't know what's going on here, I'm afraid I don't dare to be a liar anymore. Because of this world, there is a real, heavenly master. Single quote. After the torrential rain fell on the pier, in less than an hour, all fires were completely extinguished. But Qin Daocheng really knelt until the next day. In the end, he severed all contact with other hexagram masters in Shangjing, and no one was able to find him. Under Xia Liang's disclosure, the person who set fire was also arrested. The reason behind this was related to Fang Lifang's two brothers and sisters. However, Xia Liang didn't even care about the latter. If Fangzhen Group can't handle the remaining things well, don't call it Fangzhen Group. The third day after the fire at Gimhae City Pier, somewhere outside the small villa in the suburbs. General. Master Xia. Sorry. I won again. Seeing the dead end of the chess game, Old Man Fang laughed and drank the teacup next to him. And Xia Liang, who was opposite him, also smiled. Master Fang is really good. I played 3 games in a row, but I didn't win a game. It seems that I still have to practice in chess. Master Xia is really humble. If the master directly uses the power of divination, I am afraid that the old man, I will not even be able to survive a few rounds. Seeing the old man said this, Xia Liang didn't refute it. He just started playing the next game again. He didn't care at all. Old man, give in. While playing chess, Xia Liang said with a smile, looking at the surrounding flowers and plants. But Mr. Fang really enjoys life. This place is truly an incredible place. With birds and flowers, beautiful scenery and beautiful scenery. Outside the cottage, there is a large field. Many fruits and vegetables are grown in the ground. A few days ago, Father Fang moved here. After Xia Liang settled the wharf, he also hid here. It caused such a sensation after saving an individual. If you can ask for rain to spread, then don't want to sleep well. This place is really good. If Master Xia likes it, I will give it to you. Hearing what Father Fang said, Xia Liang shook his head and refused. Master Fang, how can I ask for your place? You should keep it for old age. Not to mention, I will leave Janae in 2 days. Leaving Janae? Where are you going? Back to Qingyun? Father Fang asked. However, Xia Liang didn't answer Father Fang at the first time. Instead, he suddenly picked up the empty teacup next to him, poured another cup of tea and put it aside. Before continuing, I want to go to Jinling to play. I heard that there are a group of swindlers in Jinling. I can't let them deceive people all the time. And there are so many good places in Jinling that I want to see. Okay. Master Xia has his own ideas, so I won't stay more. After a few moves, Father Fang once again took advantage, and the hot temperature of the cup of tea next to it has become milder due to the passage of time. At the same time, a car parked outside the small villa. An old man walked in violently. As soon as he came in, he drank the 3rd cup of tea next to them. Then he spoke. I said, Lao Fang, your place is too hard to find, right? I went around for a while before I found you. After speaking, the person looked at Xia Liang. The expression instantly softened, and even the voice became a little gentle. He was not the same person as the old man Fang looked like just now. Master Xia, you are here too. I have been looking for you in the past few days. The person here is Mr. Li, who was cured by Xia Liang's leg. At that time, Mr. Li, who had been unable to go to the ground for decades, became alive and well under Xia Liang's words. He always wanted to find a chance to thank Xia Liang, but he couldn't find anyone. After Father Fang reminded him, he knew that Xia Liang was here. Look for me. What's the matter? Xia Liang drank up the cup of tea. Old Li hurriedly added another glass to Xia Liang. Then he waved to the direction of the car. Then a middle-aged man also came over. Only then did Mr. Li continue. I'm not Lao Su's Master Xia driving a sports car. Thinking you like it, I bought a lichen specially to give it to Master Xia. After Mr. Li finished speaking, the middle-aged man behind him handed a car key in his hand to Xia Liang. However, Xia Liang didn't even turn his eyes, just looking at the chessboard where he had fallen into a disadvantage, and fell into deep thought. After finally taking the next step, only then did Xia Liang speak. Are you investigating me? Dare not dare. Absolutely not dare. Hearing Xia Liang's words, Old Li's voice trembled. Explain in a hurry. It's because our Li family is preparing to develop real estate in Qingyun City. We met a real estate man. He said that he knew you and gave you a sports car. That's why we thought that Master Xia might like sports cars. After Mr. Li finished speaking, Xia Liang still didn't say anything. Upon seeing this, old Li felt sweat gushing out of his head, and hurriedly continued after wiping. This is a limited edition of Lycan's supercar. It has appeared in the Passionate Speed movie before. The value has already exceeded 100 yuan. I hope the master can accept it. Listen to what Mr. Li said. Xia Liang said slowly. The car. I will accept it. I don't need to bring other things. The voice fell off. Old Li's heart suddenly thumped. He did prepare other gifts. But I felt that the other things Xia Liang said were not those gifts. I don't know what Master Xia said. Old Li still dared to ask. Xia Liang smiled. What else? I said. Is your granddaughter. Wait, what do you mean by Master Xia? Listening to Xia Liang's words, Father Feng was taken aback. And Xia Liang also explained with a smile. What's the point? I saw that his granddaughter was about the same age as me. So I wanted to introduce it to me. If I guessed correctly, he gave me a gift. Tonight, he should invite me to dinner. Sure enough, you can't hide anything from Master Xia. Old Li also smiled in embarrassment. Seeing this, Old Man Feng was a little angry, and pointed directly at Old Li's nose and started cursing. I said you are not dead. Why do you ask me about Master Xia's whereabouts every day? I turned out to be here to dig a wall. And I want to send my granddaughter away. Do you want a face? As he talked, Father Feng became a little angry. I kindly tell you where Xia Liang is. And Mr. Li was also a little angry. Say me, what about you? Anyway, Miss Feng and Master Xia are not married. So why can't I add my daughter to a fair competition? When you were young, wouldn't it be the same? You're old and undead. I'll kill you. After speaking, Father Feng really rushed over. And the two also fought together. Seeing this, Xia Liang also stood up directly to prevent them from spreading to him. Seeing it seemed to hinder Xia Liang, the two of them also stopped their hands in a tacit understanding. And apologized to Xia Liang. Xia Liang didn't think much. But it depends on the status of the two. You can still see it there. Not long ago, the two of them, one was lying unconscious in a hospital bed, and the other was in a wheelchair and could not walk on their feet for decades. In the current state, even some young people can't match it. By the way, Master Xia, now the car has been transported to Jinling. I will send someone directly by air. As if afraid that Xia Liang was angry because of his own thoughts. Old Li hurriedly said, but Xia Liang waved his hand. No, I'm going to Jinling in just 2 days. So I can get it myself. Okay then. Old Li nodded, but he's suddenly ecstatic in his heart. Master Xia is going to Jinling? This is an opportunity. The time after. The frequency of Li Lao Lao's small villa has become extremely frequent. Many times. They even live here. Even Xia Liang can't figure it out. Why is Mr. Li so good at flattering? He talks to the back of his asterisk every day. And he doesn't have a lot of stuff. After a few days of rest, Xia Liang was ready to leave and head to Jinling. In order not to attract people's attention, Xia Liang specially selected a very ordinary day. He also refused the private jets of Fang's and Li's, and left on his own with the ticket he had booked. And Fang Yushui, because of Father Fang's affairs, I feel that my granddaughter should accompany the elderly more. So I also stayed in Shanghai. Xia Liang embarked on the journey to Jinling by himself. A few hours later, the plane landed. Although there was no announcement, only Fang and Li's family knew that they had left. But outside the airport, There were still several luxury cars parked, all of which came to welcome the cool summer. Standing in the airport, he took a long look and used the system to the person who came to greet him. Xia Liang was also surprised. A few days ago, I told Father Fang and old Li that I was going to Jinling. From that day on, this group of people sent people to all the airports in Jinling, just to pick themselves up. The Wu family in Jinling really has nothing to do when he's full. And Lao Li is the same. So he shouldn't tell him that he is coming to Jinling. He smiled helplessly. After Xia Liang came out of the airport, he directly took a taxi and headed for a force shop in Jinling. He didn't even bother to the other people waiting for him outside the airport. After half an hour, a force shop in Jinling. This is one of the top force stores in Jinling. The vehicles placed in it are all luxury cars above the upper block level. Ordinary people don't even have the courage to walk in. Today, the number of people gathered outside this force shop seems to be a lot. Is this the lichen of passion? I didn't expect there to be one here. This car is limited to only 7 in the world. I don't know who is such a local tyrant. He actually ordered one directly. This force shop is also fully covered. It is just a formality and a transitional release of lichen. It will be able to attract so many people. In addition to many people standing outside the store, there are also a group of young people in the force store. This group of people dressed casually. But whether it was clothes or shoes, they were all made to order or limited editions. Although they didn't have any cash on them, their faces were very expensive. Many millions of luxury cars in the stadium cannot be seen by them at all. Encore. Do you think we can wait? If this person doesn't come to pick up the car and let someone transport the car over, don't we waste our time? A voice rang from the crowd. Even if the force store is to be transported away, we will follow behind. I must see who bought this car. I finally deducted 100 yuan from the old man. As a result, the car was gone. How could I not be angry? I want to see which kid is looking for death and dare to move my car. The person called Encore said coldly. Watching